In the room, the summer quilt was neatly folded at the head of the bed, and a striking splash of bright red stood out against the off-white bedsheet. Xunlang sat at the edge of the bed, his eyes fixed intently on the game poster displayed on his phone screen, his gaze unwavering and determined. Suddenly, Xunlang sprang to his feet. "Damn it! Let's do this," he exclaimed. He grabbed his phone and opened the official website for Tianyin, a game hailed as Humanity's Second World. The game offered two helmet options, a standard version for 1,000 yuan and a premium version for 10,000 yuan. Without hesitation, Xunlang chose the standard version and prepared to head to the nearest store to pick it up. Though currently unemployed and staying at home, he saw this as an opportunity, and there was a chance that the girl named She might also enter the game world. Determined not to let this investment go to waste, Xunlang began meticulously studying the information on the Tianyin website. Although the game details were limited, the basic settings were provided. He ordered a simple meal delivery to satisfy his hunger and continued his research. The world of Tianyin featured 7 main professions: swordsman, mage, archer, knight, assassin, priest, and berserker. Swordsmen were the most popular, excelling in both offense and defense. Mages specialized in area effect attacks and crowd control, often favored by female players. Archers were top-tier long-range damage dealers. Assassins excelled at ambushes, making them the bane of mages and archers. Knights boasted incredible defense. Priests focused on healing and buffs, while berserkers were known for their explosive power, though their defense was somewhat lacking. In addition to these primary professions, there were numerous life professions available, though the website only teased, explore, and develop them yourself in the game. As for the backstory of the Tianyin continent, it was kept intentionally vague. The way of immortality had perished, the continent was shattered, darkness had descended, and the hope for revival rested on the shoulders of brave warriors. Evening. Hello, sir. The Tianyin Premium Edition helmet you ordered has been delivered to Building 3, Unit 2, Apartment 502 of Fushan Residential Complex. If you're home, please sign for it. A polite yet gruff voice came from the other end of the phone. Shortly after, the delivery man standing at the door handed a finely crafted square phone box to Xunlang. After verifying his ID, Xunlang eagerly returned to his room to unpack it. Inside was a gaming helmet far more advanced than Guansua's. Its dazzling blue and purple gradient design exuded an air of mystery. Xunlang immediately took a photo and shared it in a group chat before carefully putting the helmet on. The helmet was surprisingly lightweight, and the molded latex interior fit his head perfectly, offering an impressive level of comfort. Ding, brainwave scanning in progress. A pleasant female voice sounded, followed by a brief sensation of dizziness. The system quickly completed the binding of his identity, phone number, and bank card. It also informed him that as a premium user, he was entitled to a lottery draw. After confirming the draw, a massive spinning wheel appeared before him. At its center was a stop button, surrounded by rapidly rotating symbols of various designs, which made Xunlang feel slightly dizzy. He stared at the spinning wheel for a moment, furrowing his brows, and finally pressed the stop button. With a crisp ding, the massive wheel vanished, replaced by a gem emitting a brilliant blue glow. Congratulations, player, on obtaining a rare item source of mana, the system announced. It was a necklace accessory that halved mana consumption for spellcasting and restored 10 mana every minute. Looking at the glowing blue gem, Xunlang felt a tinge of disappointment. While it was a decent piece of equipment, its utility was limited for him unless he chose a mage class to fully exploit its potential. Ding! The lottery is over. The source of mana has been added to your inventory, the system continued. Dear Tianyin player, there are 18 hours, 7 minutes, and 19 seconds remaining until the game officially launches. You may now name your character. Yes. Xunlang responded without hesitation. Tianyalongzi. Name successfully registered. Would you like to choose a class? The prompt caught Xunlang by surprise. Based on the novels he'd read, class selection typically occurred after reaching level 10 and leaving the beginner village. But since he could choose now, he wasn't going to pass up the opportunity. The system displayed 7 dazzling figures, each representing one of Tianyin's 7 main classes. Swordsman, balanced in offense and defense, suited for experts. Mage, master of area attacks, ethereal as an immortal. Archer, long-range precision, unstoppable accuracy. Knight, high defense and health, a tank-like existence. Assassin, shadowy phantom, swift and elusive. Priest, healer and protector, compassionate and noble. Berserker, high burst damage, fearless and relentless. Without hesitation, Xunlang selected the swordsman class. However, the system remained unresponsive. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, it finally reacted. Class selection successful. Congratulations. You are now a novice assassin. What? I clearly chose swordsman. Xunlang exclaimed in shock. The system immediately explained, Dear player, due to a system update causing an error during selection, you have been compensated. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive assassin skill Backstab. The skill description appeared. Backstab Grade B, LV1. A first-tier universal skill for assassins. Launches a powerful attack from behind the target, dealing 125 damage and silencing the target for 1 second. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Xinlang quickly accepted the situation. Although he hadn't become a swordsman as he had hoped, obtaining a first-tier skill early on wasn't a bad trade-off. At least it gave him an advantage over other players during the initial stages of the game. Finally, the system prompted him to adjust his character's appearance and pain sensitivity. Xinlang chose the 30 original appearance adjustment option, which subtly enhanced his features while retaining his original look. He set the pain sensitivity to 5, ensuring a balance between realism and comfort during gameplay. Phew. Xinlang took off his helmet and let out a long breath. Staring at the helmet in his hands, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. With the new skill he had acquired and the mana regeneration effect from the source of magic, his starting advantage was significantly better than most players. Perhaps he really could make a name for himself in the game. Just then, his phone buzzed incessantly with notifications from a group chat. Opening it, he saw Guansuo and Qin Ming spamming the chat with over 50 messages. Whoa, is that the premium helmet? When did you become so loaded, Longzi? The two excitedly bombarded him with questions. I got laid off yesterday and received a 20,000 compensation, Xinlang replied briefly, then asked what classes they had chosen. Guansuo had picked knight, while Qin Ming was planning to become an archer, a balanced combination of offense and defense. Both of them were using standard helmets, which didn't come with any additional perks like a lottery draw. Longzi, why do you pick assassin? Wouldn't mage be better? I can tank at the front, and leveling up would be so much faster. Guansuo asked. Based on gaming experience, assassin and priest were the slowest classes to level up, and assassins often struggled to find teams. Yeah, Longa. Assassins definitely have a tough start. Qin Ming chimed in, trying to persuade him. It's fine. I just like the freedom and flair of moving like the wind. Xinlang didn't reveal that his choice was actually due to a system error. After chatting for a while, it was already evening. Xinlang went downstairs and grabbed a bowl of hearty beef noodle soup for 15 yuan at the entrance of his apartment complex, generous portions of both meat and noodles. By the time he returned upstairs around 7, he happened to see the couple next door. The man was carrying 2 helmets, one yellow and one red. Jiao, you have no idea I stood in line all afternoon. It was so hot. You're amazing, hubby. Tonight, as a reward, you don't have to wear it. Really? Really? Hearing their conversation, Xinlang rolled his eyes. That night, he alternated between scrolling through group chats and browsing forums. By 6 p.m., 120 million people nationwide had already registered for Tianyin, and the number was expected to hit 150 million by the time the game launched. Just in Qinghai City, over 100 factions had been established on local forums, raising concerns about potential server crashes. On Saturday, June 18th, Xinlang slept in and didn't get up until nearly 11 a.m. After a quick wash and breakfast, he lay back on his bed, put on the helmet, and waited for the servers to go live. The numbers in front of him kept ticking down, and soon it was 11:59 a.m. Ding! 60 seconds until the launch of Tianyin. Players, please prepare. As the final countdown began, Xinlang took a deep breath, unable to hide his nervous excitement. As the 60-second countdown ended, the world before Xinlang shifted dramatically. Above the heavens, an awe-inspiring scene unfolded. Countless grotesque dark creatures emerged from the void, their fangs bared as they surged forward like a black torrent. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light tore through the sky, carving a path of emptiness. Warriors of the human race, advance with no retreat. A figure, ethereal and otherworldly, stood in midair, holding a radiant blue longsword pointed at the dark army. In an instant, human warriors rose to the skies, clad in various divine armors and wielding sacred weapons, engaging in a fierce and bloody battle against the dark creatures. The air was filled with deafening roars as the entire realm seemed on the verge of collapse. Blood stained the heavens, and corpses piled into mountains. Despite the ceaseless onslaught of dark creatures, the human warriors fell one by one, until only the celestial figure remained, standing alone with her sword. The human race will never yield, she shouted resolutely, charging into the endless darkness. In that moment, a brilliant light illuminated past, present, and future, with the sound of her sword reverberating endlessly. The radiance coalesced, forming the words Tianyin in the distant sky. Xinlang took a deep breath, awestruck by the vividness of the scene. As the characters in the sky disappeared, he found himself in a primitive and humble ancient village. Around him, flashes of white light signaled the arrival of new players. A system notification chimed. Brave adventurer, welcome to the world of Tianyin. This is Qingfeng Village, Novice Village 6811 in the Huaguo region. Your starter gift has been issued. Please reach level 10 as soon as possible to complete your profession advancement. Eagerly, Shunlang opened his inventory, only to find 3 items in the 100-slot space. A rusty dagger starter equipment, attack 12, a worn-out shirt starter equipment, defense 1, and a sapphire blue gemstone. He then accessed his character panel, and detailed information appeared. ID, Tianyalongzi. Profession, apprentice assassin. Level, 0. Base attributes, attack 8, defense 5, HP 50, MP 100. Speed attributes, attack speed 109, movement speed 109. 4 main attributes, strength 8, intelligence 3, constitution 5, agility 9. Other attributes, luck 0, comprehension 0. Skill panel, 1. Insight. Reveals information on targets up to 10 levels higher than the user. 2. Lunge. A physical novice skill that deals 120 damage. 3. Backstab. Rank, level 1. Deals 125 damage and silences the target for 1 second. Assassin profession growth attributes upgraded every 5 levels. Strength 8 stars. Intelligence 3 stars. Constitution 5 stars. Agility 9 stars. Additional perk. Gain 5 free attribute points per level up. Looking at his attribute page, Shunlang couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is insanely powerful." At this moment, the novice village was bustling with noise and activity. Hundreds, if not thousands, of players clad in beginner's gear and wielding all sorts of worn-out weapons were surging out of the village like a tide. Shunlang glanced around, roughly estimating that this novice village alone housed several thousand players, with new ones continuously appearing. According to the official Tianyan website, there were a total of 10,000 novice villages across Huagua, which meant that the player base in Huagua alone was nearing a staggering 100 million. The scene was truly spectacular. After struggling to squeeze out of the crowd, Shunlang arrived at the large willow tree at the edge of the village, where he found the only NPC in the village who could assign quests, the Whitebeard village chief. "Honorable village chief, is there anything I can do to assist you?" Shunlang asked respectfully, clasping his hands in a polite gesture while catching his breath. The Whitebeard village chief gave him a glance, shook his head and sighed. "Young warrior, you're too weak right now. Come back when you're stronger." "Sir, I'm very strong," Shunlang retorted with a grim expression, raising the dagger in his hand to demonstrate his strength. "Stop blabbering and get lost before I give you a beating," the village chief barked sternly, his voice full of vigor. As the two were speaking, flashes of white light kept appearing in the distance, accompanied by players' frustrated complaints. "What kind of ridiculous mountain chicken is this? It killed me in just a few hits. I can't even beat a level 1 mountain chicken. How am I supposed to play this game?" Soon, calls for team recruitment echoed across the plaza. The strongest mage in Tianyan, looking for one knight to join. Archer looking for a knight, healer, and swordsman. Join up quickly. Shunlang ignored the team invitations and headed out of the village on his own. On a small hillside, he spotted some oversized mountain chickens leisurely pacing about. The area was already crowded with players, and every now and then, someone turned into a flash of white light and vanished. He cast his insight skill on the nearest mountain chicken. Mountain chicken. Level 1. Attack 10. Defense 8. Health 100. Skills none. Looking at the stats, Shunlang suddenly understood. No wonder ordinary players couldn't take on these creatures solo. Even with his dagger's bonus, he only had 910 attack, 6 defense, and 50 health. His attributes were inferior to those of the mountain chicken. Apart from knights and swordsmen, it seemed no one could withstand the chicken's attacks. "Whatever, let's give it a shot. At least I won't lose any levels if I die." Shunlang gritted his teeth and dashed toward the foraging pheasant. The dagger in his hand sliced through the air, sending a few feathers fluttering down. A red damage number popped up above the pheasant's head. Shunlang quickly noticed that Tianyan's damage calculation system used a damage reduction ratio mechanism, similar to the design in King of Glory. When the opponent's attack matched their defense, about 50 of the damage was mitigated. Cluck cluck. The injured pheasant squawked in rage, lunging at Shunlang with its sharp beak. The sharp pain as it struck his thigh made him suck in a breath. Tianyan's graphics were incredibly lifelike, and an enraged pheasant was indeed quite intimidating. Reacting immediately, Shunlang activated the charge skill, thrusting his dagger precisely at the pheasant's neck. A vibrant red critical damage number soared into the air. The pheasant flapped its wings furiously, leaping over a meter high before delivering another fierce peck. Shunlang tried to dodge, but his reaction was just a fraction too slow, and the beak landed squarely on his forehead. His health bar plummeted to 2/3. "Damn it!" Shunlang gritted his teeth and aimed for the pheasant's neck again. Another critical hit. He quickly realized that the neck might be the pheasant's weak point, making it easier to trigger critical damage. A few minutes later, Shunlang slumped weakly against a large tree, watching the fully healed pheasant in the distance. He calculated silently. With his current 50 health points, he could endure up to 7 hits from the pheasant. Meanwhile, with his 109 attack speed, plus 2 skills and the advantage of striking first, he could manage 8 attacks in that time. As for dodging, given his current reaction speed, it wasn't worth considering yet. Once his health was fully restored, Shun Lang launched his assault again. This time, he attacked without warning, starting with a charge and following up with a basic attack. 2 critical hits in quick succession reduced the pheasant's health by a fifth. The pheasant retaliated swiftly, aiming a sharp peck at Shin Lang's thigh, narrowly missing a vital spot. Shin Lang dodged quickly, stabbing at the pheasant's neck again for another 6 points of damage. He then spun around to reach the pheasant's flank and activated the backstab skill. While the skill's silence effect was meaningless against a pheasant with no abilities, the damage was significant. After an intense minute of battle, the pheasant finally collapsed, and the system notified Shin Lang that he had gained 5 experience points. Not a bad reward. Exhausted, Shun Lang sat on the ground. His health bar nearly empty, but his face glowing with excitement, had successfully soloed a pheasant. Just 19 more, and he would level up. Cluck, cluck. Another pheasant fell to the ground with a thud under Shun Lang's attack, and the system notified him that he'd gained 5 experience points. This time, luck was on his side. 3 faintly glowing copper coins dropped onto the ground. Shin Lang immediately realized this must be the pheasant's first blood. According to the official Tianyan game guide, the more times a monster is killed, the lower its drop rate becomes. Scanning the bustling beginner's area around him, Shin Lang decided to find a less crowded spot. His eyes soon settled on a small hill not far away, where only a few players were scattered, perfect for grinding levels. An hour later, however, Shin Lang returned to the novice village square with a frustrated expression. The 7th pheasant had become his nemesis, failed to land a critical hit twice, and was ultimately defeated. Worse yet, his death cost him 10 experience points, leaving him with only 20. On the bright side, he had accumulated quite a bit of copper. His inventory now held 16 coins, making him relatively wealthy among beginners. The square was constantly lit by flashes of white light, accompanied by a cacophony of curses. Shin Lang steadied his mindset and set out once more to hunt pheasants. This time, he opted for the forest behind the small hill, where most players were in small groups farming monsters. As a solo player, he found it easier to locate targets. After over 2 hours of intense effort, Shun Lang finally took down his 22nd pheasant. A golden light shot into the sky, and the system issued 2 consecutive notifications. He gained 5 experience points and leveled up to level 1. His mana increased by 10 points, and he earned 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, he allocated all the points to strength, feeling a warm energy surge through his body. The pheasant also dropped a piece of equipment, a simple straw hat adorned with 2 feathers. Though it was just a basic item, its 2 defense bonus was quite decent for a beginner. Shin Lang equipped it immediately and checked his updated stats panel. ID, Tianyalongzi. Class, Apprentice Assassin. Level, 10200. Defense, 8. HP, 50. Mana, 110. Attack speed, 109. Movement speed, 109. Strength, 13. Intelligence, 3. Constitution, 5. Agility, 9. Luck, 0. Perception, 0. Alright pheasants, get ready to taste my blade. Shin Lang locked onto a nearby pheasant, dashed forward, and activated his assault skill. Though he didn't land a critical hit, the combined boost from his equipment and skills made his damage output considerable, rendering the pheasant's pitiful 8 defense almost irrelevant. In this world, damage calculation follows a strict set of rules. With a base attack of 20 points, full damage is dealt when the target has no defense. With 10 defense points, the target reduces damage by 25. When defense equals attack, 50 of damage is mitigated. 30 defense points grant 75 damage reduction. And when defense doubles the attack, the target becomes completely immune to damage. The pheasant flared its feathers in rage and swiped at Shun Lang's thigh with its claw, inflicting only 6 points of damage. Shin Lang let out a cold laugh as the dagger in his hand flashed toward the pheasant's neck. The strike triggered a backstab critical hit. He swiftly adjusted his footing, moving to the pheasant's rear flank, delivering another sharp stab. The floating red damage numbers stood out vividly. A system notification followed. Congratulations! Your backstab skill has leveled up to LV2, increasing attack damage to 130. The backstab skill leveled up? Shin Lang quickly finished off the pheasant, picking up 2 copper coins it dropped. He calculated silently at max level 6, backstab deals 150 damage. Though leveling up would become increasingly difficult later, the skill's potential was undeniable. At this point, he had reached level 1, needing 200 more experience points to reach level 2. With each pheasant granting only 4 experience points, he would need to kill 50 of them to level up, which was clearly inefficient. Shin Lang decided to look for more valuable targets. Descending the slope, he came across a small river cutting across the terrain. On the riverbank, large turtles were crawling sluggishly, while several players had already formed parties to hunt them, with flashes of white light appearing intermittently. Avoiding the crowded areas, Shenlang moved upstream to a quieter section of the river. Using the Insight ability, the turtle's attributes appeared clearly: level 2, 12 attack points, 18 defense points, 200 health points, 50 attack speed, and no special skills. Its defense was indeed remarkable, doubling that of the pheasant. Let's give it a try. Shenlang acted decisively, aiming his dagger at the turtle's shell. Though the damage output was in single digits, he managed to penetrate its defense. Following up with a backstab to the turtle's neck, he successfully triggered another critical hit. A regular attack followed, landing yet another critical hit. At this moment, the turtle retaliated, biting down hard on Shenlang's arm. A fierce battle ensued. With his 109 attack speed advantage, Shenlang managed to land almost 3 attacks for every 1 strike from the turtle. Finally, after 2 grueling minutes, and with his health nearly depleted, Shenlang defeated the turtle. A system notification rang out, 10 experience points gained. Though he had narrowly escaped death, such extreme challenges were a necessary path to growth. In just 3 hours, Shenlang's combat skills had improved significantly, and he was even beginning to grasp movement techniques to evade attacks. He took down another turtle, this time earning a piece of turtle shell armor. A white-grade leather armor offering 6 defense and 30 health, usable at level 1. For Shenlang, whose current health was dangerously low, this equipment was a lifesaver. Without hesitation, he equipped the armor, raising his defense from 8 to 14 points and increasing his health by 30 points to a total of 80. In this world, armor is divided into 3 categories: plate armor for swordsmen, knights, and berserkers, leather armor for assassins and archers, and cloth armor for mages and priests. Wearing the turtle shell divine armor, Shenlang suddenly felt emboldened. Facing a level 2 turtle, he no longer needed to dodge. Instead, he chose to go on the offensive. The turtle's 12 attack power was negligible against his 14 defense, and with nearly 60 damage reduction, each hit only inflicted around 5 damage. Even so, Shenlang remained cautious. Regenerating health took time, and time was money. He couldn't afford to waste any of it. Utilizing his strong defensive advantage, Shenlang began efficiently farming monsters. After a little over 2 hours, he had killed 20 turtles. Ding! A system notification chimed. Congratulations, player, you have leveled up. Mana 10, gained 5 free attribute points. Keep up the good work. A flash of golden light signaled Shenlang's advancement to level 2. Without hesitation, he allocated all 5 attribute points to strength, immediately feeling a surge of power coursing through his body. His updated stats panel read: ID, Tianyalongzi. Class, Apprentice Assassin. Level, 2 4500. Defense, 14. Health, 80. Mana, 120. Attack speed, 109. Movement speed, 109. Base attributes: Strength, 18. Intelligence, 3. Constitution, 5. Agility, 9. Luck, 0. Comprehension, 0. Skills, 1. Insight allows the user to view information of targets up to 10 levels higher than their own. 2. Charge, a beginner skill that deals 120 damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 5. 3. Backstab, rank skill LV2. Deals 130 damage and silences the target for 1 second. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Mana cost, 10. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, Shenlang immediately began a new round of hunting. He silently approached a turtle from behind and activated the backstab skill, landing a critical hit. A bright red damage number floated above the turtle, signaling a successful critical strike. In less than a minute, the turtle fell, rewarding him with 8 experience points and 6 copper coins. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was nearing 7 p.m., and the sky was growing darker. Shenlang decided to take a break and grab dinner. Removing his helmet, he stretched and quickly headed downstairs after a bathroom break. A bowl of beef noodles costing 15 yuan was soon devoured. During his meal, he checked the group chat but found that Guan Suo and Chen Ming were still offline, likely immersed in the game. The local forum revealed that several players had already reached level 2, which gave him a sense of urgency. By 7:30 p.m., Shenlang had finished his brief break and logged back into the game. A flash of white light transported him back to the beginner village, now shrouded in the darkness of night. The village was sparsely populated, as most players were out hunting monsters. Among the remaining players, most were still at level 0, with a few at level 1, and Shenlang was currently the only one at level 2. Whoa, that guy actually got a chest plate and a helmet! A distant player exclaimed in surprise. How did he manage that? And wait, how is he already level 2? I've been grinding for over 7 hours and just barely reached level 1. That's because you've died way too many times. Many players turned their envious gazes toward Shenlang. Most of them were still wearing the basic beginner outfits, while Shunlang was already equipped with a chest plate and helmet. The gap was enough to make anyone jealous. Ignoring the chatter around him, Shunlang quickly made his way to the village entrance and found the white-beard village elder. "Old man, I've gotten stronger. Got any dangerous tasks for me now?" he said, staring directly at the elder. The white-beard elder gave Shunlang a once-over, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. "All right, the old blacksmith needs some venomous bee stingers. There are venomous bees in the ravine of the southern mountain. Go collect their stingers and bring them back." "Got it, old man. He'll get it done," Shunlang replied, feeling a rush of excitement. The system immediately popped up a notification. "You have accepted the quest from the Qingfeng village elder. Collect 20 venomous bee stingers. Progress 020. Without wasting any time, Shunlang set off toward the marked coordinates. Half an hour later, he reached his destination, taking down a few wild mountain chickens along the way. The ravine under the night sky revealed a unique beauty, surrounded by lush green mountains and trees. Large, colorful bees, each the size of a wash basin, buzzed through the air. Despite the area being relatively close to the village, there weren't many players around. Most were still teaming up to fight turtles, or soloing mountain chickens. The game, Tianyan, was designed with strict mechanics. Players could typically only defeat monsters of the same level. Taking on higher-level creatures was extremely difficult and usually required a team effort. By that logic, Shunlang, at his current level, should have been battling level 2 turtles. Shunlang bypassed a few groups of players who were already fighting venomous bees and headed deeper into the ravine. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at a dimly lit area thick with trees. The darkness of the night added an eerie atmosphere. Time to get to work. Shunlang took a deep breath and activated his insight skill. Venomous bee. Level 3. Attack 20. Defense 10. HP 400. Skill Stinger. Wow, these venomous bees are no joke. Not only do they have 20 attack points, but they also come with a skill, Shunlang thought to himself. Without hesitation, he launched an assault. His dagger stabbed viciously into the bee's abdomen, followed by a quick regular attack, dealing a total of 15 damage. Buzz buzz, the venomous bee, enraged, retaliated with a bite to Shunlang's arm. Damn it! Shunlang winced in pain as his health dropped by a sixth. He immediately counterattacked, chaining a normal strike with a backstab, reducing the bee's HP by another 36 points. However, against its total of 400 HP, this damage was barely a scratch. The venomous bee shivered violently, its stinger suddenly lashing toward Shunlang's face. A system notification appeared. The venomous bee used its skill stinger, dealing 16 damage. Poison has entered your system, causing 2 damage per second for 5 seconds. Realizing the devastating power of the bee's skill, Shunlang quickly retreated. A single skill attack dealt a total of 26 damage. This enemy was no pushover. A moment later, Shunlang crouched on a large boulder, contemplating his strategy. The venomous bee's high damage and dangerous stinger skill made it nearly impossible to kill with his current strength unless he could find its weakness. Once his health was fully restored, Shunlang stood up, determined to locate the bee's weak spot. He targeted another venomous bee nearby and launched an attack. A combination of a charge and a normal strike hit its head and chest, dealing a total of 35 damage, but no critical hit was triggered. Buzz buzz! The venomous bee roared in fury, lunging toward Shunlang's face with its mandibles. At the last second, Shunlang executed a nimble sidestep. Missed. The bold miss floated above him as he narrowly avoided the lethal strike. Shunlang wasn't surprised that he managed to dodge the venomous bee's attack. This kind of situation had occurred several times before when he was fighting turtles, though that was partly due to the turtle's slower speed. Die for me! Shunlang reacted swiftly, his dagger aiming straight for the bee's eye. A blood red number floated up. Critical hit. This discovery thrilled him. The bee's weak spot had been found. With a loud buzzing, the venomous bee, injured in the eye, became enraged. Its tail trembled violently, and the stinger glinted coldly. Shunlang was prepared. With a quick sidestep, he moved to the bee's rear flank. Activating his backstab skill, he drove the dagger deep into its abdomen. This strike not only dealt significant damage, but also interrupted the bee's skill activation. It works! Shunlang exclaimed. The backstab skill not only provided a damage bonus, but also silenced the target for a second. The venomous bee, momentarily stunned from the interrupted skill, gave Shunlang an opening. He seized the moment, stabbing its eye twice in quick succession. However, the second strike was slightly off target and failed to trigger a critical hit. Compared to the mountain chickens and turtles, the venomous bee's eyes were indeed harder to hit. Even so, the current outcome was quite satisfactory. He remained unscathed, while the bee had already lost nearly 40 of its health. The battle, however, was far from over. A sudden attack struck Shunlang's forehead, causing sharp pain and instantly depleting a sixth of his health. I'll skin you alive, he roared. Having pinpointed the bee's weakness and mastered the timing to interrupt its skills, Shenlang's confidence soared as he engaged in an intense duel with the venomous bee. A minute and a half later, the system chimed in. Congratulations, player, for slaying the venomous bee and earning 20 experience points. Though his health was down to just 1/5, the situation was still under control. Shenlang kicked aside the bee's corpse and collected 17 copper coins and a quest item, the venomous bee's stinger. After taking a short break to recover, he resumed the fight. By 11 p.m., after nearly 3 hours of battling, he finally completed the quest requirement of killing 20 venomous bees. While he had come close to death several times at the start, his increasing skill and familiarity with the combat made the encounters much smoother. With only 72 experience points left to level up, Shenlang decided to kill a few more venomous bees to push to level 3 and return to the city before midnight. After all, experience points earned between midnight and 6 a.m. were halved, making it less efficient. Just as he was about to continue hunting, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His gaze was drawn to two faint, eerie lights deep in the forest. His heartbeat quickened as he repeatedly reminded himself, "This is just a game, just a game." Swallowing hard, he mustered his courage and took a few cautious steps forward. Under the faint moonlight, Shenlang could barely make out the massive figure, a Hida multicolored venomous wasp, far larger than its ordinary counterparts. What stood out the most were its glowing compound eyes, shimmering eerily in the dark. "Is this the boss?" Shenlang muttered to himself while quickly casting insight. A stream of data immediately appeared before his eyes. Venomous Wasp King Boss. Level 3. Attack 25. Defense 12. HP 2000. Skills Stinger, Venom. Looking at the stats, Shenlang couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The boss base attributes were manageable, with only a slight increase of 5 points in attack and 2 points in defense compared to a regular venomous wasp. But its staggering 2000 HP, combined with 2 skills, was a nightmare. Even with a 5-player team, taking it down would be a daunting task. Still, the thought of giving up left Shenlang reluctant. After all, boss drops were quite generous, especially the guaranteed loot for a first kill. At this late hour, many players were grinding through the night. If he waited until tomorrow, someone else might snatch the first kill. Damn it, let's do this. After much hesitation, Shenlang gritted his teeth and chose to teleport back to town. With a flash of white light, he reappeared in the rookie village square. Without wasting a second, he rushed straight to the Whitebeard village elder. "Old man, I've completed the quest. Hurry up and give me my reward." Shenlang impatiently handed over 20 venomous wasp stingers. "Well, I didn't expect you to actually finish it." "Impressive, very impressive," the elder said in surprise, accepting the items. "Come on, I'm in a hurry. Just hand over the reward already," Shenlang urged. "All right, young warrior, here race your reward." The system notification chimed in. "Congratulations! You have completed the quest, collect venomous wasp stingers and earn 200 experience points." A golden light enveloped Shenlang as he leveled up to 3. After a quick word of thanks, Shenlang dashed off to the village's only blacksmith shop. Scanning the rusted weapons hanging on the wall, he sighed. As expected, there was nothing worthwhile, and the prices were outrageous. After slaying so many monsters, he had only managed to save up 6 silver coins, and he silently cursed his misfortune. He then headed to the tailor shop. Though the prices there were just as exploitative, Shenlang had no choice but to bite the bullet. To prepare for the venomous wasp king, he spent 5 silver coins on a pair of cloth shoes and some bracers. Cloth shoes common. Defense 2. Agility 1. Required level 1. Worn bracers leather common. Defense 2. Constitution 1. Required level 1. After equipping himself, Shenlang allocated 5 free attribute points. This time, he didn't dump all of them into strength. Instead, he allocated 1 point to Constitution, raising his HP to 100. His updated stats now look like this. ID, Tianyalongzi. Class, Apprentice Assassin. Level, 3128-1000. Defense, 20. HP, 100. MP, 130. Attack speed, 110. Movement speed, 110. Strength, 22. Intelligence, 3. Constitution, 7. Agility, 10. Luck, 0. Comprehension, 0. Skills, Insight. Reveals information about targets up to 10 levels higher than the user. Assault Novice Assassin skill, non-upgradable. Launch a powerful attack, dealing 120 damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. MP cost, 5. Backstab grade B, LV2. Strike from behind, dealing 130 damage and silencing the target for 1 second. Cooldown, 15 seconds. MP cost, 10. Looking at his impressive stats, Shenlang felt a surge of confidence welling up inside him. With the equipment bonuses, his strength increased by 4 points, raising his maximum attack to 24. The boots and bracers added 4 points to his defense, and with the additional 2 points in constitution, his total defense skyrocketed from 14 to 20, rivaling that of a knight fully invested in defense. The only downside was his health, which remained at a mere 100 points, and the one boost in attack speed seemed negligible. To ensure he was fully prepared, Shenlang headed straight to the small pharmacy and exchanged his last silver coin for 2 small health potions. These potions could instantly restore 100 health points, but had a cooldown of 180 seconds. In the early stages of the game, health potions were considered a luxury for most players. After all, at 50 copper coins per bottle, they were quite expensive, especially since health would naturally regenerate to full within 10 minutes after leaving combat. If not for the upcoming boss fight, Shenlang wouldn't have spent so extravagantly. As he weighed his chances of successfully challenging the venomous Bee King, 3 striking red system announcements suddenly echoed across the sky. Congratulations to player Jian Qijing Lan for slaying the Snot King and achieving the first boss kill in the Huaxia region. Rewards: Level 1, Luck 1, 10 gold coins. The announcement caused an uproar in the beginner village. Players were abuzz with discussion, expressing their admiration and envy for this skilled player capable of soloing a boss. It was known that in the early stages of the game, players were randomly distributed across different beginner villages and could only form small teams of up to 5 people, making large-scale boss hunts impossible. Seeing how generous the first kill rewards were, Shenlang couldn't help but feel tempted. 10 gold coins were a fortune at this stage of the game, not to mention the level and luck bonuses. Without hesitation, he made up his mind and hurried toward the village entrance. There, he noticed a girl holding a wooden staff. Her ID read Sunny Drizzle, and she appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old. Dressed in a shabby grand white robe, she had already reached level 2. As Shenlang approached to strike up a conversation, the girl couldn't hide her surprise at his well-equipped appearance in a time when most players only had a single piece of starter gear. Shenlang's 4-piece set was undoubtedly eye-catching. I have a task that requires a priest in the team. I'll pay you 3 silver coins once it's done, Shenlang said straightforwardly. 3 silver coins? Sunny Rain widened her eyes, sizing Shenlang up and down. You're not trying to scam me, are you? Do I look like a scammer? Shenlang spread his hands helplessly. Sunny Rain scrutinized him for a moment before shaking her head. No, you don't. Then that's settled, Shenlang said, slightly impatient. Just tell me, are you in or not? Will there be experience points? Sunny Rain blinked and asked. Of course. The experience will be split evenly among the team, and everyone gets a share after defeating the boss. How long will it take? About an hour. After a brief moment of consideration, Sunny Rain nodded in agreement. All right, count me in. Shenlang immediately formed a team and sent her an invite. The two then dashed toward South Mountain. Since Sunny Rain was a priest and moved slower, Shenlang had to slow down to wait for her. By the way, Rain, how good are your healing skills? Shenlang casually asked along the way. Sunny Rain answered honestly. She was only level 2, with 120 mana points and a mana regeneration rate of 1 per minute. Shenlang did the math and figured it should be enough with healing potions. As for the mana source, he wasn't planning on lending it out anyway. I'm guessing we're going to fight a boss, right? Sunny Rain suddenly asked. Seeing Shenlang's surprised expression, she proudly explained. You're level 3 already and have such good equipment, probably the strongest in the beginner village. There's no need to team up for regular mobs since it would only split the experience points. So, it must be a boss fight that requires a priest. Am I right? Shenlang turned the rusty dagger in his hand and glanced at her expressionlessly. Sometimes, being too smart isn't exactly a good thing for a woman. Wow, I guessed it right. Sunny Rain wasn't intimidated. On the contrary, she seemed even more thrilled. Shenlang shook his head helplessly. This little girl was completely unfazed. At 11:30 p.m., the two finally reached the mountain ravine after running for half an hour. Despite the late hour, a few scattered players were still struggling against poisonous bees. Their stingers, armed with skills, were indeed tricky to deal with. Just then, the system broadcasted 3 consecutive announcements, congratulating the Jinshou Nianhua team for defeating the Slime King and earning the first boss kill reward in the Huaxia region. 1 level, 1 luck, and 5 gold coins. Damn it! Shenlang panicked instantly, grabbing Sunny Rain and sprinting deeper into the ravine. The first place was out of reach, but at least they had to aim for 3rd place. After all, only the first 3 kills came with system announcements and rewards. 10 minutes later, Shenlang and Qingtian Xiaoyu finally reached their destination. Luck was on their side. The poison Bee King was quietly sleeping in the grass. Qingtian Xiaoyu quickly used her insight skill, scanning the area, and couldn't hide her excitement. Keep an eye on my health bar. Heal me as soon as it drops to halfway. Shenlang gave a brief instruction before activating his charge skill and rushing toward the target. Got it, got it. Qingtian Xiaoyu nodded nervously in agreement. Shun Lang dashed forward, his dagger flipping deftly in his hand, striking precisely at the Poison Bee King's eyelid. The sharp blade pierced through, and a red damage number of 23 appeared. Although it wasn't a critical hit, the damage was still significant. Before the Poison Bee King could react, Shun Lang swiftly pulled out his dagger and spun around, landing another precise strike on its other eyelid. This attack also failed to trigger a critical hit. Buzz buzz. The Poison Bee King was finally jolted awake by the pain and immediately bit into Shun Lang's calf. Thanks to his 20 points of defense, which translated to 40 damage reduction, his health dropped noticeably but remained within a manageable range. Die already. Shun Lang growled, gritting his teeth as he drove his dagger straight into the Poison Bee King's eye. This time, the attack triggered a critical hit, and a glaring red damage number appeared. He then smoothly dodged the Poison Bee King's counterattack with agile movements. From a short distance away, Qing Tian Xiaoyu watched in stunned amazement. In just 10 seconds, Shun Lang had dealt nearly 40 points of devastating damage while skillfully evading attacks, a level of skill far beyond any player she had encountered. What are you standing there for? Heal me quick. Shun Lang called out, unleashing another charge skill that dealt an astonishing 46 points of damage. By now, his health had dropped below half. Snapping out of her daze, Qing Tian Xiaoyu hastily waved her staff, casting a healing spell whose green light enveloped Shun Lang, restoring 34 points of health. With his health back up to 80, Shun Lang's fighting spirit surged as he launched a relentless flurry of dagger strikes at the Poison Bee King. Within just a minute, he had reduced the Poison Bee King's health by a fifth, all while maintaining his own vitality thanks to the priest's support. As the Poison Bee King's health dropped to 2/3, its body began to tremble violently, a clear sign that it was about to unleash a skill. Shun Lang's eyes were sharp as a blade, his hand gripping the unused backstab skill, waiting intently for the perfect moment. In an instant, he slid forward, his movement as swift as lightning, shifting to the rear flank of the venomous Wasp King. Slash! His dagger struck with precision, piercing the wasp's eye socket, causing its eyeball to burst instantly. A massive damage number floated into the air, and the Wasp King's health bar plummeted. Seizing the brief pause as the Wasp King's skill was interrupted, Shun Lang launched a flurry of attacks with his dagger. 2 normal strikes, followed by a charge attack, landed with deadly accuracy on the vulnerable eye. This sequence finally brought the Wasp King's health below 50. The system immediately issued a warning. Wasp King's health drops to 48. Entering Berserk mode. Attack power increased by 20. The effects were immediate. Each of the Wasp King's attacks now inflicted around 20 points of damage on Shun Lang. Fortunately, with Qing Tian Xiaoyu's healing support and an emergency health potion consumed at a critical moment, Shun Lang managed to stay in the fight, though his health remained precariously below 50. After several grueling minutes of evasion and counterattacks, the Wasp King's health finally dropped to around 400 points. Just then, Qing Tian Xiaoyu's anxious voice rang out, "Brother Tianya, I'm almost out of mana." She had already used her only mana restoration potion. "How many more heals can you manage?" Shun Lang asked quickly, dodging the Wasp King's relentless attacks while executing another backstab, shaving off another 50 health points. "2 more times," she replied instantly, casting a heal that brought Shun Lang's health back up to 70. "Now just 1 left." "That's enough," he replied resolutely. Before his words even faded, the Wasp King lunged and bit his face, dropping his health sharply back to 50. Undeterred, Shun Lang retaliated with a combination of charge and normal attacks, pushing the Wasp King's health dangerously close to depletion. Suddenly, the Wasp King began to tremble violently, releasing a thick green toxic mist from its rear. The mist spread rapidly, enveloping half the forest. The system displayed a new warning. Toxic mist effect. Lose 5 health per second for 20 seconds. The situation grew dire. Shun Lang followed up with 2 strikes, but his tension caused him to miss critical hits, resulting in only 39 points of damage. Meanwhile, Qing Tian Xiaoyu was succumbing to the toxic mist, her health draining rapidly. "Brother Tianya, it's all up to you now. You have to succeed," she called out, casting her final heal on Shun Lang before collapsing. Watching his teammate fall, Shun Lang was consumed by fury. With a relentless chain of backstab, normal strikes, and charge attacks, he drove the Wasp King's health below 100 points. As his own health dwindled to the brink, he downed his final health potion, pressing forward through the toxic mist with unyielding determination. Finally, as his last sliver of health was about to vanish, the Wasp King let out an anguished screech, its massive body crashing lifelessly to the ground. Ding! With the chime of the system notification, Shun Lang received 250 experience points as a reward for defeating the venomous Bee King boss. Following that, an even more thrilling system announcement echoed. Their team not only successfully defeated the venomous Bee King, but they also earned a special reward for achieving the 3rd boss kill in the Huaxia region. The reward included a 50 experience boost, 1 to luck, and 3 gold coins. Listening to the looping system announcement, Shen Lang sat on the ground, exhausted but unable to hide the joy on his face. In the team channel, Sunny Rain's excited voice came through. Although she had died once during the battle, losing only 50 experience points during the beginner phase was negligible compared to the 250 experience points gained. Xiaoyu, don't log off just yet. Wait for me at the square for a moment, Shen Lang said as he focused his gaze on the corpse of the venomous Bee King in front of him. Okay, got it, brother Tianya. Sunny Rain replied sweetly. After a brief rest, Shen Lang stood up and kicked the Bee King's corpse aside. A pile of loot lay on the ground. A longsword, a pair of leggings, a necklace, and some scattered silver coins. As a first kill boss reward, the loot drop rates for these 3 pieces of equipment were truly surprising. He first picked up 18 silver coins, then began inspecting the equipment stats. The Bee King sword was a black iron tier weapon, granting 4 strength and featuring a venom attribute that dealt an additional 3 points of damage. Unfortunately, it could only be used by swordsmen and knights. The Bee King leggings, a decent black iron tier leather armor, provided 6 defense and 3 constitution perfectly usable. Equipping them boosted Shen Lang's defense to 29 points and increased his health to 130 points. Lastly, there was the Bee King necklace, a black iron tier accessory that granted 5 intelligence and 1 constitution, along with a 5 bonus to healing effects. It was a rare item for priests. Although Shen Lang could equip it, he chose to stick with the mana source to maintain consistent mana regeneration. As the venomous Bee King's corpse gradually disappeared, Shen Lang stored all the loot and teleported back to town. By now, it was past noon in the newbie village square, and the crowd had thinned. There, Sunny Rain stood cheerfully, politely declining the occasional players who approached to invite her to join their teams. A flash of white light lit up the square, and Shen Lang's figure appeared. Brother Tianya, you're finally back. Qing Tian Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as she ran over with excitement. Xiaoyu, here are the 3 silver coins I promised you. Plus 1 for your mana potion and another for the experience you lost, 5 in total. Shen Lang smoothly handed over the silver coins. So many. Qing Tian Xiaoyu beamed with joy and accepted them without hesitation. This reward was quite generous for her, and with the 250 experience points she'd already earned, she was about to level up to level 3. As for the 3 gold coins Shen Lang earned, she wasn't particularly concerned after all. He was the one who found and soloed the boss. Even without her, he could easily find another healer to assist him. Alright, brother Tianya, it's getting late. I need to log off and go to sleep. If there's another opportunity like this, don't forget to call me. She yawned and was just about to finish adding him as a friend before logging out. Wait, Xiaoyu, I've got something else for you, Shen Lang called out, pulling out the queen bee necklace. Huh? This is for me? Qing Tian Xiaoyu stared at the necklace, her eyes sparkling with delight. Yeah, it's priest gear, so I don't need it. But it's not a free gift. How about 10 copper coins? Shen Lang said with a smile. The system would only recycle this item for 2 or 3 silver coins, and while it could sell to players for around 10 silver coins, most players were strapped for cash at the moment, and transitional gear like this would soon be replaced. Instead of wasting time setting up a stall, he figured it was better to do her a favor after all. Shed saved his life with a crucial heal at the end. Besides, with 300 silver coins already in his pocket, a small sum like this didn't matter much. Wow, a black iron item, 5 intellect and a 5 bonus to healing effects. Qing Tian Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, brother Tianya. If you ever need my help, I'll be there no matter what. She playfully clasped her hands in a fist salute, striking a heroic pose, and handed over the 10 copper coins. She was well aware the necklace was worth far more than that. No need to thank me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten the 3rd kill on the boss, Shen Lang replied with a smile, clearly appreciating her cheerful personality. Moments later, Qing Tian Xiaoyu logged off, brimming with happiness. Shen Lang, on the other hand, turned and headed to the blacksmith's shop. The old blacksmith was lying on a rickety wooden bed, sound asleep. Initially annoyed at being woken up, his expression brightened the moment his eyes fell on the queen bee sword in Shen Lang's hands. Young hero, where did you get this sword? The old blacksmith quickly got out of bed and strode over to Shen Lang, snatching the king bee sword from his hands in one swift motion. From killing the king poison bee, Shen Lang replied calmly, not the least bit worried that the old blacksmith would try to claim the sword for himself. The blacksmith glanced at the name Tianyalongzi hovering above Shen Lang's head, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. So, it was you who killed that beast. Well done, truly well done. Clearly, he had heard the system announcement as well. Sir, why don't you just tell me how much this sword is worth? Shen Lang coughed lightly, cutting straight to the point. He had no intention of selling the sword to the blacksmith shop. He just wanted to gauge its value before flipping it to another player. After all, the system's buyback price was ridiculously low. The old blacksmith examined the sword for a moment before speaking. 1 silver coin. Are you trying to rob me? Shen Lang snatched the king bee sword back and turned to leave. Wait, Wait, young hero. The price is negotiable. The blacksmith hurriedly blocked his way, holding up 2 fingers. 2 silver coins. How about that? Are you trying to fool a child? Shin Lang rolled his eyes, unwilling to entertain the obvious haggling tactics of this NPC. While the King Bee sword was only a transitional weapon, its value as a black iron-grade item far exceeded a mere 2 silver coins. The blacksmith stood firmly in the doorway, refusing to let him leave. Then you name your price. Old man, don't think I don't know the market value, Shin Lang said, holding up 1 finger. This sword is worth at least 1 gold coin. Deal. 1 gold coin. The blacksmith agreed without hesitation, reaching for the sword, only for Shin Lang to deftly dodge his grasp. Old man, I said it's worth at least 1 gold coin. I never said I was selling it to you. Shin Lang's mind raced as he saw the blacksmith was still eager to negotiate. Honestly, 1 gold coin was already a decent price for this transitional weapon, given its limited long-term value. Then how much do you want for it? The blacksmith asked, clearly desperate. Shin Lang clenched his teeth and decided to take a bold shot. 5 gold coins. All right, I agree. 5 gold coins it is. The old blacksmith's hands trembled slightly, a trace of hesitation flickering in his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. Shin Lang was genuinely shocked. 5 gold coins were no small amount, had spent an entire day fighting monsters and only earned 6 silver coins, and it took 100 silver coins to exchange for 1 gold coin. This deal was practically a fortune for the old blacksmith, yet he still agreed. However, I can only give you 5 silver coins for now, young warrior. The rest I'll pay back little by little, the old blacksmith said apologetically. Shin Lang immediately understood the old man wanted to buy on credit. He let out a cold laugh, sheathed his sword, and turned to leave. All right then, sir. Farewell. Despite his limp, the old blacksmith hobbled after him in a hurry, blocking his path. Please wait, young warrior. 5 gold coins. Pay up now, or there's nothing more to discuss, Shin Lang said firmly. The old blacksmith wrung his hands in desperation. Young warrior, I truly can't come up with that much money. How about I write you an IOU? No way. Payment on the spot, goods on delivery. That's the rule. Suddenly, with a heavy thud, the old blacksmith dropped to his knees. Young warrior, I beg of you, please help me. His abrupt gesture left Shin Lang stunned. Only then did he realize that this NPC might not just be a character in the game, but a person with flesh and blood. Please, get up, sir. It's just a sword, it's not worth this, Shin Lang said hurriedly as he helped the old man to his feet, handing over the Queen Bee sword. The old blacksmith struggled to stand, tears streaming down his face. Shin Lang, puzzled, asked, What do you need this sword for, sir? The blacksmith let out a deep sigh and revealed the truth. He had a 12-year-old granddaughter named Xiaodong. A month ago, she ventured alone into the mountain stream in the southern hills, hoping to find an herb that could cure her grandfather's leg ailment. Instead of finding the herb, she accidentally disturbed the queen bee and was stung, falling unconscious ever since. The doctor at the apothecary said that only the stinger of the queen bee could cure the venom, while ordinary bee venom could only temporarily ease her symptoms. So the poison bee stingers the village chief wanted were actually to help alleviate your little granddaughter's toxin? Shin Lang suddenly realized, recalling the 20 poison bee stingers he had handed to the Whitebeard village chief just over an hour ago. The old blacksmith's face showed a hint of respect. Yes, the chief has indeed been quite worried about the little one. As he spoke, his gaze fell on the queen bee sword. This sword, young hero, you should keep it. There's no need to pay. Shin Lang hesitated for a moment. His intuition told him that this might trigger some hidden quest, so, for once, he decided to act generously. No way. The old blacksmith waved his hands repeatedly. Though I may just be a humble blacksmith, I still uphold integrity. We agreed on 5 gold coins, and 5 gold coins it shall be. Once I earn enough, I'll repay you, young hero. I really don't care about the money, Shin Lang said with a smile, feeling a small sense of accomplishment for his good deed. But the old blacksmith remained adamant, refusing to accept no matter how much Shin Lang tried to persuade him. Why are you so stubborn? Shin Lang said, exasperated. Suddenly, an idea struck him. How about this, since you only need the poison from the sword? After extracting it, could you use the sword to forge me a dagger instead? This could work. The old blacksmith hesitated. But my skills are limited. I might not be able to craft anything exceptional. No problem, as long as it's a dagger. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shin Lang bid farewell to the old blacksmith and logged off. Removing the helmet, he let out a long breath, feeling a bit dazed. Although the Tianyan game helmet had a brainwave stabilization system that kept players in a state akin to light sleep, playing all day still left him somewhat fatigued. After a quick trip to the bathroom, Shin Lang checked his phone. The time read 12:45. In the group chat, Guan Suo and Chen Ming were enthusiastically discussing the game. Scanning through the chat history, he learned that Guan Suo had already reached level 2, while Chen Ming was just shy of it. Guan Suo had chosen the night class and could solo wild chickens at level 0, though he eventually had to team up when he couldn't defeat the high defense turtles. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, playing as an archer, struggled with low defense and health, unable to even handle the initial wild chickens. The subsequent group chat highlighted the growing gap between the three. When Shenlang mentioned he was nearing level 4, both Guan Suo and Chen Ming were astonished. And when Shenlang revealed he had 13 silver coins, plus 3 gold coins from the system reward, the two were left in speechless silence. By 5:30 the next morning, Shenlang was already awake. Despite having slept for less than 5 hours, he felt energetic and showed no signs of fatigue. After a quick wash, he went downstairs to have breakfast and took a stroll around the neighborhood to aid digestion. By around 6 o'clock, he returned upstairs. From the hallway, he could hear the conversation of the young couple next door. Jiao Jiao, I'm aiming to reach level 4 today. At this pace, I should be able to leave the beginner's village in 3 or 4 days at most. Alright, I'll try to. But yesterday, our team leader kept sneaking glances at me. I really don't want to team up with him again today, the girl replied as the two chatted while washing up in the bathroom. Shenlang paid no attention to their conversation and went straight into his room. After taking care of some personal matters, he put on his helmet and entered the game. With a flash of white light, Shenlang appeared in the village square of Qingfeng village. Even though it was only 6 in the morning, the square was already bustling with players. The tailor shop, in particular, was unusually lively today. It seemed that many players now had the funds to purchase equipment, even if the quality wasn't particularly outstanding. Young hero, you finally arrived. As Shenlang stepped into the quiet blacksmith shop, the old blacksmith immediately came to greet him. Beside him stood a cute little girl, his granddaughter, Xiaodong. To Shenlang's surprise, a floating green LV3 level indicator hovered above Xiaodong's head, just like the players. Xiaodong, come, greet your benefactor, the old blacksmith urged. Big brother, thank you for saving me, the little girl said politely, bowing to him. No need to be so formal. Are you feeling better now? Shenlang asked gently, patting her on the head. Yes, I'm much better, she replied. That's good. But remember, don't go out alone again. Your grandpa has been worried sick these past few days. I want, big brother. I promise I'll never do that again, Xiaodong said earnestly. As they spoke, the old blacksmith carefully took out a cyan-colored short dagger and handed it to Shenlang with a proud glint in his eyes. Young hero, this is the weapon I crafted according to your specifications. Please take a look and see if it meets your expectations. It was the finest weapon he had forged in years. I didn't expect you to finish it so quickly, sir. Let me take a look. As Shenlang took the short dagger, a sharp aura emanated from it, causing his heart to skip a beat. The system displayed the dagger's stats. The Qingfeng dagger was a bronze grade, with a maximum base attack of 22 points and an additional 6 points of strength. This amounted to a total increase of 28 points in maximum attack power. To Shenlang's delight, the dagger also came with a special effect, a 3 chance to restore health equal to the damage dealt with each attack. These attributes left Shenlang thoroughly astonished. On average, 1 in every 33 attacks restores health. Shenlang carefully examined the dagger in his hand, his face barely able to hide his excitement. The probability is a bit low, but it's still amazing. Senior, you truly are a master craftsman. He solemnly put away the dagger and bowed deeply to the old blacksmith, his tone sincere. The old blacksmith waved off the compliment with a cheerful smile, but the pride in his expression was unmistakable. Before setting out, Shenlang made a special trip to the pharmacy to stock up. Spending 1 gold coin, he obtained 200 small health potions. While the investment was not cheap, it was definitely worth it to save time waiting for natural recovery. In the wilderness outside the city, herds of porcupines roamed leisurely. Most players were still struggling against venomous bees at this stage, leaving this area completely deserted. Shenlang quickly cast his insight skill. Porcupine. Level 4. Attack 25. Defense 16. Health 600. Skill Roar. The defense isn't too high, but the attack power is a bit fierce, Shenlang calculated to himself. Still, with my current 29 points in defense, I should be able to handle it. He dashed forward, the rusty dagger in his hand flashing as he stabbed at the porcupine's neck. Although it wasn't a critical hit, his follow-up normal attack dealt another 16 points of damage. The porcupine roared in pain and charged at Shenlang's abdomen. However, with his high defense, the attack only chipped away less than a tenth of his health. The battle lasted nearly 2 minutes. With a final shriek, the porcupine collapsed to the ground. A system notification chimed, awarding him 30 experience points. Shenlang collected the dropped copper coins and immediately began searching for his next target. After more than 3 hours of intense combat and consuming over 60 health potions, Shenlang finally reached level 5. A golden light flashed, and he felt a surge of immense power rising within him. Without hesitation, he allocated all 5 free attribute points to strength and equipped the Qingfeng dagger. When he opened his attribute panel, an unprecedented sense of power filled his entire being. Xunlang knew that his abilities had just reached a new level. Checking his personal stats panel, Xunlang discovered he had become a wandering swordsman apprentice assassin. The attribute panel displayed defense 512, 3000, health points 34, mana points 180, attack speed 150, and movement speed 119. His basic stats included strength 119, intelligence 46, constitution 6, agility 15, luck 19, and comprehension 1. The skill panel listed 3 abilities. Insight allows the user to view information about a target up to 10 levels higher than their own. Dash, a beginner assassin skill that deals 120 damage to the target, with a 10-second cooldown and 5 mana cost. Backstab, a grade, level 3 skill that deals 135 damage from behind the target and silences them for 1 second. It has a 15-second cooldown and consumes 10 mana. This is insane, Xunlang thought excitedly, especially after equipping the Qingfeng dagger, which boosted his attack power to a terrifying maximum of 68 points. Before long, he found a target to test his abilities, a porcupine leisurely foraging nearby. Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, Xunlang dashed forward. The Qingfeng dagger gleamed coldly as it pierced precisely into the porcupine's forehead. He swiftly circled behind it, following up with a basic attack and a backstab combo. 3 red damage numbers flashed in quick succession, and the porcupine's health bar dropped by more than half. The porcupine let out an enraged roar and prepared to counterattack. Even using its skill, it only managed to deal 13 damage to Xunlang. It wasn't long before the porcupine fell lifeless to the ground, while Xunlang had lost less than 1/5 of his health. He picked up over 20 copper coins scattered on the ground, twirled his dagger lightly, and ventured deeper into the forest. After about 10 minutes, the porcupines became scarce, replaced by groups of blood hedgehogs. Insight revealed their stats: level 5, attack 30, defense 18, health points 800, with a skill called Frenzied Spikes. Without stopping, Xunlang pressed further into the forest. 20 minutes later, he encountered herds of level 6 elk, which had attack 35, defense 22, health points 1000, and a skill called Horn Pierce. Venturing another 20 minutes deeper, he finally found his target, a pack of level 8 wild wolves. Their stats were attack 40, defense 28, health points 1500, with a skill called Savage Bite. Spotting the perfect prey, Xunlang wasted no time. Activating Dash, he closed the distance to the nearest wolf in just a few strides. His Qingfeng dagger struck the wolf's vulnerable flank, followed by a basic attack and backstab combo. Although he only landed 1 critical hit, the wolf's health bar plummeted significantly. The wolf howled into the sky, baring its fangs as it lunged at Xunlang. Its jaws clamped down on his thigh, dealing 23 damage. The wild wolf's attack power reached a staggering 40 points. Against Xunlang's 34 defense points, even with a damage reduction of around 40, each strike still dealt significant damage. However, with a current health pool of 180 points, Xunlang could still withstand it. Xunlang swung his dagger, a flash of green light cutting through the air, dealing 56 points of damage. With agile footwork, he weaved in a zaped pattern, perfectly dodging the wolf's pounce. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he spun around and drove his dagger precisely into the wolf's flank, a critical hit. A blood-red damage number floated above the wolf's head. The injured wolf flew into a rage and unleashed its Savage Bite skill. 3 consecutive damage numbers popped up, and Xunlang's health bar instantly dropped to half. Damn it, Xunlang muttered, realizing he couldn't afford to be careless. His dagger danced in a blur of light as he engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf. This wild wolf had an impressive 1,500 health points, rivaling even the Poison Wasp King. Xunlang had to exert every ounce of effort, even resorting to drinking a health potion mid-fight, before finally defeating it. A system notification chimed. Congratulations on defeating the wild wolf. You have earned 112 experience points, and an additional 32 bonus points. Not bad, wolf. Xunlang grinned with satisfaction, pleasantly surprised by the extra rewards for defeating a higher-level enemy. He kicked the wolf's corpse aside, revealing a silver coin and a sharp stone underneath. His eyes lit up at the sight of the silver coin. It perfectly covered the cost of the small health potion he had used. The system indicated that the wolf tooth was a quest item that could be turned in to the village chief of Qingfeng village for a reward. After replenishing his health, Xunlang resumed hunting. By 2 p.m., he had slain over 20 wild wolves and successfully leveled up. At that moment, a pair of wolf hide boots dropped to the ground. Wolf hide boots. Quality: leather armor, black iron grade. Defense: 8. Agility: 4. Required level: 5. Nice find, Xunlang exclaimed, immediately swapping out the cloth shoes he had purchased from the tailor shop. He allocated all 5 of his newly earned attribute points to strength, which boosted his defense by 6 points, bringing it up to 40. Although hunger was starting to set in, Shunlang was reluctant to log off and continued hunting wolves. With his level increase, each wolf now only granted 96 experience points, and the experience required for the next level had risen to 4,000 points, slowing his progress. However, the improved attributes made dealing with the wolves much easier. After 3.5 hours of relentless fighting, by 5:30 p.m., Shunlang finally reached level 7, though his health potions were completely depleted. While no new equipment dropped this time, he was still quite satisfied with his progress. Time to log off, grab some food, and give myself a break. Exhausted but content, Shunlang slumped to the ground and immediately chose to log off. Completely exhausted, Shunlang leaned heavily against the back of his chair after removing his helmet, his eyes half closed as he shook his dazed head. Nearly 12 hours of non-stop gaming, with only one quick bathroom break, had left him utterly drained. After regaining his composure, he dragged his weary body to the bathroom to splash some water on his face, then grabbed his phone and headed downstairs to find something to eat. At the dumpling shop near the entrance of his residential complex, Shunlang shoveled food into his mouth with one hand while scrolling through his phone with the other. Around 1 p.m., Guan Suo sent him a message, bragging about finally reaching level 3 and even asking about Shunlang's progress. Played all day, just hit level 7, Shunlang replied briefly. Without waiting for a response, he opened a gaming forum and began browsing aimlessly. The forum was filled with complaints about the game Tianya. Players were frustrated that level 3 wild monsters were already using skills, making it extremely challenging for beginners with only one starting ability. Just as Shunlang was about to exit, a post title caught his eye. Qinghai City Leaderboard. Curious, he clicked on the real-time update thread published by the official team and was surprised to see his name at the top. First, Tianya Longzi level 7. Second, Tianxia level 6. Third, Linjia Xiaotong level 6. And so on, down to 10th place, Luoshi level 5. Seeing that nearly all the top 100 players were already above level 5, Shunlang was somewhat astonished. While he started with an extra skill and had the advantage of a bronze dagger crafted by the old blacksmith, he hadn't expected the local player's progress to be this fast. Nonetheless, he didn't mind after all. Opportunities could come to anyone. After finishing his meal, Shunlang didn't return home immediately. Instead, he strolled over to the park across from his complex. It was an early summer evening, the sun setting in the west, with a gentle breeze in the air. He found a stone bench and sat down. In the park, elderly people were enjoying the cool weather. Children were running around playing, and young adults were scarce. Half an hour later, the exhaustion he felt earlier had mostly dissipated, and he finally got up and walked home. At 7:30 p.m., Shunlang logged back into the game. Without hesitation, he allocated all his attribute points to strength, boosting his maximum attack power to a staggering 78. Since the experience gained from level 8 wild wolves had dropped to 80 points, and his 200 health potions were already used up, he decided to return to the village for supplies. With a flash of white light, he appeared in the Qingfeng village square and headed straight for the village entrance to find the Whitebeard village chief. "Old man, are you buying this?" Shunlang asked, pulling out a wild wolf fong and waving it in front of the chief. "Where did you pick this up?" The Whitebeard village chief glanced at Shunlang, his tone laced with impatience. "In the forest to the east. So, are you taking it or not? Give me an answer." Shunlang replied bluntly. "I'll take it, but this is way too little. Come back after you've collected more." The Whitebeard village chief, clearly unimpressed with Shunlang, even rolled his eyes as he spoke. "It's not little at all. I've got more." Shunlang quickly reached into his backpack and dumped out over 60 wolf fangs in front of the village chief. The sight left the old man momentarily stunned. "Kid, I didn't expect you to have grown this much." The village chief stared at Shunlang for a long moment before finally collecting the pile of fangs. A system notification promptly sounded. "Ding! Congratulations, you've gained 1,920 experience points. 30 experience points per fong. Not bad. After all, it's just a bonus." Shunlang patted the village chief on the shoulder with a grin. "Chief, since I'm already this strong, do you have any tough tasks for me to take on?" The village chief stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "Kid, as a matter of fact, there is something big I need you to do. But you're not strong enough yet. Come back when you reach level 10. What's with all the secrecy?" Shunlang asked suspiciously, sensing there was more to the old man's words. But the village chief said no more, and Shunlang didn't press further. After bidding farewell to the chief, Shunlang headed straight to the apothecary and bought nearly 200 small health potions. He used up all 80+ silver coins he had earned today, converting them into healing supplies that would last him a good while. Just as Shunlang was about to head out to hunt more monsters, his friend list lit up with a notification. It was a call request from Sunny Rain. In the video, only half of Sunny Rain's figure was visible, but her sweet and charming appearance was unmistakable. "What's up, Xiaoyu? Brother Tianya, are you free right now? Our team captain found a boss, but we failed to take it down on the first try. We're looking for help, and you were the first person I thought of. With you on board, I'm sure we can do it." Xinlang considered for a moment. "Sure, but let me make this clear, I don't work for free. If any assassin gear drops, it's mine." After some negotiation, the team agreed to Xinlang's condition would get first dibs on any suitable equipment. Sunny Rain then sent him the location: Clear Breeze Ridge, the territory of the Blood Hedgehog. Thanks to his 122 speed boost, Xinlang reached the destination in under 20 minutes. The area was scattered with small teams, all trying to hunt down blood hedgehogs. Not far away, a 4-person team was engaged in battle, and Sunny Rain was among them. The team's composition was textbook perfect: a knight, seemingly in his early 20s and likely a college student, a swordsman and an archer, both around Xinlang's age, and Sunny Rain as the healer. The 3 damage-dealing classes were attacking the blood hedgehog fiercely, but each strike only dealt a mere 10 or so points of damage. Clearly, the blood hedgehog had formidable defenses. "Brother Tianya, over here." As Xinlang glanced at the 4 people, Qing Tian Xiaoyu had already spotted him with her sharp eyes and excitedly waved to catch his attention. At that moment, the 3 others had just depleted the health bar of a hedgehog. The scattered copper coins on the ground were swiftly picked up by the swordsman. Beaming with joy, Qing Tian Xiaoyu introduced him to her companions. "Brother Kining, this is the Tianya Gij I told you about. That's amazing. Tianya Longzi?" The 3 of them froze as they noticed the glaring LV7 level marker above Xinlang's head. This was a legendary player who had been featured in the system announcements, and players of such a high level in the entire Huaxia region could be counted on one hand. "Hello." Xinlang greeted the 3 with a simple nod. Immediately, the 3 warmly surrounded him and introduced themselves. The swordsman, Yuexia Kanying, was the team leader and 25 years old. The knight, Bai Jiazi, was the youngest at just over 20, with a lean build. The archer, Yijin Wanli, was broad-shouldered and muscular, around the same age as Xinlang. "Let's go. Now that Brother Tianya is here, let's take on that beast again." Yuexia Kanying adjusted the rusty longsword in his hand and led the group toward the nearby forest. 10 minutes later, after trekking through dense woods, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A few blood hedgehogs wandered sparsely among the low weeds, far fewer than they had encountered earlier. Not far ahead stood a low mountain, with a dark cave entrance faintly visible at its base. "That big guy is inside," Yuexia Kanying whispered to Xinlang, lowering his voice. "An hour ago, we got completely wiped out by it. Brother Tianya, we're counting on you this time. Shouldn't be a problem. Let's finish this quickly." Xinlang nodded in agreement. His dagger glinted with a faint green light as he took the lead and headed toward the cave entrance. The entrance was narrow, allowing only one person to pass through at a time, but the interior was surprisingly spacious, spanning over 10 meters in diameter. As they entered, their target came into view. A boss-level blood hedgehog, roughly the size of a bull, was dozing inside. Xinlang immediately activated his insight skill. Man-eating hedgehog black iron level boss. Level 5. Attack 35. Defense 23. HP 5000. Skills: Frenzied Stab, Soul Echo. With stats like these, it was nothing more than an easy target for Xinlang. "I'll make the first move. You adapt as needed." Before the others could respond, Xinlang had already launched his assault, activating a dash skill and aiming directly for the blood hedgehog's eyes. "Brother Tianya, let us draw its aggro first, and then you can." Yuexia Kanying's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly tried to stop him. Xinlang's sudden action abruptly cut off the conversation as a shocking number floated above the giant porcupine's head. Under the moonlight, the 3 members of Moonlit Shadow stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Without hesitation, Xinlang launched a swift assault. The dagger in his hand moved like lightning, striking the blood porcupine's eyes twice in quick succession with pinpoint accuracy. Even more astonishing, the second strike triggered a critical hit. The spectacle left everyone present utterly stunned. Even Qing Tian Xiaoyu, who had always had unwavering confidence in Xinlang, was taken aback. In just one day, Xinlang's strength had skyrocketed to such an extraordinary level. To put it into perspective, the highest damage dealer among the Moonlit Shadow trio, Moonlit Shadow himself, could only inflict 17 or 18 points of damage on the giant porcupine with his 29 attack points. Yet Xinlang's damage far surpassed this, the disparity leaving everyone speechless. The blood porcupine, startled by the sudden onslaught, let out an enraged roar and charged at Xinlang. However, the attack only dealt 13 points of damage, once again shocking the crowd. "Wait, is he really an assassin?" Bai Jiazi looked baffled, glancing at himself, a knight with a defense of 32 points who would lose nearly 20 points of health from a single bite. Meanwhile, Xinlang had only taken 13 points of damage. This made Bai Jiazi question his own profession. He's definitely an assassin, no doubt about it. Moonlit Shadow muttered, swallowing hard. Deep down, he couldn't help but marvel. A true master is simply on another level completely out of their reach. The battle lasted 5 minutes. With Qing Tian Xiaoyu providing healing support, Xunlang steadily suppressed the boss's health to half while maintaining his own health above 60, handling the fight with ease. When the man-eating porcupine attempted to unleash its ultimate skill, Xunlang interrupted it with a precise backstab. A few swift follow-up strikes finished the fight, ending the boss before it could even execute a single skill. As the massive body crashed to the ground, a pile of silver coins and 3 pieces of equipment scattered onto the ground. A spiked chest plate, a pair of red battle boots, and a long sword. Moonlit Shadow's eyes lit up with excitement, but he restrained himself, deferring to Shan Lang to distribute the loot. The equipment stats appeared in the team channel. Blood spike chest plate leather armor black iron grade, defense 15, health 100, level requirement 5. Blood spike boots armor black iron grade, defense 8, constitution 5, level requirement 5. Maneater sword black iron grade, strength 4, level requirement 5. This chest plate is mine. The rest is yours, Xunlang announced, scanning the group before finally looking at Yijian Wanli. As an archer, Yijian Wanli could also use leather armor, while the other items held little value for Xunlang. Everyone nodded in agreement without hesitation. Even Yijian Wanli raised no objections. Since that's the case, you all can split the remaining equipment and silver coins, Xunlang said. Seeing the 3 of them nod in agreement, he handed the Devourer sword and blood porcupine boots to Yu Xia, Caning to distribute. Sunny Rain squatted down and carefully picked up every single silver coin scattered on the ground. Xiao Bei, considering that you're focused on defense and I'm focused on offense, how about you take the boots, and I'll take the sword? Yu Xia Caning suggested after a moment of thought. Deal. Xiao Bei readily agreed. Although the Devourer sword had better attributes, the blood porcupine boots were more cost-effective for him. Rubbing his hands together excitedly, he said, 8 defense and 6 constitution points. Once I reach level 5 and equip them, I'll be unstoppable. I can use it right now. Yu Xia Caning smiled as he swapped out his rusty longsword for the Devourer's sword. The experience from the boss had just leveled him up to 5, significantly boosting his strength. My attack power cap has now doubled to 58. He swung his new sword a few times, then turned to Xunlang and asked, Brother Tianya, what's your attack cap now? 78. Xunlang replied calmly. I'm also fully invested in strength, so why is there such a big gap? Yu Xia Caning was baffled. As someone with the same 8-star strength growth, even with a 2-level difference accounting for 10 attribute points, the disparity shouldn't be this large. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the dagger in Shan Lang's hand, which was faintly glowing with a green light. His pupils contracted sharply. Is that a bronze-tier weapon? Xunlang simply smiled without elaborating. He equipped the blood porcupine armor, instantly raising his defense to 49 and his health to 250. Brother Tianya. One arrow to the horizon hesitated as he looked at the turtle's hell leather armor Xunlang had just taken off. Would you be willing to sell your turtle armor for silver coins? He was still wearing beginner gear with only 1 defense point. He had seen similar turtle armor in Qingfeng Village's plaza but was deterred by the steep price of 10 silver coins. Here, take it. No need to pay, Xunlang said generously, handing over the turtle armor. Thank you so much. 6 defense and 30 health. This is top-notch for a common item. One arrow to the horizon exclaimed joyfully as he swapped into his new equipment. At that moment, Sunny Rain approached with the counted silver coins in hand. Brothers, there are 40 silver coins in total. How should we split them? Perfect. 5 people, 8 coins each. Xiao Bei suggested with a grin, and one arrow to the horizon nodded eagerly in agreement. I don't need any. You all can split them, Xunlang said, waving his hand dismissively. 8 silver coins might not mean much to him. Xunlang was about to decline politely when Yu Xia Caning firmly interrupted him. Since we're all part of the same team, you should take your share. Besides, you were the one who took down the boss alone. With a cheerful smile and her eyes curving like crescents, Qingtian Xiaoyu counted out 8 silver coins and handed them to Xunlang. Take them, Brother Tianya. Seeing her insistence, Xunlang stopped refusing and accepted the coins. Afterward, Qingtian Xiaoyu divided the remaining coins among the other 3 team members, 8 each, not a coin short. Yijian Wanli, having been eager to equip the turtle shell armor, now beamed with joy as he weighed the coins in his hand. Hee, what a windfall today. I can't wait to log off and show off. At the current market rate, 1 silver coin was worth 50 yuan. During this leveling phase, everyone was short on these hard-to-get currencies and reluctant to trade them. Meanwhile, Baijiazi was already planning to visit the tailor shop to buy a plain armor and boots. Once he reached level 5, he'd be able to tank in front of a boss. After exchanging a few more words, Xunlang bid farewell to the group. Now at level 7, the monsters here gave too little experience, and staying in a party only slowed down his leveling pace. Half an hour later, Shenlang arrived at Dongfeng Ridge, located more than 20 miles east of Qingfeng Village. This was the most remote area of the novice village, home to the highest level monsters. On the vast ridge, groups of green lions roamed, their bodies glowing faintly with a greenish hue, exuding an imposing aura. Yet, not a single player was in sight. Quietly, Shenlang approached one of the green lions and activated insight. Green lion. Level 10. Attack 50. Defense 40. HP 2500. Skill Lion's Roar. The green lion's attack and defense were slightly lower than Shenlang's, but its health was staggering. However, with health potions in hand, Shenlang was unfazed. Holding his dagger, he dashed toward the green lion, the blade gleaming with a faint green light. Using a combination of a charge and basic attacks, Shenlang aimed at the lion's head, stabbing repeatedly. Unfortunately, no critical hits were triggered. The green lion let out a furious roar and lunged at Shenlang's arm. With 49 defense points, the damage was halved, and Shenlang could still handle it. Sit down for me. Shenlang sidestepped to the lion's rear, landing a backstab followed by a basic attack, aiming the dagger directly at its eye. The second strike triggered a lucky critical hit, activating the green Fong dagger's lifesteal effect, instantly restoring his health to full. The green lion, enraged, swiped a claw at Shenlang's face, but he nimbly dodged. After 5 minutes of intense combat, aided by the lifesteal effect of the green Fong dagger, Shenlang managed to kill the green lion using only one small health potion. A system notification chimed. Congratulations, player, for defeating a green lion. You have gained 240 experience points. Additional reward, 40 experience points. Grinning, Shenlang picked up the 3 silver coins the monster had dropped. He calculated that he still needed 5,200 experience points to reach level 8. With each green lion granting 240 points, he'd need to kill 22 more, which would take just over an hour. He drank a health potion, waiting for his 250 HP to fully recover. At this stage, one small health potion was no longer enough to restore him completely, so he had to pause briefly. Once his health was back to full, Shenlang immediately set his sights on the next green lion. The night was dim, with the stars barely visible. A faint mist shrouded the mountain range, casting an eerie atmosphere over the entire area. Shenlang had been battling relentlessly for an hour and a half amidst the echoing roars of the lions. Finally, he managed to meet the kill requirement of 22 green lions. As a golden light flashed over his body, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, player, you have leveled up. You have earned 5 free attribute points. Keep up the good work. Level 8. Without hesitation, Shenlang allocated the attribute points to his attack stat, planning to focus on agility once he reached level 10. He bent down to pick up 2 silver coins that had dropped on the ground, then glanced at the time. It wasn't even 10:30 p.m. yet. With about 100 small health potions still in his inventory, he figured he could keep fighting for over an hour. Taking a deep breath, Shenlang dove back into battle. Before long, another green lion fell to his dagger. This time, alongside 3 silver coins, it dropped a piece of green armor. It was the first time he had obtained a piece of equipment from a green lion. However, upon checking its stats, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. The black iron-grade green lion armor had decent attributes, 18 defense and 200 health, but required level 10 to equip. Still, Shenlang wasn't discouraged. There was plenty of time until he reached level 10, and perhaps he'd find suitable leather armor for his current level in the meantime. Just then, his thoughts were interrupted by a system announcement. Congratulations to player Jianqi Jinglan for reaching level 10 and becoming the first player in the Huaxia region to do so. Reward. Level 1. Luck 1. 10 gold coins. The red announcement text floated across the screen 3 times. Jianqi Jinglan again. Shenlang felt a twinge of frustration. He was only level 8, a full 2 levels behind. But considering Jianqi Jinglan had been the first to defeat a boss and had received extra rewards, the gap wasn't entirely unexpected. Midnight soon arrived. Shenlang had slain 25 green lions, but was still 2,500 experience points shy of level 9. Reaching level 9 required 8,000 experience points, and each green lion only provided 220 experience. With the experience gain halved after midnight, continuing to grind monsters seemed inefficient. After weighing his options, Shenlang decided to log off at the same spot and prepare to continue his journey the next day. Taking off his helmet, Shenlang let out a deep breath, then got up and headed to the bathroom to take care of his needs. Returning to bed, his phone chimed with a notification. He opened his group chat on WeChat. In the group, Guan Suo and Chen Ming were having an animated discussion. The 12 county cities in the Huaxia region have been refreshed. Which one should we choose to develop in? Guan Suo asked. I think Langya City is a good choice, Chen Ming replied. It's located in the eastern part of the Central Plains. Not only are there high-level monsters nearby, but the area is also rich in resources. I agree, Guan Suo chimed in. After all, our Qinghai city is in the east too, and its geographical location is similar to Langya City. I checked the local forum, and most people are choosing Langya City. Let's wait for Longzi to log off and hear his opinion. It's already past midnight. Why isn't he offline yet? Just logged off. Let me take a look. Shenlang replied briefly and immediately opened the Tianyan official website to check the county city update announcement. The announcement stated that as players reached level 10, the 12 county cities in the Huaxia region had been unlocked. Chang'an City, Jinling City, Langya City, Yinjing City, Linan City, Jiangdu City, Fengtian City, and Tianfu City were located in the Central Plains, while Beiyuan City, Donglai City, Nan'an City, and Shihuang City were scattered along the borders. Each city offered unique advantages. Some boosted monster killing experience, others increased drop rates, and some allowed players to directly learn production skills. The four border cities, though more remote and with fewer players, offered slightly higher bonuses. As Shenlang was contemplating, Chunming sent another message. Longzi, I heard Lin Jia Xiaodong is also heading to Langya City. Think about it. This left Shenlang a bit perplexed. He remembered Lin Jia Xiaodong as the third-ranked player in Qinghai City's leaderboard, but what did her destination have to do with him? Who's Lin Jia Xiaodong? Guan Suo asked. Qinming explained. She's Lin Tong, the top goddess of Qinghai University. Her ID is Lin Jia Xiaodong, and she's one of our city's representatives. Right now, she's ranked number 1. She leads Snowfield, a faction made up of Qinghai University students. Isn't Longzi number 1? He just got overtaken. Now he's second. What does her destination have to do with me? Shenlang asked, exasperated. You don't get it, Chunming teased. Your goddess, Nan Shi, seems to be her best friend. Still doesn't have anything to do with me. Shenlang rolled his eyes, closed the group chat, and checked the leaderboard. Sure enough, Lin Jia Xiaodong was now ranked first. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, Mingzi, do you know Nanshi's ID? Of course I do. Nanshi's ID is Luo Shi. She's currently ranked 9th. Qinming sounded smug. You're really well informed. It's all on the forums. You guys don't check? No wonder you're still level 5. June 20th, the third day since the launch of Tianyan. At precisely 5:30 a.m., Shenlang opened his eyes. Thanks to the brainwave calming feature of the Tianyan gaming helmet, just over 4 hours of sleep had left him feeling fully refreshed. After a quick wash, he headed downstairs to a breakfast stall, where he ordered 2 golden, crispy fried dough sticks, a steaming bowl of tofu pudding, and a fragrant tea egg all for the affordable price of 8 yuan. After finishing his breakfast, Shenlang didn't immediately return home. Instead, he strolled into the park across from his residential complex to stretch and exercise in the fresh, early summer morning light. Though it wasn't yet 6 o'clock, the park was already bustling with elderly individuals engaging in their morning workouts, along with a few younger faces here and there. Shenlang completed a clean set of pull-ups on the horizontal bar, then took a leisurely lap around the park before deciding to head back. As the elevator doors opened, he ran into the young couple from the apartment next door. The girl was dressed in a camisole and shorts, her cheeks flushed, while the boy looked disheveled, wearing a tank top, shorts, and slippers, his hair a messy tangle. It's all your fault. Now the team leader and the others are waiting for me, the girl said, clearly annoyed. Hee hee, I was just trying to wake you up a bit, the boy replied with a cheeky grin. When they noticed Shenlang, the couple immediately fell silent. Shenlang gave them a polite nod and stepped into his apartment. Behind him, he could faintly hear their hushed conversation. Hubby, do you think he's playing Tianyan too? Not sure. Maybe? Wasn't his girlfriend featured on one of the promotional posters? Shenlang paused briefly at the door, then went inside to take a quick shower. Just as he was about to lie down and re-enter the game, his phone buzzed. It was a video link from Chen Ming in the group chat. Tianyan's first solo boss kill. Full footage. The video immediately captured Shenlang's attention. On the screen, a swordsman was locked in an intense battle with a massive level 10 blood spider. The swordsman was none other than Jianqi Jinglan, the player who had appeared twice in the system announcements. His combat style was breathtaking. Lightning-quick reflexes, precise movements, and each strike landing perfectly on the spider's weak points, with high damage numbers flashing repeatedly. What was even more astonishing was how realistic the fight seemed. It wasn't just a typical game-like exchange of blows, but felt like a genuine life-or-death duel. Jianqi Jinglan masterfully maneuvered through the blood spider's blind spots, leaving the boss struggling to keep up with him. Although Shenlang's reaction speed was impressive, his movement was far from as seamless as Jianqi Jinglan's. Watching the video of those fluid and masterful maneuvers, Shenlang was captivated. Every strike from Jianqi Jinglan was precise, cunning, and lethal, showcasing an awe-inspiring level of skill. The half-hour-long battle between man and beast culminated with Jianqi Jinglan slaying the giant spider. This finishing blow not only earned him the title of the first player in the Huaxia region to reach level 10, but also secured him another spot on the system's announcement board. It seems I still have a long way to go, Shenlang murmured, taking a deep breath. Yet, his eyes sparkled with excitement. If someone else could reach such heights, he was determined to do the same. Eagerly donning his helmet, Shenlang re-entered the game world. Morning light bathed the layered mountain ridges in a golden hue, while the distant roars of lions mingled with the shouts of players. Overnight, more than 20 scattered players had gathered in the area. Instead of engaging the nearby monsters, Shenlang headed straight toward the depths of the mountains. He knew that the drop rate of rare items decreased with repeated refreshes, so he didn't want to waste time in areas that others had already cleared. Half an hour later, he crossed a ridge and arrived on the other side of Dongfeng Ridge. This area had fewer green lions, but was undisturbed by other players, which suited him perfectly. This time, Shenlang adjusted his tactics. Rather than fighting Hedon, he opted for a more flexible Hitandran strategy. While this method slowed his kill speed, it allowed him to refine his movement and combat awareness. As time passed, Shenlang's progress became evident. His movements grew increasingly fluid, his attacks more precise. By the end, he was even able to handle the encirclement of 3 green lions with ease. 2 hours later, he reached level 9. To hit level 10, he needed to kill 50 more green lions, a task that would take 4 to 5 hours. However, Shenlang wasn't in a rush. He was immersed in the joy of improving his skills, as if Jinshi Jinglin's video had opened the door to a whole new world for him. 3 hours later, while killing his 37th green lion, a mustard yellow helmet dropped to the ground. Green lion battle helm. Type, leather armor. Grade, black iron. Defense, 15. Constitution, 8. Required level, 10. Though not as impressive as the chest armor he had found earlier, this helmet, with its 8 constitution, was still a rare and valuable piece of equipment. Noticing it was already noon, Shenlang decided it was time for lunch. With only 3,000 experience points left to reach level 10, he estimated he could finish the task within 2 hours and saw no reason to hurry. Just as he was about to log off, a deep, guttural roar echoed from the distant forest. Strangely, all the nearby green lions suddenly crouched low to the ground in submission. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, casting dense shadows beneath the trees. Suddenly, a deep beastly roar shattered the silence. Shenlang felt a chill run down his spine as he whipped his head around. The sight before him made his breath catch on. Enormous green lion was slowly emerging from the dense forest. The colossal creature stood at least 10 feet tall, with a head as large as a millstone. Its copper bell-like eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and its piercing gaze seemed to bore straight into Shenlang's face. The Green Lion King. Shenlang's throat tightened, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Though he knew this was just a monster in the game, as a rookie who had only been playing for 3 days, the sight of such a behemoth still made his heart race. Forcing himself to stay calm, Shenlang quickly activated the scouting skill. The Green Lion King's stats instantly appeared before him. Bronze tier boss. Attack, 75. Defense, 55. HP, 15,000. Skills, Lion's Roar, Savage Charge. These stats. Shenlang drew in a sharp breath. Just the 15,000 HP alone was enough to make him tremble, not to mention the terrifying 75 attack power. Even with his recent progress in strength, taking on the Green Lion King single-handedly was nothing short of a pipe dream. Using every health potion he had would still be futile. Unless he could level up to 10 and significantly boost all his attributes, there might be a slim chance. But even then, his current skill level was far from the mastery of a player like Jinshi Jinglin, whose gameplay was nothing short of extraordinary. Big brother Lion, you take it easy for now. I'll come back and play with you later. Shenlang forced a flattering smile, then turned and bolted without hesitation. A deafening lion's roar erupted behind him, making cold sweat pour down his back as he pushed his speed to the limit. After sprinting for a full 10 minutes, Shenlang finally collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. Once he was sure the Green Lion King was no longer in sight. He was determined to defeat this creature, but clearly, he needed much better preparation. Logging out of the game, Shenlang quickly tended to his physiological needs, devoured a bowl of bibimbap like a whirlwind, and immediately logged back in. A flash of white light later, he reappeared in the back mountains of Dongfeng Ridge, dagger in hand, charging toward the roaming green lions nearby without hesitation. At this moment, he cared little for honing his technique. His dagger gleamed with a greenish glow as one green lion after another fell before him, and his experience points steadily climbed. After an hour of relentless combat, a burst of golden light surrounded him. Shenlang had finally reached level 10, just as he had hoped. In an instant, a surge of immense power erupted from within him, and all his attributes skyrocketed. Shenlang took a deep breath and decisively allocated all 5 attribute points to strength. He then retrieved the Azure Lion helmet and put it on. His attribute panel immediately displayed astonishing stats. ID, Tianyalongzi. Class, Apprentice Assassin. Level, 1012015000. Defense, 75. HP, 380. Mana, 200. Attack speed, 131. Movement speed, 131. Base attributes. Strength, 79. Intelligence, 9. Constitution, 28. Agility, 31. Luck, 1. Comprehension, 0. Skills, 1. Insight. Allows detection of target information up to 10 levels higher than the user's level. 2. Dash. Deals 120 damage to the target cooldown. 10 seconds. Mana cost, 5. 3. Backstab B rank, LV3. Attacks from behind deal 135 damage and silence the target for 1 second cooldown. 15 seconds. Mana cost, 10. An attack cap of 101 is intimidating, and a defense of 75 is quite solid. However, his mere 380 HP seemed woefully inadequate compared to the massive health pool of the Azure Lion King. Xinlang immediately opened his friend list and called Sunny Rain. Soon, a cheerful, youthful voice came through. Tianya Jeej. Xiaoyu, can you help me take down a boss? Huh. Sorry, I'm outside celebrating Grandma's birthday today. When do you think you'll be back home? At least 2 or 3 more hours. We haven't even finished eating yet. After ending the call, Xinlang considered the 30 or so small health potions in his inventory. Each potion could restore 100 HP, but their 3-minute cooldown made them far from sufficient to handle the Azure Lion King. Guess I'll have to risk it. Xinlang gritted his teeth and headed straight toward the Azure Lion King's location. 10 minutes later, he returned to the scene. Passing through dense woods, he followed the sound of deep snores until he found his target, the Azure Lion King, sleeping soundly under an ancient tree. The surrounding area was empty, with only this solitary tree standing. Xinlang crept closer, activating his dash skill in an instant. His dagger struck the Azure Lion King's eyelid with precision, triggering a string of damage numbers. Before it could awaken, he followed up with a basic attack, which luckily landed a critical hit. Roar. The Azure Lion King roared in fury, leaping to its feet. Its massive claws came crashing down toward Xinlang. Xinlang reacted with lightning speed, rolling on the ground to narrowly dodge the Green Lion King's lethal strike. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a swift counterattack, landing a backstab followed by a basic attack, dealing a 2-hit combo that instantly shaved off over 400 health points from the beast. However, the creature's massive health bar made this damage seem insignificant. Enraged, the Green Lion King let out a deafening roar and swung its massive claw. This time, Xinlang couldn't evade in time and was sent flying 5 meters away, losing a tenth of his health bar in an instant. Again, Xinlang gritted his teeth, sprang to his feet, and dashed at the Green Lion King in a smooth, shaped arc. In a flash, he slid beneath the beast's head and drove his dagger straight into its throat without hesitation. As crimson damage numbers appeared, Xinlang leveraged the momentum to slide under the creature's belly, landing another strike on its soft underbelly for an additional 76 points of damage. The Green Lion King went completely berserk, its mane standing on end as its massive body turned swiftly to retaliate, jaws snapping toward Xinlang. Anticipating the attack, Xinlang nimbly dodged and countered with a precise stab, draining another 75 health points from the beast. Frustrated by its repeated failures, the Green Lion King unleashed a thunderous roar, its mouth wide open. The sound waves surged like a tsunami, leaving Xinlang's mind momentarily blank. A system notification followed. The Green Lion King's roar inflicted 92 damage and triggered a 2-second stun effect. Before Xinlang could recover from the stun, the Green Lion King was already upon him, swiping him with a powerful claw and sending him flying, dealing 37 damage. Damn it! Xinlang rolled twice on the ground to shake off the dizziness and quickly downed a health potion, restoring his health bar to 80. This time, he learned his lesson, couldn't afford to recklessly rely on backstabs. That roar wasn't just high damage, it also came with a stun effect. He couldn't give the beast another chance to use it. Adjusting his strategy, Xinlang began using a zaped movement pattern to quickly close the distance, combining sudden strikes with basic attacks for damage output. He relied on agile footwork to evade the Green Lion King's attacks, circling to its rear to continue his assault. Exploiting the creature's massive size and slow turning speed, he managed to find several opportunities to deal damage. The forest echoed with the Green Lion King's roars as the fierce battle raged on for 3 intense minutes. By then, the beast's health was down by 1/6, while Xinlang's own health was nearly depleted. Despite his improved combat awareness, he still couldn't completely avoid the Green Lion King's attacks. If not for a lucky health potion drop midway, he would have already fallen. Finally, the health potion's cooldown reset, and Xinlang quickly replenished his health, barely bringing it back up to one-third. But just as he did, the Green Lion King's hind legs suddenly lashed out, striking him squarely in the face and sending him flying. His health plummeted below 100. Struggling to his feet, Shun Lang wiped the dirt off his face, his expression grave. The situation was dire. His health potion wouldn't be ready for another 3 minutes, and he knew he wouldn't last that long. Shin Lang's gaze fell on the towering ancient tree behind the Green Lion King, and a sudden idea flashed in his mind. At that moment, the Green Lion King abruptly turned, its massive jaws opening wide as it let out an earth-shaking roar. Its enormous body lunged at him like a cannonball. In a split second, instead of retreating, Shun Lang charged forward. With a swift roll, he slipped under the Green Lion King's belly. A glint of the dagger flashed, leaving a bloody gash on the beast's abdomen. A few drops of blood splattered onto the ground as Shun Lang darted like an arrow toward the towering ancient tree. Using both his hands and feet, he climbed the tree trunk with agility. The Green Lion King followed closely, rearing up on its hind legs, but it fell short of reaching Shun Lang. Enraged, the beast began ramming the tree furiously, yet the massive tree stood unmoved. "Come on, aren't you supposed to be so strong? Climb up and bite me." Shun Lang clung tightly to the tree trunk, taunting the beast relentlessly. He knew that if the monster exited its combat state, its health would regenerate rapidly, so he had to keep it engaged. Just then, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations, player, for mastering the skill, tree climbing. Insight 1 rewarded." This unexpected notification left Shin Lang deep in thought. The realization that real-world skills could be reflected in the game only made him more fascinated with Tianyan. The battle turned into a prolonged tug-of-war. Shin Lang repeatedly leaped down from the tree to attack, and retreated to climb back up to recover when his health ran low. After 4 cycles of this strategy, he finally reduced the Green Lion King's health to below 20. However, on his 5th climb, the Green Lion King went into a full frenzy, unleashing its ultimate skill, Savage Charge. With a deafening crash, the ancient tree was shattered, collapsing under the force. Shun Lang was flung into the air but, by sheer luck, landed squarely on the Green Lion King's back. Seizing the opportunity amidst the crisis, Shun Lang tightly gripped the lion's mane with one hand, while furiously stabbing its vital points with the dagger in the other. Despite the Green Lion King's violent thrashing, Shun Lang clung to its back like a nail, even biting down on its fur to hold on. Finally, with a deep, guttural roar, the mighty beast collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The dust settled as Shun Lang collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. His gaze fixed on the massive corpse of the Green Lion King before him, and he let out a long breath. The battle had been incredibly grueling. If he hadn't managed to leap onto the Green Lion King's back at the last moment, it would have been him lying dead instead. This fight also made him keenly aware of the vast gap between himself and top-tier players. He recalled the feat of Jinchi Jinglan, who had soloed the giant spider boss back at level 9. At that time, Jinchi Jinglan hadn't even received the second growth attribute bonus yet. But on closer thought, as a swordsman, Jinchi Jinglan naturally had far superior defense and health compared to Shin Lang, not to mention being equipped with at least black iron gear, possibly even mixed with bronze items. Combined with his extraordinary movement and skillful maneuvers, it was no wonder he had the ability to take down a boss solo. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations, player, for defeating the Green Lion King, a bronze-tier boss. You have gained 8,000 experience points." Another notification followed immediately. "Congratulations, player, your skill backstab has leveled up to LV4. Attack damage has increased to 140. Keep up the good work." Shin Lang's spirits lifted. The 8,000 experience points propelled his experience bar past the halfway mark. However, in his eyes, the true treasure lay beneath the Green Lion King's body. After resting for a moment, he stood up and, with great effort, pushed the corpse aside. The sight of the loot on the ground made his eyes light up. A shield radiating a black luster, a vibrant red cloak, a ring shimmering with a green glow, a skill book, and scattered silver coins. He eagerly gathered all the items and began taking inventory. There were 83 silver coins in total, but the most eye-catching item was the Lion King shield. This bronze-tier piece of equipment boasted an impressive 60 defense and 10 constitution. Though it was restricted to knights, its attributes far surpassed the combined stats of all Shin Lang's current gear. He couldn't help but joke to himself, "Looks like Guanzi owes me at least 2 rounds of barbecue for this." Next, he picked up the Lion King cloak to check its stats, a bronze-tier item with 25 defense, 10 constitution, and 5 agility. While not as exceptional as the shield, the dual attribute bonuses were still decent. He immediately donned the cloak, feeling his defense value surpass 110 for the first time, finally exceeding his attack cap. With his equipment upgrades, Shun Lang's health had reached 480 points, putting him on par with a typical knight. He first examined the attributes of the cloak. This all-class item was the only one in the 6-piece set that wasn't restricted by profession. Next, he took out the Azure Light Ring to inspect its properties. Azure Light Ring. Grade, Bronze. Attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 5. Special effect. Lifesteal restores 50 health points to the wearer each time damage is dealt to a target. This is truly a divine artifact. Xinlang's eyes lit up. Although the Azure Edge dagger also had a lifesteal effect, its activation was based on a low probability, entirely dependent on luck. In contrast, the fixed health restoration from the Azure Light Ring was a game-changer at this stage, allowing him to fight monsters without needing to use healing items. Of course, as his level increased, the fixed 50-point recovery would become less impactful, but that was a concern for the future. After equipping the Azure Light Ring, Xinlang's stats surged once again. His maximum attack power skyrocketed to 111 points, his defense reached an impressive 115 points, and his health exceeded the 500 mark. Such attributes were remarkably formidable at this stage of the game. Finally, he examined the attributes of the skill book. Savage Charge. Grade. A level, LV1. Effect. After a brief charge-up, launch a ferocious attack at the target, dealing 150 damage and taunting the target for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Taunt. Forces the target's aggression onto the user, preventing them from using skills and limiting them to basic attacks against the caster. Damn it. Guanzi is going to call me his dad for this. Xinlang gritted his teeth. This turned out to be a powerful knight skill book, essentially a treasure for Guansuo. Just then, a rustling sound came from the distant forest. Xinlang quickly put away the skill book and turned to look. 5 players emerged from the dense woods, a level 9 swordsman leading the group, followed by a knight, a mage, an archer, and a priest, all level 8. It was a standard elite team. Hey, is that the boss? Someone exclaimed. The group quickly noticed the corpse of the Azure Lion King on the ground, along with Xinlang standing beside it. Looks like someone beat us to it, they muttered to each other. The leader, the swordsman named Kongkong Baishao, stepped forward and asked, "Did you kill the Azure Lion King?" "I did." "So what?" Xinlang responded calmly. With his current strength, he had no reason to fear this group of 5. He soloed the Azure Lion King. The others murmured in disbelief. Although they had heard of the legendary sword that shakes the waves, witnessing it firsthand left them stunned. After all, even with their 5-member team, they weren't confident they could take down such a powerful boss. Kongkong Baishao suddenly said, "Wandering vagabond, to be honest, we were the ones who discovered the Azure Lion King first. There's an unspoken rule in the gaming world: whoever finds the boss first gets the claim. Surely you're aware of that, right?" This unexpected statement left everyone present momentarily speechless. At the sudden silence from Kongkong Baishao, not only was Xinlang taken aback, but the 4 people behind him were also momentarily stunned, their expressions turning awkward. Clearly, none of them had expected Kongkong Baishao to make such a request. After all, this was a bronze-level boss, and the equipment it dropped would undoubtedly be valuable, something that anyone would covet. Baishao is right. According to the rules, this boss was discovered by us first. Tianya Longzi, hand over everything you got. The archer, whose ID was "shoot you in the face," was the first to speak, raising his longbow and aiming it at Xinlang. Their 5-person team was arguably the strongest in the entire beginner village. Even though Xinlang's level was slightly higher, they were confident they could take him down. "Exactly. As long as you hand over the equipment dropped by the Azure Lion King, we won't make things difficult for you," added the female mage with the ID Absolute Beauty, stepping beside the archer. Her slender figure exuded a certain allure, accentuated by a striking red mole just under her eye. The staff in her hand shimmered with an eerie light, and her gaze carried an air of condescension. The knight, though silent, subtly shifted to block Xinlang's retreat path. Only the priest standing at the back of the group seemed hesitant, refraining from voicing any stance. "Huh, unwritten rules? Looks to me like you all have no shame." Xinlang sneered, casually downing a small health potion and instantly recovering to full health. Though he didn't fear the 5 of them, he wasn't about to underestimate them either. Looks like you'd rather take the hard way." Absolute Beauty scoffed, tilting her chin arrogantly. "Xiang, no need to waste words. If he refuses to cooperate, he has only himself to blame." "Shoot you in the face" was just about to release an arrow when Kongkong Baishao stopped him. "Wait," Kongkong Baishao interjected, adopting a peacemaker's demeanor and flashing a smile at Xinlang. "Tianya Longzi, let's be reasonable here. How about this? You keep 1 piece of equipment and hand over the rest. This is our final compromise, so don't push your luck." The other's eyes lit up at this suggestion. Instead of killing Xinlang and risking only getting 1 or 2 items, it would be much more worthwhile for him to voluntarily hand over the loot. To their surprise, Xinlang didn't seem inclined to refuse. "Haha, a wise man knows when to adapt." Kongkong Baishao's words were cut short as Xinlang suddenly dashed toward him. "Adapt, my ass. You're asking for it." Shoot you in the face, and Absolute Beauty reacted swiftly, attacking in unison. However, Xunlang's astonishing 115 defense points meant their combined strike only managed to take away slightly over 50 HP, barely a tenth of his total health. Seeing the damage numbers float above Xunlang's head, the group was dumbfounded. Their confidence had rested on the fact that Xunlang was an assassin. It was common knowledge that assassins, like archers, had low defense and were rather fragile. Moreover, without having learned any skills yet, he couldn't even go invisible. This was why they had dared to act so brazenly. However, the outcome far exceeded their expectations. Although the 5 of them were among the best in Qingfeng village, Shi and Yi Lian boasted 69 attack points, and Zhu Sei Tianxiang had an impressive 96 magic power. Yet, even with their combined efforts, they barely managed to inflict any damage, leaving them utterly shocked. It became clear that their opponent's defense must have exceeded 110 points. Shi and Yi Lian's face darkened, but his hands didn't stop as he continuously fired arrow after arrow. Zhu Sei Tianxiang, on the other hand, was forced to stand still, waiting for her skill to cool down. Being a novice mage, she had only one skill, and her basic attacks couldn't break through the defense. Xunlang moved like lightning, instantly closing the distance to Kong Kong Bai Xiao. With a nimble sidestep, he evaded the opponent's attack and struck with his dagger at a sharp angle, aiming directly for the back of the neck. The hit landed, immediately reducing Kong Kong Bai Xiao's health bar by 1/5. Judging by the damage dealt, this opponent, who had fully allocated his stats to strength, likely had a defense of around 70 points and a health pool just over 400. Before Kong Kong Bai Xiao could recover, a flash of green light signaled the activation of Xunlang's backstab skill. The sharp dagger slashed across his opponent's throat, delivering a critical hit that left everyone present stunned. At level 4, the backstab skill dealt 140 damage, and this strike brought Kong Kong Bai Xiao to the brink of death, leaving him with less than 100 health points. Zijin, heal Bai Xiao quickly. Shi and Yi Lian shouted urgently, but the priestess stood frozen in place, clearly shaken by the overwhelming damage. Kong Kong Bai Xiao barely managed to push Xunlang back with his longsword, dealing 33 points of damage. Brother Tianya, let's talk this out, he said, pale-faced. Let's talk back at the novice village. Xunlang sneered, closing in again. With a precise strike from his dagger, he used his dash skill to exploit an opening, driving the blade into his opponent's right flank and taking the last sliver of health. As Kong Kong Bai Xiao fell to the ground, his longsword slipped from his grasp and dropped onto the ground. Xunlang reacted swiftly, picking it up. It was a black iron-grade wolf fang sword, granting 5 strength and requiring level 8 to equip a rare drop from the Wild Wolf King. Hand over Bai Xiao's weapon. The knight growled through gritted teeth. Xunlang chuckled lightly and suddenly shifted his focus, charging straight toward the archer and mage. The two panicked and tried to retreat, but the mage was slower and was quickly caught. Just as she began casting a fireball spell, Xunlang interrupted her with a backstab, followed by a basic attack that finished her off. She dropped only 2 silver coins. Shi and Yi Lian, utterly terrified, tried to flee in panic, but his efforts were futile. After 3 swift strikes, he too fell, dropping a pair of basic leggings. The knight's face turned ashen. Alone, he stood no chance and was swiftly taken down. Finally, Xunlang turned his gaze to the priestess, Qing Zijin. The young woman, in her early 20s, stared at him nervously. I didn't attack you, nor did I try to take anything from you, she said, biting her lip. I know. That's why I didn't kill you, Xunlang replied after a brief hesitation. Thank you, Qing Zijin said softly. After giving Xunlang one last glance, she chose to teleport back to the village. Qingfeng village. A flash of white light, and Xunlang's figure suddenly appeared in the village square. It was noon, and most players were out fighting monsters. Only a few scattered figures could be seen in the village. He glanced around but didn't see Kong Kong, Bai Xiao, or the others. However, he didn't mind. Xunlang walked straight to the edge of the village, where the familiar white-beard village chief was still leaning against the willow tree. Village chief, I've grown strong enough. You mentioned you'd give me a task. The white-beard village chief carefully examined Xunlang and slowly nodded. He pulled out a pendant engraved with the character Qing from his robe. Take the young boy from the old blacksmith's family and head to Chang'an County City. Find someone named Qing Yun and give this pendant to him. He'll know what to do. Chang'an County City? Leave it to me. Xunlang took the pendant, and at that moment, a system notification sounded. You have accepted a side quest. Escort the young boy, difficulty A class. Protect the boy and help him find Qing Yun. Completing the mission will grant generous rewards. After accepting the quest, Xunlang bid farewell to the village chief and headed to the blacksmith shop. The old blacksmith and the young boy had been waiting for him for some time. Benefactor, I must trouble you once again. The old blacksmith bowed deeply, holding the boy by the hand. Please, elder, there's no need for this. It's simply what we martial artists are meant to do. Shunlang quickly helped the old man stand. After discussing the details, Shunlang took the boy to the teleportation array at the back of the village. Coincidentally, with the opening of the 12 county cities in the Huaxia region yesterday, the teleportation arrays in the beginner villages had also been activated. Qingfeng Village's array directly connected to Chang'an City, saving him a lot of effort. Man, this is such a ripoff. Shunlang couldn't help but complain as he looked at the swirling vortex of the teleportation array. One teleportation cost an entire gold coin, which was indeed steep for the average player. However, Shunlang wasn't short on money. Just from farming green lions since yesterday, he had earned 348 silver coins. Combined with his previous savings, he now had 5.5 gold coins in his pocket. At this stage, that made him quite wealthy. Most players were still hunting wild wolves, which at best dropped 1 silver coin each, and they had to spend a portion of it on potions just to keep going, making it nearly impossible to save up for the teleportation fee. Most players should be able to take on the Azure Lion within 2 days, Shunlang thought to himself, glancing at the few remaining coins he had. The drop rate of the Azure Lion was indeed much higher, so gathering enough coins by then shouldn't be too difficult. He turned around and handed over 2 coins, then waved goodbye to the hunched figure in front of the blacksmith's shop. Only then did he lead the reluctant little girl toward the teleportation portal. A flash of light, and the scene before him opened up. Chang'an County City, the grand metropolis located in the western part of the Huaxia region, unfolded in all its glory. Ancient walls, layered towers, and majestic palaces all exuded an air of solemnity and grandeur. Further west lay Shihuang City, the stronghold guarding the frontier. Little one, have you ever been to Chang'an before? Shunlang asked, gazing at the bustling sights before him, momentarily unsure of where to begin searching for Qingyun. Big brother, Xiaotong has never been here, the little girl replied timidly, her unease about leaving her hometown for the first time evident on her face. Never mind, we'll ask around slowly, Shunlang said after a moment's thought, leading the girl toward the Job Advancement Guild in the eastern part of the city. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the grand hall of the guild. Inside, various class mentors sat in rows, their luxurious attire contrasting with their indifferent expressions, giving off an unmistakable bureaucratic vibe. Sir, I've reached level 10. I kindly request a job advancement, Shunlang said respectfully to the assassin mentor. The mentor was a stout man with slightly upturned eyes that gave him a gloomy demeanor. Without a word, he tossed a palm-sized jade token toward Shunlang. Engrave your name on it, and the name of this world. Don't mess it up. Understood, thank you, sir, Shunlang replied, taking the jade token and using a dagger to carve the words Tenalongzi into it. The token flashed briefly, and his title changed from Apprentice Assassin to Novice Assassin. A new skill called Stealth also appeared in his skill list. Stealth Break. Activate Stealth Mode, increasing movement speed by 50. Stealth is cancelled upon taking damage or attacking. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Mana cost, 30. Additionally, he had access to the Backstab skill, which he had already mastered. Alright, kid. Your job advancement is complete. You can leave now, the mentor said, retrieving the jade token with a wave of his hand. Sir, I have one more question, Shunlang quickly interjected. Have you heard of someone named Qingyun? He should be from Qingfeng Village. Qingyun, the mentor furrowed his brows slightly. What do you want with him? Realizing the mentor might know something, Shunlang hurriedly explained, I was entrusted by the village chief of Qingfeng Village to find him for an important matter. Well, I do know about him, but... The mentor trailed off, leaning back in his chair and giving Shunlang a meaningful look. Shunlang immediately understood, cursing inwardly, even in a game, they play these tricks. Left with no choice, he first offered silver coins, then more silver coins, but the mentor remained unmoved. Finally, gritting his teeth, Shunlang handed over a gold coin. The mentor's cold demeanor instantly transformed into a warm smile. Ah, Tianyalongzi, no need to be so formal. Qingyun is the archery instructor for the 100,000 strong elite guards of Chang'an County's government. You can find him at the county office. County office? Got it, sir. Many thanks, Lord Toad. Shunlang cupped his hands respectfully and quickly left with the little girl, leaving the mentor staring after him in confusion. Lord Toad. Who's he talking about? Stepping out of the job transfer hall, Shunlang led the young boy onto the stone-paved road at the center of Chang'an County City. The city was vast with wide streets, but most of the pedestrians were modestly dressed locals, and not a single player was in sight along the way. This was hardly surprising, as most players were still struggling in the beginner's village at this stage. The county governor's residence stood imposingly at the city's center. It was less a mansion and more akin to an inner fortress, surrounded by towering walls with a heavily guarded gate at the front. Shunlang approached and stated his purpose, slipping 10 silver coins to the gatekeeper, who then eagerly guided him inside. Before long, they located the commander of the Imperial Guards. However, the man merely tossed out a brief remark, Chief Instructor Qingyun was transferred to Langya City by Marquis Lan 3 months ago and hurriedly walked away. No wonder it's an rank quest, Shun Lang muttered under his breath. Left with no choice, he departed the county governor's residence with the boy in tow. Fortunately, heading to Langya City was already part of his plan, so it worked out conveniently. A few minutes later, the two returned to the teleportation array. Shun Lang took out his last 2 gold coins and stepped into the portal to Langya City with the boy. Langya County City was similar to Chang'an, except it was located in the east. Just as they were about to head toward the county governor's residence, the young girl suddenly declared she was hungry. Shun Lang, unable to refuse, spent 5 silver coins on a roasted chicken. Though it was pricey, seeing the little girl enjoy it so much made it worthwhile. Big brother, you should eat too. The young girl insisted on handing him a chicken leg. Although Shun Lang initially declined, saying he wasn't hungry, he eventually accepted her kind gesture. When they arrived at the county governor's residence, Shun Lang handed over another 10 silver coins to the gatekeeper, leaving him with only 23 silver coins. Under the guard's guidance, they were finally brought before Qingyun, who now served as the commander of Langya City's cavalry. Qingyun appeared to be quite young, seemingly not yet 30, but he commanded an impressive force of 5,000 mounted archers. Seated at the head of the grand and ornate hall, he looked down at them and asked, "Who are you two?" Shun Lang cupped his hands and explained their purpose, presenting the pendant given by the village chief at Qingyun's request. The moment Qingyun saw the pendant, he stood up and approached, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. "So it really is my father's token. How is the old man doing these days?" "Rest assured, my lord. The village chief is doing well, eating and sleeping soundly." Shun Lang suddenly realized that Qingyun was actually the village chief's son. "That's good to hear. I'm relieved," Qingyun said with a noticeable sigh of relief. Qingyun nodded and then asked, "Does my father have any other instructions?" "Sir, the village chief only told me and the young girl to bring this token to you. He said that once you see it, you'll know what to do," Shun Lang replied respectfully. Qingyun smiled and nodded, shifting his gaze to the young girl standing nearby. A hint of approval flickered in his eyes. "She's a promising one. As it happens, Lady Yu is assembling her personal guards. You should go there." With that, he summoned a guard and handed him a token. "Take this young girl to Lady Yu and tell her she's my sister. Her background is clean, and I ask Lady Yu to arrange a suitable position for her." "Yes, sir." The guard obeyed and left the hall with the bewildered young girl. A system notification promptly appeared. "Congratulations, player, on completing the task of escorting the young girl. You have earned 6,000 experience points, 1 luck, and gained favor with Qingyun, the archer commander." Shun Lang's heart leapt with joy. It seemed the 2 gold coins he spent were well worth it. "Brother Tianya, thank you for escorting the young girl here. I still have official matters to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer," Qingyun said, returning to his seat to signal the end of the conversation. "Sir, aren't you going to assign me a position?" Shun Lang blinked, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Qingyun looked slightly troubled. "Brother Tianya, if you were a knight or an archer, I could arrange for you to transfer to an archer post and give you a position in my ranks. But since you're an assassin, and our Langya City army doesn't have a unit for assassins, I'm afraid I can't help you there." After a pause, he added, "However, there is a recluse in the Langya prefecture who serves as a guest official. If you wish to master the art of assassination, you might want to seek him out." Shun Lang's eyes lit up. "Really? I can try. I can write you a letter of recommendation," Qingyun said with a nod. "But I must warn you, that master has a peculiar temperament. Whether he takes you as a disciple will depend on your own fortune." "Thank you, sir," Shun Lang said excitedly, bowing deeply. Qingyun quickly pinned the recommendation letter and handed it to Shun Lang. 10 minutes later, a guard escorted Shun Lang to a secluded courtyard on the western side of the prefecture. "Young hero, this is where the recluse resides. You may enter on your own." "They'll take my leave now," the guard said before hurrying off. As Shun Lang wondered why the guard was in such a rush, he suddenly heard a series of compromising sounds coming from inside the residence. "Ah, sir, you're amazing. I can't take it anymore." The noises were accompanied by heavy breathing. Shun Lang froze in embarrassment, unsure whether to move forward or retreat. An unrestrained voice echoed through the hall. Shun Lang was captivated, listening intently, when a sudden, piercing scream shattered the night, abruptly cutting off the heated moans. The unexpected turn of events made his heart skip a beat, almost leaping out of his chest. Just as he was about to slip away quietly, a deep, hoarse voice emerged from within the hall. Shun Lang steadied himself and respectfully replied, "My lord, I am the cousin of the Qingyun commander, here to pay my respects." "A man of Qingyun? Enter," the eerie voice commanded. Gritting his teeth, Shun Lang stepped into the grand hall. A thick, oppressive atmosphere, laden with both licentiousness and the stench of blood, enveloped him. His eyes scanned the room, landing on a massive stone chair, comparable in size to a bed, standing in the opulent center of the hall. Reclining against a wooden headrest beside the chair was a pale, gaunt, middle-aged man with sunken eyes. His sharp, prominent nose gave him an almost vampiric appearance. Behind him, barely visible, was a stark, naked woman, her snow-white skin marred with horrifying scars. "What brings you here?" The middle-aged man fixed a cold, penetrating gaze on Shen Lang, an invisible pressure instantly suffusing the hall. "My lord, I wish to become your disciple and learn the ways of an assassin." "This is a letter of recommendation from the Qingyun commander," Shen Lang said, presenting the letter while suppressing the terror in his heart. Even though he knew this was merely a game, the chilling, oppressive aura made his skin crawl. "Bring it here," the man demanded, his hawk-like eyes trained sharply on Shen Lang. Drawing a deep breath, Shen Lang stepped forward to hand over the letter. At the same time, he quietly cast an insight spell. Hidden 1 Lauren. Cultivation. Level. Attack. Defense. Health. Skills. Description. Hidden 1 Lauren, birth year unknown, is the last inheritor of the Hidden clan. Once a peak expert at the Heavenly Realm's pinnacle, he ventured alone into the desolate northern city in the year 977 of the Tianyan era. There, he slew one of the 10 lords of the Blood Abyss, the 9-headed dragon Mo Yuan, severing one of its heads before returning. For this feat, he was granted the title Dragon Slayer Marquis by the Emperor of Li. However, after consuming Mo Yuan's severed head, his soul was corroded by the blood mist, leading to a significant decline in his power and a drastic change in his temperament. Impressive, Shen Lang thought to himself, astonished. The Blood Abyss was the sworn enemy of all living beings in the Tianyan world, and its 10 lords were among the most formidable entities in existence. For Lauren to confront and decapitate the 9-headed dragon in combat spoke volumes of his strength. Though his current state was far from his former glory due to his damaged soul, he was undoubtedly still far superior to Qingyun's archers and cavalry. Hidden 1. Shen Lang mused, his anticipation growing. The potential of this hidden class was too enticing to pass up. "Since you come recommended by the Qingyun commander, I will grant you an opportunity," Lauren declared. Lauren quickly finished, reading the recommendation letter. After a moment of contemplation, she casually tossed a piece of parchment to Shen Lang, her tone indifferent. "Bring me what I want within 10 days, and I will take you as my apprentice and grant you a transcendence scroll for the Hidden 1 class." Shen Lang took the parchment and looked at it. It turned out to be a pill recipe, the Dragon Saliva Revival Pill. The required ingredients were 5 drops of dragon saliva, 1 stalk of revival grass, 1 blood spirit ginseng, 50 grams of deer antler, and 2 saber-tooth tiger testes. "Thank you, my lord. They'll complete the task without fail." Shen Lang agreed without hesitation. "Remember, do not let anyone know this is for me," Lauren added, narrowing her eyes slightly. "Rest assured, my lord, I will keep it a complete secret," Shen Lang replied respectfully with a bow. A system notification immediately sounded. "You have accepted the main quest. Craft the Dragon Saliva Revival Pill S rank. You must gather all the ingredients and successfully craft the pill within 10 days to deliver it to the Hidden 1, Lauren. Completing the quest will grant you the Hidden 1 class certification, while failure will incur Lauren's wrath." Seeing the S rank designation, Shen Lang felt his headache. According to the official game website, normal quests were ranked from C to S in increasing difficulty, with S rank already being extremely challenging. S rank quests weren't even mentioned, hinting at an unimaginable level of difficulty. However, for the chance to obtain this top-tier hidden class, he had no choice but to give it his all. "You may leave," Lauren said with a wave of her hand before closing her eyes to rest, no longer paying him any attention. As Shen Lang turned to leave, he caught sight of the woman lying lifeless on the ground. Her bloodshot eyes and exhilarated expression suggested she had been killed at the height of her ecstasy, sending a chill down his spine. Once outside the hall, Shen Lang let out a long breath. The oppressive presence of Lauren was overwhelming, like that of a bloodthirsty beast. Recalling the fate of the unfortunate woman, he felt a shiver run down his spine and silently resolved to tread carefully in Lauren's presence from now on. Leaving the county governor's residence, Shen Lang headed straight to the largest apothecary in Langya City. He handed the recipe to the shop's most experienced pharmacist, who informed him that they only had deer antler and revival grass in stock, priced at a steep 50 gold coins. After spending 10 silver coins to gather information, he finally learned the whereabouts of the dragon saliva, tiger testes, and blood spirit ginseng. Without wasting any time, Shen Lang activated his stealth mode and sprinted toward his first target location. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the northwestern Tiger Ravine Mountains outside Langya City. Roaming the mountains were massive saber-toothed tigers, their enormous fangs particularly intimidating. Using his insight ability, the saber-toothed tiger's stats were revealed. Level 17, Attack 160, Defense 120, Health 8,000, and the skill Tiger's Roar. These stats were several times stronger than those of a level 10 green lion. especially its health, which was 5 times greater. By all accounts, Xunlang, who hadn't yet reached level 15 for his next attribute growth, had no business challenging such a high-level beast. Yet Xunlang showed no fear. Clutching his dagger tightly, he charged forward without hesitation. The combination of a backstab and a regular attack only inflicted 130 points of damage on the saber-toothed tiger, a mere scratch compared to its nearly 10,000 health points. The effect of the beginner skills had already worn off. The saber-toothed tiger roared in fury, raising its massive front paw high before slamming it down onto Xunlang's shoulder. A searing pain shot through him as a staggering damage number floated up, instantly shaving off 1/5 of his health bar. With an attack power of 160, even Xunlang's 113 defense points could only reduce about 35 of the damage. Fortunately, he was equipped with 6 pieces of gear, including a bronze-grade cloak. If it were any other assassin, they would have been down in 2 hits. Even defensive classes like knights and swordsmen would struggle to hold their ground against such a massive level gap. Gritting his teeth, Xunlang thrust his dagger rapidly, targeting the saber-toothed tiger's head. 2 green flashes of 50 appeared, instantly restoring his health bar to full. This was the healing effect of the Qingguang ring at work. Right, I almost forgot about this. Xunlang's eyes lit up with realization. While this effect might seem underwhelming in the late game, it was a life-saving skill in this moment. Recovering 50 health points per attack, combined with the Qingfeng dagger's 3 lifesteal chance, was enough to sustain him in this battle of attrition against the saber-toothed tiger. With renewed confidence, Xunlang launched into an intense fight with the beast. Leveraging his 136 attack speed advantage, the output from his backstab skill, and his agile footwork to occasionally dodge the tiger's attacks, he found the perfect combat rhythm and average. He only took damage once for every 2 attacks he landed. After a grueling 10-minute battle, the saber-toothed tiger finally collapsed, while Xunlang's health bar remained nearly full. The system notification sounded immediately. Congratulations, player, for defeating the saber-toothed tiger. You have gained 2,520 experience points, including an additional reward of 1,320 points. Congratulations, player, on leveling up. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Keep up the good work. With a flash of golden light, Xunlang advanced directly to level 11. This was no surprise, had already been close to leveling up after earning 8,000 experience points from defeating the Azure Lion King and another 6,000 from escorting the child. What a generous amount of experience! Xunlang thought with delight. A single saber-toothed tiger provided a base experience of 1,200 points, with an additional 1,320 points for defeating an enemy 6 levels higher. The rewards were impressive. Considering that leveling from 11 to 12 required 25,000 experience points, even with a 20 reduction in bonus experience, he would only need to hunt about 10 more saber-toothed tigers achievable in just an hour and a half. This leveling speed was phenomenal. Xunlang collected the scattered silver coins on the ground, totaling 27, a decent haul. As for tiger testicles, these ordinary saber-toothed tigers didn't drop them. According to the old apothecary, those could only be obtained from the Tiger King. However, now was not the best time to search for the Tiger King. His current strength was insufficient to take it on. With 10 days left on the quest deadline, it was wiser to focus on steadily leveling up first. One of the reasons was that Xunlang was currently utterly broke. His coin pouch was nearly empty, and he couldn't even gather a single gold coin. Just the deer antler and Qingyang grass alone would cost 50 gold coins, and with the crafting fee added, the total expense would reach at least 100 gold coins. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but rub his throbbing temples. However, the drop rate from the saber-toothed tigers in front of him was quite impressive, giving Xunlang hope for a quick way to earn money. Gripping the dagger in his hand tightly, he decisively launched an attack on another saber-toothed tiger. Yet, just 5 minutes into the battle, the situation took a sharp turn. A thunderous tiger's roar echoed through the forest, and Xunlang failed to interrupt the saber-toothed tiger's skill in time. In the next moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. 20 to 30 saber-toothed tigers surged in from all directions. Without a second thought, Xunlang sprinted toward the nearest tree and scrambled up awkwardly. By now, his health bar was almost depleted. As the pack of saber-toothed tigers gradually dispersed, Xunlang let out a long sigh of relief, though a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. This discovery was actually good news for him. If he could interrupt the saber-toothed tiger's skill activation, he could avoid the danger of a group attack. For other players, this would undoubtedly be a deadly trap, meaning that in the short term, no one else was likely to compete with him for this hunting ground. After a 10-minute break, Xunlang's health was fully restored. Renewing his resolve, he leaped down from the tree. This time, he carefully timed his backstab skill, waiting for the saber-toothed tiger to prepare its roar before delivering a lethal blow. Thanks to his refined combat awareness, this tactic was nearly flawless. An hour and a half of intense combat later, when the 10th saber-toothed tiger fell, Xunlang finally reached level 12. Without hesitation, He allocated all 5 free attribute points to strength, pushing his maximum attack power to an impressive 121 points. Although he had missed dinner, Xunlang showed no intention of stopping. It wasn't until midnight that he concluded this 5-plusher hunting spree. During this time, he had slain nearly 40 saber-toothed tigers, leveling up to 13 and filling 60 of his experience bar. While the experience points per kill had dropped to 1,920, the overall gains were still substantial. The most exhilarating part was that the saber-toothed tigers had collectively dropped over 1,000 silver coins, equivalent to 10 gold coins. At this stage of the game, this was no small fortune. To put it into perspective, the current player-to-player gold coin exchange rate had reached 1:400, and even at that rate, gold coins were hard to come by. In other words, Xunlang had earned the equivalent of over 4,000 yuan in real-world currency in just over 5 hours. However, he had no intention of trading these 10 gold coins because he had more important plans for them. While this income was significant, it was far from enough to achieve his goals. Early morning. Inside the room, Xunlang quickly removed his helmet, practically jogging into the bathroom. After battling in the game for 12 consecutive hours, even in a light sleep state, his physical needs had reached their limit. After taking care of business, he grabbed his phone and headed downstairs. The residential area was unusually quiet in the late night. Most food stalls had already closed, except for one barbecue shop whose neon sign was still flashing. Xunlang hesitated briefly before pushing the door open and walking in. The shop was lively, with 7 or 8 tables of customers scattered around, all young faces. Xunlang found a seat by the window and used his phone to scan the QR code on the table to place an order. A pitcher of draft beer, 20 skewers of grilled pork belly, a cucumber salad, and 3 roasted flatbreads, totaling 116 yuan. While waiting for his food, Xunlang casually browsed the Tianyan forum on his phone. Just then, the conversation from the table next to him drifted into his ears. I made it to level 9 today, and by noon tomorrow, I'll be out of the beginner's village. You're amazing, Wuga. Which county city are you heading to? A young man with reddied hair said proudly, of course, Lengya County City. That's the home turf for players from Dongshan Province. All the brothers from the Tianxia Alliance are settling their going to dominate all the forces in Lengya City. Wuga, can you put in a word for us so we can join the main alliance too? The other two asked eagerly. The red-haired youth hesitated slightly. The alliance hasn't been officially formed yet. Things are a bit chaotic internally, and even we core members don't have our roles assigned. Let's wait until the Tianxia leader sets everything up. Alright, well apply then. By the way, Wuga, I heard that Shuiyu from Qinghai City is also in Lengya City. Lin Jiaodong has already registered at the Adventurers Guild and is currently ranked first on Lengya City's leaderboard, even ahead of the Tianxia Alliance leader. The red-haired youth scoffed dismissively. So what if she's first? Those students from Zhonghai University can't stir up much trouble. But Shuiyu also has Rainfall Lantern Glow, Mu Huashi, Straight Guy Won't Bend, and Luo Zithiv all made it onto the leaderboard. This comment visibly darkened the red-haired youth's expression. Stop with the snide remarks. Lengya City will belong to the Tianxia Alliance sooner or later. From their conversation, Xunlang sensed an impending storm brewing. Before Tianyan launched, Qinghai City had already seen the formation of over 100 player factions, the most notable being Shuiyu, Tianxia Alliance, and Xiaonyingexing, the 3 major forces. The leader of Shuiyu is Lin Tong, the campus belle of Zhonghai University. Most of her followers are current students, including Nan Shi, the girl who has captivated Xunlang's heart. Meanwhile, Tianxia Alliance was founded by the rumored young and accomplished CEO of a listed company, Tianxia, who has already amassed a fortune of tens of millions. Another influential group in Qinghai City is Youth Song Journey, led by a billionaire heir. Even before the game's launch, this wealthy leader invested heavily in establishing a studio, offering a starting monthly salary of 30,000 to attract top gaming talent, showcasing their staggering financial power. I wonder what rank I am on the Lengya City leaderboard? Xunlang took out his phone and logged into the Tianyan official website to check the level rankings for Lengya City. First, Linjia Xiaodong, level 13. Second, Tianxia, level 13. Third, Weishenhu, level 13. Fourth, Xiaoyao, level 13. Fifth, Undying Sword God, level 13. Sixth, Rainfall Lights the Lamps, level 12. Seventh, Tianxia Mage God, level 12. Eighth, Silent Snowfall, level 11. Ninth, Tianxia Night God, level 11. 10th, Straight Man Never Bends, level 11. 29th, Luashi, level 11. 37th, Mu Huashi, level 11. Looking at the leaderboard, Xunlang couldn't help but feel surprised. Just one county city already had 5 players above level 13, highlighting the intense competition in the Huaxia region. The game mechanics are fair, providing opportunities for everyone, but the massive population base of the Huaxia region means that even 9 million talents can amount to tens of thousands nationwide. Why isn't my name on the list? Lang carefully scrolled to the bottom of the leaderboard but couldn't find himself, feeling puzzled. After some investigation, he discovered that players need to register at the Adventurers Guild in the county city to be listed on the leaderboard. Registration also grants a 5 bonus to monster drop rates. What a loss. Lang muttered in frustration. A quick calculation revealed that he had missed out on over 200 yuan just that afternoon. Young man, your skewers are ready. Enjoy your meal. The server arrived with his food and drinks right on time. Thank you. Lang, famished, wasted no time digging in. Alternating between sips of beer and bites of grilled meat, he savored the meal, taking a full hour to finish. During this time, Guan Suo and Chen Ming reported their progress in the group chat. Guan Suo had reached level 8.5 and expected to arrive in Langya City by tomorrow afternoon. Chen Ming, on the other hand, was just past level 7 and wouldn't be able to leave the beginner village until the day after tomorrow at the earliest. When Lang shared screenshots of his Lion King shield and savage charge in the group chat, Guan Suo's attitude changed instantly, and he started calling Lang Dad repeatedly. Meanwhile, Chen Ming cursed and left the chat in frustration. The next day, due to staying up too late the night before, Lang didn't wake up until almost 7 a.m. rubbing his sleepy eyes. He quickly freshened up and went downstairs for a simple breakfast before logging back into the game. With a flash of white light, his figure appeared atop a tall tree at the edge of the Tiger Ravine Mountains. Just as he was about to use his return tossity skill, Lang froze for a moment. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't registered with the Adventurers Guild yet. He wasn't officially a member of Langya City and could only return to Qingfeng Village. Forget it, it's not worth the drop rate, Lang thought, weighing his options. Running back from the Tiger Ravine Mountains, even in stealth mode, would take half an hour each way, an hour in total, which was far too time-consuming. Since he'd have to return when Guan Suo arrived anyway, it made more sense to keep grinding monsters for now. With that decided, Lang leapt lightly from the treetop and sprinted toward a distant saber-toothed tiger, diving back into the grind. From 7:30 a.m. until 4 p.m., a solid 8.5 hours, he managed to slay over 70 saber-toothed tigers. Finally, he reached level 15, with all his attributes receiving another boost. ID, Tianyalongzi. Class, Novice Assassin. Level, 153201000000 XP. Defense, 118. HP, 580. Mana, 250. Attack speed, 145. Movement speed, 145. Strength, 122. Intelligence, 12. Constitution, 48. Agility, 45. Luck, 2. Comprehension, 1. Skills. Insight. Allows viewing of target information up to 10 levels higher than the user. Backstab grade B, LV4. Attacks from behind the target, dealing 140 damage and silencing the target for 1 second. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Mana cost, 10 points. Stealth grade B. Enters an invisible state, increasing movement speed by 50. Exits stealth upon being attacked or initiating an attack. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Mana cost, 30 points. After allocating all 5 free attribute points to strength, Lang's maximum attack reached 144, putting him almost on par with the saber-toothed tigers. Although the growth of his other attributes was no longer as noticeable as in the early stages, his backpack now contained 28 gold coins, enough to make him a modestly wealthy player. The only thing that left him slightly disappointed was the fact that he hadn't managed to get a single equipment drop since yesterday. At that moment, a cheerful ringtone played. Dad, Dad, your wonderful son is calling you. The real-world call was seamlessly forwarded into the game. Seeing that the caller ID displayed Guan Suo's name, Lang immediately picked up. Did you hit level 10? Lang asked directly. Yep, I made it. I'm heading to Langya City now. Where should we meet, Longzi? Guan Suo's voice was filled with excitement. Since players in Tianyuan could only add each other as friends face-to-face, the two hadn't become in-game friends yet, and could only communicate through real-world phone calls. Head to the Adventurers Guild. I'll be there in about half an hour. All right, I'll wait for you at the guild. I'm heading into the teleportation array now. Got it. After ending the call, Lang immediately activated stealth mode and darted towards Langya City like the wind. In less than half an hour, he arrived back at the familiar city. Unlike the tranquil atmosphere of the previous day, Langya City was bustling with activity today. The square was packed with players coming and going, with many even setting up stalls to do business. Although only about 10 of players had currently reached level 10, given the enormous player base in the Huaxia region exceeding 100 million, that percentage still translated to over 10 million players leaving the novice villages. Spread across the 12 county cities, each city had nearly 1 million players. Of course, most players were out leveling up in the wilderness, making the city itself feel less crowded. The Adventurers Guild Hall stood prominently on the edge of the square, just a few hundred meters from the county's administrative building, a striking structure that was impossible to miss. Xinlang quickly spotted Guan Suo in the crowd, standing head and shoulders above everyone else. At over 1.9 meters tall, Guan Suo was hard to ignore, and his bold in-game ID, Guan Sanyi, only added to his commanding presence. He was anxiously scanning the area. Brother Lang, you're finally here. Guan Suo's eyes lit up, his excitement resembling that of a child. Don't get too excited. Let's talk over there, it's too noisy here. Xinlang rolled his eyes and led Guan Suo to a quieter corner of the square. Brother Lang, where's my treasure? Guan Suo rubbed his hands together, barely able to contain his eagerness. Without a word, Xinlang tossed him the Lion King shield and the skill book. Guan Suo immediately equipped the shield and inspected its stats. Defense, 180, HP, 1050. How about that? Pretty amazing, right? It's decent, Xinlang nodded. The shield had indeed boosted Guan Suo's defense from 110 to 180, and his HP from 950 to 1050. Coupled with the barbaric charge skill, the once average knight had now become a proper tank. Focus on leveling up and earning money. With this gear and a taunt skill, it shouldn't be hard to find a party, Xinlang advised. After all, with Guan Suo's full constitution build, his solo grinding efficiency was far too low. Aren't you going to team up with me, Brother Lang? I can tank really well now. You're still too inexperienced. You'll just slow me down, Xinlang said bluntly. Despite Guan Suo's improved stats, he wouldn't stand a chance against monsters like the saber-toothed tiger without the health regeneration effect from Xinlang's Azure Ring. Even Lang himself would struggle. Fair enough, you're right, Guan Suo admitted with a grin. Alright, I'll go join a major faction. With my current strength, someone is bound to want me. Once Mingzi arrives, I'll team up with him and help him level up. Suit yourself, but be careful not to get scammed. Don't worry, I've got it under control, Guan Suo replied confidently. After adding Guan Suo as a friend in the game, the two quickly went their separate ways. Carrying his eye-catching large shield, Guan Suo strode briskly toward the city gate, intending to lie in wait. His plan was simple: join whichever major faction came to recruit him first. With his current abilities, this confidence wasn't unfounded. After all, at this stage, knights with bronze-grade shields were already rare, not to mention that he also possessed a taunt skill capable of forcibly drawing a crucial tool for defeating bosses. Meanwhile, Xinlang headed straight to the Adventurers Guild and successfully joined Langa City. A new reputation attribute appeared in his status panel. Although it was currently at 0, it marked his official membership in Langa City. With Xinlang's addition, the ranking leaderboard in Langa City saw a shift. Lin Jiaxiatong remained firmly in first place, followed closely by Tianxia, but all other players dropped one rank. In fact, Xinlang had now become the third player in Langa City to reach level 15. These two are really impressive. Xinlang couldn't help but marvel as he looked at the leaderboard. Although he considered his leveling speed quite fast, he was still outpaced by these two swordsmen. Of course, it made sense as swordsmen were a well-rounded class with both offense and defense, naturally leveling faster. Even though he had the regeneration buff from the Azure Light Ring, who's to say others didn't have their own unique opportunities? Just as Xinlang stepped out of the Adventurers Guild, his friend list began flashing. It was a call request from Qingtian Xiaoyu. What's up, Xiaoyu? Xinlang asked after answering. Brother Tianya, you've joined Langa City too. Qingtian Xiaoyu's voice was cheerful. Yeah, you're well informed. Of course. I used to be the captain of the gossip squad. Qingtian Xiaoyu replied proudly while casting spells. Through their conversation, Xinlang learned that Qingtian Xiaoyu and her brother, an axe-wielding berserker with the ID of Lebusishu, had also come to Langa City. Her brother was a tall, lanky young man who was currently locked in a fierce battle with a giant python. After a brief chat, Qingtian Xiaoyu asked Xinlang for advice on choosing a faction. However, before he could give a detailed reply, her brother's desperate cries for help rang out as the python nearly overwhelmed him. Brother Tianya, I'll have to talk to you later. My brother's about to get eaten, I need to heal him, she said hurriedly, ending the call. Sunny Rain quickly waved her wand, and a green light flashed, pulling Lubu Sishu back from the brink of death just in time. Alright, you guys carry on, Xinlang said as he ended the call with Sunny Rain. He was about to return to the Tiger Ravine Mountains to continue fighting monsters when his phone rang again. The caller ID showed it was Chun Ming. What's up, Mingzi? Are you in Langa City already? Not yet. I'm still under level 9, so I think I'll get there tomorrow, Chun Ming replied with a hint of regret in his voice before shifting the topic. Hey, I wanted to ask, how many gold coins have you earned so far? Almost 30. Wow, you're incredible, Chun Ming exclaimed. Here's the thing, I made a friend in the game who's also in Langa City. He's looking to buy a batch of gold coins and is offering a pretty good price, for $120 per coin. If you don't need them, you could sell them to him. Xinlang thought for a moment. I can't. I'll need them in a few days. Though 420 was indeed a tempting price, he knew he still required a good amount of gold coins himself. Why are you so stubborn? Chun Ming said helplessly. You don't need them right now, right? Just exchange them for cash, and when you need them later, you can buy them back. Seeing Shenlang still hesitant, Chenming patiently explained, think about it, Lang. Gold coins are depreciating. Right now, one coin is worth 400, but in a few days, it won't be worth as much. If you exchange them for cash now and buy them back later, it'll be more cost-effective. This reasoning made Shenlang realize the situation. As players grew stronger, gold coins were bound to lose value. Once the game's recharge system was introduced, the price could drop even further. In fact, unbeknownst to him, the trading price for gold coins had already fallen to 380 per coin earlier that day. Soon, a level 12 berserker named Qinghai Xiaofeng arrived at the Adventurers Guild to meet Shenlang. He was a young man in his mid-20s who introduced himself as a friend of Chen Ming ID, Sun and Moon Sage. The transaction was completed quickly, and Qinghai Xiaofeng generously paid an extra 240 bucks, saying it was to build a friendly relationship. When Shenlang learned that the gold coins were meant to purchase equipment and supplies for guild members, Qinghai Xiaofeng extended an invitation a job offer with a monthly salary of 50,000. However, the conditions required handing over all equipment and skill books for the guild leader to distribute. After some consideration, Shenlang politely declined. He didn't want to be restricted by others in the game. Before leaving, Qinghai Xiaofeng suggested adding each other as friends, promising to offer a good price if Shenlang ever wanted to sell equipment in the future. Shenlang gladly agreed, forming a favorable impression of the straightforward young man and thinking there might be opportunities for collaboration down the road. In front of the northern gate of Langa County City, Guan Suo stood with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. The striking Lion King shield he carried caught the attention of passers-by, making them stop and stare. He occasionally shouted loudly to recruit teammates, resembling an untiring gatekeeper. Moments later, Shenlang arrived at the northern gate. Seeing Guan Suo still calling out in the same spot, he couldn't help but walk up and give him a light kick. At this moment, Shenlang had hidden his ID and level, blending into the bustling crowd unnoticed. There were a few who wanted to join, but their skills were too poor. I wasn't impressed. Guan Suo turned to look at Shenlang before resuming his recruitment efforts. You sure are picky, Shenlang said helplessly. Of course. Only the best for me. Guan Suo patted the large shield in front of him with a proud grin. Just then, a pair of level 10 players, a young archer and a healer, approached cautiously and asked, Brother, can we join your team? What's your attack power? Guan Suo asked the archer. 95, just 5 points shy of 100, the young man replied honestly. Too low. Not interested. Guan Suo rejected them outright, leaving no room for negotiation. The couple left awkwardly. Several more level 10 players came by afterward, inquiring about joining the team, but Guan Suo turned them all down. 20 minutes passed, and he still hadn't assembled a team. As Shenlang was about to bid farewell and head to the Tiger Stream Mountains to continue leveling up, a group of 3 emerged from the city and stopped in front of Guan Suo. Leading the group was a woman clad in red armor. Her striking figure was accentuated by the armor, and the sword in her hand gleamed coldly in the sunlight. She exuded an aura of confidence and heroism. Behind her were 2 companions, a laid-back berserker with the ID straight gyno bend, and a healer dressed in a flowing white gown, holding a silver staff. Her ID read Mu Huashi, and her graceful demeanor was hard to miss. Excuse me, friend. May I ask about your defense and health stats? The woman in red armor asked. Wait, are you Lin Tong? Guan Suo's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the woman before him. She was none other than Lin Xiaodong, the number 1 player in Langa City. Yes, it is I. Could you share your defense and health stats, friend? Lin Tong asked with a smile as radiant as a blooming lily. Guan Suo was momentarily mesmerized, and even Shenlang couldn't help but glance twice at the famous female player of the Huaxia region. Great, here we go again. Boss is using the beauty trap, muttered straight gyno bend from behind. Cut the nonsense, or you'll have to answer to Sister Yu. Mu Huashi shot him a glare, her tone sharp. Ahem, friend. Please wipe the drool off your face. The boss asked you a question. Straight gyno bend coughed and stepped between Lin Tong and Guan Suo, striking a protective stance like a devoted guardian. My defense is 180, health 1060, and I have an additional level skill, Savage Charge, which comes with a 3-second taunt effect. Guan Suo blurted out all his stats at once. Shenlang sighed helplessly from the side. This guy was just too easy to bait. 3-second taunt? Lin Tong's eyes lit up. She pushed aside the player named Jinanbu Wan standing in front of her and eagerly looked at Guan Suo. Even Jinanbu Wan and Mu Huashi showed surprised expressions. Yes, 3 seconds, Guan Suo confirmed with a nod. Brother Guan, on behalf of Shueyu, I formally invite you to join us. Would you be willing? Lin Tong's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Guan Suo was caught off guard and instinctively turned to Shenlang, only to find him staring blankly towards the city. Following Shenlang's gaze, Guan Suo saw a man and a woman walking side by side. The woman wore a white and blue mage robe that flowed down to her ankles, her steps light and graceful. Her eyebrows were like delicate strokes of art, her eyes bright as stars, and her skin fairer than snow. Her ID displayed as Luo Shi. Although her in-game appearance differed from real life, her face was identical to the Nanshi that Xinlang couldn't stop thinking about. The man beside her, identified as Lin Jiafengxian, was speaking to her in a low voice. Hey Longzi, what are you staring at? Should I join or not? Guan Suo hastily sent a private message to Xinlang. Snapping out of his daze, Xinlang quickly replied, join, but stop talking to me. Pretend you don't know me. The unexpected reunion had caught him off guard. He wasn't ready to face Nanshi yet. Taking a deep breath, Guan Suo placed his shield on the ground. Since Boss Lin has invited me so graciously, I humbly accept. Wow, big guy. You've got quite a way with words. Jinan Buwan laughed, patting Guan Suo's arm. Of course. I'm a cultured man, Guan Suo replied proudly. Lin Tong beamed with delight. Welcome, Brother Guan, to Shueyu. She couldn't bring herself to say his in-game ID, Guan Sand. With Guan Suo's savage charge skill, their chances of defeating the boss had significantly increased. Perhaps they could even obtain the coveted guild establishment token first. She turned to Jinan Buwan and instructed, Jinan, level him up quickly and make sure his gear is up to par. He'll be our main tank for the boss fight. Got it, boss. I'll get his level up in no time. Jinan Buwan assured her, patting his chest confidently. At that moment, Lin Jiafengxian and Nan Shi arrived at the city gate. Tong Tong, you're still here? Perfect timing, let's go together. Lin Jiafengxian greeted. But Lin Tong immediately grabbed Nan Shi's hand, her tone filled with concern. Xiao Shi, is everything at home sorted out? Yes, it's all taken care of. Nan Shi replied softly, pressing her lips together. They shouldn't have made you deal with that nonsense. You're still so young, how could they treat their own daughter like that? Mu Huashi said angrily. That's enough, Huashi. Stop talking about it. Lin Tong shot her a look, then called out to the group. Let's go. Sister Yu is waiting for us at the boss. Jinan, lead the way. This time, we must get the guild establishment token. And with that, the six of them left the city gates and headed north. Outside the northern gate of Langya City, Xinlang watched the crowd gradually disperse, his eyes following a graceful figure that was moving further and further away. His heartbeat quickened slightly, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the past. In the realm of emotions, he was undoubtedly inexperienced. Apart from a crush during college that ended before it even began, he had no other romantic encounters. Yet Nan Shi, this girl who had shared an intimate moment with him, left him unsettled with her stunning presence. Just as he was lost in thought, a private message from Guan Suo interrupted him. Longzi, you've got a rival. That Lin Fengxian from the Lin family has been chattering non-stop next to your goddess, like an annoying fly. I swear, I just want to stomp him to death. Then go stomp him. Xinlang replied irritably, before asking, what are they up to? Guan Suo quickly responded, seems like they're going to fight a boss, but they won't tell me where. I guess they're still a bit wary of me. Despite his seemingly straightforward demeanor, Guan Suo had a knack for reading people. Alright then, make yourself useful, establish a foothold in the snowfield, and work your way into their inner circle as soon as possible, Xinlang advised. Haha, don't worry Longzi. I've got this. Once I'm in, they'll keep a close eye out. Anyone who dares get near your girl, they'll bash them with my shield. Why not start by bashing Lin Fengxian? No, not now. I'm not in the inner circle yet. Besides, Lin Fengxian is Lin Tong's cousin. Can't touch him for now, Guan Suo quickly replied, sending 2 messages in a row. Hold on Longzi. You're not seriously into Nan Shi, are you? Like hell I am. Go fight your boss. I'm off to hunt monsters. Xinlang decisively closed the chat window. For now, he didn't want anyone to know how he felt about Nan Shi. Acting rashly might only backfire. As night fell, Xinlang arrived at the Tiger Ravine Mountains. Suddenly, a series of urgent tiger roars shattered the stillness of the night. Several disheveled figures burst out from the forest, pursued by a pack of ferocious saber-toothed tigers. Damn it, how can these things summon reinforcements? Who knows? This is insane. We lost so many brothers for nothing. Stop complaining and run for your life. It's a skill. The saber-toothed tigers have a skill that lets them summon allies. Several priests who lagged behind were quickly torn apart by the tigers. Xinlang frowned at the sight. It seemed this leveling area had already been claimed by some faction. He immediately activated stealth mode, bypassed the group, and swiftly ventured deeper into the mountains. When the tiger roars gradually subsided and the mountain range returned to silence, Xinlang reappeared atop a large tree. However, he didn't take any immediate action. Instead, he chose to log off on the spot. Inside his room, Xinlang took off his helmet and stretched his stiff body after sitting for hours. He glanced at the time. He had been gaming for a solid 11 hours, from 7:30 in the morning until now. After taking care of some biological needs, he couldn't help but reflect on how this game had actually improved his bladder endurance. Downstairs, the familiar aroma of the pork rib rice shop beckoned him. It was his go-to spot. For 35 yuan, the flavorful pork rib rice was irresistible. Xinlang devoured 3 large bowls in one sitting, fully satisfying his hunger. With his stomach full, he headed to the park across from his apartment complex for a walk to aid digestion. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, making the moment pleasantly relaxing. As he returned upstairs and unlocked his door, his neighbor Jiao Jiao's door suddenly opened. She was wearing nothing but a thin camisole, her silhouette faintly visible. Their eyes met briefly, and Jiao Jiao's cheeks instantly turned bright red. Flustered, she rushed into the shared bathroom. The sound of running water followed. Xinlang awkwardly scratched his head, quickly stepped into his apartment, and locked the door behind him. Thankfully, his unit had its own private bathroom, sparing him from more awkward encounters. Putting his helmet back on, he re-entered the game world. Xinlang was perched high in the treetops of the Tiger Ridge Mountains, observing the surroundings through the gaps in the foliage. The forest had returned to calm, with saber-toothed tigers prowling around in search of prey. Silently, he descended to the ground and activated stealth mode, advancing deeper into the mountain range. Since this was still the outer region, any rash actions could attract unwanted attention from other factions. Suddenly, something caught his eye and made him stop. Lying next to a saber-toothed tiger was a dark green helmet, clearly a piece of equipment dropped by a previous player. Xinlang's eyes lit up, and he quickly moved forward to pick it up. It was a level 10 black iron item. Though he couldn't use it, it would fetch a decent price. The saber-toothed tiger growled in warning but didn't attack. Xinlang continued searching the area and managed to gather 7 or 8 more pieces of black iron equipment. Half an hour later, he crossed over a mountain ridge and reached the deeper parts of the range. Here, the saber-toothed tigers were noticeably more dangerous. After an intense battle, Xinlang realized his health regeneration couldn't keep up with the damage they were dealing. He immediately used his insight skill. Saber-toothed tiger level 19. Attack, 185. Defense, 155. HP, 10,000. Skill, Roar of the Wild. I see. Xinlang murmured thoughtfully and quickly retreated back into the trees. These tigers were 2 levels stronger than the ones in the outer area, indicating that the Tiger King was likely nearby. After an hour of exploration, he stopped in a shadowy valley. In front of him was a cave partially concealed by massive trees, its entrance dark and foreboding. The surrounding saber-toothed tigers were all level 20. This had to be the Tiger King's lair. The night was hazy, with the mountain wind rustling the fallen leaves. Xinlang stood at the edge of a small valley, observing the saber-toothed tiger pack wandering nearby. Holding his breath, he activated his stealth mode and carefully maneuvered around the dangerous beasts, stealthily making his way toward the cave. Squeezing through the narrow entrance, Xinlang's eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness inside. When he finally took in the scene before him, he couldn't help but gasp. In the massive cave, spanning hundreds of meters, a colossal purple-furred saber-toothed tiger lay crouched on the ground. What was even more horrifying was the sight of human and animal remains piled densely around the beast, forming a small hill. So this really is the Tiger King's lair, Xinlang muttered under his breath, quickly casting an insight spell. Saber-toothed Tiger King. Level, Silverder Boss. Attack, 255. Defense, 220. Health, 100,000. Skills, Tiger's Roar, Descent of the Fierce Tiger. Seeing these stats, Xinlang swallowed hard. The 100,000 health points alone were staggering, not to mention the 220 defense points, which meant that most players at this stage wouldn't even be able to break through its defense. Even for him, it would negate around 70 of his damage. As he pondered his options, an idea suddenly came to him. He quickly opened his friend list and sent a call request to Guan Suo. Hey Longzi, what's up? Guan Suo's slightly tired voice came through. Have you guys finished your boss yet? Xinlang asked. We're still at it. It's a level 22 Silverder boss, a carnivorous plant. 7 of us have been fighting for an hour, and we've only gotten it down to half health. Guan Suo shared the boss details. Carnivorous Plant Queen. Level, 22 Silverder Boss. Attack, 255. Defense, 260. Health, 120,000. Skills, Entangle, Blossom Everywhere. 260 defense? You guys can break through that? Xinlang asked in surprise. We've got Rangia with us. Her armor-piercing arrows as an archer reduce defense by 35, so we can barely manage. But it's tough, it's almost a wipe. Guan Suo sighed. Ah, right, I forgot about the archer's skills, Xinlang said, suddenly enlightened. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Boss Lin is glaring at me. Guan Suo hurriedly ended the call. Got it. You guys finish up first. We'll talk later, Xinlang replied. After the call ended, Xunlang began contemplating the issue of finding suitable teammates. As an archer, Sunny Rain's armor-piercing arrow skill was a perfect weapon against high-defense bosses. Without hesitation, he dialed Sunny Rain's communicator. Brother Tianya. A sweet voice came through the communicator. Xiaoyu, are you free now? Xunlang asked directly. Is this for a boss fight? Sunny Rain's voice carried a hint of excitement. After confirming, Sunny Rain hesitated and explained that she would need 2 more hours to finish the monster-slaying task she had taken on with her brother. Xunlang said he could wait until 10 p.m. but reminded her that this boss would be quite challenging and might require an all-nighter. Brother Tianya, can my brother join too? He's really strong, Sunny Rain asked cautiously. Xunlang readily agreed. As a berserker, Lu Shu's attack power even surpassed that of a swordsman, making him a great asset. More importantly, as Sunny Rain's brother, he was someone Xunlang could trust. After arranging for Sunny Rain and her brother, Xunlang contacted Chun Ming. Upon learning that Chun Ming would need 3 more hours to reach level 10, Xunlang advised, let me know once you've completed your class change, but be prepared for a late night. No problem. I could go 3 nights in a row if needed. Chun Ming replied enthusiastically. After ending the call, Xunlang stealthily exited the cave. Outside, groups of saber-toothed tigers roamed, patrolling their territory. To test the aggression of these level 20 monsters, Xunlang carefully approached one of the saber-toothed tigers and slowly deactivated his stealth. The tiger let out a low growl as a warning but did not attack, which allowed Xunlang to breathe a sigh of relief. However, to confront the Tiger King inside the cave, these smaller guards outside would need to be dealt with first. Xunlang raised his dagger and began a grueling battle. The level 20 saber-toothed tigers had formidable stats, 195 attack power, 165 defense, and a staggering 12,000 health points. Even with Xunlang's abilities, he had to rely on the healing skill of the Azure Light Ring and various potions to barely hold his ground. Ding! A system notification popped up, showing that Xunlang had successfully defeated the saber-toothed tiger, earning 2,000 base experience points. Due to defeating a target 5 levels higher, he gained an additional 2,000 experience points, totaling 4,000 points. The battle with this level 20 saber-toothed tiger lasted a full 15 minutes. Xunlang approached it cautiously, leaving no opportunity for the tiger to use any of its skills. Although it was just one fight, he ended up consuming 3 small health potions. Without the health regeneration effect of his bronze ring, victory might not have been assured. Scattered on the ground were 57 silver coins, which Xunlang happily collected. After a brief rest to let his health bar refill, he quickly set off in search of his next target. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already 11 p.m. Over the course of 3 hours of intense fighting, Xunlang successfully defeated 13 saber-toothed tigers. The most troublesome aspect of these beasts was their Tiger's Roar's skill, which, if successfully activated, would summon allies for support. Even though Xunlang had a stealth skill, it could only be used when he was out of combat. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp enough to interrupt their skill activation every time. Just as he was collecting the last saber-toothed tiger's loot, his friend list suddenly lit up. It was a call request from Sunny Rain. Hey, Tianya, we've arrived. Where are you? She asked. An hour ago, she had already received his location and finally made it to the valley. I'm near the cave at the very back of the valley, Xunlang replied in a low voice, warning her, you'll see it as soon as you enter, but be careful don't get too close to the saber-toothed tigers. Before long, 2 blurry figures quietly approached. It was Sunny Rain and Lu Shu. Sunny Rain's eyes lit up when she saw Xunlang, but before she could greet him, he stopped her with a gesture for silence. Tianya, it's great to finally meet you, Lu Shu said as he stepped forward to greet him. We're all friends, no need to be so formal, Brother Ado, Xunlang replied with a smile. During a brief conversation, Xunlang learned that Lu Shu had reached level 13, with a base attack power of 133. He had also acquired a berserk state skill that boosted his attack power by 50 for 5 minutes, making him quite formidable. At this moment, Xunlang's attack cap was 144 points, and this was achieved only after he allocated an additional growth attribute and 10 attribute points compared to Lu Shu. If they were at the same level, his attack power would actually be inferior to Lu Shu's. This was mainly because the Berserker class had a higher strength growth attribute than the Assassin class. Additionally, Lu Shu wielded a level 12 Black Iron Battle Axe, which had a maximum attack of 24 points, 2 points higher than Xunlang's Qingfeng Dagger. Of course, while the Qingfeng Dagger was a bronze tier weapon, it was only a level 5 weapon. Coupled with the fact that daggers inherently had lower attack compared to polearms, it was reasonable that its attack power fell short of the level 12 Black Iron Battle Axe. As for Qingtian Xiaoyu, she was about to reach level 13, with a spell power of 161 points, making her healing abilities quite impressive. Brother Tianya, should we start now? Lu Shu asked eagerly, staring at the pitch-black cave. Not yet. We're still waiting for 2 more people. This boss won't be easy to deal with, Shenlang replied, shaking his head as he shared the stats of the saber-toothed Tiger King in the team chat. This is insane. Qingtian Xiaoyu exclaimed, her eyes wide in shock. The saber-toothed Tiger King's stats far exceeded her expectations. Brother Tianya, are we sure we want to take this thing on? Lu Bu Shu swallowed nervously, his voice full of hesitation. The Tiger King's 245 attack points left him terrified. With his 73 defense and a little over 500 HP, he could barely survive 3 hits. On top of that, with 220 defense points, his own attack power could only barely scratch the boss, let alone deal with its massive 100,000 HP. Don't worry. They'll handle the aggro. Just focus on dealing damage, Shenlang said calmly. Although Lu Bu Shu felt uneasy, he didn't voice his doubts out of pride. Xiaoyu, do you have enough mana potions ready? Shenlang turned to ask. Yes. I bought 50 bottles of level 2 mana potions. Each restores 200 mana points. It cost me a whole gold coin. Qingtian Xiaoyu replied. They'll reimburse you after we defeat the boss. Hee, then I won't hold back, she giggled. Before long, Guansua arrived. He had already reached level 12, leveling up at an impressive speed. Meanwhile, Lin Jiaxiaodong had reached level 16, firmly holding the top spot on the Langya City leaderboard. Longzi, I brought 50 bottles of level 2 health potions and 6 bottles of anti-healing potions. Total cost, 4 gold coins. Pay up. Guansua immediately handed over the supplies to Shenlang upon arrival. These preparations were essential. Silverdeer bosses could regenerate one of their HP every minute during combat, amounting to 1000 HP per minute, given its 100,000 HP pool, which was significant. The anti-healing potions could suppress this regeneration, with each bottle costing 50 silver coins and lasting for 30 minutes. However, if the boss left combat, its regeneration rate would skyrocket to 10 per minute, and it would become immune to the anti-healing effect. This meant the fight could not be interrupted. Shenlang had only learned these details an hour ago from Guansua. What's the rush? I'll reimburse you after we finish off the boss. You won't lose a penny, Shenlang said, turning to Guansua while skillfully distributing health potions to his teammates. Guansua and Lu Bu Shu each received 10 bottles. Xiaoyu, just focus on healing me during the fight. I'll tank for the team, Shenlang said, handing 2 tier 2 health potions to Qingtian Xiaoyu. These potions could instantly restore 200 health points, which was sufficient for a healer. Qingtian Xiaoyu took the potions and nodded seriously. Got it. Shenlang then reminded Guansua. When we're fighting the boss, time your wild charge carefully. Use it when my health drops to 30, and make sure you hit the timing just right. Don't worry, this strategy is similar to Lin Tong's. I'm familiar with it, Guansua replied with a confident grin. What should I focus on, Brother Tianya? Lu Bu Shu asked. Shenlang thought for a moment. Just focus on dealing damage, but hold off on activating Berserk mode too early. It might steal the boss's aggro. Considering Lu Bu Shu's high attack power but low defense, this advice was crucial. Understood. Lu Bu Shu nodded and casually twirled his axe, nearly grazing Guansua's head. Let's clear some small mobs first to practice our coordination. We'll go over the details when Chen Ming finishes his class change at noon, Shenlang said, pointing his dagger toward a distant saber-toothed tiger. Before he finished speaking, Guansua had already charged at the saber-toothed tiger with his shield. His first strike dealt single-digit damage, prompting him to curse, damn, this thing's defense is insane. He quickly activated the Knight's Fortitude skill, reducing 50 of incoming damage and granting a chance to reflect it. Lu Bu Shu followed closely behind, unleashing a whirlwind slash that shaved off 83 health points from the saber-toothed tiger. The skill could partially bypass the target's defense, making it highly effective. He followed up with a normal attack, cutting off another 53 health points. The saber-toothed tiger retaliated fiercely, swiping its claw across Lu Bu Shu's head and instantly knocking off 158 health points, nearly scaring him out of his wits. Whoa, even level 20 mobs hit this hard? Lu Bu Shu exclaimed as he quickly backed away. Qingtian Xiaoyu cast a healing spell just in time, and with a flash of green light, his health was fully restored. At that moment, Shenlang swiftly maneuvered to the saber-toothed tiger's side, driving his dagger precisely into its eyes. He landed 2 consecutive critical hits, each dealing over 100 damage, leaving his teammates stunned. The saber-toothed tiger's weak spot is its eyes. Hitting them triggers critical strikes more easily, Shenlang explained. After delivering a rapid double strike, Shenlang swiftly slid to the side, skillfully maneuvering behind the saber-toothed tiger. He deftly dodged its attack in the process. What smooth moves! Yu Busi was left stunned, watching in awe. It was the first time he had witnessed such fluid combat techniques in real life, leaving him deeply impressed. With a sharp thrust, Shenlang's dagger pierced the saber-toothed tiger's hind leg, dealing another 67 damage. However, this time he couldn't completely evade, taking a kick to the shoulder from the tiger, which caused his health to drop by 137 points. Yet Shun Lang remained calm, swiftly slashing twice with his dagger, regaining 100 points of health instantly. The display of skill left all three onlookers dumbfounded. No wonder he said he could tank. Turns out skilled assassins can be tanks too. Yubusi exclaimed in sudden realization. What are you standing there for?
Attack.
Shin Lang shouted as he rolled to dodge another strike from the saber-toothed tiger. With a quick counterslash, his health was restored to full. Charge. Yubusi finally snapped out of his daze. Seeing the tiger's aggro firmly locked onto Shin Lang, he swung his massive axe and launched a fierce assault. Guan Suo also set aside his Lion King shield, unsheathing his sword to join the fray. However, his damage output was pitifully low, barely managing single-digit damage with each strike. In less than 10 minutes, the saber-toothed tigers succumbed to their combined assault. A flash of golden light signaled Qing Tian Xiaoyu's level up to 13. Thanks to the team's shared experience system and the 8-level disparity between her and the tiger, she still gained 1,300 experience points even after the division. Tianyajij, can I team up with you to farm monsters from now on? I don't want to stick with my brother anymore. Qing Tian Xiaoyu said excitedly, clearly enjoying the effortless experience gains. Longa, count me in too, alright? Guan Suo quickly chimed in. Me too. Yubusi added eagerly. You three should team up together, Shun Lang said with a smile. He then stepped forward and kicked aside the tiger's corpse, revealing a pile of silver coins and a pair of bracers underneath. The unexpected loot caught Shin Lang by surprise. He had killed hundreds of saber-toothed tigers over the past couple of days without finding any equipment, yet teaming up with others had yielded gear on the very first kill. Shin Lang shared the item stats with the team in the party chat. Tiger hide bracers, leather armor, black iron grade. Defense, 18. Constitution, 6. Attack speed, 5. Required level, 15. Wow, it's Tianyajij's gear. Qing Tian Xiaoyu exclaimed, even more thrilled than the actual recipient. Since Shun Lang was the only one in the group who could use leather armor, he immediately swapped out his plain bracers. His stats received a significant boost. Defense climbed to 140, and his health broke past the 600 mark, reaching an impressive 630. By the way, I still have some other equipment. See if there's anything you guys can use, Shun Lang said after Qing Tian Xiaoyu finished collecting the silver coins. He then laid out the gear he had gathered earlier. Whoa, level 10 armor. And a level 10 helmet. Damn, even this level 5 leg armor is better than mine. Guan Suo and Yubusi shouted excitedly, their enthusiasm through the roof. Most of the equipment Shin Lang picked up consisted of armor, which was perfect for Guan Suo and Lubu Shu. The two carefully selected 5 pieces of gear and then moved to the side to divide them up. Guan Suo quickly donned his new equipment, boosting his defense to an impressive 220 and his health to 1260 points, leaving him grinning from ear to ear. Lubu Shu was equally thrilled. After equipping 2 level 10 black iron items, his defense finally broke the 100-point mark, and his health neared 600. This was a significant upgrade for his high attack, low defense character. Alright, let's keep clearing the mobs, Shin Lang called out, brandishing his dagger as he charged at another saber-toothed tiger. Guan Suo and Lubu Shu immediately followed, and the three worked together seamlessly to begin another round of hunting. An hour later, they had successfully taken down 8 saber-toothed tigers, though unfortunately, no additional gear dropped. At midnight, Chen Ming arrived at the valley right on time. After a brief round of introductions, Shen Lang handed Chen Ming 2 health potions, officially completing their 5-person team. Are we starting now? Guan Suo and Lubu Shu eagerly asked, clearly excited about their improved gear. Not yet. Shen Lang shook his head and explained, the mobs won't respawn for another 12 hours. Let's log off and get some sleep first. We'll log back in at 4:30 to take down the boss. Why bother? We could just pull an all-nighter and finish it now. Guan Suo scratched his head, puzzled. Lubu Shu immediately caught on to Shin Lang's reasoning. Boss Tianya wants to maximize the experience gain, right? The Tianyan system has both experience and drop rates between midnight and 6 a.m. Exactly, Shin Lang nodded. The level 20 silver boss offers excellent experience points and drop rates. Fighting it now would be a waste. Besides, no one should come to bother us at this time, so we have plenty of leeway. Apart from Guan Suo, who was still muttering about wanting to fight right away, the others all agreed with Shin Lang's plan. After Chen Ming teased Guan Suo a bit, Shin Lang made the final call. It's settled. Everyone log off for now, and be back online at 4:30 sharp. Lubu Shu and Qing Tian Xiaoyu quickly logged off, followed by Shin Lang and the others. Back in the real world, Shin Lang took a quick shower and headed to a nearby 24-hour convenience store to grab some Odin for a late-night snack. By the time he finished eating, it was close to 1 a.m. He set his alarm for 4:20 and fell into a deep sleep. At 4:20 a.m., the alarm went off right on time. Groggy but determined, Shin Lang got up, washed up quickly, and put on his gaming helmet to re-enter the game. With a flash of white light, his figure reappeared in the small valley. It was midsummer, and the sky began to lighten around 4:30 in the morning. In the distance, a pack of saber-toothed tigers roamed tirelessly, their silhouettes faintly visible in the dawn light. At the entrance of the cave, Chun Ming had been waiting for quite some time. As he saw Shen Lang approaching, he immediately walked up to him. "You're up pretty early," Shen Lang remarked with a smile. "First time taking on a boss, too excited to sleep," Chun Ming admitted with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. "You didn't sleep at all, did you?" Shen Lang frowned. "Just pulled an all-nighter. No big deal," Chun Ming replied nonchalantly. A flash of white light appeared, and Guan Suo logged in. He glanced around and asked, "Where's Ado and the others? Not online yet? They should be here soon." Shen Lang had barely finished speaking when two more flashes of white light appeared. Lu Bu Si Shu and Qing Tian Xiaoyu materialized beside the group. "Now that everyone's here, let's get to work. They'll go in first and hold the aggro. You guys can start attacking once I've got it under control," Shen Lang instructed as he led the way into the cave, the other four following closely behind. Inside the cave, a few hundred square meters of space were littered with piles of bones. At the far end, a massive saber-toothed tiger king lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly unaware of the intruders. "Stay sharp, everyone. I'm going in." Shen Lang took a deep breath, ready to make his move, when Qing Tian Xiaoyu suddenly called out to stop him. She waved her staff, and a red aura instantly enveloped Shen Lang. A system notification followed. "Player Qing Tian Xiaoyu has cast Blessing on you. Attack power increased by 17 for 30 minutes. The additional 17 boost brought Shen Lang's attack power from 144 to 169, which he silently appreciated. Without hesitation, Shen Lang dashed forward, hurling a bottle of dark green potion that landed squarely on the Tiger King, immediately halting its regeneration. In a flash, he appeared near the beast's head, driving his dagger fiercely into its eyelid. Although the saber-toothed Tiger King had incredibly high defense, Shen Lang's 169 true attack power managed to break through. He swiftly withdrew his bloody dagger and struck the same spot again, dealing 58 damage. A thunderous roar echoed through the cave as the Tiger King's eyes snapped open. Its massive paw, as large as a millstone, swiped toward Shen Lang with lightning speed. Despite his best efforts to dodge, the sheer range of the attack made it impossible to evade entirely. The paw struck his shoulder heavily, causing his health to plummet. Remaining calm under pressure, Shen Lang delivered two quick stabs to the tiger's neck, regaining 100 health points. But the Tiger King had already risen to its full height, swinging its paw again and reducing Shen Lang's health to 2/3. "Damn it!" Shen Lang gritted his teeth, landing another strike to recover 50 health points. With a skillful sidestep, he slid behind the Tiger King, narrowly avoiding its next attack. "I've got its aggro. You guys can start attacking now." Before his words even finished, the other three launched their assault. Qin Ming's armor-piercing arrow hit its mark, reducing the Tiger King's defense by 25. Lu Bu Si Shu charged forward with his great axe, landing a whirlwind slash on the tiger's abdomen that dealt an impressive 83 damage. Although Qin Ming's attacks dealt only a dozen or so points of damage, the armor-piercing effect significantly boosted the team's overall damage output. Bang! Shen Lang's dagger slashed through the air with precision, striking the saber-toothed tiger twice and dealing a total of 170 damage. Thanks to the armor-piercing arrow effect, the damage was significantly higher than before, though it still didn't break 100 per hit. Suddenly, the saber-toothed tiger lunged forward, its sharp fangs sinking into Shen Lang's arm. A crimson, 186, floated above his head as his health instantly dropped to half. Qing Tian Xiaoyu quickly cast a healing spell, enveloping Shen Lang in a green glow, and a 196 flashed as his health rapidly recovered to 80. While Shen Lang maintained the boss's aggro, Qin Ming and Lu Bu Si Shu seized the opportunity to unleash their attacks. Although Qin Ming had the advantage of attack speed, his lackluster damage output made it hard for him to deal significant blows. As for Guan Suo, unable to break through the boss's defense, he casually chatted with Qing Tian Xiaoyu on the sidelines. The battle raged on for less than 3 minutes before Shen Lang's health dropped below 30. Even with healing spells and second-tier health potions, the boss's overwhelming damage output was too much to bear. "Guanzi now!" At Shen Lang's command, Guan Suo charged in with a ferocious slam, stunning the boss for 3 seconds. Shen Lang took advantage of the brief respite, his dagger flashing in a rapid 4-hit combo that restored 200 health points. Combined with the healing spell, his health bar nearly refilled. After the 3-second stun wore off, Guan Suo retreated with more than half his health remaining. From 4:30 to 6 o'clock, a grueling 90-minute battle ensued, during which the team managed to whittle the saber-toothed Tiger King's health down to half. Shen Lang maintained perfect control of the aggro throughout, without a single mistake. When the Tiger King's health fell below 50, it let out a furious roar, but the sound was abruptly cut short as Shen Lang's perfectly timed backstab skill struck, interrupting the boss's ability. "Keep going." With the boss momentarily interrupted, everyone intensified their attacks. Time ticked by as the boss's health steadily declined. Unlike the others, who could attack freely, Xunlang had to remain fully focused, managing aggro, dodging attacks, and watching for the boss's skill patterns, leaving no room for error. The battle dragged on until 7 o'clock in the morning. After 2.5 hours of relentless combat, the saber-toothed Tiger King's health finally dropped to 20. At this critical moment, a deafening roar erupted. The Tiger King's body swelled by a third, and a wave of crimson energy surged outward from the cave. Ding! The system alert suddenly sounded, warning that the saber-toothed Tiger King had entered its most dangerous berserk state. The massive beast was down to just 20 of its health, but its attack power had surged by 20. The remaining 20,000 health points would be the ultimate test. Xunlang gripped his dagger tightly, his breathing quick and shallow. Every strike needed to hit a vital spot with precision, but the Tiger King's attack power, now exceeding 300, was overwhelming. With his current health, he could only withstand 3 hits at most before falling. "Guanzi, go!" Xunlang shouted. But this time, he could only hold out for a minute before being forced to retreat. Even Guan Sua's 3-second hard crowd controllability wasn't enough to give him a chance to recover. After another grueling half-minute, Xunlang had no choice but to fully retreat, transferring the boss's aggro elsewhere. His health potion was still on cooldown, and Sunny Rain's healing spell required time. Relying on skills alone to regenerate health was insufficient. The aggro instantly shifted to the unprepared Lu Bu Si Shu. "Damn it!" he yelled, barely holding on for a few seconds before nearly dying. Only Sunny Rain's timely healing saved him. Seeing this, Chun Ming immediately put away his longbow. His low health couldn't withstand even one hit from the boss. "Guanzi, hold the line for a bit," Xunlang shouted anxiously from the back, waiting for the healing cooldown. Guan Suo raised his Lion King shield, activating his defensive stance. With high defense and 50 damage reduction, he barely managed to hold on. Half a minute later, Sunny Rain's healing brought Xunlang's health back above 80. He immediately charged forward, landing 2 precise strikes that restored his health to full. Qin Ming and Lu Bu Si Shu seized the opportunity to unleash their attacks. As long as Xunlang could maintain aggro, they could go all out. "That was way too close," Guan Suo muttered as he fell back, his health reduced to just 10. He called out to Sunny Rain for help, only to be told that Xunlang's survival took priority. Resigned, he silently gulped down a level 2 health potion. The battle grew increasingly intense. Within 2 minutes, Xunlang was once again in a precarious situation. Guan Suo stepped in to tank, but with less than 30 health, he could only hold for 3 seconds before retreating. "I can't take another hit next time," he shouted with a pained expression. Fortunately, the special skill on Xunlang's Qingfeng dagger frequently triggered, restoring enough health to barely keep the fight going. When the boss's health dropped to 10, it let out a deafening roar, its fur bristling as it prepared to unleash its ultimate attack. In a critical moment, Xunlang saw an opening. With a precise backstab, he struck the Tiger King's weak spot. The massive beast trembled in agony, its ultimate skill interrupted, and it fell into a 10-second weakened state, with its defense halved. The team seized this rare opportunity, unleashing an all-out assault. When the weakened state ended, the enraged Tiger King lunged at them, but without its ultimate attack, it could no longer turn the tide. After a grueling final 10 minutes, just as Xunlang's health was about to hit rock bottom again, the saber-toothed Tiger King let out a final roar and collapsed to the ground. Swish, swish, swish. As the saber-toothed Tiger King collapsed with a thunderous crash, 5 golden flashes appeared in rapid succession. All 4 players, except for Xunlang, leveled up. Chun Ming made an impressive leap from level 10 to level 12. Xunlang's experience bar was nearly full, just a few thousand points away from reaching level 16. After 3 hours of intense battle, everyone was utterly exhausted. Xunlang collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. After a brief rest, Guan Suo stepped forward and, with great effort, pushed aside the massive corpse of the saber-toothed Tiger King, revealing the scattered loot beneath. On the ground lay a shimmering silver 2-handed greatsword, an intricately designed tiger-patterned chestplate, a pair of blood-red battle boots, and a skill book radiating golden light. Additionally, there were 50 to 60 gold coins scattered around. "Boss, you should open the loot," Lu Bu Si Shu said eagerly, excitement lighting up everyone's faces as they gathered around. Xunlang nodded and swiftly collected the equipment and coins. His instincts told him that the skill book was something extraordinary. "We'll go through the items one by one. Whoever can use them gets them, and anything left over will go to me to sell and split the profits." "Longzi, you discovered the boss and did most of the work. You don't need to split the profits," Chun Ming said quickly. "That's right, Boss Tianya should at least take half." Lu Bu Si Shu chimed in, with Sunny Rain also nodding in agreement. "All right, I won't hold back then. I'll take half of the sale proceeds," Xunlang replied with a smile. He urgently needed funds to craft some strengthening pills. Everyone readily agreed. Xinlang then pulled out the first piece of equipment, the Tiger King sword, and shared its stats in the team channel. Silver Deer. Attack, 85. Strength, 20. Effect, Heavy Strike, 20 chance to deal an additional 150 damage. Required level, 16. Seeing these incredible stats, everyone gasped. With a total attack boost of 105 and a powerful special effect, this sword was undoubtedly a top-tier weapon at this stage of the game. This sword can be used by both Guan Suo and Lu Bu Si Shu. Let's leave it to luck, Xinlang said with a tinge of regret. If he had chosen the swordsman class earlier, this incredible weapon could have been his. Guan Suo and Lu Bu Si Shu stared at the sword intensely, holding their breaths in anticipation. Xinlang activated the system's dice roll feature. Both players rolled. Lu Bu Si Shu scored 95, while Guan Suo only managed a pitiful 18. Alas, this sword is not destined for me, Guan Suo said with a sigh, shaking his head in disappointment. Yay, big brother won. Sunny Rain cheered, jumping with joy, genuinely happy for her brother's good fortune. Brother Guan, well played. Yu Busi exhaled deeply, his hands trembling slightly as he took the Tiger King's sword from Xinlang. His eyes sparkled with unconcealed excitement, and he was already calculating in his mind just 2 more levels to reach 16. And this divine weapon, capable of propelling him into the ranks of Langya City's top-tier experts, would finally be put to use. You're a berserker, focused on offense. This sword suits you perfectly, Xinlang said with a smile, patting Guan Suo on the shoulder before taking out a silver glowing chest armor. When the attributes of the Tiger King armor were revealed, everyone couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Tiger King armor. Grade, silver. Defense, 85. Health, 800. Effect, permanent. Special effect. Each time you take damage, your defense increases by 2, stacking up to 30. The effect resets after leaving combat. Required level, 16. The stats of this chest armor exceeded all expectations. With 85 defense points and an 800 health boost, it was already astonishing. If sold on the market, it would easily fetch a price in the tens of thousands. Guan Suo stared at it, unable to look away. Although this armor was most suitable for knights, as a berserker, he could equip it too. 800 health points, this is way higher than my total health, Xinlang remarked, glancing at the eager Guan Suo, caught in a dilemma. At this moment, Yu Busi spoke up voluntarily. I've already got the Tiger King sword. I'm more than satisfied. I won't compete for this chest armor. Hearing this, Guan Suo was overjoyed but tried to suppress his excitement. Are you sure? I mean, is that all right? Quit pretending, Xinlang said, tossing the Tiger King armor to Guan Suo. This armor is indeed best suited for a knight. Since Adu isn't fighting you for it, it's yours. Guan Suo caught the armor and couldn't stop grinning. Thank you, brother Adu. If you ever need my help, just say the word. Xinlang then reached for the final piece of equipment, filled with anticipation. Boots of agility. Grade, silver. Defense, 40. Agility, 15. Effect, agility, increases movement speed by 50 after leaving combat. Required level, 16. My level's still far off. Once you're done with them, pass them on to me, Qinming said, immediately giving up the competition. Without a word, Xinlang put the boots away. He was only a few thousand experience points away from level 16 and would soon be able to wear them. The final item was a skill book glowing with golden light. When its attributes were shared with the group, everyone fell into a stunned silence for nearly half a minute. Frost Glaze. Quality, austere. Effect, channel the spirit of frost and chant for 5 seconds to summon the power of ice. Deals 125 magic damage per second and applies a 50 slow effect to all targets within a 50-50 m area in front, lasting for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. This is insane. This skill book could easily sell for 100,000. 100,000? You're underestimating this double skill. At least 150,000. The group finally snapped out of their shock, their chatter growing louder. For a Silverder boss to drop such a powerful S-tier skill book was beyond anyone's expectations. This kind of area effect skill, capable of dealing 1250 total damage in 10 seconds, had the potential to turn the tide of a small-scale war. Unlike equipment that would eventually become obsolete, a top-tier skill like this could remain relevant even in the late game. What do we do, boss? Should we sell it? Yu Busi asked, staring intently at the skill book, momentarily forgetting the importance of the Tiger King's sword in his hands. Selling it seems a bit inappropriate, Chunming said, frowning. It does feel wrong, but we don't have any mages here, Guan Suo sighed. Damn it, if I had known. I would have chosen the mage class. If we're talking about hindsight, I would have picked mage too, Chunming chimed in. The two exchanged comments back and forth, while Xinlang fell into deep thought. This divine-level skill book was undoubtedly valuable. Selling it felt like a waste, but keeping it was equally pointless since no one could use it. It was a tough decision. Hey, Longzi, Guansua suddenly blinked and gave a sly grin. Why not sell the skill book at a discount to Nanshi? She's a mage, after all. She's just a student. She wouldn't have that much money. Shenlang shook his head. The skill book was worth at least 150,000 yuan, far too expensive for a sophomore. As for giving it away for free, their relationship wasn't close enough for that. How about I ask Lin Tong? Guansua suggested. Her family is pretty well off. She might be willing to buy it as a gift for Nanshi. Shenlang thought for a moment and nodded. Go ahead and ask her. Guansua immediately messaged Lin Tong, attaching a screenshot of the skill book. Before long, Lin Tong replied, asking for the price. Tell her it's a flat 150,000, Shenlang quoted directly. Lin Tong responded that she needed time to think it over. Shenlang didn't press further and turned his attention to other matters. He pulled out the coins dropped by the boss from his inventory and handed 2 to Sunny Rain. Xiaoyu, this is for your mana potions. Hehe, thank you, Brother Tianya. Sunny Rain said happily as she accepted the coins. Next, Shenlang gave Guansua 4 coins and distributed the remaining coins among the group, 10 for each person. Lubu Sishu modestly tried to take only 7, but Shenlang insisted, and he eventually accepted the full amount. Once the skill book is sold, I'll split half the proceeds with everyone, Shenlang promised. After dividing the loot, he suddenly remembered something important. He quickly walked over to the saber-toothed Tiger King's corpse and skillfully used a dagger to extract 2 massive tiger testicles, each the size of an ostrich egg, carefully placing them into a prepared wooden box. Longzi, why are you cutting off its, Guansua asked curiously. For alchemy, Shenlang replied simply, securing the box. Boss Tianya, we'll head back now. Call us if you need anything, Lubu Sishu said. Sunny Rain planned to catch up on some sleep, while he intended to find a spot to grind levels and equip his newly acquired Tiger King sword. Go ahead, we'll be in touch later. Shenlang said curtly. Alright, we're off then. Goodbye, Tianyajij. Lubu Sishu and Qingtian Xiaoyu bid farewell to Shenlang and the others before crushing their return scrolls. Their figures gradually disappeared. Longzi, Lin Tong replied. As soon as they left, Guansua couldn't wait to speak. She agreed, but it seems like she's not the one buying it, Guansua added. Not her. Shenlang frowned slightly. It's Lin Jiafengxian who's paying. He posted the skill book's illustration in the Snowfield group, saying it's a gift for Nanshi, Guansua explained while observing Shenlang's expression. This guy is really generous, Shenlang commented flatly, though his expression darkened noticeably. Who's Lin Jiafengxian? Chen Ming, standing nearby, asked curiously. A big show-off from Snowfield, and also Langzi's rival in love, Guansua chuckled as he explained. Rival your sister. Shenlang rolled his eyes. Seeing this, Chen Ming had a sudden look of realization. Oh, I get it now. You get nothing. Shenlang retorted helplessly. Longzi, are you selling it to him or not? Guansua asked again for confirmation. After a moment of thought, Shenlang replied, no, just tell them it's already sold. Got it. I agree it's best not to let that idiot have his way. Guansua immediately sent a reply to Lin Tong. Shenlang turned to Chen Ming. You two should go level up. Mingzi, you'd better get some rest soon. Don't overdo it. It's fine. I'm used to staying up late. Chen Ming waved it off. Besides, the game has brainwave calming features. I'm not tired at all. Perfect timing to grind with Guansua and earn some gold. Gotta catch up to you guys. Alright, just take care of yourself, Shenlang said, dropping the subject. Guansua and Chen Ming then headed off, leaving Shenlang to continue hunting level 20 saber-toothed tigers. In less than an hour, a golden light flashed successfully reached level 16. He quickly allocated all 5 free attribute points to strength and equipped the agile boots. His defense stat skyrocketed to 183, surpassing his attack stat. Looking at his attribute panel, Shenlang pondered silently. Even with all points in strength, his attack cap was only 149, which wasn't ideal. The main issue was the base attack of the Azure Blade Dagger, which was only 22. Even with the 6 strength bonus, the max attack was just 28, far inferior to the Tiger King sword. But gear depended on luck, and for now, he had no choice but to make do. As hunger pangs hit, Shenlang sighed and logged off. Skipping breakfast had caught up to him. It was time to replenish his energy. The morning sunlight bathed the street-side stalls just outside the residential complex. Shenlang chose a small table by the side and spent 15 yuan on a steaming bowl of wontons. The aroma was enticing, and while savoring each bite, he noticed a young couple at the adjacent table enthusiastically discussing the latest developments in the game Tianyan. In just 5 days since its launch, Tianyan had grown at an astonishing pace. Official data showed that the number of registered players in the Huaxia region had surpassed 200 million, and the figure was still climbing. Although only about 30 of players were full-time gamers, the game's allure remained strong, with more and more people viewing it as a potential source of wealth. As Shenlang stirred the wontons in his bowl with a spoon, He quickly skimmed through the latest updates on the game's forums. On the level rankings, two players in the Huaxia region had already reached level 18-inch Jianqi Jinglan and Jingxi Unianhua. Meanwhile, in Langya City, Lin Jia Xiaotong held the top spot with level 17, followed by four level 16 players. Xinlang ranked 5th. As an assassin, his attack power was somewhat lacking, and his rank was likely to drop further. However, this didn't bother him much. As long as he could successfully transition to his hidden class, his current challenges would naturally resolve themselves. The equipment rankings were equally fascinating. His Tiger King sword ranked 9th, while the top spots were dominated entirely by weaponry. The most eye-catching among them was an 18-level staff, owned by Jingxi Unianhua, the second highest player in the level rankings. Seeing these stats, Xinlang couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of talent in the Huaxia region. Even if only 1 in 10,000 players were considered geniuses, there would still be tens of thousands of them. The forum's trending discussions mainly revolved around the fierce battles for bosses among major factions. According to official statements, silver-tier bosses had a chance of dropping guild creation tokens, which was the main reason for the fervent competition. Whoever could establish an alliance first would undoubtedly attract more top-tier players to join. However, these disputes had little to do with Xinlang. He was more focused on improving his individual strength. By the time he finished breakfast, it was already 8:30. Instead of heading straight home, Xinlang took a leisurely walk along the road to Zhonghai University, a few miles away. Perhaps he was reminiscing about the fleeting days of youth, or perhaps he was hoping for a chance encounter. He paused for a moment at a small pavilion on campus, letting his thoughts wander, before finally heading back home around 10 a.m. After taking care of his physical needs, Xinlang put his helmet back on and resumed his journey. A flash of white light later, he found himself in a small valley. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and a group of saber-toothed tigers lay lazily under the shade of the trees, occasionally lifting their heads to scan their surroundings warily. Taking a deep breath, Xunlang launched an attack on the nearest saber-toothed tiger. He planned to train here for another 2 days, aiming to reach level 20 before searching for the next 2 medicinal herbs. With 8 days remaining, there was no need to rush. The battle went on for several hours. As the number of saber-toothed tigers he defeated increased, Xunlang's movements became increasingly fluid. He demonstrated remarkable talent, quickly mastering solid combat techniques within just a few days. However, there was still a significant gap between his skills and those of top players like Jianqi Jinglan. To level up from 16 to 17 required 120,000 experience points. After over 5 hours of relentless fighting, Xunlang finally reached level 17 at 3:30 in the afternoon. During this time, he had killed nearly 40 saber-toothed tigers and earned over 2,000 silver coins equivalent to about 20 gold coins. Luck was on his side today. He even managed to loot 2 pieces of black iron-grade leg armor, 1 plate armor, and 1 cloth armor estimated to sell for around 1,000 yuan. However, the value of gold coins had dropped to roughly 330 yuan each, so 20 gold coins would now only fetch about 6,000 yuan. After allocating all 5 free attribute points to strength, Xunlang resumed hunting saber-toothed tigers. The drop rate for these tigers was quite generous, and with few players around, he intended to farm as many coins as possible. After 8 hours of intense combat, Xunlang finally reached level 18 by 11:30 p.m., a full day behind Jianqi Jinglan. He immediately crushed a return scroll, instantly transporting himself to the central plaza of Langya City. Wasting no time, he contacted Qinghai Xiaofeng and quickly completed a transaction of 50 gold coins, selling them at 330 yuan each for a total of 16,500 yuan. Additionally, the 2 black iron-grade pieces of armor were sold to Qinghai Xiaofeng for 800 yuan each. Just as Xunlang was about to log off, his friend Guan Suo suddenly sent him a call request. It turned out that Guan Suo and another friend had been ambushed, losing their Tiger King armor in the attack. When Xunlang asked who was responsible, Guan Suo angrily replied, "It was that bastard Lin Jiafengxian." Lin Jiafengxian? Xunlang frowned, his tone laced with obvious confusion. "Isn't he from Snowfield? Why would he attack you?" Guan Suo gritted his teeth and replied, "That bastard thought we had the skill book and tried to kill us to make it drop." Shameless, Xunlang sneered. Killing people from the same faction just for a skill book? Alright, where are you now? We got killed and respawned back in the city. We're at the plaza. I'm at the Adventurers Guild entrance. Come over and talk. Before long, Xunlang spotted Guan Suo and Chun Ming walking over, cursing as they came. Their levels remained at 13 and 12, respectively, clearly indicating that they had both lost a level from their deaths. As soon as Guan Suo saw Xunlang, he couldn't hold back. "Longzi, get Ado and let's go take him down." "Don't be rash," Chun Ming said, pulling Guan Suo back. "They outnumber us. How are we supposed to fight them with just the few of us?" He added, "I also dropped a piece of gear, but it was just a black iron item, not worth much." Xunlang didn't immediately respond to the suggestion of revenge. Instead, he asked, "Guanzi, Have you told Lin Tong about this? I did. She only said she'd ask around, then I heard nothing more. What's worse, Lin Jiafengxian outright kicked me out of the snowfield group, Guan Suo said angrily. How many attacked you? Do you recognize them? Before Guan Suo could answer, Chen Ming interjected. Longzi, actually, even though they had a lot of people, only Lin Jiafengxian and an assassin named Fire in the Ashes actually attacked us. What level is Lin Jiafengxian? What are his stats like? Level 16, Guan Suo said curtly. Chen Ming added, judging by the damage he dealt to Guanzi, his attack is probably between 130 and 140. As for defense, it's hard to say, but since he's an assassin, it shouldn't be too high. Shenlang thought for a moment before saying to Guansuo, first, contact Lin Tong and see if you can get the Tiger King armor back. As for revenge, we'll talk about it in a week. Although Guan Suo was reluctant, he understood the gap in their current strength and had no choice but to nod in agreement. Also, Shenlang continued, if you run into Lin Fengxian in the next few days, don't act too hostile. The two of them agreed. All right, log off and get some rest. Tomorrow, let's contact Ado and Xiaoyu to level up together. It's safer with more people. Back in the real world, Shenlang sat up on his bed and let out a long breath. He was never one to seek trouble, but he certainly wasn't afraid to face it head-on. Lin Jiafengxian, as a key figure of the snow region, has the entire power of the region backing him. It would indeed be challenging for Shenlang and Guan Suo's small group to shake his position. Even if they managed to succeed once by sheer luck, it would hardly deal a significant blow to the snow region. Instead, it might provoke a frenzied retaliation from the entire region, making their stay in Langya City extremely difficult. However, the current situation still holds some advantages for Shenlang and his companions. Lin Jiafengxian is unaware of the connection between Shenlang and Guan Suo, nor does he realize he is being targeted. Under such circumstances, where one side is in the light and the other in the shadows, Shenlang, as an assassin, actually has the upper hand, with little need to worry about retaliation. Of course, all of this hinges on him successfully transitioning to the role of a divine shadow assassin. At present, there can be no mistakes in this matter. After lying in bed and pondering for a while, Shenlang got up and left his room. He went downstairs, bought a few packs of instant noodles, and returned to his room, where he made one with hot water for a midnight snack. After a quick shower, he lay down to rest. The next morning, at precisely 5:20 a.m., Shenlang woke up on time. The breakfast stalls downstairs were already open for business. He bought a bowl of porridge, a boiled egg, and 2 fried dough sticks for 10 yuan, which was less than 2 silver coins in equivalent value. After breakfast, he headed to a small park for some morning exercise before returning upstairs. With a flash of light, Shenlang appeared in the Langya City Square. Although it was only 6 a.m., the square was already bustling with players, some of whom were setting up stalls. As he walked among the stalls, he noticed most of them were selling equipment, though the quality was generally low, with iron-grade items being the majority and only a few bronze-grade ones. Suddenly, a pair of leg guards caught his attention. It was a level 15 iron-grade item called Snake Hunter leg guards, and its attributes were decent, defense 18, constitution 8, significantly better than the level 3 iron-grade leg guards he was currently wearing. How much for this? Shenlang asked. 5 gold coins, replied the vendor, a swordsman in his 40s with the ID Hua Wuqian. Despite the elegant name, his face was full of wrinkles, making it hard not to chuckle. Brother, you're wasting your talent here at a stall. You should consider a career in robbery instead. Shenlang quipped as he put the leg guards down and turned to leave. Hey, don't go so fast, young man. Prices are negotiable. Hua Wuqian hurriedly stood up to stop him. After a round of haggling, Shenlang finally purchased the leg guards for 2 gold coins. As Hua Wuqian's first sale of the day, this price was indeed a bargain. After equipping the leg guards, Shenlang's defense finally broke through the 200-point threshold, and his health points increased to 680, an exceptionally high level for the assassin class. However, his attack power remained somewhat lacking. He wandered around the city once more, but couldn't find better gear. He then headed straight to the apothecary, purchasing 100 bottles of level 2 health potions and 4 bottles of anti-healing poison. He spent all his gold coins before leaving the city gates, satisfied, and sprinted southeast. It was the 4th day since his agreement with Lauren, and he finally had time to search for the blood spirit ginseng mentioned by the old apothecary. Shenlang's movement speed was astonishing. His base speed was 156, boosted by the 50 out-of combat bonus from the boots of agility and another 50 from stealth mode, reaching an incredible 256. Even horseback riding couldn't match this speed, yet it still took him nearly an hour to reach his destination. Before him lay an abandoned town, its dilapidated houses standing eerily empty. At the village entrance, a broken stone tablet bore the faintly visible characters, Shaoqi, though the word town was missing. Shenlang frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. The old apothecary had only mentioned that the blood spirit ginseng was near Shaoqi town, but hadn't specified the exact location. With no other choice, he stepped into the desolate town to search. The deserted streets were overgrown with weeds and littered with rubble, the once thriving area now reduced to silence. After walking for a while, he suddenly felt as though he was being watched. Yet, when he looked back, there was nothing in sight. Just as he was about to retreat, a wisp of smoke rising in the distance caught his attention. Following the smoke, he arrived at a small fenced courtyard. Inside, glimmering pebbles were scattered, arranged in a peculiar pattern. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" Shenlang called out from beyond the fence. Before long, a hunched old woman emerged from the house, leaning on a cane. Her face was deeply wrinkled, and she appeared to be quite elderly. Strangely, there were no identifying markers above her head. "Who are you looking for?" the old woman asked, her cloudy eyes scrutinizing Shenlang. "Greetings, elder. I am an adventurer from Langya City, seeking an herb called the blood spirit ginseng. Might you know where I could find it?" Shenlang replied truthfully, hoping this NPC-like old woman could provide some clues. "Ah, so you're here for the blood spirit ginseng," the old woman said, a trace of understanding flashing through her cloudy eyes. "Unfortunately, you're too late. That treasure has long since disappeared from this place. However, I do have a few left in my possession. If you can do me a favor, I'll give you one." Shenlang's heart leapt with joy. He clasped his fists and replied, "Please, senior, tell me what you need." The old woman's voice carried a hint of weariness. "This small town is infested with vengeful spirits. Every night, they disturb my peace. Go and rid this place of them, and bring back their soul orbs." "Vengeful spirits?" Shenlang frowned, recalling the eerie sensation of being watched earlier. He suddenly understood. "Yes," the old woman sighed. "A few years ago, this town suffered a great calamity, with countless deaths. The souls of the dead refused to reincarnate and turned into vengeful spirits. They fear the light and hide in dark places." A system notification suddenly appeared. Quest: collect soul orbs grade A. Objective: defeat 100 vengeful spirits and collect their soul orbs. Progress: 0-100. Reward: generous. "Understood, Granny. I'll handle it right away," Shenlang said, turning to leave. "Wait," the old woman called out suddenly, her tone grave. "Remember, Little Pool Town becomes extremely dangerous after midnight. You must leave before then." "Got it. I'll log out by 11:30 p.m. Moments later, Shenlang arrived at a decrepit, shadowy house. In the corner, a vague figure with disheveled hair was curled up, exuding an unnerving aura. "It's just a game," Shenlang muttered, taking a deep breath to suppress his fear. He activated his insight skill. Vengeful Spirit. Level: 25. Attack: 255. Defense: 180. HP: 16,000. Skills: Bite, Ghostly Wail. Its attack power rivals that of the saber-toothed Tiger King, Shenlang thought, but his dagger was already in motion. 2 strikes landed, reducing the spirit's health by 130 points. The spirit, enraged, lashed out with its pale claws at lightning speed. Shenlang failed to dodge in time and took a heavy hit. Gritting his teeth, he counterattacked, slashing through the long hair obscuring its face, revealing a ghastly, pale visage streaked with dried blood. The battle raged on for a full 15 minutes. At last, the spirit dissolved into a pile of silver coins and a crimson soul orb. System notification: Vengeful Spirit defeated. Gain 7,200 EXP base, 3,000 bonus, 4,200. Defeating higher-level monsters is so satisfying, Shenlang thought, pleased as he watched his experience bar rise. Leveling up from 18 to 19 required 180,000 EX, just 20 more kills would suffice. And the drops were decent. One spirit had yielded 91 silver coins. "Looks like I'll be staying here for a while," Shenlang said, moving stealthily toward the next house. Soon, Shenlang entered another room nearby. The empty space showed no sign of any ghostly presence. As he frowned, pondering whether the room had ever been inhabited, a sudden, eerie change occurred. From beneath the decrepit bed, a strange mist began to seep out. Shenlang glanced down, and an icy chill enveloped him instantly. A headless ghost was slowly crawling out from under the bed. Its neck looked as though it had been savagely torn by a beast, with jagged edges and a few scraps of skin still hanging loosely. "Are you kidding me? Does it have to look this realistic?" Shenlang felt his scalp tingle with unease. He was relieved it was broad daylight. Encountering such a scene at night would likely scare someone into a heart attack. Forcing himself to remember that this was just a game, he swallowed hard, tightened his grip on his dagger, and charged forward. The entire day was spent battling various horrifying ghosts, with only a brief break at noon to log out and eat. Gradually, the initial terror was replaced by a growing numbness. By 7 p.m., Shenlang had slain 45 ghosts, leveling up to 19.5, just 100,000 experience points shy of level 20. The day's haul wasn't bad. A level 20 black iron mage robe with excellent stats, likely worth a few $100 and 40 gold coins. Although the gold coin rate had dropped to 260 yuan per coin, his total earnings barely surpassed 10,000 yuan. Still, Xunlang knew that as players leveled up, this method of earning through gold coins would soon become obsolete. After a quick dinner and handling some personal matters, Xunlang logged back in at 7:30 p.m. By then, the sky had turned completely dark. Give me back my life. A sudden cold wind struck from behind before he could react, followed by a tremendous force slamming into his back. Damage numbers instantly flashed on the screen as his health bar plummeted by 1/3. Xunlang rolled to the ground and quickly turned around, only to see a ghost with disheveled white hair staring at him with blood-red eyes. Its twisted, ferocious expression seemed as though it wanted to tear him apart. This behavior puzzled him. Previous ghosts had shown hostility but never attacked him so aggressively. Give me back my life, the ghost shrieked again, rushing toward him with outstretched claws. Its crimson tongue grotesquely dangled from its mouth. I didn't kill you. Xunlang barely dodged the attack and countered with a dagger strike to the back of its head, but it only dealt 47 points of damage. The unusually low damage confirmed his suspicion this was no ordinary ghost. Without hesitation, he cast an insight spell. Xunlang quickly assessed the basic attributes of the Wraith: level 30, attack power 30, defense 325, HP 230, skill points 21,000, and 2 abilities: Bite and Ghostly Wail. No wonder it's so tough to fight. It's a level 30 Wraith. Xunlang thought to himself with a sigh. The battle erupted instantly. The Wraith, enraged after its attack was dodged by Xunlang, lunged at him with clawed hands. Its sharp nails slashed across Xunlang's ribs, and a horrifying damage number floated above his head. His nearly 700 HP was instantly reduced to less than 300. Get lost, Xunlang shouted, staying calm under pressure. He struck back with his dagger, landing precise hits on the Wraith's collarbone and the vulnerable spot on the back of its neck, dealing over 90 points of damage. Thanks to his equipment's special effect, he also recovered 100 HP quickly. He downed a health potion, bringing his HP back up by another 200 points. However, the Wraith's next wave of attacks came fast, driving Xunlang's health back down to less than half. Damn it, I can't keep this up. After weighing his options, Xunlang made a quick decision to retreat. The Wraith wasn't just powerful, it was also incredibly agile, unlike other slow-moving wild creatures. Even with the healing effect of the Qingling Ring, he could only survive 4 hits before dying. Using his superior speed, Xunlang managed to lose the Wraith and activated stealth mode to slip into another building. However, this house also had a level 30 Wraith, forcing him to retreat once again. He searched several more houses, but all he found were more Wraiths, no sign of any spirits. This left Xunlang increasingly frustrated. Just as he prepared to continue his search, a large number of Wraiths suddenly appeared on the street. Fortunately, he was still in stealth and avoided detection. Otherwise, death would have been inevitable. These Wraiths were highly aggressive and extremely dangerous. As he observed the town overrun by Wraiths, a thought suddenly struck Xunlang. Could these Wraiths have evolved from spirits? This theory seemed to explain why only spirits were present during the day, while Wraiths roamed at night. During the daytime, when yang energy was stronger, they appeared as level 25 spirits. At night, when yin energy gathered, they transformed into level 30 Wraiths. Although Xunlang had figured this out, completing his current mission under these circumstances was impossible. These high-level Wraiths were not only individually powerful but also guaranteed to trigger a swarm if engaged, leaving no chance of survival. Looks like I'll have to come back tomorrow, Xunlang muttered with a sigh. Climbing a tall tree, he crushed a return scroll. With a flash of white light, he was back in the central square of Langya City. He immediately sent a message to Qinghai Xiaofeng. Brother Feng, you free? I've got some gold to sell, along with a level 20 piece of equipment. Finishing up a quest. Back in 30 minutes, Qinghai Xiaofeng quickly replied. All right, they'll wait for you in the square, Xunlang responded. With nothing else to do for the moment, waiting half an hour didn't seem like a big deal. The plaza in Langya City was packed with a dense crowd of players, filling every corner of the space. While most players were leveling up outside the city, the streets within were still bustling with activity. It was the 7th day since the game servers opened, and the majority of players had already left the beginner villages, flooding into the 12 major cities of the Huaxia region. Each city accommodated over 10 million players on average, and the numbers were still climbing. Xunlang wandered aimlessly through the night market, hoping to stumble upon something rare or valuable. The plaza was bustling with at least 1,000 players setting up stalls, forming a lively marketplace. He stopped at one of the stalls, picked up a skill book, and examined it carefully. Icebreaker arrow. Quality, grade. Effect. After a 1-second chant, summons an ice arrow to strike the target. Damage, 125150 of spell damage. Bonus, reduces the target's movement speed by 50 for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 10 points. Boss, do you have any skill books for assassins? Shinlang casually asked as he put down the mage skill book. Of course. Definitely. The stall owner, Mark Pineapple, was a bowman with his level concealed. He immediately pulled out a skill book from his pouch and handed it to Shinlang. Shinlang took the book and his eyes lit up. It was an grade skill book. Void slash. Quality, a grade. Effect, throws a dagger at a target within 5 meters, dealing 150,200 damage upon hit. Bonus, stuns the target for 1 second. Caster teleports behind the target after 1 second. This was dropped by a Silverdeer boss. Impressive, isn't it? Mark Pineapple asked with a grin. It's alright, not bad. Shinlang replied nonchalantly as he placed the skill book back on the stall. Though he appeared indifferent, he was already excited inside. With his current equipment, he only had a basic attack skill, which made his efficiency frustratingly low. This grade skill with mobility was exactly what he needed. Bro, are you planning to buy it? Mark Pineapple asked slyly, clearly seeing through Shinlang's thoughts. How much? Skill books, as you know, are the most valuable. Why don't you make an offer first? 800. Shinlang offered directly. Are you kidding me, bro? This isn't a grade skill. Mark Pineapple exclaimed, glaring at him as if he wanted to shoot an arrow on the spot. 1,000, that's my limit. Shinlang added a little to his offer. Mark Pineapple took a deep breath. Alright, how about this 15,000, final price? If you want it, take it. If not, forget it. No deal, Shinlang replied firmly. Shinlang shook his head at the exorbitantly priced skill book. While the skill was indeed appealing to him, the price of 15,000 was simply outrageous. Even at 5,000, he wouldn't have considered it. How about 12,000? That's as low as I'll go. Marco Polo quickly lowered the price when he saw Shinlang's hesitation. 1,000, 10,000, 1,000, 8,000, 1,000, 6,000. That's the absolute lowest. 1,000. Get lost. Marco Polo's face turned red with anger, and he looked like he was about to punch Shinlang. If you're not selling, that's fine, but why resort to insults? Shinlang rubbed his nose and said with a grin. I wasn't insulting you, just telling you to leave. Marco Polo rolled his eyes and decided to ignore him. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside Shinlang. The newcomer crouched down and picked up the skill book's illustration from the stall, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. Oh, you actually have an assassin's skill book here? Shinlang turned his head and was taken aback. It was none other than Lin Jiafengxian. Even more coincidentally, 2 assassins from the snow region were standing behind him. Of course I do. Marco Polo immediately switched to a warm and enthusiastic demeanor. How much for this skill book? Lin Jiafengxian held the illustration in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He clearly hadn't recognized Shinlang, as Shinlang had hidden his ID and level. Name your price, big brother. If it's fair, it's yours. Marco Polo said with a smile. How about 5,000? Lin Jiafengxian offered. Although he wasn't short on money, saving where possible was still a good habit. Are you kidding me? This brother here just offered 10,000, and I didn't sell it. Marco Polo glanced at the 2 men behind Lin Jiafengxian and cleverly refused. All right, then you set the price, Lin Jiafengxian said casually, casting a brief glance at Shinlang. Shinlang sighed. Brother Polo, let's go with what you said. I'll take it for 12,000. Hold on. Lin Jiafengxian cut in. 13,000'll take it. Give me your account number. Oh, bringing 2 people with you makes you think you're something special? Shinlang sneered. Didn't your parents teach you about first come, first served? What did you just say? Lin Jiafengxian's face darkened as he glared coldly at Shinlang. You coward hiding behind anonymity. Dare to say that again? Huh. And what are you supposed to be? Try touching me if you have the guts. Shinlang retorted disdainfully. Fighting in the county city? Unless Lin Jiafengxian wanted to end up in jail, he wouldn't dare. No matter how much power his family had in Qinghai City, it wouldn't mean a thing in the game. Brother Polo, send me your account number. I'll transfer the 12,000 right now, Shinlang said to Marco Polo. Marco Polo looked conflicted. Humph. Lowly ants will never understand the power of money. Lin Jiafengxian sneered and held up 2 fingers toward Marco Polo. 20,000. It's mine. 20,000. Marco Polo swallowed hard, a glint of surprise and delight flashing in his eyes. He had initially thought getting 7 or 8,000 would already be decent, but the offer had skyrocketed to 20,000, far exceeding his expectations. Huh, do you really think you're the only rich kid around? Shinlang sneered coldly, swiftly pulling out his phone. He brought up his bank account balance and shoved the screen in front of Lin Jiafengxian. The bold numbers on the screen read 46,108 yuan. This is just my monthly allowance. Shinlang declared arrogantly, his head held high. Lin Jiafengxian froze for a moment, but before he could respond, the 2 assassins standing behind him let out mocking chuckles. What a joke. 40-something thousand a month? And you think you're the son of some big shot in the city? Brother Polo, 20,000 is nothing for me, Shinlang said, completely ignoring the ridiculing stares as he continued pressuring Marco Polo. Marco Polo hesitated, glancing at Shinlang, but before he could say anything, Lin Jiafengxian suddenly stood up. The anger that had been on his face had mysteriously disappeared, replaced by a faintly disdainful smirk. With his hands clasped behind his back, he said, "Well, this is getting interesting. For this skill book, I'll offer 47,000. He turned to Shinlang, his gaze filled with mockery. "So, Mr. Rich Kid, you've only got 46,000 in your account. How are you going to keep up?" Shinlang's face darkened instantly, as if a storm was brewing. Do you even know who you're messing with? Huh. If you can't afford it, just get lost. Stop embarrassing yourself. Lin Jiafengxian's tone grew sharper. "I'm not leaving. What can you do about it?" Shinlang shot back through gritted teeth, glaring at him. Lin Jiafengxian couldn't be bothered to argue further. He asked Marco Polo for his account details and completed the transfer without hesitation. Marco Polo's demeanor changed instantly, his face lighting up with a fawning smile as he respectfully handed over the skill book. "See this, kid? Do you know whose skill book this is now?" Lin Jiafengxian taunted, waving the book smugly in front of Shinlang. "You just wait." Shinlang's eyes burned with fury as he spat out the words. "Better hope I don't run into you outside the city, kid, or things won't end with just losing face," Lin Jiafengxian warned, leaving with his 2 men in tow, exuding an air of triumph. As Lin Jiafengxian and his group disappeared into the distance, Shinlang's gloomy expression suddenly brightened. He turned to Marco Polo eagerly and demanded, "Hurry up, give me my cut one at 3,500. Not a cent less." "What? Why should I give you half? You only acted for a short while. At most, I'll give you 10,000. Marco Polo glanced around nervously, his voice betraying a hint of guilt. Shinlang noticed the unease in Marco Polo's demeanor and realized that, despite everything, this man wasn't entirely selfish. At least he wasn't keeping all the earnings for himself. "No way, 20,000 at the very least," Shinlang said firmly, flashing his ID and level on the game's interface. His sharp gaze locked onto Marco Polo. "Otherwise, I'll follow you everywhere. Every time you step out of the city, I'll kill you." "Fine, you win. Not as ruthless as you. Add me as a friend. Let's team up again next time." "Sure, sounds good." The two quickly added each other as friends, silently reaching an unspoken agreement. Shinlang looked at the nearly 70,000 yuan in his bank account, unable to hide his excitement. Earning 50,000 in just 1 week felt like a dream. He started fantasizing, 50,000 a week, 200,000 a month, and in a year. Just as he was lost in the thrill of achieving two small goals, a message from Qinghai Xiaofeng popped up. "Brother Tianya, I'm here. On my way." Shinlang wiped the corner of his mouth and swiftly navigated through the crowd to the Adventurers Guild entrance. Without much small talk, he handed over 40 gold coins and a black iron mage robe to Qinghai Xiaofeng. Gold coins at 260 each, and this piece of gear, though it has good stats, the level requirement is high. "I'll give you 800 for it. How about that?" Qinghai Xiaofeng offered. "Deal." Shinlang agreed without hesitation. Moments later, his account balance grew by another 11,200 yuan, pushing the total closer to 80,000. He was one step nearer to his first goal. Qinghai Xiaofeng seemed busy that day and left after a quick goodbye. Not long after, Guan Suo sent a voice request. During the call, Guan Suo informed Shinlang that Lin Tong had responded to their earlier matter. She claimed to have spoken with Lin Jiafengxian, calling it a misunderstanding. She offered compensation of 2,000 yuan each for him and Mingzi and promised that once Shuiyu officially formed, they would be given priority to join. She also vowed to groom Guan Suo into Shuiyu's top knight. "What about the gear?" Shinlang pressed. "She said it would be delivered in a few days," Guan Suo replied. After a brief pause, Shinlang said, "All right then, take the 2,000 yuan and let this matter rest. Don't hold grudges against Lin Jiafengxian, at least not openly. Focus on improving yourselves for the next few days, and leave the rest to me." After hanging up, Shinlang frowned slightly. Lin Tong wasn't someone to be taken lightly. She was clearly aligned with Lin Jiafengxian. Still, it was natural for siblings to favor each other. As he pondered his next steps toward transitioning to the Shadow Walker class, a system announcement suddenly echoed across the entire server, repeating 3 times. Player Jin Xiao Nianhua has used the guild creation token in Jinling City to successfully establish the Alliance Weiyang Palace. As the first player in the Huaxia region to create an alliance, Jin Xiao Nianhua is awarded Level 1, 100 gold coins, and Luck 1. The announcement caused an uproar in the plaza as players broke into heated discussions. Shortly after, Jin Xiao Nianhua sent a server-wide message, inviting elite players from all counties to join Weiyang Palace and setting up registration points at the 4 gates of Jinling City. This move stirred up the major factions in various counties. As the first alliance in the Huaxia region, Weiyang Palace held significant appeal to players. However, for players outside Jinling City, the hassle of changing their affiliated county dampened their enthusiasm for joining. Amidst the bustling noise, Shunlang quietly left Lengyia City. He wasn't concerned about who would establish an alliance. He had no intention of vying for dominance, nor did he have the qualifications. All he wanted was to be a carefree player who could earn a bit of money. While joining an alliance would offer protection, it would also mean restrictions. For now, he decided to leave the matter aside and take things one step at a time. His current priority was to change his profession to Shadow Walker. After leaving the city gates, Shunlang immediately activated stealth mode and sped toward the northeast. His destination was the third location mentioned by the old pharmacist Songlong Ridge. It was 100 miles away from Lengyia City, and even with his current stealth movement speed of 1156 relative to the normal 10 miles hour, it would still take him a full 4 hours to get there. Though the journey was long, obtaining the dragon saliva was a must. With nothing else to do tonight, he figured he might as well use the opportunity to explore. In stealth mode, Shunlang moved swiftly, easily avoiding all the players he encountered along the way. An hour later, as he passed through a forest, he suddenly heard an angry shout from the distance. Kong Kong Bai Xiao, don't push things too far. The name made Shunlang stop in his tracks. Kong Kong Bai Xiao? Why did that sound so familiar? After a moment of thought, it came to him. Hesitating briefly, he decided to check it out. Not far ahead, he came upon an open grassy area. In the field, over a dozen players were locked in a standoff. Nearby, a mammoth with only 1/5 of its health remaining was being tightly held off by a heavily injured knight. Sure enough, it was that guy. Among the crowd, Shunlang immediately recognized Kong Kong Bai Xiao, as well as the stunning Ju Sei Tian Xiang standing beside him. Kong Kong Bai Xiao's group consisted of 7 players, 2 priests, 2 archers, a knight, a mage, and himself, a swordsman. Opposing them was a standard 5-player team setup. 1 swordsman, 1 knight, 1 mage, 1 archer, and 1 priest. However, the knight on the opposing side was preoccupied with holding off the mammoth and couldn't lend a hand. Heh, I've made myself very clear the boss's experience points go to you, but the loot belongs to us. If you don't agree, then no one gets anything, Kong Kong Bai Xiao declared arrogantly. Hiding in the shadows, Shunlang couldn't help but mutter under his breath, this guy never changes. Clearly, this was another case of forcibly stealing someone else's boss, just like back in the novice village when Kong Kong Bai Xiao and his 4 companions tried to take a share of Shunlang's spoils, only to end up losing 4 of their own instead. Kong Kong Bai Xiao, do you really think having 2 more people guarantees your victory? If you dare make a move, I'll fight you to the end, Feng Luan said coldly. As a level 17 swordsman, his level was even 1 higher than Kong Kong Bai Xiao's. Glancing back at the heavily injured boss, a trace of unwillingness flickered in Feng Luan's eyes. Just 20 more minutes, and this boss should have been theirs. Let's see you try. Kong Kong Bai Xiao sneered. Jinpeng Xiaoxin, go hold off the boss. With that, he moved swiftly, charging directly at the opposing female mage. Feng Luan intercepted him just in time, and the 2 sides clashed instantly. The battle escalated quickly. Kong Kong Bai Xiao's knight charged toward the mammoth to prevent it from regenerating health, followed closely by a priest. Seeing this, the opposing knight grinned and moved to defend, creating a temporary balance in numbers. But then, chaos erupted. A shadow silently appeared behind the enemy priest. With a flash of cold light, the dagger slashed multiple times, and the unsuspecting priest fell instantly. Kong Kong Bai Xiao, you despicable coward, Feng Luan roared, swinging his sword toward Kong Kong Bai Xiao's shoulder, dealing nearly 100 points of damage and forcing him to retreat. Heh, did you think I wouldn't be prepared? You underestimate me, Feng Luan. Kong Kong Bai Xiao smirked, brushing off his shoulder. Then he commanded, focus fire on him, pointing at the low-health knight beside Feng Luan. Zhi Xiangxiang and 2 archers immediately followed his orders. Within just 2 rounds of focused attacks, the knight was down. Although the opposing mage and archer counterattacked immediately, Kong Kong Bai Xiao, supported by a priest, maintained his health above half. After taking down the priest, the assassin wasted no time and pursued the enemy archer. The archer fled into the forest, using their impressive speed to momentarily avoid being caught. Fei Wu, go. I'll cover you. With the situation spiraling out of control, Feng Luan's face darkened. Clenching his teeth, he charged toward the enemy priest. However, Kong Kong Bai Xiao was ready and intercepted him directly. Zhi Xiangxiang's fire spike struck with precision, instantly taking away 1/6 of Feng Luan's health. Without any healing support, even using potions couldn't withstand the combined attacks of 4 opponents. In this critical moment, a streak of green light flashed. Shunlang suddenly appeared behind the enemy's backline priest. With a devastating blow dealing 169 points of damage, combined with a backstab bonus and a critical hit to a weak point, he instantly eliminated the priest, whose defense was barely over 100 points. Huh. Xin Lang's blade flashed like lightning, taking down the junior priest in a single strike. Before the body even hit the ground, he had already slid like a phantom towards the nearby Zhu Se Tianxiang. With a flicker of cold steel, his dagger pierced her neck. The critical hit effect triggered, but she still retained a third of her health. Zhu Se Tianxiang's face turned pale as she staggered back, but there was no escaping the assassin's relentless pursuit. She couldn't even finish chanting a spell before Xin Lang's blade slashed her forehead. She dropped to the ground immediately, leaving behind a pair of enchanted boots. It's you, Tianya Longzi? Kong Kong Bai Xiao's eyes burned red with fury, as though they could spit fire. He would recognize this opponent anywhere. This was the one person who had humiliated him before. You deserve to die. Kong Kong Bai Xiao gritted his teeth and charged toward Xin Lang, only to be intercepted by Feng Luan, who was on the brink of death yet still fought desperately to block him. Your turn. Xin Lang grabbed the enchanted boots without even checking their stats and dashed toward the remaining two archers. Although they tried to escape with their swift movements, they were no match for an assassin's speed. Within moments, both were down, one of them dropping a longbow. Meanwhile, Kong Kong Bai Xiao finally managed to take down Feng Luan and the meddling mage. Sword in hand, he charged at Xin Lang. The knight and priest who had been holding off the boss abandoned their task and rushed to support the battlefield. Bang! The knight, Qinghai Peng Xiao, used a charge skill to slam Xin Lang to the ground. The system notification showed 33 points of damage and a 1-second stun. Immediately after, Kong Kong Bai Xiao's frost slash struck, dealing 97 points of damage and reducing Xin Lang's attack speed and movement speed by 50. What the hell? How is this guy's defense so high? Kong Kong Bai Xiao cursed in frustration. His 179 attack power could only deal 77 points of normal attack damage, meaning Xin Lang was mitigating over 60 of the damage. As soon as the stun wore off, Xin Lang quickly got up and tried to break through the defense line to kill the priest. However, the slow effect hindered him, and Qinghai Peng Xiao blocked him with his shield, forcing him back. Left with no other choice, Xin Lang switched tactics and targeted the knight instead, but his attacks only managed to deal a pitiful 50 damage. The situation was dire for Xin Lang. Although he had a healing skill to sustain himself, with his current subpar dagger's attack power, breaking through a team supported by a priest's healing was next to impossible. This stalemate could not last much longer. Moreover, the priest hadn't even buffed Kong Kong Bai Xiao yet. With this thought flashing through his mind, Xin Lang immediately turned around and bolted, his figure like a streak of lightning, vanishing into the dense forest in an instant. Don't chase. Kong Kong Bai Xiao quickly stopped the eager Qinghai Peng Xiao. You won't catch up to him. Are we just letting him get away like that? Qinghai Peng Xiao gritted his teeth, but deep down, he knew the truth. Without a mage's slowing skills, it was nearly impossible to catch up to an assassin with high defense, self-healing abilities, and mobility. Focus on the boss first, Kong Kong Bai Xiao said, shifting his gaze toward the mammoth not far away. With no one holding its aggro, the massive creature's health had already recovered to a third, and it was leisurely wrapping its trunk around tree leaves under a towering tree. Qinghai Peng Xiao nodded in agreement and immediately charged toward the boss, activating his skill. By this time, the assassin who had dealt with the fleeing archer had returned, and the four of them resumed their assault on the mammoth. Kong Kong Bai Xiao and the assassin focused on dealing damage, while Qinghai Peng Xiao primarily protected the priest, stepping in to share the damage only when the two attackers were overwhelmed. In less than half an hour, the mammoth's health dropped to 10. At this critical moment, the boss unleashed its ultimate skill. However, Qinghai Peng Xiao and the assassin coordinated seamlessly, with one charging and the other striking from behind. Their stun and silence combo interrupted the level 21 silver boss's powerful ability, leaving the mammoth in a weakened state with its defense halved. All-out attack, Kong Kong Bai Xiao shouted excitedly. But just then, a flash of green light streaked by. Xin Lang appeared like a phantom behind the priest and slit his throat in one swift motion. Before the three could react, he had already disappeared back into the distant forest. You son of a b. The three of them were furious, their eyes blazing, but there was nothing they could do. Full damage output. We have to finish this fight in 5 minutes. After a brief deliberation, Kong Kong Bai Xiao decided to prioritize taking down the boss. They had 300 seconds of safety, the cooldown period for the assassin's stealth ability. However, reality soon shattered their hopes. Even though the boss had just over 10,000 health remaining, the absence of the priest's healing made the trio's condition increasingly precarious. Fortunately, Kong Kong Bai Xiao's random healing skill barely kept the team afloat. 5 minutes passed, and the boss's health dropped to 3, but the trio's situation had grown even more dire. Old Bai, what do we do? Lao Ho asked anxiously. If Xin Lang attacked now, they would have no choice but to abandon the nearly defeated boss. You exit combat and go into stealth to keep watch. Seeing the boss's health down to just 3,000, Kong Kong Baishao was unwilling to give up now. Besides, there was still a chance Feng Wan and their team might arrive to back them up. Lao Ho quickly disengaged from the fight and entered stealth mode. While he couldn't see another stealth user, he could still sense anyone nearby. The mammoth's health continued to plummet amid its deafening roars, while Kong Kong Baishao and Qinghai Pingshao's health also steadily declined. When the boss was down to its last 1,000 health, the three of them were on edge, their nerves stretched taut. It should be fine. He's not nearby, Lao Ho said as he carefully scanned the surroundings. Before he could finish, the rustling of leaves suddenly broke the silence. A figure descended from above, landing directly on Kong Kong Baishao's shoulders. With a sudden leap from the treetops, Shen Lang descended like a divine warrior from the heavens, leaving the three men utterly stunned, frozen in shock. Kong Kong Baishao's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he'd just seen a ghost. Who would have thought someone could hide in a tree in this game? Before Kong Kong Baishao could recover from his shock, Shen Lang's dagger struck like a venomous snake, stabbing into the back of his neck. A backstab followed by a basic attack instantly drained Kong Kong Baishao's health bar to zero, sending him crashing to the ground. His armor and 2 gold coins clattered onto the dirt. Qinghai Pengshao reacted quickly, immediately activating his charge skill. But Shen Lang was ready. With a few nimble sidesteps, he dodged the attack and slipped under the belly of the mammoth, effortlessly avoiding the assault. At that moment, the dying mammoth let out an earth-shaking roar. With Kong Kong Baishao no longer holding its aggro, the beast turned its attention to Qinghai Pengshao. Its massive foot came down with a thunderous stomp, nearly crushing Qinghai Pengshao into paste. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Lang darted forward, his dagger flashing relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, Qinghai Pingshao's health bar was depleted as well. Drifter of the horizon, you just wait. Qinghai Pengshao roared in frustration as he fell. His massive shield dropped to the ground with a thud. Realizing his companions had been taken out one after another, Old Ho finally snapped out of his daze. Enraged, he blinked behind Shen Lang, launching a backstab followed by a flurry of attacks that shaved off a third of Shen Lang's health bar in an instant. But Shen Lang remained calm. With a flawless over-thresholder throw, he slammed Old Ho to the ground. 2 quick strikes later, Old Ho's health was nearly gone. Though he fought back desperately, Shen Lang dodged each attack with ease. Just as Shen Lang prepared to deliver the final blow, the mammoth suddenly swung its massive trunk, sending him flying through the air. Old Ho seized the chance to flee, disappearing into the nearby forest. You think you can escape? Shen Lang pursued without hesitation. However, Old Ho seemed to have invested heavily in agility, outpacing Shen Lang by a slight margin. As the distance between them grew, Shen Lang acted on a sudden inspiration. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled his dagger like a throwing knife. The Qingfeng dagger sliced through the air with deadly precision, striking Old Ho in the back of the neck. His last sliver of health vanished, and he collapsed to the ground with an expression of disbelief. Ding! The system notification chimed. Congratulations, player, on mastering the skill All or Nothing. Reward, 2 insight. Keep up the good work. A system notification chimed, but Shen Lang paid it no mind. He swiftly retracted his dagger and dashed toward the mammoth with agile movements. Swish, swish, swish. 3 flashes of cold light streaked through the air, and within less than a minute, the massive mammoth collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash. The system immediately issued 2 notifications in quick succession. Congratulations to the player for slaying the Mammoth King, a Silverdeer boss. You have gained 200,000 experience points. No bonus EXP for defeating a higher level boss. Congratulations to the player for leveling up. Mana 10, 5 free attribute points awarded. Keep up the good work. Shen Lang exhaled deeply and sprang into action. He first struggled to move the enormous corpse of the Mammoth King aside, carefully collecting all the equipment and gold coins dropped by the boss. Then, he quickly scoured the battlefield, picking up every piece of equipment and coin left behind by other players. After securing everything, he activated his stealth skill and disappeared silently into the depths of the forest. Not long after, Feng Luan arrived at the scene with a group of players, only to find the lifeless body of the mammoth lying there, stripped of everything else. Kong Kong Baishao, you just wait. A furious curse echoed through the forest. Half an hour later, Shen Lang leaned against a tree deep within the forest, grinning from ear to ear as he examined the spoils in his backpack. This was undoubtedly his biggest haul since entering the game. In addition to the boss's drops, he had picked up 7 pieces of player equipment, 3 of which were bronze tier. Notably, Kong Kong Baishao's chest armor and Qinghai Pengxiao's giant shield were exquisite level 15 bronze tier items, each worth at least a few thousand coins. As for gold coins, including those dropped by the boss, he had amassed a total of 58, along with some scattered silver coins. The 3 items dropped by the boss were the most valuable: a black battle armor, a pair of greaves, and a blood-red longsword. Although he was slightly disappointed that there was no dagger, Xinlang couldn't hide his excitement when he checked the attributes of the battle armor. Mammoth battle armor. Grade. Silver deer. Type. Leather armor. Attributes. Defense 75. Health 600. Special effect. Unyielding increases defense by 10 for each control effect suffered, excluding suppression, stackable up to 3 times. Required level, 17. Xinlang immediately equipped the Mammoth battle armor. While it was slightly inferior to the Tiger King armor in terms of raw stats, it was still exceptionally powerful. His overall attributes saw a significant boost. ID, Tianyalongzi. Class, Novice Assassin. Level, 2011.32 50 000 EXP. Defense, 265. Health, 1230. Mana, 300. Attack speed, 170. Movement speed, 165. All his attributes and skills were updated accordingly. Xinlang habitually allocated his 5 free attribute points to strength. However, as he glanced at the stats on his attribute panel, he couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. His maximum attack value was only 177, which, as a level 20 player, was even lower than Kong Kongbai's attack power at level 16. It was somewhat embarrassing, but when his gaze shifted to his defense stats, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. With the bonus from 2 silver-grade pieces of equipment, his defense reached an impressive 265, and his health exceeded 1,230. This attribute setup was exceptional for an assassin, even surpassing the defense of most swordsmen. What thrilled Xinlang even more was his newly acquired skill, All or Nothing, which turned out to be a great ability. Not only did it deal a total of 275 damage, but it was also a ranged skill with a 30-meter radius. With his current attack power, he could easily one-shot a typical priest or mage, making it the perfect assassination skill. As he reveled in the excitement of his new skill, his eyes fell on the blood-red long sword he had just acquired. The weapon, named Bloodfang Blade, was a silver-grade weapon with a staggering 93 attack power limit, a 22-point strength boost, and a lifesteal effect that converted 10 of damage dealt into health. It could be equipped as early as level 17. Seriously, couldn't it have been a dagger? Xinlang muttered to himself as he looked at the priceless long sword in his hand, feeling a bit helpless. Giving it to Guan Suo seemed too extravagant, but selling it outright felt like a waste. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he immediately sent the Bloodfang Blade stats to Qinghai Xiaofeng. Within 5 seconds, Qinghai Xiaofeng eagerly sent a call request. Xinlang answered, and the other party immediately asked excitedly, "Brother Tianya, what's going on? Why didn't you show this amazing weapon earlier?" "Just got it," Xinlang replied casually. "Wow, Brother Tianya, you're incredible. Here's the deal, 30,000 yuan. I won't even haggle with you," Qinghai Xiaofeng quickly offered, adding, "Although this sword is fantastic, it's only a transitional weapon and will likely fall out of the top-tier lineup within half a month." Xinlang got straight to the point. "Brother Feng, I trust you. I don't want to sell this sword, I'm looking to trade it. Do you happen to have a silver-grade dagger?" "A silver-grade dagger?" Qinghai Xiaofeng sighed. "To be honest, it's nearly impossible to get silver-grade gear at this stage. They're way too rare. Most of them are consumed internally within guilds and never make it to the market." Qinghai Xiaofeng wasn't trying to deceive Xinlang. Silverdeer equipment was indeed the best gear currently available in the game, and almost all of it came from Silverdeer bosses. Only a handful of players were capable of taking down such bosses, and the equipment they obtained was usually absorbed within their own factions, rarely circulating outside. Even if someone wanted to buy it, they'd need to pay at least a 50 premium, or they wouldn't stand a chance. However, Silverdeer equipment was ultimately just transitional gear, and savvy wealthy players wouldn't make such unwise investments. "I see," Xunlang said with some disappointment. He had hoped to exchange for a dagger. "Tinya, let me be honest with you, Silverdeer equipment prices change daily," Qinghai Xiaofeng said sincerely. "Bring enough funds tomorrow. I've got plenty of gear and coins left." After thinking for a moment, Xunlang nodded in agreement. It was true, Silverdeer gear depreciated quickly, and with the auction house not yet open, 30,000 was already a very decent price. Even if someone had items to sell, lacking the proper channels meant setting up a stall, which was time-consuming and attracted little foot traffic. "All right, Tianya. See you tomorrow without fail." "All right." After ending the call, Xunlang sighed softly and took out his last piece of equipment. Elephant armor leg guards. Tier: Silver. Defense: 45. Constitution: 15. Strength: 10. Required level: 17. The dual stat attributes of this exceptional piece of gear immediately caught Xinlang's eye. The leg guards not only boosted defense and constitution, but also added 10 points to strength, making them perfect for swordsmen and berserkers. "Just in time, I haven't divided the payout with Ado and the others yet. They'll use this to settle the debt," Xunlang quickly decided. The S-tier skill book was valued at 150,000 gold coins. He would take half, leaving the rest to Sunny Rain and the other 3, each getting just under 20,000. These leg guards would make an ideal form of compensation. He promptly sent the leg guard stats to Lu Busi Shu and arranged to meet in the city the next day. A reply came back quickly. Got it, Boss Tianya. After handling these matters, Shun Lang leapt down from the tree and dashed toward Songlong Ridge. He had originally planned to head there directly, but being delayed for an hour by Kong Bai Xiao and the others had left him feeling irritated. Finally, near midnight, Shun Lang arrived at his destination. Songlong Ridge was a massive mountain range stretching hundreds of miles, resembling a giant coiled dragon from afar. Legend had it that a vicious dragon once wreaked havoc in this area. Lengya City had attempted to subdue it multiple times, only to fail each time. In the end, the city lord personally stepped in, battling the dragon for 3 days and 3 nights before finally subduing it and sealing it in a deep ravine within the mountains. Standing before the majestic mountain range, Shun Lang took a deep breath and cautiously ventured in. Along the way, he encountered numerous ancient creatures, most of their levels and stats obscured by question marks, clearly high-level monsters far beyond the range of his detection skill. Half an hour later, he arrived at a massive gorge several hundred meters wide. Moonlight spilled into the ravine, but it seemed to be swallowed by an enormous black void, leaving the area dark and foreboding. Looking down from the cliff's edge, he could see nothing but pitch blackness. How am I supposed to get down there? Shun Lang muttered, swallowing nervously. The eerie environment made him hesitate to proceed recklessly. Forget it. They'll come back tomorrow when it's daylight, he decided, preparing to head back. Just then, his friend's list vibrated. It was a message from Chanming. Longzi, check the forums. Someone's trying to set you up. At 12:45 a.m., Shun Lang took off his helmet and casually placed it to the side. He picked up his phone and opened the Tianyin forum, where a headline immediately caught his attention. The top player in Lengya City achieved their rank using such despicable methods. The post had already skyrocketed to the top of the trending list, amassing an astonishing view count of over 30 million. The author of the post went by the name Qingqing Xiaoya. Frowning, Shun Lang clicked on the post, which opened to a heavily edited video. The footage depicted him ambushing Kong Bai Xiao's 4-person team and taking down the boss. However, the video had been clearly manipulated, with the earlier part entirely removed, leaving only the segment where he attacked the second healer and killed the boss. In the post, Qingqing Xiaoya accused him in a tone full of grievance. Tonight, I was playing with Brother Bai and the others, about to defeat the boss, when we were ambushed by Tianya Longzi. This was a boss we struggled so hard to find. Why would he do this to us? We didn't provoke him. Is there no sense of morality in this game anymore? She even included a pitiful selfie at the end for added effect. This emotional plea immediately caused an uproar on the forum, with the thread accumulating over 300,000 replies in no time. Among the responses were Water Army comments, but the overwhelming majority were filled with insults and condemnation. Kong Bai Xiao, under the username Bai Zhan, left a comment on the first reply. My sister is so innocent. Tianya Longzi, stealing the boss is one thing, but why did you have to target her too? She just wants to enjoy the game. Mark my words, this isn't over. Subsequent comments were overwhelmingly critical. Trash like this should get out of Lengya City. Bullying a young girl? What kind of skill is that? I know him stole my poison wasp king back in the beginner village. The forum was a cacophony of voices. Some took the opportunity to advertise guild recruitment. Others shared their own experiences to defend Shun Lang, but most were relentless in their attacks. Among the most prominent threats was one from Linjia Fengxian. You piece of trash, so you're Tianya Longzi? Mess with me, will you? Get ready for payback. Amid the storm of condemnation, a few dissenting voices emerged. Some praised his gameplay, saying, nice moves, pretty impressive, while others exclaimed, a true pro. Respect. Though these comments were sparse, they stood out like sparks of light in the chaos. Comments on the forum surged like a tidal wave as Shun Lang quickly skimmed through the hostile messages. From admiration to insults, threats to accusations, the reactions to that video were overwhelmingly intense. Some claimed he had ambushed them in the beginner's village, others vowed to force him to delete his account, and a few even threatened revenge. Faced with these accusations, Shun Lang chose not to explain himself. He knew all too well that without the original video, any defense would be futile. Since everyone had already labeled him as the villain, he decided to embrace the role. I'll kill every one of you. If you're not convinced, come and face me. He left this bold reply and promptly closed the forum. This reminded him of a certain truth. A good person who makes one mistake will be nailed to the pillar of shame, with all their past kindness forgotten, while a bad person who does one good deed will be showered with gratitude. If that's the case, why should he care about others' opinions? Whether he helped someone or stood by indifferently, people would always have something to say. After dealing with the chaos, Shun Lang took a quick shower, made a cup of instant noodles to fill his stomach, and finally lay down to sleep at 1:30 a.m. But the peace didn't last long. Before 5 in the morning, a distinct ringtone woke him from his slumber. he had set for only 2 specific contacts. "Hey, Longzi, something big just happened." Qin Ming's anxious voice came through the phone. Shen Lang struggled to sit up, rubbing his sleepy eyes. "What is it now? Why the panic?" "That bastard Lin Jiafengxian just made an announcement in the Snow Realm group. He's trying to find your real-life address and asking around for anyone who knows you." Chen Ming's tone was laced with concern. "It's just a game. Does he really have to go this far?" Shen Lang frowned, deep in thought. He wasn't too worried about his own safety after all. He hadn't used his real name in the game, and his appearance had been altered. Unless someone knew him extremely well, it would be difficult to identify him. Still, Chen Ming's warning was worth noting. "You should stay cautious. That video has spread far and wide, and there's no guarantee someone won't connect it to you. Our classmates, your housemates, they might recognize you." Shen Lang hung up the phone after responding. Chen Ming's reminder was indeed reasonable. With his current level of fame, once someone recognized him and found out his real-life address, trouble would inevitably follow. Although society operates under the rule of law, there are always busybodies who might cause disturbances. Especially Lin Jiafengxian, who had considerable influence. If they discovered his address, it could lead to significant problems. However, on second thought, the only ones who knew his address were Chan Ming and Guan Suo. As for the young couple next door, they didn't interact much, so the chances of them recognizing him were slim. Besides, he had just paid a quarter's rent last month, leaving 2 months before it expired. Knowing the landlord's personality, an early move-out would certainly mean no refund. Moving itself was also a hassle. Just finding a new place would take a day or two, and right now, he simply couldn't spare the time. He glanced at his phone. It was already 5 a.m. Since he was wide awake, he decided to get up, freshen up, and head out for some food. After grabbing a simple breakfast at a street-side stall, he spent some time stretching and exercising in the park. By the time he returned to his apartment, it was close to 6 a.m. With a flash of white light, Shen Lang entered the game world. Before him was a mountain gorge, hundreds of meters wide. The morning sunlight bathed the cliffs, unfurling like a grand painting. Standing at the edge of the precipice and looking down, Shen Lang felt a wave of dizziness. The canyon was at least 100 meters deep, with a dense forest below, its canopy blocking out the light. Suddenly, something across the cliff caught his attention. About 20 meters above the canyon floor, a massive cave entrance was faintly visible, partially obscured by tree crowns. That was likely the lair of the dragon. But how could he get there? The height was no joke. One wrong move could result in a fatal fall. Shen Lang hesitated for a while, his gaze falling on the cracks in the rocks beneath his feet. An idea suddenly came to him. He quickly crouched down, drew his dagger, and stabbed it firmly into one of the rock crevices. With a sharp hiss, the blade sank completely, leaving only the hilt exposed. This discovery brightened Shen Lang's eyes, and he quickly ran toward the nearby forest. Half an hour later, he returned, dragging several dozen meters of vines. He tied one end securely to a large tree at the cliff's edge and the other end around his waist. Gripping the vine tightly, Shen Lang began descending. Even after using up all the vines, there was still quite a distance to the canyon floor. Taking a deep breath, he swung his Qingfeng dagger, embedding it firmly into a crevice in the cliffside. Life or death, it all depends on luck, Shen Lang thought to himself. Quickly, he retrieved a beginner's dagger from his backpack and decisively cut the vine tied to his waist. The moment he lost support, his body slammed into the cliffside, but he clung tightly to the dagger's hilt to stabilize himself. After catching his breath, Shen Lang swiftly swung his arm and drove a rusty dagger precisely into a crevice in the rock wall. Using sheer strength, he alternated between the 2 daggers, inching his way down the cliff bit by bit. After a nerve-wracking hour, Shen Lang finally reached the ground safely and immediately activated stealth mode. Scanning his surroundings, he saw ancient, towering trees blocking out the sky. The dim environment was eerily silent, not even a single wild creature in sight, which made him uneasy. After a brief rest, Shen Lang cautiously began moving forward. Before long, he arrived directly below the cave. Ensuring the area was safe, Shen Lang once again used his daggers to climb. After a grueling 10-minute ascent, he reached the cave entrance and slipped into stealth mode again. Inside the massive cave, over 10 meters in diameter, darkness engulfed everything. Staring into the abyss, Shen Lang swallowed nervously. There was a strong chance that a real dragon capable of swallowing him whole resided within. At worst, I'll just lose a level, he muttered to encourage himself as he mustered the courage to venture inside. Navigating through the pitch-black tunnel, a sudden light appeared up ahead. The sight that greeted Shen Lang left him awestruck. It was a natural underground chamber illuminated by several massive luminous pearls hanging from the ceiling, casting a soft glow. At the center of the space, a purple-black dragon lay asleep atop a stone platform. This genuine dragon had wings on its back, its body covered in rock-like scales that emitted a faint glow. 8 thick chains coiled around its massive form, extending to the cave walls, seemingly meant to suppress this ancient creature. The dragon's head rested on the edge of the platform, with drool dripping from its mouth. Precious dragon saliva, an essential ingredient for crafting the vitality-enhancing elixir. After a moment of hesitation, Shun Lang held his breath and crept closer. The dragon's head, towering 3 times his height, was intimidating, but determined to complete his mission, he pulled out a jade bottle and carefully extended it toward the dragon's mouth. Big guy, just keep sleeping. Please don't wake up. Shun Lang whispered to himself, every muscle in his body tensed, his hair standing on end. But fate had other plans. Just then, the dragon's eyelids twitched. In the next instant, a pair of enormous, pitch-black pupils locked onto him. The dragon had awakened. Shun Lang stared directly into the massive dragon's eyes, nearly level with his own height, and his entire body froze in place. His reflection was perfectly mirrored in the enormous dragon's pupils, clear and vivid. The shock hit him so suddenly that he didn't even dare to breathe, and a cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Just as he was about to quietly retreat, the dragon suddenly spoke. What was even more startling was that Shun Lang could clearly see his own reflection in the dragon's massive eyes. Dr. Dragon Senior, hello, Shun Lang stammered, forcing a shaky smile. Without hesitation, he turned around and bolted as if a vengeful spirit were chasing him. Snap! The dragon snapped its jaws, but it bit into empty air. As its colossal body began to rise from the stone platform, 8 thick chains immediately tightened, and an invisible force pressed it back down onto the platform. Damn it! The dragon roared, its voice filled with frustration as it remained firmly restrained by the chains, unable to even stand. Human, stop right there! It bellowed after Shun Lang's retreating figure, clearly furious that its prey was escaping. Stop my foot! Shun Lang cursed inwardly, quickening his pace even further. Suddenly, a wave of searing heat surged from behind. A massive black fireball roared past overhead, slamming into the cave wall and erupting into a blazing inferno. Shun Lang was so startled that he skidded to a halt. Take one more step, and he'll kill you, the dragon growled. Its massive form crouched on the stone platform, its shimmering eyes icy and menacing. Dragon Senior, I wasn't trying to run. I was just going out to find something for you to eat, Shun Lang said as he slowly turned around, forcing a strained smile onto his face. Come here, boy, and let me eat you, the dragon said, its eyes gleaming with greed. Shun Lang's mind raced. He suddenly realized that the dragon seemed unable to leave the stone platform. While discreetly retrieving a teleportation scroll, he tentatively asked, Dragon Senior, are you hungry? However, the scroll displayed a message indicating it couldn't be used. Of course. I haven't eaten anything in 3 years. Hurry up and come over here. It's an honor for you to be my meal. Stop wasting time. The dragon licked its nose with its long tongue, drool dripping onto the ground. Dragon Senior, look at me, I'm barely enough to fill the gap between your teeth. How about this? Let me out, and I'll catch some delicious food for you. I promise to bring you enough to feast on. What do you say? Shun Lang suggested, all the while secretly casting a detection spell. Blackwing Dragon Mola. Cultivation. Level. Attack. Defense. Health. Skills. Description. Blackwing Dragon, Mola, is a member of the Dragon Clan, the most powerful race on the Tianyan continent. This temperamental and gluttonous dragon was exiled by the Dragon Domain's ruler for breaking clan rules. Later, it descended upon Langa City, wreaking havoc on the local populace, until it was subdued by Langa City's lord, Lan Patian, and his 4 divine generals at Songlong Ridge. There's even a cultivation attribute, Shun Lang thought to himself in surprise, recalling his previous encounter with the divine hermit Lauren. These high-level NPCs all seemed to possess this unique trait. The massive dragon Mola looked down at Shun Lang with disdain and sneered, Humph, I don't believe a single word humans say. Come here and let me devour you. Or don't blame me for being merciless. Faced with the dragon's threat, Shun Lang surprisingly remained calm. Elder Dragon, if I approach you, you could easily kill me with a single breath. Then you'd get nothing to eat. Why not let me leave? I promise to bring you a feast. After all, at worst, he would lose 1 level. It wasn't something he feared too much. Courting death. A flash of anger crossed Mola's eyes. How dare a mere ant defy its will? Shun Lang met the dragon's gaze directly and said honestly, Elder Dragon, actually, I've come to ask for a few drops of your dragon saliva. I promise to repay you with plenty of delicious food, and will never go back on my word. Mola hesitated. It had been starving for years, almost to the point of wasting away. Why should I trust you, human? This time, its tone wavered noticeably. I need the dragon saliva, it's very important to me. Please give me a chance. If you trust me, you'll never have to worry about food again. They'll visit often and bring you plenty of delicacies, Shun Lang said sincerely. The dragon's massive head swayed as it fell into a dilemma. It truly wanted to devour the human before it immediately, but Shun Lang's words made sense. If it killed him outright, it would gain nothing. Fine, he'll take a gamble this time, Mola finally decided. Shun Lang exhaled in relief. Thank you, Elder Dragon. I won't let you down. Human, you'd better not try any tricks. Even if you're from another world, once I'm free, you won't escape the fate of being hunted down. Mola warned coldly. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Elder Dragon, Shun Lang quickly assured, inwardly startled that the dragon knew he was from another world. Go. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. Mola exhaled a gust of dragon breath, extinguishing the flames at the cave entrance. It then closed its eyes and ignored Shun Lang. Goodbye, Elder Dragon. They'll be back soon, Shun Lang said. He then took out a return scroll, finally able to use it, and crushed it in his hand. Swish. A flash of light, and Shun Lang reappeared in Langus City. He wiped the cold sweat still lingering on his forehead, finally feeling a sense of relief. Man, my luck is something else, he muttered to himself with a wry smile. It was already around 9 a.m. in the bustling square, with players coming and going in a steady stream. To avoid unnecessary attention, Shun Lang quickly hid his level and name, then found a stone bench to sit on and gather his thoughts. After a brief rest, he sent a message to Qinghai Xiaofeng, followed by contacting Guansuo, Lu Bu Sishu, and a few others, arranging to meet at the square in half an hour. Before long, Qinghai Xiaofeng appeared in the square, his face lit with an unmistakable grin. Haha, Tinya, you've really made a name for yourself this time. He didn't dive straight into the topic of gear, but instead brought up the commotion on the forums from the previous day. Shun Lang gave a concise account of his conflict with Kong Baishao. It was that Kong Baishao who started it. This time, they were the ones trying to steal someone else's boss. Heh, that Baijian has quite a reputation in Qinghai City's elite circles, but to suffer 2 silent losses at your hands serves him right. Qinghai Xiaofeng chuckled. By the way, Tinya, if you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. I may not be able to fight alongside you, but I can certainly provide some intel. Thanks, Brother Feng. Shun Lang replied with a nod, thinking that this connection might indeed come in handy down the line. After the pleasantries, they got down to business. Shun Lang retrieved 6 pieces of gear from his inventory, a silver blade, a bronze shield, and 4 level 15 black iron items. The rest of the gear had already been accounted for and wasn't up for sale. Qinghai Xiaofeng examined each item carefully and quickly quoted a price. The blade is already settled at 30,000. The shield is worth no more than 3,500 now, and the 4 black iron pieces together are 2,500. That's a total of 36,000. How does that sound? Works for me, Shun Lang agreed, pulling out 50 gold coins as well. Add these to the total. He had kept another 8 coins aside as a backup. Qinghai Xiaofeng calculated swiftly. Today's gold exchange rate is 210, but it'll give you 220. That's 11,000 for 50 coins. Adding that to the gear, the total comes to 47,000. We'll transfer it right now. Once the transfer was complete, Shun Lang checked his balance and felt a wave of satisfaction. 125,000. He had finally broken into 6 figures. All right, Tinya, I'm heading off. Let's keep in touch, Qinghai Xiaofeng said, stowing away the gear and coins before hurrying off. Watching his retreating figure, Shun Lang smirked and muttered under his breath. He's probably worried someone will see him hanging out with me. Shun Lang waited in place for over 10 minutes before Guansuo, Lu Bu Sishu, Qingtian Xiaoyu, and Chen Ming arrived one after another. In just 2 short days, all 4 of them had shown significant improvement in their abilities. Among them, Lu Bu Sishu's progress was the most remarkable. Wielding the Silver-Ear Tiger King Sword, he had already reached level 18, ranking in the top 30 in Langus City, and earning a reputation as a formidable expert. Following closely was Qingtian Xiaoyu, a level 17 priest whose skills were outstanding among others in the same profession. As for Guansuo and Chen Ming, they were at levels 15 and 14 respectively, with relatively average performances. When the group met, they inevitably talked about the uproar on the forum the previous day. Guansuo, filled with indignation, declared that he wanted to teach Kong Baishao a lesson, but Shun Lang quickly stopped him. Longzi, did you call us here to deal with Kong Baishao and his group? Chen Ming asked directly. No, I'll handle that myself, Shun Lang waved him off. Erase the thing, I am taking that skill book. The total price is 150,000. They'll cover 70,000, and each of you will chip in 20,000. Any objections? No objections. Guansuo responded immediately, unable to hide his excitement. For someone who had quit his job, 20,000 yuan was no small sum. Chen Ming, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, I feel like I didn't contribute much. When we fought the boss, all I did was fire a single armor-piercing arrow. Don't say useless things. Shun Lang shot him a glare before turning to Lu Bu Sishu and his sister. Adieu, what about you two? The siblings responded in unison. No objections. Then it's settled. Shun Lang nodded. He pulled a piece of armor from his bag and handed it to Guansuo. Guanzi, hey race a level 16 bronze armor with 48 defense and 450 health points. It's 3,000 yuando, you want it? If not, he'll sell it off. I want it. Definitely. Guansuo took the armor without hesitation. Since his Tiger King armor had been snatched by Lin Jiafengxian, he was still wearing an outdated level 8 black iron armor, which was a huge downgrade in stats. Shenlang then pulled out a green longbow and handed it to Chen Ming. This is a level 15 bronze bow with 50 attack points, 12 strength, and a 15 attack speed boost. Also 3000, do you want it? Chen Ming accepted the bow without a second thought. Though the price was steep, it was a massive upgrade compared to his current level 5 black iron bow. Boss, what about me? Lu Bu Shu asked eagerly, his face full of anticipation as he looked at Shenlang. This is yours. 15,000. Take it if you want. Shenlang pulled out a pair of silver-deer elephant greaves from his backpack and handed them to Lu Bu Shu. Among the 6 pieces of armor, the greaves were among the least valuable, similar to bracers. Honestly, the price wasn't much of a discount. If he sold it to Qinghai Xiaofeng, it might fetch around 16,000. Of course. Lu Bu Shu eagerly took the greaves, his eyes lighting up. Dual attribute points and 10 strength. Damn, this is top-tier gear. He wasted no time equipping the greaves and then asked excitedly, my attack cap is now at 251. Boss Tianya, what's your attack stat? Shenlang rolled his eyes, silently cursing this guy for stirring trouble. 177, he replied expressionlessly. No way, boss, is your attack really that low? Get lost. Without another word, Shenlang kicked the annoying guy out. Tianyajij, my turn. Sunny Rain cheerfully approached, her eyes full of anticipation. Shenlang cleared his throat, looking a bit awkward. Xiao Yu, give me your account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. Huh, no gear for me? Sunny Rain froze, her lips pouting in disappointment. Well, some readers seem to dislike me giving gear to girls, so I didn't pick up anything for you. To hell with those readers. I'll smack them with my staff. After transferring money to the 4 of them, Shenlang's account balance plummeted to 66,100, dipping below the 100,000 mark. But at least one thing was settled: the SS skill was now entirely his. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, sending a chill down his spine. If he had been killed by Mola earlier, the skill book might have dropped. That would have been a disaster. Without delay, he hurried to the Adventurers Guild and cautiously stored the skill book in his personal warehouse, finally feeling at ease. Wasting no time, Shenlang headed straight for Shaoqi Town, located south of Langya City. Since there was no experience to gain from Imola, he figured it could wait until the evening. It was daylight now, and the wraiths in Shaoqi Town should have reverted to mere specters, making it the perfect time to complete the quest. After nearly an hour of brisk travel, he arrived at Shaoqi Town once again. Just then, a system announcement echoed across the entire network, declaring the formation of the Second Alliance in the Huaxia region, right in Langya City. Player Lin Jia Xiaotong Langya City has used the Guild Creation Token to successfully establish the Snow Domain Alliance. As the second player in the Huaxia region to create an alliance, Lin Jia Xiaotong is rewarded with level 1, 50 gold coins, and luck 1. The announcement was broadcast 3 times, and Lin Jia Xiaotong's name instantly became known throughout the Huaxia region. Well, their luck isn't bad, Shenlang muttered with a frown. Remembering Lin Jia Fengxian's past actions, his impression of the Snow Domain Alliance soured immediately. Ding! The system announcement from player Lin Jia Fengxian echoed, powerfully above Langya City. Brothers and sisters of Langya City, today marks the official establishment of Shueyu, now the second alliance in the Huaxia region. I am honored to invite all elite players in the city to join us. In Shueyu, we are family, and I promise you will never be treated unfairly. Additionally, Shueyu hereby issues a permanent kill order against the despicable Tianya Longzi. Wherever he is found, he must be eliminated. The announcement, repeated 3 times, sent the entire Langya city into an uproar. Shenlang's face darkened instantly as he clenched his teeth and muttered under his breath, "Damn it, Lin Jia Fengxian, you're really pushing it too far." He hadn't expected Lin Jia Fengxian to be so ruthless. Fine, Shueyu, just wait and see. Taking a deep breath, he quickly headed toward Shaoqi Town. Meanwhile, in the Alliance Creation Hall of Langya City, Shueyu's leadership was split into 2 factions over this announcement. Lin Tong's eyes burned with anger as she glared at Lin Jia Fengxian. Second brother, Shueyu has just been established, and you're already making enemies. How do you expect players to view us? I let it slide when you unjustly killed Guan Sang last time, but now you've acted on your own again. Why don't you just take over as the leader of Shueyu? Behind Lin Tong, her classmates from Zhonghai University Yu Luo Dengming, Mu Huaxi, Zinan Buin, and Nan Zi voiced their agreement, their faces filled with discontent. Lin Jia Fengxian, however, remained unfazed and chuckled. Little sister, why are you so angry? I did this for the good of Shueyu. Tianya Longzi is already the public enemy of the entire city. By doing this, we'll attract more players to join us. Several social players standing behind him immediately voiced their support. As for Guansang, Lin Jiafengxian glanced at Nan Shi. I was hoping to get a skill book for Xiao Shi, but unfortunately, all I got was a silver chest plate. I don't care for it. Nan Shi replied coldly. Yu Luo Dingming wrapped an arm around Nan Shi's shoulder and taunted, Lin Xiao, you've really gone to great lengths to please Xiao Shi, but she's with me. Why would she accept your favor? The group began to bicker playfully. Zenin Buan, sister Yu, isn't Xiao Tong your true love? Yu Luo Dingming, can't I have both? Then leave one for me. Huaxi can be yours. Mu Huaxi glared at him. I could be your mother. Zenin Buan quickly surrendered. Huaxi, you're a priest. Don't look at me like that. Lin Tong sighed and interrupted. All right, enough of your nonsense. Turning back to Lin Jiafengxian, her tone grew stern. Second brother, this is the last time. If you act on your own under the name of Shuiyu again, then Shuiyu is yours, and well leave. Lin Jiafengxian quickly agreed. All right, the last time. I promise. Though he secretly longed to become the leader of Shuiyu, he knew it wasn't the right time, yet the core strength of Shuiyu still lay with the students of Zhonghai University, and the players he had recruited were not strong enough. In the small town of Shaoqi, within a dilapidated house, Shun Lang was confronting a ghastly ghost with a twisted, menacing face. Under the dim light, the ghost's horrifying visage appeared even more terrifying, but Shun Lang showed not a trace of fear. His earlier judgment was indeed correct. The vengeful spirits here had all degraded into weaker ghostly forms. Without hesitation, Shun Lang drew his dagger and charged forward. At level 20, his attributes had improved significantly, especially his defense and health, which allowed him to handle these ghosts with ease, eliminating one roughly every 10 minutes. From 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., Shun Lang fought tirelessly, skipping lunch altogether, and managed to slay 47 ghosts. The rewards were decent, 40 gold coins and a level 20 black iron piece of equipment. Additionally, he leveled up to 21, leaving him less than 100,000 experience points away from level 22. This time, instead of allocating all his attribute points to strength as usual, he invested 5 points into agility, boosting his attack speed to 175 and his movement speed to 170. Though he still needed to kill 8 more ghosts to complete his mission, night had fallen, and Shun Lang decided to return the next day. With his current strength, he might already stand a chance against the vengeful spirits, but other matters demanded his attention, forcing him to put the task on hold. After briefly logging off to have a quick 15-minute meal, Shun Lang immediately logged back in. Crushing a teleportation scroll, he instantly transported to the central square of Langya City. He headed straight for a shop by the street and spent 5 gold coins to purchase 50 roasted chickens. Although the expense pained him, he had no other choice. Leaving the city gates, Shun Lang hurried toward Songlong Ridge. Along the way, he casually killed a level 20 mammoth. Unfortunately, the massive corpse wouldn't fit entirely into his storage bag, so he had to settle for cutting off 4 of its legs to take with him. It wasn't until past 10 p.m. that he returned to the edge of the cliff. Under the pitch-black night sky, the area below the cliff was shrouded in darkness. Shun Lang carefully descended along the route he remembered, but near the bottom, he lost his footing and fell, losing nearly 1,000 health points and narrowly escaping death. By almost midnight, Shun Lang finally reached the cave where the dragon Mora was sealed. The journey had taken a full 6 hours, costing him 2 evenings of leveling. As a result, his rank dropped from 1st to 3rd, surpassed by Lin Tong and Tianxia. Lin Tong, in particular, had gained extra rewards from forming an alliance and had already reached level 23. If Shun Lang hadn't snatched a boss from Kong Kong Baishao the previous day, he might have fallen out of the top 10 altogether. Inside the cave, the dragon Mora was still lying on the stone platform. The luminous pearls around it emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire cave. Kid, you actually came back. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Mora said, its previously lifeless eyes suddenly lighting up with excitement. There was a hint of delight in its tone as it continued, "Where's my food? Hurry up and bring it out." "Don't worry, senior. I've brought plenty for you," Shun Lang replied with a smile. Shun Lang took out 2 roasted chickens from his backpack and tossed them into Mora's enormous mouth. "Kid, are you trying to fill the gaps in my teeth with this?" Mora glared with his round, bulging eyes. Although the roasted chicken was delicious, it wasn't even enough to fill the cracks between his teeth. "Take your time and enjoy, senior. I've got plenty more," Shun Lang replied calmly as he continued taking out more roasted chickens. Mora, like cracking sunflower seeds, devoured each chicken whole, bones and all, in a single bite. In the blink of an eye, 50 roasted chickens had disappeared. "Is that all?" Mora asked, still unsatisfied, his eyes glaring hungrily. "I've got something even better," Shun Lang said as he brought out a massive elephant leg, instantly making Mora drool with anticipation. However, this time Shun Lang didn't hand it over right away. Instead, He took out a jade bottle. Brother Dragon, let me collect some dragon saliva first. Once you're full, there won't be any left. Hurry up. Mora surprisingly agreed without much fuss. Xinlang immediately stepped closer, carefully collecting the dragon saliva. 10 minutes later, Mora's patience wore thin. Kid, how much longer are you going to take? Just a moment, Brother Dragon. The alchemist said I need 100 bottles, and I've only got half so far. Damn it, forget it. I want meat now. Mora roared impatiently. All right, no more collecting. They'll do it next time. Sensing the danger, Xunlang quickly put the jade bottle away and placed the elephant leg on the stone platform. Mora immediately tore into it, devouring it clean in no time. Seeing this, Xunlang decided not to hold back and brought out the remaining 3 elephant legs. 10 minutes later, Mora had polished off all the elephant legs, lying contentedly on the stone platform. His gaze toward Xunlang had softened considerably. Kid, remember, you promised to visit often? Of course. Xunlang nodded repeatedly. But Brother Dragon, Langia City is really far, and there are so many wild beasts along the way. With my current strength, I can probably only make it once a month. A month? No way. That's too long. Are you trying to starve me to death? There's no other way, Xunlang sighed. I died several times just getting here today. This dagger is way too weak. I can't even deal with the wild beasts on the road. He glanced at Mora's sharp teeth, an idea forming in his mind. If Brother Dragon could spare me one of your teeth, I could forge a decent weapon to defend myself. Then I wouldn't have to fear those wild beasts. You wish. Mora sneered, giving Xunlang a disdainful look. After a moment of thought, he plucked off a black scale from his body and handed it to Xunlang. Take this. As long as you don't provoke them, the lesser beasts won't dare attack you. Xunlang was overjoyed and quickly accepted the massive dragon scale. This was Mora's token, capable of suppressing low-level beasts without cultivation, instilling fear in them and deterring them from attacking its bearer. Fantastic. With this, I don't have to worry about wild beasts anymore. Thank you, Brother Dragon, for your generosity, Xunlang said happily, carefully storing the dragon scale. All right, get lost. And next time, bring more food. Don't worry, leave it to me. 1 a.m. inside the room, Xunlang removed his gaming helmet, let out a long breath, and stretched his stiff body as he got up. Got the dragon saliva. Just need the blood spirit ginseng now, he calculated silently, a satisfied smile playing at the corner of his lips. At this pace, he would complete the priestess's quest by tomorrow with plenty of time to spare. Looking back on the results of the past 10 days since the game's launch, Xunlang felt quite pleased with himself. Ranked 3rd in Langia City, 33rd in the entire Huaxia region, earned 50,000 yuan in cash, and obtained a skill book valued at 150,000 yuan. The 50 bottles of dragon saliva he had just acquired could also turn into a considerable profit later. The only downside was the lack of a decent dagger. As an assassin, his damage output couldn't keep up with his level progression without a proper weapon. If this continued, the advantage he had built up early on might soon be overtaken by others. But Xunlang wasn't too worried. His hidden class advancement quest was nearly complete. Once he ascended to the rank of Shadow Walker, everything would change. Then he'd settle the score with Shueyu and Kongkong Baishao's group. Instead of wasting time grinding levels, competing for bosses was definitely the faster way to make money. The equipment issue would naturally solve itself after all. Everyone knew that looting from others was the quickest path to wealth. Of course, that required sufficient strength. Otherwise, he'd end up as someone else's victim. Shaking off these thoughts, Xunlang got up and took a quick shower. He made himself a cup of instant noodles to fill his stomach. By the time he finished cleaning up, it was already past 1:30. After a simple wash, he lay down to rest. At 5:30 the next morning, Xunlang woke up on time. He went downstairs, had breakfast, and stretched his muscles in the park before logging back into the game. A flash of light, and he appeared in the central plaza of Langia City. Almost simultaneously, a system announcement echoed across the server. Ding! System announcement. Player Jianqi Jinglan has used the guild creation token in Yinjing City to successfully establish the Alliance, Summit of the Gods. As the 3rd player in the Huaxia region to create an alliance, Jianqi Jinglan is awarded 50 of their current level's experience points, 30 gold coins, and 1 luck. This marked the official beginning of the Alliance era in Tianyan, but Xunlang couldn't care less. He headed straight to the pharmacy, where he found the familiar old pharmacist and placed a bottle of dragon saliva on the counter. Sir, are you interested in buying this? The old pharmacist opened the bottle, took a careful sniff, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. This is dragon saliva? Yes. Name your price. Well, the old pharmacist said slowly, dragon saliva is rare, but its uses are limited, so its value. Just tell me the price. Xunlang interrupted. 5 gold coins, the old pharmacist said, raising one finger. Xunlang glared at the sly old man, itching to draw his dagger. Old man, Do you believe I won't put a hole in your head? Young man, there's no need to get so worked up, the old pharmacist replied unhurriedly. While dragon saliva is indeed rare, it isn't exactly a precious material, and its applications are limited. 5 coins is a very fair offer. 500 coins. Shen Lang gritted his teeth as he countered. 10 coins, not a coin more. Shen Lang insisted. 45? How about 50 coins? Take it or leave it. The old pharmacist squinted as he spoke. After some haggling, the two finally settled on a price of 50 gold coins for the dragon musk. Shen Lang took the dragon musk out of his backpack and neatly placed it on the counter, keeping just one bottle for himself. 50 bottles? The old pharmacist's eyes widened in shock. Kid, did you go slay a dragon or something? Isn't this the largest pharmacy in Langya City? Can't handle this amount? Shen Lang sneered. The old pharmacist quickly waved his hand. No, that's not it. It's just that with this much supply, the price is bound to drop. Forget it. Not selling. Shen Lang turned to leave. Wait, wait. The old pharmacist reacted swiftly, sweeping all 50 bottles into his bag with a single motion. He then called for his steward to bring over 2,500 gold coins, handing them to Shen Lang. As Shen Lang looked at the glittering coins in his backpack, his heart raced. This is it. I've struck gold. This has to be worth tens of thousands. But his excitement was short-lived. The old pharmacist called over his steward and instructed, notify all the pharmacies in the city and the surrounding counties. Let them know we have a batch of dragon musk ready for auction. Master, what starting price should we set? The steward asked respectfully. Start at 500 gold coins per bottle, and let them bid on their own. Old man, that's outrageous. Shen Lang was stunned, feeling like the gold he had just earned suddenly lost its luster. The old pharmacist chuckled as he patted Shen Lang on the shoulder. Young man, think of it this way. Without access to an auction house, the price I gave you was already quite fair. You're ruthless. Shen Lang gritted his teeth, barely holding back the urge to draw his blade. The old pharmacist continued to smile. Come back if you have more in the future, but the price probably won't be this high again. These 50 bottles will take them some time to sell through. Without saying another word, Shen Lang slammed down 50 coins on the counter. Give me 2 stalks of fuyang grass and 50 grams of deer antler. An hour later, outside the Adventurers Guild. Sorry, Tianya brother. Qinghai Xiaofeng came running, out of breath. Just finished fighting a boss. Kept you waiting. No worries. Judging by your cheerful face, did you get something good? Shen Lang asked. Sure did. Got a guild creation token. Qinghai Xiaofeng nodded excitedly. In Langya City, there was currently only the Snowfield Guild, and a level 1 guild could only accommodate 100 members. With many top players still guildless, this was a golden opportunity to establish a guild. Really? Well, congratulations, brother Feng. Shen Lang clasped his hands together with a sincere smile. Haha, no need to be so polite. Qinghai Xiaofeng waved his hand casually before his expression turned serious. By the way, brother Tianya, is there something urgent that made you call me back in such a hurry? Shen Lang got straight to the point. Here's the thing. I have a batch of gold coins to sell, quite a large amount. Brother Feng, would you be able to take them off my hands? Qinghai Xiaofeng responded cautiously. Gold prices fluctuate all the time. Honestly, I'm curious why you waited an hour for me. How many coins are we talking about? 2,400. This number made Qinghai Xiaofeng's eyes widen. This brother Tianya, did you rob the city lord's mansion by any chance? Haha, of course not. Shen Lang chuckled lightly. So, can you handle it, brother Feng? After a moment of thought, Qinghai Xiaofeng nodded. Yes, no problem. But brother Tianya, this amount is indeed massive. We'll have to go with the standard market price. Completely understandable, Shen Lang agreed readily. For him, the priority was offloading the coins quickly. Qinghai Xiaofeng began calculating on his fingers. 2,400 coins. This morning's rate was 170 per coin, which comes to 408,000. He looked up at Shen Lang. For safety reasons, how about we break it into batches, transferring 40,000 each time? That's perfectly reasonable, no explanation needed. Shen Lang replied understandingly. As the transaction commenced, Shen Lang stared intently at the changes in his bank account balance, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. Eventually, the final number stopped at 474,103.35. It was the first time in his life that he had seen such a large sum. Brother Tianya, pleasure doing business. I need to go hire some people now. See you around. See you. Watching Qinghai Xiaofeng leave in a hurry, Shen Lang glanced again at the balance on his card, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This windfall left him in an exceptionally good mood, the kind that even an AK couldn't suppress. He had kept about 90 gold coins on him, thinking they might come in handy for alchemy later. After composing himself, Shen Lang turned and headed toward Shaoqi Town. Shaoqi Town. By the time Shen Lang arrived, it was already late at night, nearing 9 o'clock. Unlike its usual quietness, the town was bustling with activity. as groups of players searched everywhere for traces of wandering spirits. This scene wasn't surprising after all. Langia City now had over 10 million players, and Shaoqi Town was only an hour's journey away. Shenlang activated stealth mode and maneuvered past the crowd of players, heading straight to the quieter depths of the town. That area, sparsely populated, was perfect for his objective. In less than an hour and a half, he efficiently took down 8 wandering spirits, finally collecting the 100 soul beads he needed. The old witch was still huddled in front of her shabby little hut. Shenlang handed over the soul beads, and she shakily retrieved a blood-red ginseng from her belongings, passing it to him. "Thank you, Granny," Shenlang said as he carefully placed the blood spirit ginseng into a prepared wooden box, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Overcome with the joy of completing his task, he couldn't help but ask, "Granny, what are you going to do with these soul beads?" "Young man, there are things you shouldn't ask, lest you lose your life," the old woman said coldly before hobbling back into her hut, leaning heavily on her cane. Shenlang glanced curiously at the dilapidated house, but his priority was advancing to the hidden shadow class. He decided to put his questions aside for now. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. "Tianya Longzi?" Several unfamiliar players recognized him. 3 men and 2 women quickly approached, chattering among themselves about whether to make a move. "Attack. Record it. If we kill him, our guild, Tiandi Hui, will become famous in Langia City." But before they could act, Shun Lang had already vanished, slipping away silently in stealth mode. Upon returning to Langia City, Shun Lang immediately sought out the old alchemist and handed over the pill recipe. "How much to craft this pill?" he asked. 100 gold coins, the old alchemist replied, holding up a single finger. "Why don't you just go rob someone?" Shun Lang exclaimed, his eyes wide. The old alchemist chuckled, his face creased with wrinkles. "Young man, we're old acquaintances. Would I cheat you? With a 70% success rate, 100 gold coins is reasonable." 70%? So there's still a chance it won't succeed? Shin Lang growled through gritted teeth. Of course. In all of Langia City, anyone else would be lucky to have a 50% success rate, the old alchemist said with pride. "No way. I want a guarantee of success." Shin Lang insisted. The materials were too valuable for him to take a risk. Ahem, a guaranteed success? It's not impossible. But ITLL cost you an extra 100 gold coins. 50. Shin Lang bargained. "Fine, 50 it is," the old alchemist agreed after a moment of thought. After agreeing on the price, Shun Lang handed over the 5 medicinal ingredients and 100 gold coins to the old pharmacist. These coins were the spoils he had just earned from defeating 8 wraiths, and the amount was just enough. "You're quite the accountant, aren't you?" The old pharmacist accepted the dragon saliva. "But this stuff isn't worth much anymore, it's only worth 1 gold coin. I'm not doing this." Shun Lang turned to leave. Hey, all right, the old pharmacist quickly waved his hand. "For the sake of our friendship, I'll help you out this time." He smiled as he put away the coins and herbs. "Come back in an hour to collect the pills." "All right." Shinlang nodded and left the pharmacy. Since alchemy would take 2 hours, Shinlang didn't feel like grinding monsters and decided to wander around the plaza instead. Because the game hadn't yet enabled the recharge or auction systems, players couldn't convert their equipment and gold into real-world cash. As a result, many set up stalls in the plaza. Most were selling mid-tier gear and skills, and finding high-quality items wasn't easy. While browsing casually, Shun Lang spotted a familiar face, Marco Polo, who had already leveled up to 18. His stall had relatively better equipment, attracting a steady stream of onlookers, though actual purchases were rare due to the high prices. "How's business today?" Shun Lang approached and picked up a skill book, one he recognized as the Grade Mage skill book that hadn't sold a few days ago. "Well, if it isn't Shun Lang, what brings you here? Taking a break from leveling up?" Marco Polo, who had already added Shun Lang as a friend, greeted him with familiarity. "Missed you, so I came to check in," Shun Lang said as he sat down next to the stall. TSK. Being overly nice for no reason must be up to something." Marco Polo rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical of Shun Lang's excuse. Though they'd only met once before, their last collaboration had been quite profitable. "Come on, I'm just being friendly. By the way, have you come across any assassin gear or skill books recently?" Shun Lang asked with a grin. "Plenty, but they're just average stuff, not sure they'd catch your eye." Marco Polo casually tossed him a level 15 bronze chestplate with stats that added 40 defense and 350 health points. "This is the best I've got. What do you think?" "Not bad, but not quite there." Shun Lang glanced at the stats and put the chestplate back. He was already wearing silverdeer gear, so this wasn't appealing to him. "What about daggers?" "I've got a level 15 black iron dagger with 25 attack. Interested?" "It'll pass." Shun Lang shook his head. The dagger only had 3 more attack points than his current Qingfeng dagger and lacked a health regeneration attribute, making it a poor trade. "Fine, suit yourself." "By the way, Polo," Shun Lang suddenly grew curious. "How do you manage to get so much gear?" Got any special tricks? Who said I made these myself? This is our team's booth. We're just taking turns manning it, Marco Polo explained, rolling his eyes. Then why is it that I always see you here? Isn't that fate? You just happen to run into me every time. The two of them chatted idly, and before they knew it, an hour had passed. Marco Polo hadn't sold a single piece of equipment. His prices were outrageously high, clearly aiming to take advantage of anyone he could. Just as Shun Lang started to feel bored and was about to wander off, a cool and familiar voice suddenly rang in his ear. How much for this skill book? The voice made Shun Lang shiver involuntarily. He turned to look and saw a girl dressed in a mage's robe squatting in front of the booth. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her complexion fair, and the sunlight cast a soft glow over her face. It was none other than Nan Shi, the girl Shun Lang had been longing for, whose in-game ID was Luo Shi. Marco Polo glanced at Nan Shi's level and immediately perked up. This book is originally 2,000, but for a beauty like you, I'll give it to you for 1,500. Being a seasoned trader, he always adjusted his prices based on the customer. That's too expensive. Nancy put the skill book down and stood up. Then how much would you like to pay, miss? 50, Nancy said calmly, naming a shockingly low price. This is a grade skill. Skills don't depreciate in value. That guy over there just offered me 1,000, and I didn't sell it, Marco Polo said, giving Shin Lang a meaningful look, signaling him to play along. Nancy frowned slightly and suddenly turned to Shin Lang. Her gaze flickered, as if she found him familiar. You offered 1,000? Under her scrutiny, Shun Lang's heart raced uncontrollably. Yais, he stammered, torn between the fear of being recognized and a faint sense of anticipation. Are you Tianya Longzi? Nancy's eyes narrowed slightly as she stared at his face. Yes, that's me, Shin Lang said, taking a deep breath and mustering the courage to meet her gaze. Have we met before? Nancy pressed on, her eyes never leaving his face. We Havian promotional posters. Miss, let's cut the chatter. How about 1,000 for the book? Marco Polo interjected. Shut up. Nancy shot him a glare, making Marco Polo shrink back. Turning back to Shin Lang, she asked seriously, I mean, we really know each other, don't we? Shin Lang hesitated for a moment before nodding. Yes, we do. I knew it was you. Nancy looked at him deeply, speechless for a moment. Shin Lang stood there, both nervous and uneasy, not daring to meet her gaze. Miss, are you buying this book or not? Marco Polo broke the silence, pushing the skill book forward. I'll take it, Nancy said at last. She gave Shun Lang one final glance, picked up the skill book, and walked away. Hey, you haven't paid yet. Marco Polo called after her in a panic. He'll pay, Nancy replied without turning back, leaving the two of them staring at her resolute departing figure. Hey bro, stop staring. They're long gone. Marco Polo waved his hand in front of Shin Lang's face, sounding a bit exasperated. Shin Lang finally snapped out of it, sighed softly, patted the dust off his pants, and stood up. I'm heading out. See you. Wait a second. Marco Polo quickly stopped Shin Lang, who was about to leave. She said you need to pay 1,000 bucks. She said I should pay, so you just come to me for it? Well, who else would I ask? All right, 200. Send me your account number. Come on, man. 800. I really can't go any lower. Stop kidding around. 300. If that's not enough, go ask her yourself. 600. 500. Deal. After some haggling, Shun Lang finally transferred 500 to Marco Polo, securing the rights to the skill book's bonus. At the apothecary, the old alchemist proved to be punctual. Exactly 1 hour later, he handed a blood-red pill to Shun Lang. Taking the pill, Shun Lang finally felt a wave of relief. The Longxian Revival Pill, a profound-grade medicine, was said to stabilize one's vitality, lock in energy, and strengthen one's foundation like a dragon or tiger in its prime and even solidify one's cultivation. So it really is just a vitality pill, Shun Lang muttered under his breath. He carefully placed the pill into a prepared jade bottle, thanked the alchemist, and hurried off. 7 days later, Shun Lang arrived once more at the Langya County Governor's office. For guards, armed with long swords, still stood upright at the gate, their expressions stern. Shun Lang approached and explained his purpose, slipping 10 silver coins into one of the guard's hands. The guard glanced around discreetly before pocketing the coins in haste. No need for formality, young hero. I'll take you in. The interior of the governor's office resembled a small city. Under the guard's guidance, Shun Lang moved unimpeded toward a courtyard on the western side. Along the way, he passed a few hurried players, likely here to pick up quests. Young hero, we're here. You'll have to go in on your own, the guard said, stopping at the courtyard gate. After thanking the guard, Shun Lang entered the small courtyard, feeling a mix of anticipation and anxiety. The place was unusually quiet, lacking the alluring voice he'd heard last time. Honorable one, I have completed the task you entrusted to me and have come to report, Shen Lang announced respectfully toward the main hall. Come in. A cold and emotionless voice responded after a brief pause. Taking a deep breath, Shen Lang pushed the door open and stepped inside. Loren was still seated on the large stone chair, his face pale and gaunt, his sunken eyes betraying a look of overindulgence. So it's you. Since you've returned, have you completed the refinement of the pill? Loren asked, his snake-like gaze fixed on Shen Lang. Reporting to you, sir. I have fulfilled my duty and brought back the pill, Shen Lang replied. Under the cold, piercing gaze, Shen Lang involuntarily shivered. He quickly retrieved the jade bottle containing the elixir, cautiously stepped forward, and respectfully presented it to Lauren with both hands. Good, very good. Lauren took the jade bottle, opened it, and sniffed the elixir lightly. A rare smile appeared on his gloomy face, but the sinister undertone of his expression made it even more unsettling. Since you've completed the task I entrusted to you, I shall make an exception this time. Lauren pulled out a scroll from his robe and casually tossed it to Shen Lang. If you can pass the trial of the Shenin clan, you will become my final disciple. Off you go. Thank you, master. Your disciple will take his leave. Shen Lang carefully received the scroll, tucked it away, and finally exhaled in relief as he exited the grand hall. Once outside, Shen Lang couldn't wait to unroll the scroll and examine it. Clearly written on it were the words, Shenin Transformation Proof S-Grade Item. Automatically triggers a mission upon activation. Complete the mission to transition into a Shenin. Growth star ratings, Strength 12 stars, Intelligence 7 stars, Constitution 8 stars, Agility 13 stars. Innate skills, Divine Punishment, Divine Concealment. My goodness, these stats are insane. Shen Lang was shocked. Just the growth in strength and agility alone far surpassed ordinary professions, increasing by 12 points and 13 points respectively every 5 levels. After a quick calculation, he realized the Shenin's total attribute growth reached 40 points, nearly double the 25 points of standard professions. As for the specific effects of the 2 innate skills, he figured he'd have to wait until after the transformation to find out. Just as Shen Lang was about to activate the scroll and trigger the mission, a familiar sweet voice suddenly called out, "Big brother." Startled, he quickly put the scroll away and turned to see a little girl in red leather armor running toward him. It was none other than Xiao Tong, the blacksmith's granddaughter whom he had brought out of Qingfeng village. Xiao Tong! Shen Lang exclaimed in surprise, delighted to see her again. Xiao Tong ran up to him cheerfully, grabbing his hand. Big brother, did you come to see me on purpose? Of course, I came just to see you. How are you settling in here? Shen Lang asked with a smile, patting her head gently. Very well. I'm now one of the county lord's personal guards, Xiao Tong chirped happily. But I do miss Grandpa sometimes. One day, I'll bring him to live here in the city. Oh, and my little kitten. Big brother, have you seen it before? By the way, Xiao Tong, is there something you needed? Shen Lang asked after patiently listening to her chatter. Oh. Xiao Tong slapped her forehead in realization. I almost forgot what the county lord asked me to do. Big brother, I have to go now. Come visit me at the county lord's place sometime. Okay? With that, she hurriedly ran back into the grand hall. All right, I will, Shen Lang replied, watching her disappear into the hall. Shaking his head with a faint smile, he turned around and walked away from the county governor's residence. Outside the county office, Shen Lang once again took out the scroll. Staring at the item that could change his destiny, he took a deep breath and unhesitatingly unrolled it. In an instant, a system notification sounded in his ears. You have used the Shadow Walker job change certificate. Please ensure your safety. You must not die or log off within the next 24 hours, or the mission will be considered a failure. That's it. Shen Lang raised an eyebrow, secretly delighted. This task seemed ridiculously simple. Just surviving in the city for a day was no big deal. As for not logging off, that was a piece of cake for a seasoned player like him. However, just as he let his guard down, a thunderous system announcement echoed across the entire game world. Player Wandering Wave has used the Shadow Walker job change certificate. If the player survives for 24 hours, they will successfully transfer to the S-Class hidden job, Shadow Walker. If killed during this period, the killer will automatically obtain the job change certificate. Note: Wandering Wave's location will be announced every 10 minutes. Shen Lang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The names of all nearby players turned blood red simultaneously, and chaos erupted across the Huaxia region. Particularly among the assassin-class players, greed gleamed in their eyes. The allure of an S-Class hidden job was too tempting. Countless players rushed to the teleportation arrays, heading straight for Lengya City. All Snow region players, mobilize. Lin Jiafengxian roared in the guild channel. Kill Wandering Wave, and I'll pay 1 million for the job change certificate. Following suit, major factions like Kongkong Baishao and Tianxia issued their own kill orders. The situation spiraled out of control. Even players with no prior grievances against Shen Lang joined the frenzied pursuit. A job change certificate potentially worth millions was enough to drive anyone mad. Where's Wandering Wave? Just wait for the coordinates to be announced. Langya City was in an uproar. Merchants closed their stalls, and everyone began searching for Xin Lang's whereabouts. Meanwhile, Xin Lang had already activated stealth mode and was sprinting frantically toward the east gate. He knew he had to escape the city within 10 minutes. Once his coordinates were revealed, he would face an onslaught of players. As the first 10 minutes neared their end, Xin Lang finally burst through the city gates. But this was only the beginning of the nightmare. The next 24 hours would be a relentless battle for survival. Ding! The system announcement suddenly rang out. Tianyalongzi is located at coordinates 754843E, 59356N, East Gate. East Gate. He's at the East Gate. This message was like a bombshell, instantly sending tens of thousands of players surging toward the East Gate of Langya City. The dense crowd caused severe congestion, and at that moment, Xin Lang's stealth effect was forcibly cancelled, revealing his figure. Ha ha ha, this incredible fortune has finally fallen into my hands. A swordsman laughed loudly, swinging his blade toward Xin Lang. But Xin Lang reacted quickly, sidestepping to avoid the deadly strike. Before the swordsman could attack again, Xin Lang had already turned and bolted toward a small forest in the distance. Behind him, mages and archers unleashed attacks, but being mostly novice players, their damage was negligible and easily absorbed by Xin Lang's current health. Once inside the forest, Xin Lang swiftly climbed up a tall tree. Although he had temporarily shaken off his pursuers, he was well aware that his stealth skill's cooldown was too long. If discovered and surrounded, he would surely meet his end. He's just ahead. He can't have gone far. I've already called nearby teammates to block him off. Players swarmed into the forest, conducting a carpet-like search. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, other players who had received the notification were quickly gathering. As the seconds ticked by, people passed beneath the tree Xin Lang was hiding in, but no one thought to look up. 5 minutes later, his stealth skill's cooldown finally reset, but Xin Lang didn't act immediately. He was waiting for the next system announcement, as any announcement would cancel his stealth. Another 5 minutes passed, and the system once again revealed Xin Lang's coordinates. Huh, wait, he's behind us. The crowd finally realized they'd been tricked and hurriedly turned back. At that moment, Xin Lang leaped down from the tree branch and activated stealth. Instead of heading away from Langya City, he stealthily made his way back toward the city. The pursuing players unleashed a barrage of attacks on the tree, leaving no patch of grass untouched. Where the hell did he go now? Obviously, he must have gone east. Quick, notify the boss and have them unleash full firepower. While everyone's attention was focused deep in the forest, Xin Lang had quietly slipped past to the outskirts. Although there were still players in the area, they were all heading toward the forest, completely unaware he had chosen this unexpected direction. After sprinting for 10 minutes, the system once again announced Xin Lang's coordinates. The players in the forest finally realized they had been duped. What the hell are those people outside doing? How did they let him escape? Who knows? A bunch of useless idiots. Xin Lang murmured to himself. 5 more minutes, just 5 more minutes. He wasn't worried about the pursuers behind him. Few could match his speed. His only concern was the possibility of being intercepted ahead. After all, Langya City had an overwhelming number of players, with people leveling up everywhere. Sure enough, a group of people soon appeared ahead. They were all wearing the guild emblem of Xiaonyangexing, one of the 3 major forces in Langya City. At the center of the group was a young man wielding a blood-red longsword, none other than the level 21 berserker known as Zui Xiaonyan. Xin Lang instantly recognized the sword. It was the Bloodfang blade he had previously sold to Qinghai Xiaofeng. Standing on either side of Zui Xiaonyan were a man and a woman. Xin Lang didn't recognize the woman, but the man was unmistakably Qinghai Xiaofeng. Tianya, my brother, you've really shaken up the entire Huaxia region this time. Qinghai Xiaofeng greeted Xin Lang, his tone laced with evident envy. Xin Lang halted, his gaze sweeping over the group as he silently calculated the cooldown time for his stealth skill. Just over 3 minutes remaining. Feng, are you here to stop me? Tianya, everyone wants an steer hidden class, but... Qinghai Xiaofeng trailed off, glancing toward Zui Xiaonyan. Tianya Longzi, I've heard much about you. Zui Xiaonyan cut straight to the point. Join Xiaonyangexing, and it'll guarantee your class change succeeds. What do you need me to do? Xin Lang frowned slightly. It's simple, follow my orders and put me first in everything. Zui Xiaonyan replied arrogantly, his tone unconsciously revealing the demeanor of someone accustomed to authority. Sorry, I must decline. Xin Lang refused without hesitation. Heh, how about this instead? Zui Xiaonyan proposed. We fight. If you can last 5 minutes against me, they'll let you go. If not, you join Xiaonyangexing. That works. Let's do it. Xin Lang agreed without a second thought. The battle erupted instantly. Among the crowd, a priest raised their staff, a green light flashing as they cast a blessing buff on Zui Xiaonyan. He raised his blade and slashed downward, only for Shen Lang to block it with his dagger. With a smooth maneuver, Shen Lang spun around to his opponent's back, aiming his dagger at the vulnerable spot on the back of Zue Xiaoyan's neck. 29. A somewhat disheartening damage number floated up. Shen Lang clicked his tongue internally. This guy's defense was at least 300 points. His gear must include at least 3 silver-grade items. Nice footwork, Zue Xiaoyan praised, turning to counter with a swing of his blade. Shen Lang dodged effortlessly and activated his backstab skill, striking his opponent's eye for critical damage. Yet, despite the critical hit, Zue Xiaoyan's health bar, with over 1500 HP, barely dropped by a tenth. Good moves. Zue Xiaoyan complimented again but took 2 more hits from Shen Lang, losing another 90+ points of health. Whirlwind slash. Zue Xiaoyan shouted fiercely, his longsword spinning as he struck violently at Shen Lang. This time, Shen Lang couldn't dodge in time, and his shoulder took a heavy blow. A terrifying damage value instantly appeared. Shen Lang's heart sank, and he dared not underestimate his opponent anymore. Although the opponent's skill level was average, the sheer attack power was astonishing. After all, Shen Lang himself boasted 265 defense points. Even with the Berserker's Whirlwind Slash having a percentage-based defense ignoring effect, the damage was absurdly high. Considering the opponent had a priest attack buff, Zue Xiaoyan's attack power was estimated to exceed 350 points. Quickly adjusting his strategy, Shen Lang moved with agility, his footwork as swift as the wind and his positioning precise. His dagger in hand struck like a venomous snake, delivering rapid thrusts that soon reduced Zue Xiaoyan's health to less than half. Meanwhile, Shen Lang maintained around 70 of his health, thanks to his healing effect. Frustrated by Shen Lang's constant dodging, Zue Xiaoyan finally lost his temper and activated the Berserker's unique rage mode. His attack power surged by 50 as he wielded his longsword in a frenzy, relentlessly hacking at Shen Lang. However, Shen Lang remained calm, treating his opponent like a mere wild creature as he steadily wore down Zue Xiaoyan's health with his healing effect. In less than 3 minutes, Zue Xiaoyan's health was nearly depleted. Just then, a series of green lights appeared, and his harem group of healers instantly restored him to full health, leaving Shen Lang envious. I'm done. You can go. Zue Xiaoyan suddenly threw his long sword to the ground, his face expressionless as he spat out the words. Then, in a fit of anger, he stormed back to his team, shouting at Qinghai Xiaofeng and the others, "Damn it! If any of you dare hold back for me again, I'll make you pay." Without looking back, Zue Xiaoyan left, even abandoning his weapon. Qinghai Xiaofeng awkwardly scratched his nose, picked up the blood blade, and said to Shen Lang, Brother Tianya, you go ahead. We'll hold off the pursuers for you." "Thanks, Brother Feng." Shen Lang replied gratefully before activating stealth and sprinting toward Songlong Ridge in the northeast. Once he reached there, he would be safe. Over the next half hour, Shen Lang encountered 2 more ambushes, but they were from casual players with average skills. He easily dealt with them and even picked up a few pieces of equipment, though they were nothing special. As he got closer to the county city, the levels of the wild creatures and players along the way dropped significantly, most being around level 13 or 14, and they posed no real threat. After entering the forest, the number of ambushers decreased, but their strength noticeably increased. Fortunately, Shen Lang had equipped Silverdeer boots that boosted his out-of-combat movement speed by 50, allowing him to evade the assassins chasing him from behind. Even so, the first wave of assassins eventually caught up. However, their attacks were too weak to break through Shen Lang's defense, as they had only invested in agility. Shen Lang swiftly eliminated them without much effort. In the dense forest, Shen Lang moved swiftly, not daring to pause for even a moment. He chose a secluded path though it slowed him down. It reduced the chance of being surrounded. This area was home to level 20 wild creatures, where few players ventured to train, making obstacles ahead relatively scarce. However, a group of players was still hot on his trail, most of them assassins. They relentlessly tracked his every move, all for the sake of the incredible fortune he carried. Using their superior speed and stealth skills, some assassins were even faster than Shen Lang. Ding! A sudden system announcement echoed. Tianya Longzi's current coordinates, 755153E, 59973N. The announcement simultaneously disrupted Shen Lang's stealth mode, exposing him completely to the pursuers. His expression turned grim, but he kept moving, dashing northeast. Just a few more miles and he would reach the level 30 wild creature zone, where the monsters possessed rudimentary intelligence and would actively attack intruders. At this stage, only assassins dared to venture into such a perilous area. As Shen Lang calculated the best escape route, a dagger silently pierced his back, dealing 96 points of damage and inflicting a 1-second silence effect. "Whoa, such high defense," exclaimed the attacker, an 18-level assassin with the ID Qinghai Longxiao. His backstab skill had only managed to inflict less than 100 damage, leaving him visibly astonished. Even though Xinlang was silenced, his reflexes were unaffected. He swiftly elbowed the attacker behind him, forcing him back. Turning around, Xinlang's right hand drew a graceful arc with his dagger, slashing precisely at the opponent's throat. Blood splattered as Qinghai Longxiao's health dropped to 60. You! Qinghai Longxiao cried out, stumbling backward. Seizing the moment, Xinlang flicked his wrist and threw his dagger, spinning around to continue his escape. The dagger struck Qinghai Longxiao squarely in the forehead, dealing a critical hit of 163 damage. What the how is this even possible? Qinghai Longxiao struggled to pull out the embedded dagger but failed. 2 seconds later, the dagger automatically returned to Xinlang, inflicting an additional 133 damage and leaving Qinghai Longxiao dangerously low on health. Desperate, he quickly used a healing potion. Damn it, looks like that fortune isn't mine to claim. I'll have to wait until the others catch up, he muttered, watching Xinlang's figure disappear into the distance. Hesitating for a moment, Qinghai Longxiao finally gave up the chase. Based solely on his own strength, it would be impossible to stop Xinlang. The gap in power was too immense within a single exchange. Xinlang had nearly been killed. As Xinlang fled at full speed, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If only he had the devastating attack power of Zue Xiaoyan, none of these pursuing assassins would have made it back alive. However, he wasn't discouraged. With a successful class transfer, the necessary equipment would eventually fall into place. Within 5 minutes, Xinlang was ambushed by 3 more assassins. Through agile maneuvering, he managed to shake off his pursuers, but his lack of attack power prevented him from taking them down. By this point, the assassins who could keep up were no pushovers, and taking them out instantly was no easy feat. Noticing that his cooldown timer had reset, Xinlang immediately activated stealth, significantly boosting his movement speed. Just as the coordinates were about to be revealed, the Qingmong Forest finally appeared on the horizon. The forest was home to Qinglin pythons, level 30 to 40 creatures with rudimentary intelligence that would actively attack intruders. However, with the protection of Mora's dragon scales, as long as he didn't provoke them, these pythons wouldn't pose much of a threat. Once I enter the Qingmong Forest, that's half the battle won, Xinlang thought. The monsters ahead will only get stronger, and those assassins might not dare to follow. They'll have to stick to the main road. Just as he was about to enter the forest, a furious shout erupted from the side. You bastard! You sure can run. With a sharp hiss, Lin Jiafengxian, now at level 20, suddenly appeared, launching a backstab followed by a flurry of basic attacks. Xinlang narrowly avoided the second strike, but was hit by the first. Reacting swiftly, Xinlang dodged to the side and countered with a backward kick to Lin Jiafengxian's chest, dealing 75 points of damage. In Tianyuan, even unarmed attacks could deal damage, though they lacked the bonus from weapons. Quick reflexes. Lin Jiafengxian frowned. Not as quick as yours, Xinlang retorted. As soon as his stun effect wore off, he flicked his wrist and hurled a dagger at Lin Jiafengxian's face before turning to sprint toward the Qingmong Forest. Staying to fight would be suicidal once surrounded. His situation would become truly dire. The dagger flew too fast for Lin Jiafengxian to dodge, striking him in the face and draining his health bar. Damn it! You think you can get away? He roared, angrily throwing his own dagger, which struck Xinlang squarely in the back. A system notification sounded. Lin Jiafengxian used the skill Pierce the Void, dealing 223 damage and stunning you for 1 second. In the instant Xinlang was immobilized, 3 figures suddenly emerged, their daggers gleaming coldly. The trio of assassins simultaneously launched backstabs, instantly shaving over 300 health points from Xinlang. Fortunately, only one of them landed a critical hit. Otherwise, the damage would have been far worse. As soon as the stun effect ended, Xinlang rolled on the ground, barely evading the trio's follow-up attacks. However, Lin Jiafengxian had already activated the second phase of Pierce the Void, instantly appearing behind Xinlang and slashing at his neck. Another system notification rang out. Player Lin Jiafengxian used the skill Judgment, dealing 203 damage and preventing health regeneration for 5 seconds. As the system notification sounded, Xinlang's heart skipped a beat, and for the first time, he lost his composure. The reason he had managed to hold off his pursuers until now was not only his exceptional skills, but also the special ability of the Azure Light Ring, which restored 50 health points in a single strike. Combined with his 265 defense points and a total of 1230 health points, it was nearly impossible for 3 or 5 attackers to take him down. If he weren't focused on escaping, he might even have been able to turn the tables and defeat his pursuers. However, the healing restriction skill wielded by Lin Jiafengxian completely disrupted his rhythm. As expected of the wealthy vice leader of a guilda, even managed to acquire such a rare skill. In the brief moment when Xinlang's thoughts wavered, Lin Jiafengxian seized the opportunity. A precise basic attack struck the back of Xinlang's head. Instantly, Xinlang's health bar plummeted to around 20, leaving him in a dire situation. Damn it! Shen Lang snapped back to his senses and rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding the strikes of two other assailants. Scrambling to his feet, he bolted forward in desperation, no longer in a position to fight back. Chase him down. Finish him off. Lin Jiafengxian shouted excitedly, leading three assassins in hot pursuit. In no time, they closed the distance once again. Shen Lang zigzagged in a zaped pattern, skillfully evading attacks from Lin Jiafengxian and one of the assassins. However, two others managed to land hits on him. Thankfully, their attacks were not very powerful, and their basic strikes only shaved off a little over 100 health points. But at this point, Shen Lang's health bar was down to just 10. Any skill from Lin Jiafengxian would mean certain death. At this critical moment, Shen Lang grew unusually calm, his mind clearing completely. The system displayed that the restriction timer was about to end less than a second remained. Die, trash. You're not worthy of a hidden class. Lin Jiafengxian laughed maniacally, his eyes full of disdain. To him, the bloodied opponent before him was as good as dead. In the next instant, he unleashed his ultimate move Shadow Slash. This was an rank lock-on skill that allowed the user to teleport within a 10-meter range to their target and deliver a devastating strike with 200 damage. The attack was unavoidable. With a loud thud, accompanied by a flash of green light, Lin Jiafengxian appeared right in front of Shen Lang, his dagger plunging in deep. Yet, in this critical split second, the healing restriction time ended. Shen Lang seized the fraction of a second to consume a health potion, barely surviving the lethal blow. You. Lin Jiafengxian froze in shock. Before he could react, Shen Lang's dagger slashed twice in rapid succession like lightning, blood spraying from Lin Jiafengxian's neck. Without hesitation, Shen Lang shifted to his opponent's blind spot, executing a precise backstab that pierced Lin Jiafengxian's throat. This rapid sequence of attacks not only triggered critical hits, but also activated the passive healing effect of Shen Lang's Azure Blade dagger. In just 2 seconds, Shen Lang's health recovered to over 30, while Lin Jiafengxian's health was reduced by half. Damn it! What are you all standing around for? Get him together! Lin Jiafengxian roared furiously, thrusting his dagger backward in a sudden strike. Shen Lang swiftly sidestepped, the blade narrowly grazing past him. Meanwhile, the other three assassins snapped out of their stupor, brandishing their daggers as they closed in from different directions. Sit down. Shen Lang responded calmly, ignoring the attacks of the other three. With a quick slide, he closed the distance to Lin Jiafengxian, his dagger slicing precisely across his opponent's neck, dealing a critical hit of 152 points. Without hesitation, Shen Lang followed up with a brutal knee to Fengxian's groin, causing another near 100 points of damage. Although the game's pain sensitivity was capped at 1 to 10, the strike still elicited a muffled groan from Lin Jiafengxian. You're asking for it? He growled like a furious lion, bringing his blade down towards Shen Lang's shoulder. This time, Shen Lang couldn't dodge in time, and his health dropped by 113 points. Fengxian's attack power was indeed formidable, easily exceeding 230 points. Shen Lang retaliated with a swift kick to Fengxian's lower body, forcing him back 2 steps. Seeing Fengxian's health bar drop to just over 20, a murderous glint flashed in Shen Lang's eyes. Just as he was about to press the attack, Fengxian hastily drank a health potion, instantly recovering 200 points. By this time, the other three assassins had reached him, striking simultaneously. Only one landed a hit, dealing just over 60 points of damage to Shen Lang. Forget it, Shen Lang muttered to himself. He knew he couldn't finish Lin Jiafengxian. Now the opponent's punishment skill would put him at a severe disadvantage once its cooldown ended. Besides, there could very well be other assassins lurking in the shadows. With this in mind, Shen Lang decided not to linger. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled his dagger at Fengxian before turning and sprinting toward the Azure Python forest. The dagger shot through the air like lightning, catching Fengxian off guard and costing him another 100+ points of health. Young Master Lin, should we chase him? One of the assassins asked. Chase him? Are you blind? Can't you see him nearly dead? Lin Jiafengxian gritted his teeth, glaring at Shen Lang's retreating figure, his eyes filled with frustration. He had been so close just a bit more, and that S-class hidden profession would have been his. Suddenly, the dagger disappeared, and Fengxian's already dwindling health bar dropped even further. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he raged, consumed by fury but utterly helpless. Without a healer in the group, pursuing was out of the question. Don't worry, young Master Lin, one of the other assassins reassured him. There are still over 20 hours left. His coordinates are broadcast every 10 minutes. He won't get far. Lin Jiafengxian's expression darkened further. What worried him wasn't that Shen Lang might escape, it was the fear that someone else might kill him first, robbing him of his reward. Let me recover for a bit before we continue the chase. And notify Xiao Tong and her team to get here immediately, he ordered grimly. In the depths of the Azure Python forest, ancient trees stood tall, their roots intertwining in a complex network. Dozens of massive, azure-scaled pythons roamed freely through the forest. Some slithered through the undergrowth, others coiled around tree trunks, and a few were even entwined with one another. Suddenly, the tranquility of the forest was shattered by a system announcement. Ding! System announcement. Tianyalongzi's current coordinates are 757311E, 60996N. Following the announcement, a figure appeared out of thin air. Shen Lang had managed to escape into the area, narrowly avoiding danger. Hiss! The two pythons closest to him, which had been entwined together, were startled by the unexpected intruder. Their emerald eyes glimmered with vigilance as their forked tongues flickered in and out. Ah, don't mind me, brothers. Carry on as if I'm not here, Shen Lang said with an awkward laugh, cautiously stepping back. When he saw that the two pythons showed no signs of pursuing him, he let out a sigh of relief and quickened his pace deeper into the forest. As he ventured further, the azure-scaled pythons he encountered refrained from attacking, but their watchful eyes never left him. Shen Lang dared not move too hastily, fearing he might provoke these creatures, which clearly possessed a high level of autonomous aggression. It was evident that the only reason they held back was due to the peculiar aura emanating from Shen Lang. Finally, a bit of safety, he muttered to himself as he moved forward, relieved. Considering the strength of these azure-scaled pythons, few players at this stage would dare to trespass here, not even assassins. Without maintaining stealth throughout the journey, most would inevitably meet their end in this place. However, the situation was far more dangerous than Shen Lang had anticipated. Within just half an hour, he encountered 3 ambushes, one of which involved a group of 7 assassins that nearly killed him. Fortunately, most of these assassins were only level 16 or 17, with limited attack power, allowing him to narrowly escape. If even one of them had been a skilled player like Lin Jiafengxian, he would likely have perished. These hours of relentless pursuit and danger taught Shen Lang how to counter stealth assassins. While he couldn't directly see invisible enemies, he realized he could detect their footsteps within a 5-meter radius. More importantly, he noticed a peculiar, inexplicable sense of unease akin to the feeling of being stared at in real life whenever an assassin locked onto him. This subtle intuition was elusive, and not something everyone could experience. After hours of traversing mountains and forests, Shen Lang continued his search for Long Gu. The deeper he ventured, the more powerful the wild creatures became, to the point where their levels and attributes were completely obscured from view. The number of ambushing assassins had significantly decreased. Shen Lang had been running for half an hour without encountering a single opponent. This was not surprising, as he had ventured deep into an area populated by high-level wild beasts. Any assassin who left their stealth mode here would face a deadly threat from these creatures, some of which even had the ability to detect stealth through scent. This Stopango journey continued for 6 hours, and finally, Shen Lang caught sight of the outline of Tsanglong Ridge once again. He was only half an hour away from the safe zone, but the prolonged state of heightened vigilance had left him mentally exhausted. The close brushes with death along the way kept him on edge, unwilling to relax even for a moment. Suddenly, a faint sense of killing intent triggered his nerves. It was an instinct honed during this perilous escape. Shen Lang abruptly turned around, his gaze locking onto the direction of the perceived threat. The evening mountain breeze rustled through the forest, leaves whispering as a few green fragments drifted to the ground in the distance. Holding his dagger, its blade glinting with a faint green glow, he fixed his wary eyes on that direction. Not bad instincts. No wonder the boss speaks highly of you, a voice remarked as a figure slowly emerged. The man observed Shen Lang with a faint smile. He was a level 21 assassin, the same level as Shen Lang, with the ID Stab and Run, from the Peak of the Gods Guild. You're not from Langya City? Shen Lang asked with a frown, knowing that there were no assassins of such a level in Langya City. Of course not, Stab and Run replied with a grin. I'm from Yinjing City. I came specifically to meet you and, incidentally, to advance my class to Shadow Master. So, a friend from Yinjing City. Since you've come all this way, why not have a little duel? Shen Lang responded with a faint smile, twirling his dagger. All right, I'll let you make the first move. The man clasped his hands behind his back, exuding confidence. Shen Lang nodded and complied. With a flick of his wrist, his dagger shot toward his opponent. That won't work on me. Stab and Run easily sidestepped the attack. But before he could finish his sentence, he realized Shen Lang had already dashed 2 miles away. He froze in place, dumbfounded. Only an idiot wouldn't run. Shen Lang called out without looking back as he darted into Tsanglong Ridge. While he might have enjoyed sparring with such a skilled opponent under normal circumstances, this was clearly not the right time. Stop right there, kid. Stab and Run's face darkened as he immediately gave chase. The two were evenly matched in speed, weaving through the forest in a game of cat and mouse. 5 minutes later, both entered stealth mode, temporarily losing sight of each other. Another 5 minutes passed before Shen Lang deliberately revealed himself, exposing his coordinates and allowing Stab and Run to lock onto him again. However, the distance between them had widened, making it difficult for his pursuer to catch up. After repeating this process several times, Shenlang finally made it back to the cliffside near the mountain stream. "You're pretty good at running, huh?" Shenlang was about to climb down the cliff to search for Long Gu when a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and launched an attack without warning. It was none other than the elusive Hitandran expert. "Stay down." The attacker dashed forward in a flash, closing the distance between them instantly. His dagger traced an elegant arc through the air, aiming straight for Shenlang's face. Though startled, Shenlang remained composed, quickly leaning back to dodge the deadly strike while countering with a swift kick. However, the Hitandran expert was even faster, retracting his right leg with precision and landing a sharp kick on Shenlang's calf, neutralizing the counterattack. "You're quite the sneaky one, aren't you?" The attacker smirked as he spun his dagger and lunged at Shenlang's chest. Shenlang hurriedly raised his blade to block, but he was a fraction too slow and ended up with a fresh wound. The pace of the fight intensified. The attacker moved with the agility of a phantom, weaving left and right while predicting Shenlang's every move. His dagger left a trail of cuts on Shenlang, and within a mere minute, Shenlang's health bar had dropped to half, while his opponents remained above 80. This was the toughest opponent Shenlang had faced since entering the game, with skills rivaling those of Jianqi Jinglan. Although Shenlang's reaction speed was decent, his lack of combat experience left him struggling to execute seamless combos. Simply put, his mind could keep up with the opponent's tempo, but his body couldn't coordinate effectively. Every move the attacker made flowed effortlessly, like a flawless martial arts routine, leaving no openings to exploit. In contrast, while Shenlang's attacks were swift and precise, they lacked fluidity, with noticeable gaps between each move, clear vulnerabilities to a skilled adversary. "How about that, kid? This is called the butterfly step. You know Iverson, right? The basketball player? His footwork's insane." The attacker twirled his dagger smugly. "Not bad, I guess. Just so-so." Shenlang took a deep breath, adjusted his stance, and separated his feet slightly, bending his knees into a defensive position. "Haha, fine. You dare call me average." With a smug grin, he darted forward like lightning after delivering a strike. His movements were agile, tracing a perfect M-shaped zigzag across the ground as he launched a fierce assault on Shenlang. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A rapid series of damage numbers burst into the air. Shenlang's reactions were always half a beat too slow, managing to counterattack only once for every 3 or 4 hits he took. However, as the battle wore on, his gaze grew sharper and more focused. Before long, Shenlang's health bar was nearly depleted. He quickly downed a health potion and sidestepped a few paces to retreat from the fray. His opponent, Stab and Dash, did not pursue but instead looked at him with an air of arrogance. "So, still think I'm just average?" This time, Shenlang didn't respond. He simply fixed his eyes on his opponent, as if deep in thought. Whenever his life was on the line, he always became extraordinarily calm. "Huh, trying to act cool now? Let me tell you, you don't deserve the title of Shadow Walker." Stab and Dash sneered, charging forward once more. His dagger aimed for Shenlang's throat with a cunning, precise angle. At the critical moment, Shenlang moved. With a subtle sidestep, he narrowly evaded the fatal strike. Immediately following, he predicted his opponent's position and activated his backstab skill. The dagger struck with pinpoint accuracy into the side of Stab and Dash's neck, dealing massive damage. Before his opponent could react, Shenlang's knee smashed into the area between his legs. The blow left Stab and Dash stunned, and Shenlang seized the opportunity to unleash his butterfly step technique. His dagger rained down on his opponent's vital points like a storm. In the blink of an eye, the situation was reversed. Shenlang's health recovered to over 70, while Stab and Dash's health dropped below half for the first time. Forced into a hasty retreat, Stab and Dash looked on in disbelief as Shenlang stood steady and smirked. "I told you, you're just average. See, I can do it too. You're an absolute gaming geniusno, a martial arts genius." Stab and Dash stared at Shenlang in shock. As a descendant of an ancient martial arts family, he had spent years developing the butterfly step, only for Shenlang to master it after just a few glances. "Yeah, my parents say the same thing. They've always said I was a natural-born martial artist," Shenlang replied calmly. "Wait, so you're also?" "Brother, may I ask, what kind of martial arts does your family practice?" "Tai Chi. I grew up following my grandma around, learning it from her," Shenlang answered honestly. "I also tried teaching myself the 18 dragon subduing palms, but I never quite got the hang of it." "What the? Kid, you've got some nerve trying to fool me." Stab and Go glared at Shenlang through gritted teeth, quickly pulling out a healing potion and gulping it down while plotting his next move. He had only been caught off guard earlier, giving Shenlang the upper hand. If he got serious, this half-baked fighter wouldn't stand a chance. "Hold on." Shenlang suddenly raised his hand, signaling to pause. "What?" Scared already? Stab and Go sneered. Not exactly, Shen Lang replied, scanning the surroundings with a serious expression. This place doesn't feel very safe. There might be other assassins lying in wait. Why don't we move to a more secluded spot to settle this? Stab and Go frowned and considered it for a moment. Shen Lang's words made some sense. Fighting here and risking someone else taking advantage of the situation wasn't worth it, especially since Shen Lang's location was well known. Where to? Shen Lang's eyes swept over the area before pointing to a large cave below the opposite cliff. It was perched about 20 meters down the sheer rock face, partially concealed by dense tree canopies, with only half the entrance visible. See that cave? Not just anyone can get there. All right. Stab and Go's eyes lit up, not suspecting anything. It did seem like an ideal arena for their duel. Without another word, Shen Lang pulled out a second dagger and nimbly began climbing down the cliff. Stab and Go followed suit, drawing his own daggers and trailing behind. Kid, how are you so good at this? Stab and Go called out suspiciously when Shen Lang had already left him far behind. My family lives in the mountains. I had to climb cliffs just to get to school when I was a kid. It's basic stuff, Shen Lang replied matter-of-factly. That answer only deepened Stab and Go's suspicion. Could this kid really be from some ancient martial arts family? He had heard that many such families lived in seclusion deep in the mountains. In less than half an hour, Shen Lang had safely reached the bottom of the cliff, while Stab and Go was only 2/3 of the way down. Considering it was Stab and Go's first time climbing, his speed wasn't bad. Wait for me, Stab and Go shouted from the cliffside. They'll check out the cave first, Shen Lang called back without turning around, quickly heading toward the other side of the cliff and beginning to climb up again. After over 7 hours of grueling travel, Shen Lang finally arrived at the domain of the dragon Mora, letting out a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, Stab and Go finally reached the cave entrance. Kid, where are you? He called out warily, his instincts telling him something was off about this place. I'm inside. It's spacious, come on in. Shen Lang's voice echoed from deep within, slightly easing Stab and Go's tension. All right, this way we won't have to worry about interruptions, Stab and Go muttered, his eyes darting around as he cautiously stepped into the cave. After walking a short distance, he was suddenly struck by the brightness ahead. He froze in the heart of the cavern, stunned by what he saw. The space was vast, with enormous luminous pearls hanging from the ceiling, casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire cave. Below the cliff, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Several massive chains dangled from above, tightly binding a colossal creature. It was a gigantic black dragon, its entire body a deep shade of purple black, with wings spread across its back and scales like rugged rocks that shimmered with a dim, eerie glow. It was a sight to behold. This is a dragon? Stab and Drun froze in place, his shock evident, even the sound of him swallowing audible. On a stone platform beside the black dragon, Mora, Shen Lang lounged casually, exuding an air of complete ease. Brothers Iotiania, what's going on here? Stab and Drun finally noticed Shen Lang, his voice laced with confusion. Don't worry, this is our dragon bro, Shen Lang replied nonchalantly. But before he could finish, the massive dragon Mora suddenly opened its jaws wide, unleashing a searing blast of dragon fire. Boom! With a fiery explosion and a red 6-digit damage number floating above, Stab and Drun was instantly reduced to ashes. A few gold coins and a pair of leg guards clattered to the ground. Stab bro is always so generous, Shen Lang remarked, picking up the loot. It turned out to be a bronze tier item worth 1,000 or 2. Dragon bro, next time don't roast them so much. It ruins the flavor. Shen Lang tossed Stab and Drun's remains onto the stone platform, and Mora swallowed them whole in one gulp. It is a bit overcooked. They'll be more careful next time, Mora grumbled. As the sun set and stars began to dot the sky, the cliff was now crowded with people, mostly assassins, representing various factions. The crowd was abuzz, discussing the mountain cave where Tianya Longzi was hiding, though no one dared to venture there recklessly. Damn it, he really picked a good spot, Lin Jia Fengxian muttered angrily, standing amidst the crowd and glaring at the cave across the cliff. Though Shen Lang was clearly trapped, the sheer number of people present made competing for the Hidden One's job transfer proof a daunting task. The leader of the Heaven-Earth Alliance smiled faintly. As one of the few swordsmen present, he had already devised a plan to descend. Having learned that his subordinate Lao Tong would arrive in 2 or 3 hours, he decided to wait patiently. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, someone's going down." A group of assassins was seen carefully descending the cliff, using daggers to wedge into crevices as they climbed down. Seeing this, Lin Jia Fengxian quickly led 7 or 8 of his men to follow. Other factions' assassins soon followed suit, and the perilous descent down the cliff began. More than half an hour later, as the sun set in the west, the mountain stream was still clearly visible. On the cliff face, countless tiny black dots were slowly moving downward, hundreds of assassins descending. The crowd on top of the cliff grew even denser, a dark mass of people. Aside from those aiming for the Shadow Walker's transfer proof, many were just there for the spectacle. At the forefront of the crowd, Guan Suo and Chen Ming were speaking in hushed tones. Surrounding them were members of the Snowfield group. Although Lin Tong hadn't come, Yu Luo Dengming and Jiji Nimbuwan were there leading the team, with Nanshi among them as well. There's nothing to see. He's not getting away. Let's go, it's a waste of time we could be using to level up, Jiji Nimbuwan said disinterestedly. It was understandable. Their team didn't have any assassins, so even if they got the proof, it would only benefit Lin Jiafengxian. Yu Luo Dengming, holding a silver longbow, swept his gaze downward and said calmly, since we're here already, let's wait. Might as well watch the show. After all, it was for Lin Tong's cousin, the current face of the Lin family. Giving him this bit of respect seemed appropriate. Jiji Nambuwan nodded in agreement and didn't say more. Nanshi, why do you look so preoccupied? Are you worried your Fengxian brother won't get the Shadow Walker proof? Yu Luo Dengming teased, noticing Nan Zai's furrowed brows. Nanshi only shot him a sharp glare without replying. Yeah, Nanshi, what's going on with you? Jiji Nanbuwan asked curiously. I'm willing, what's it to you? Nanshi snapped back rudely, showing him no courtesy. Jiji Nimbuwan was about to retort. Didn't you say you had no feelings for Lin Fengxian? But before he could, Nanshi smacked him with her staff, sending him flying and nearly off the cliff. He sighed dramatically. Ah, my temper. Fine, they'll let it go. Yu Luo Dengming, watching Nan Zai's reaction, blinked and smiled faintly. He thought to himself, this little girl is definitely hiding something. We'll have to pry it out of her later. Look, someone's heading to the other side. Someone suddenly shouted. The crowd turned to look, and on the opposite cliff, a group had already arrived, armed with grappling hooks and other climbing tools. It's the Qinghai Wind and Cloud Alliance. Someone recognized the group led by Kong Kong by Xiao across the way. Guan Suo and Chen Ming looked toward the opposite side, their faces heavy with concern. What are they planning to do? Guan Suo asked. Obviously, they're going down, Jiji Nimbuwan said with a resigned sigh. It looks like they've been prepared for this all along. Tianya Longzi is probably going to fall into their hands. Although he didn't get along well with Lin Jiafengxian, they were still somewhat on the same side. If given the chance, head still leaned toward helping Lin Jiafengxian. Kong Kong Baishao's meticulous planning was on full display. It was clear he was determined to stop Tianya Longzi from changing his class. Yulua Dengming frowned as she observed the unfolding events. The feud between Kong Kong Baishao and Tianya Longzi was well known throughout the Huaxia region. They're so despicable. Nanshi glared coldly at the group across from them. What's the big deal? They've always been like oil and water. Yulua Dengming shook her head, then noticed something off and turned to Nanshi. Xiao Shi, what's gotten into you today? Did Kong Kong Baishao provoke you? No, it's just that he's so ugly. I can't stand looking at him, Nanshi muttered under her breath. Ugly? You can see that from this far away? I saw it in the forum videos. As they chatted, the Qinghai Fengyan Alliance had already begun their operation. Over a dozen knights slid down the cliff using ropes, quickly reaching the cave entrance. Following closely were the swordsmen led by Kong Kong Baishao, and finally, the assassins, priests, and mages, with nearly 100 people entering the cave in batches. The assassins perched on the cliff also began descending to the valley floor, slowly making their way toward the opposite side. I'd like to see how he escapes this time. That treasure will belong to our Fengyan Alliance. Kong Kong Baishao sneered coldly at the cave entrance. Knights in front, assassins in stealth mode. Mages on fire power dot let him sneak away. With that, he led the charge into the cave, followed by the others in single file. Every 10 minutes, the system would update Tianya Longzi's coordinates. However, even though the coordinates showed he was still in the same spot, Kong Kong Baishao and his team were nowhere to be seen, and the cave remained eerily silent. This unusual stillness sparked a wave of speculation among the onlookers. Could the cave be too deep? Or maybe Tianya Longzi set a trap for them? Impossible. If they'd been killed, the news would have reached Langya City by now. As the murmurs continued, more assassins climbed up toward the cave. At that moment, Chen Ming and Guan Suo suddenly stepped back and motioned to the others. Sister Yu, Sister Shi, let's move back a bit. What's wrong? Yulua Dengming asked, puzzled. The air's dry might catch fire. The two replied with a grin as they retreated. What nonsense, Yulua Dengming muttered but didn't move. Suddenly, the entire mountain gorge shook violently, and distant trees swayed wildly. Before anyone could react, a terrifying black pillar of fire erupted from the cave, slamming into the opposite cliff with a deafening roar. In an instant, the gorge was engulfed in chaos. The black flames spread rapidly, and as damage numbers exceeding 100,000 floated into the air, all the assassins were instantly reduced to ash. Boom! The ground shook violently as massive boulders rained down, and endless black flames erupted from the cave. In the blink of an eye, the entire ravine transformed into a boiling sea of fire, reducing all vegetation to ash in an instant. The players standing on the cliff were caught off guard. Many lost their footing and fell, including Yu Luo Dengming, who had been boasting moments earlier. What the hell is going on? Is this a volcanic eruption? Someone exclaimed. The black inferno raged on, forcing everyone on the cliff to retreat under the unbearable heat, their health bars plummeting rapidly. News just came in. There's a dragon in the cave. A dragon? Yeah, that black flame is dragon breath. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected a dragon to be hiding inside the cave. Just then, a system announcement rang out. Ding. Current coordinates of Tianyalongzi. 758819E. 63281N. Wait a second, Tianyalongzi is still alive? Could it be? He's working with the dragon? Probably. Why else would he pick this spot to hide? Ugh, that guy is so sneaky. Meanwhile, at the snowy region where the group had gathered, Ji Nambuwan narrowly escaped disaster. At the last moment, he pushed Yu Luo Dengming, saving himself from falling. You should focus on explaining this to Sister Yu, Nanshi said with a smirk. She's already logged off and is heading to your dorm. In the guild channel, Lin Jiafengxian was furiously cursing, but most players had already muted him. Inside the cave, the flames gradually subsided, revealing a gruesome scene of charred player corpses scattered across the ground. Equipment and gold coins lay everywhere, gleaming temptingly amidst the wreckage. Xinlang happily collected the spoils, eventually tallying 73 pieces of equipment, 2 silver tier items, 13 bronze tier items, 58 iron tier items, and 230 gold coins. He fed the player corpses one by one to Imola to replenish its energy. After all, the old dragon had exhausted itself breathing fire. Nearly an hour later, Xunlang leisurely strolled to the cave entrance. By now, most of the flames in the ravine had died down, leaving behind a scorched wasteland where a lush valley once stood. Scattered equipment still glimmered faintly among the embers. After a quick glance, Xunlang decided not to bother picking up the remaining gear. When a player dies, their dropped equipment only remains for an hour. No one climbing down would likely make it in time. Although the crowd on the opposite cliff had thinned, the remaining people all fixed their eyes on Xunlang, who had just emerged from the cave. They were eager to see the expression on this infamous figure's face. Xunlang waved to the other side and shouted, "You can all leave now, Brother Long said he's full." With that, he turned around and walked back into the cave, ignoring the crowd. After a brief silence, a wave of curses erupted. Having a dragon as backup so arrogant. Exactly. This is pointless. Let's go. Flashes of white light appeared as most people chose to teleport back to town. The outcome of this battle was already clear. With a dragon as his ally, who would dare covet the Hermit's class transition proof? Of course, there were those reckless enough to try, but they had already been incinerated into ashes and sent back to respawn in town. Let's go back too, said Jinao Buin, calling out to the Snowfield group. Coming here just to watch the spectacle, but losing Yulua Dingming in the process was hardly worth it. Following his lead, the Snowfield members crushed their teleportation scrolls and returned to Langya City. As Guan Suo and Chen Ming were about to leave, a crisp voice called out to them. Nanshi appeared gracefully before the two of them. Do you know Tianyalongzi? No, we don't. The two were momentarily stunned before denying it in unison. Really? Nanshi narrowed her eyes slightly, scrutinizing them for a few moments. With a soft snort, she crushed her teleportation scroll and disappeared. At 10 p.m., Xunlang slumped wearily on the stone platform, his face revealing signs of distress. Half of the 24-hour period had passed, and he had been online for 16 hours straight. Going without food, water, or sleep was manageable, but enduring the pressure to hold in his bladder was becoming unbearable. Beside him, the dragon Mora lay sound asleep, snoring contentedly, its drool flowing like a faucet. This sight only added to Xunlang's torment. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he rushed to the cave wall to relieve himself, disregarding any consequences in the real world. Moments later, Xunlang returned feeling refreshed and began examining the scattered equipment on the ground. Most of it was leather armor and not very useful, except for one decent silver-grade helmet. It required level 20 to equip. After equipping the Earth Dragon helmet, Xunlang's defense index soared to 322 points, and his health points climbed to 1350. Gazing at the stats on his attribute panel, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This setup was more than enough to make him a true tank warrior. While rummaging through his inventory, a level 17 black iron dagger caught his attention. Its attack cap reached an impressive 38 points, far exceeding his current gear. However, after a moment of deliberation, Xunlang decided to stick with the green peak dagger, which had an attack cap of only 22 points. The 3 lifesteal effect could often turn the tide in critical moments. As he was organizing his equipment, his friends list suddenly lit up. It was a call request from Lubu Sishu. Adu, you're amazing. That fire spectacle was incredible. How could you not wait for us to watch it together? Lu Bu Shu's voice was full of excitement. Exactly, exactly. Brother Tianya, we completely missed it. Qing Tian Xiaoyu chimed in with a complaint. Watching the sibling duo bicker over who was slower, Shun Lang shook his head helplessly. After a few words to calm them down, he ended the call. No sooner had he hung up than another call came through from Guanxua. Longzi, did you hear? That Lin Jiafengxian is absolutely fuming. After you looted his silver helmet, he went on an epic rant in the guild chat. Guanxua said gleefully. He even tried rallying people to come after you, but no one paid him any attention. Ha ha ha. The forums are blowing up too. Kong Kong Bai Shao and his crew formed some kind of anti-bandit alliance, swearing to take you down. Shen Lang remained calm in the face of these threats. Let them jump around for now. I'll deal with them after I complete my class transition. Before ending the call, Shen Lang reminded Guanxua, you guys better not let anyone know you're associated with me, or you'll become targets too. Don't worry, we know where to draw the line. Guanxua replied in a cheerful tone. Shen Lang nodded and said to Guanxua, I've set aside some equipment for Mingzi. Let him know, and he'll give it to him tomorrow. Huh. What about mine, Longzi? There weren't many knights and swordsmen this time, so not much equipment dropped. Nothing good, really. All right then. After ending the call, Shen Lang pondered for a moment before sending a message to Qinghai Xiaofeng, arranging to meet in Langya City the next day. He didn't have the time to set up a stall to sell this batch of equipment, so selling it in bulk to Qinghai Xiaofeng was the most convenient option. As the night deepened, the cave fell into silence. Exhausted and hungry from a long day, Shen Lang leaned against the stone platform. However, he didn't dare to fully fall asleep. Despite the protection of the Dragon Mora, he remained wary of potential assassins, knowing how crucial this moment was for his job change. Creak a sudden, sharp grinding noise shattered the stillness, jolting the half-asleep Shen Lang awake. He quickly stood up, gripping his dagger tightly as he scanned his surroundings. Under the faint glow of the luminous pearl, he noticed nothing unusual. Just as he was puzzling over it, the sound came again. This time, he saw the source seat was the Dragon Mora grinding its teeth. Damn it, scared me half to death. Shen Lang exhaled heavily and leaned back against the stone platform. He glanced at the time. It was already past 4 a.m., less than 6 hours to go. He muttered with a sigh. This is going to be tough. Hey, Dragon Bro, don't sleep. Let's chat. Feeling the drowsiness creeping back, Shen Lang stood up and walked over to Mora, patting its jaw. Snort. Mora's exhalation, damp with moisture, snapped Shen Lang wide awake. What now? More food? Mora asked lazily, opening one eye. No, I'm just a bit sleepy. Let's talk for a bit. Talk about what? Mora glanced at him and yawned. Dragon Bro, how about you tell me how you got kicked out of the Dragon Realm? Watch it, kid. If you keep spouting nonsense, I might just swallow you whole. Who said I got kicked out? Mora shot him a glare, but then began recounting its story. It started from when it was a young dragon, to being framed by a female dragon and exiled from the Dragon Realm, and later being tricked by Lanpatian and others, ultimately leading to its imprisonment here. Shen Lang listened intently, completely absorbed in the tale, and before he knew it, the time had reached 10 a.m. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Congratulations! You have completed the Hidden God Job Change quest and successfully advanced to Hidden God. As the first player in the Huaxia region to achieve an S-level Hidden class, you are awarded Level 1, Luck 5, Reputation 1000. Golden rays of light descended, and Shen Lang finally leveled up to 22. At that moment, he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he nearly cried. To complete this insanely difficult task, he had stayed online for a full 28 hours straight, even wetting his bed in the process. Just as he was about to check his attribute panel, the system sent him 2 consecutive notifications. The first tier skills, Backstab and Stealth, were now available for upgrades. Without hesitation, Shen Lang clicked Confirm. Though each upgrade cost him 50 gold coins, an amount that made his heart ache, his pain instantly vanished when he saw the results. Both tire skills had been upgraded to Steer. This made Shen Lang ecstatic. He quickly opened his personal attribute panel to examine the details. Basic attributes. ID, Tianyalongzi. Class, Shadow Walker. Level, 2222, 17.3, W40W. Defense, 337. HP, 1500. Mana, 320. Attack speed, 195. Movement speed, 190. Core attributes. Strength, 175. Intelligence, 35. Constitution, 90. Agility, 90. Luck, 7. Comprehension, 3. Reputation, 1000. Skill list, 1. Divine Punishment S tier. Critical damage increased to 250, with a low chance of dealing 10x damage. 2. Divine Concealment S tier. Upon lethal damage, enter Invincible Stealth mode for 5 seconds. All attacks during this time are guaranteed critical hits. Cooldown, 12 hours. 3. Insight. Allows you to view information about targets up to 10 levels higher than yourself. 4. God tier backstab steer, LV6. Deals 200 damage when attacking from behind, stuns the target for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Mana cost, 20. 5. God tier stealth steer. Enter stealth mode, increasing movement speed by 100. Killing a target resets the cooldown. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Mana cost, 30. 6. All or nothing attire. Throw a dagger within 30 meters, dealing 150 damage. 2 seconds later, the dagger returns, inflicting an additional 125 bleeding effect. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 30. As he stared at the attribute panel, Shun Lang felt a sense of euphoria. As a Shadow Walker, his strength and intelligence growth stars were 4 stars higher than those of regular assassins, totaling an impressive 12-star growth. This meant that every 5 levels, he gained 4 extra attribute points. By level 22, this had accumulated to a total of 20 additional points. The dazzling attribute panel filled him with an immense sense of accomplishment. All the effort and hardship he had endured for this moment of transformation were undoubtedly worth it. The Constitution has been enhanced to a 3-star level for the Assassin class, providing a 15-point increase in defense and a boost of 150 health points. Agility has been raised to 4 stars, not only adding 20 points to the base attribute, but also increasing both attack speed and movement speed by 20. These stats may seem ordinary at level 22, but considering they've only undergone 4 attribute growth cycles, the potential for future improvement is highly promising. What truly excited Shen Lang were the 2S level passive talent skills. Divine Punishment raises critical damage from 200 to 250. This 50 increase means that a base damage of 100 can result in a 250-point critical hit, and when paired with the low probability of triggering tenfold damage, it can instantly take down a knight. Meanwhile, Divine Concealment is a life-saving skill that combines both offense and defense. It grants 5 seconds of invincibility and immunity to control effects, automatically rendering the user invisible while ensuring every attack is a critical hit. Its only drawback is the lengthy 12-hour cooldown. The skill Divine Backstab has undergone a dual upgrade, with attack damage rising from 150 to 200, and its control effect evolving from a 1-second silence to a 3-second stun. This means the target not only loses the ability to cast skills, but also the ability to move or perform basic attacks. Except for a fully defensive knight with full health, almost no one could survive within those 3 seconds. The improvement to Divine Stealth is equally astonishing. The movement speed bonus has doubled to 100, but the key upgrade is the addition of the Forced trait, allowing the user to enter stealth mode even during combat, where they remain invisible unless they actively attack. Even being attacked does not break the stealth state. The most jaw-dropping aspect is its passive effect. Killing a target instantly resets its cooldown. Shen Lang could already envision his combat scenarios. Initiating with a backstab to stun the target, following up with basic attacks to finish off the first enemy, then forcibly re-entering stealth mode. After waiting 15 seconds for the backstab cooldown to reset, he strikes again. This cycle creates a flawless assassination chain. With such power, the title King of Assassins is well-deserved for this S-level hidden class. No wonder Lauren dared to attempt the assassination of the King of the Scarlet Abyss. At this thought, a cold smirk appeared on Shen Lang's lips. The Anti-Thief Alliance, the Lin family's Fengxian this time, he would truly test the strength of his opponents. In the next moment, an eerie laugh, reminiscent of a Soul Hall elder, echoed through the cavern. Keek, why is your laugh so unpleasant? Are you mocking me? The giant dragon, Imola, abruptly stopped his storytelling. His enormous dragon eyes glinted with danger as they locked onto Shen Lang. Shen Lang's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and cold sweat soaked his back in an instant. He had been so excited just now that he completely forgot this colossal creature was recounting its legendary tale. No, I wouldn't dare mock you, dragon brother. I admire you greatly. Shen Lang quickly forced a smile and explained. Even though he had become a divine concealer, he dared not show the slightest disrespect in front of a being that could reduce him to ashes with a single breath. I thought as much. Imola snorted coldly, his massive eyes scanning Shen Lang for a moment before he suddenly remarked, not bad. You've become a divine concealer. However, you're far too weak, without even a shred of cultivation. Cultivation? Shen Lang froze for a second, then recalled that his status panel indeed had a new attribute labeled as such. Dragon brother, what exactly is cultivation? Cultivation is cultivation. What else could it be? Imola rolled his eyes, clearly disinclined to elaborate. Please, dragon brother, enlighten me. How can I acquire cultivation? Shen Lang stood respectfully and cupped his hands in a gesture of deference. Since this attribute was specifically highlighted in his status panel, it must hold significant importance. Through techniques. Imola replied curtly. Techniques? But I don't have any, Shunlang blinked. Indeed, he hadn't received any techniques when he became a divine concealer. Well, I do happen to have a human cultivation technique, but Imola deliberately trailed off mid-sentence, clearly implying something. Shunlang immediately caught on. If Dragon Brother has any requests, I will gladly fulfill them, no matter the cost. Good. Steal the profound seal from Lan Patian and free me from this cursed prison. Do that, and he'll grant you the technique. As Imola spoke, his massive body shifted, causing the chains binding him to rattle with an ear-piercing noise. Xinlang considered for a moment before agreeing. Rest assured, Dragon Brother, I will complete this task without fail. After all, Imola had indeed helped him. If not for the dragon's assistance, he might not have succeeded in his class advancement mission and could have been forced to submit to that drunken youth instead. A system notification promptly sounded. Ding. You have accepted the main quest. Rescue the Blackwing Dragon Imo quest difficulty. S rank. You must infiltrate Langa City's mansion within 1 month. Steal the City Lord Lan Potion's profound seal, and deliver it to Imola. Success will earn you Imola's reward. Failure will incur his wrath. 1 month. That should be enough, Shenlang muttered, taking a deep breath. This was yet another S-rank quest. Judging by Imola's words, the cultivation technique must be incredibly valuable, at least on par with the Divine Concealer class certification. Dragon Brother, will take my leave now. I'll return once I've secured the profound seal. After accepting the quest, Shunlang respectfully bid farewell to Imola. Very well. Be cautious. Lan Patian is extraordinarily powerful. Even as a divine concealer, you won't escape his detection easily. It's best to act when he's absent, Imola warned. Thank you for the advice. Take care, Dragon Brother, Shunlang replied with a nod. He then took out a return scroll and crushed it. With a flash of white light, after a full day's journey, he finally returned to Langa City. After sending messages to Qinghai Xiaofeng and Chen Ming, Shunlang found a secluded corner to sit down. Leaning against the wall, he closed his eyes to rest. Exhaustion from being online for nearly 30 consecutive hours was making him drowsy. If it weren't for his concern that his equipment and gold would depreciate over time, he would have logged off to rest long ago. Before long, Chen Ming rushed over, interrupting his short break. Here, this is your equipment. Hurry up and get stronger. Shunlang opened his eyes and handed him 4 pieces of equipment he had prepared in advance, 2 bronze grade and 2 black grade items, all with decent attributes. Thanks a lot, Brother Lang. I'll transfer the money to you right away, Qinming said, beaming as he accepted the gear. Transfer what? Don't bother with that. Just get lost already, Shunlang replied with a roll of his eyes, sounding impatient. All right, I won't argue. But you better log off and get some sleep, or you'll end up collapsing, Qinming cautioned wisely. Got it. They'll log off after dealing with these items. You should go level up, Shunlang said as he leaned back against the wall and shut his eyes again. Not long after Chen Ming left, Shunlang, half asleep, sensed someone approaching. The person didn't speak or leave, but stood there silently, staring at him. This odd presence quickly snapped Shunlang awake. He slowly opened his eyes to see a tall, graceful figure before him. A blue and white mage robe accentuated her slender waist, its hem reaching her calves and revealing a glimpse of pale ankles. On her feet were delicate white mage shoes. As soon as he realized it was Nan Shi, Shunlang became fully alert and hurried to stand up. What are you doing here? Shunlang asked in surprise, his mind momentarily unable to process her presence. You haven't logged off yet? Nan Shi, standing a few centimeters shorter than Shunlang at about 1.7 meters tall, fixed him with a gaze that carried a hint of coldness. No, but I'll log off soon. Under her cool stare, Shunlang felt inexplicably uneasy and scratched his head awkwardly. For a moment, the two stood in silence, locked in an awkward standoff. Finally, Shunlang mustered the courage to break the tension. How did you find me? I followed the Saint of Sun and Moon, Nanshi replied, pursing her lips slightly. That guy. I told him not to tell anyone about his connection to me, Shunlang muttered under his breath. He didn't tell me. I figured it out myself, Nanshi said, her gaze never leaving him. How did you figure it out? Take a guess, Nanshi said, her fleeting smile quickly replaced by her usual icy demeanor. No idea, Shunlang admitted, his exhausted brain unable to keep up. Idiot, Nanshi mumbled softly before turning serious. You should log off and get some sleep? Yeah, I will in a bit. Do it now, Nanshi said firmly, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. I still have some gear to sell, Shunlang said, glancing at Nanshi with a hint of guilt in his tone. Nanshi furrowed her brows slightly, her delicate features showing a trace of confusion. How long will it take? Very quick, very quick. Shunlang quickly explained while hastily sending a message to Qinghai Xiaofeng. He'll be here in 5 minutes. Nanshi gave a slight nod and said no more. The two fell into a brief silence, the air tinged with a subtle tension. In less than 5 minutes, Qinghai Xiaofeng arrived in a rush. Brother Tianya, congratulations. This time, you must have struck it rich, he said with a broad grin. You're joking, Brother Feng. Shenlang shook his head and sighed. Just surviving was already lucky enough. Not to mention, I've offended so many people. The days ahead won't be easy. Haha, Brother Tianya afraid of offending people? Qinghai Xiaofeng laughed. The alliance leader has already spoken. As long as you join, he'll take care of everything for you, even the online rumors. What do you say? Thank you for the alliance leader's kind offer, but I think I'll pass. Shenlang politely declined. Fair enough, to each their own. Qinghai Xiaofeng nodded, his gaze suddenly shifting to Nan Shi standing nearby. His expression subtly changed. Being a local player from Qinghai, he naturally recognized the familiar face from the game posters. Ah, I see now. So, Brother Tianya had already made his choice. Shenlang cast a discreet glance at Nan Shi but offered no explanation. Nan Shi stood quietly at the side, not saying a word. Well then, Brother Tianya, let's get down to business, Qinghai Xiaofeng said tactfully, changing the subject. So, how much gear are you selling this time? Shenlang brought up the equipment list. A total of 86 items. 1 silver grade, 11 bronze grade, and 73 iron grade. I've already sent you the catalog. Of these, 73 were scavenged from the cave, and the rest were obtained during his escape. After setting aside some for Chan Ming, there were exactly 86 items. Wow, Brother Tianya, it's a pity you're not the alliance leader. Qinghai Xiaofeng exclaimed in admiration. Nearby, Nanshi couldn't help but smile faintly before quickly regaining her composure. No way, I'm not cut out to be an alliance leader. Shenlang decisively shook his head. Alright then, Qinghai Xiaofeng quickly did some calculations. The silver leggings will go for 10,000, bronze grade items at 2,000 each, and iron grade at 400 each. That totals 61,200. How about it? Shenlang gave it some thought and nodded in agreement. Equipment prices had indeed dropped significantly lately, and Qinghai Xiaofeng's offer was already quite fair, especially since he was willing to purchase everything in one go. It was a deal worth taking. By the way, I still have 150 gold coins. Let's include those as well, Shenlang said as he took out the coins. Alright, but the price of gold coins dropped to 110 today. No problem, 110 it is. Okay then, the total is 77,800. As usual, we'll split the payment into 2 transfers. With Nan Shi as a witness, the transaction was quickly completed. Staring at the increased balance in his bank account, Shenlang felt a wave of joy. His personal wealth had now grown to over 560,000, though it was still far from the millions needed for a seaside villa. After Qinghai Xiaofeng left, Nanshi suddenly turned her head to look at Shenlang. You seem to know him well? Yeah, pretty well. We've done quite a few trades. Shenlang nodded and replied. Nan's eyes sparkled as she glanced thoughtfully at Shenlang. Oh, so you trade often. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I used to farm gold coins and sell them to him, Shenlang quickly explained, worried that Nanshi might misunderstand. Did I say anything? Nanshi smiled faintly, like a blooming lily, and the sight made Shenlang's heart skip a beat. But the smile quickly faded from her face. Alright, now that all the equipment is sold, you should log off. Shenlang looked at Nanshi, hesitant to speak. What is it? Something else? Nanshi asked, slightly furrowing her brows. After a moment of hesitation, Shenlang mustered his courage. Can I add you as a friend? Nanshi froze, simply staring at him without responding immediately. Shenlang gave an awkward smile as a sense of disappointment crept in. Just as he thought there was no chance, the system notification sounded. Ding. Player Luo, she has sent you a friend request. Accept? Shenlang's heart began to race. Alright, log off now, Nanshi said, trying to sound calm, though the flicker in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. Unfortunately, Shenlang failed to notice this subtle change. Okay, I'll log off then. See you later. Shenlang suppressed his excitement, said goodbye to Nanshi, and logged off on the spot. Yes. In the room, Shenlang took off his gaming helmet and sprang off the bed like an arrow leaving its bowstring, causing the bed frame to groan under the sudden pressure. Nanshi had accepted his friend request. The news sent him into a frenzy of excitement, even more thrilling than when he had successfully transitioned to the Shadow Walker class. He spun in circles on the bed, muttering to himself. If anyone had seen him at that moment, they might have thought he'd lost his mind. But who could blame him? Being able to connect with the girl he liked was enough to flood his brain with dopamine. It took Shenlang 10 minutes to finally calm down. This is just the first step, he reminded himself, taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement. Glancing at the sweat-soaked bedsheets, he hesitated for a moment before deciding to replace them altogether. Under the glaring sunlight outside his apartment complex, Shenlang tossed the used sheets and bedding into the garbage bin. Then, he headed straight for the nearby Mi Village rice bowl restaurant. After devouring a beef hot pot and 5 bowls of rice in one sitting, he finally felt satisfied. Next, he made his way to a nearby supermarket and spent 500 yuan on a new set of bedding. By the time he returned home, it was already noon. After setting up the fresh bedding and taking a quick shower, Xunlang lay down on the soft, clean sheets. But sleep eluded him. He picked up his phone and began browsing the forums. As Guan Suo had mentioned, posts denouncing him were everywhere. The Anti-Thief Alliance had already attracted 70 to 80 guilds and factions, practically uniting the entire player base of Langya City. With the exception of Shaoyan Gexing and Qingfeng Pavilion, the other 14 guilds had joined the alliance, creating an overwhelming force. This, however, made things easier for Xunlang. At least he didn't have to figure out who his enemies were. Half an hour later, drowsiness finally overtook him. He set his phone aside and quickly drifted off to sleep. He had no idea how much time had passed when a loud, quirky ringtone woke him. "Dad, Dad, your good son is calling you." "Dad, pick up the phone." Groggily, he answered the call. Outside, the sky was pitch black. "Hey Longzi, are you up yet?" It was Chun Ming's voice. "You just woke me up. What's going on?" Xunlang replied, still half asleep. Chun Ming lowered his voice. "So, erase the thing. Remember how you asked me to keep an eye on Lin Jiafengxian? About 10 minutes ago, he left through the north gate with a group of assassins. They're talking in the chat about going to snatch a boss. Interested?" Xunlang glanced at the time. It was already past 9 p.m. Suddenly, he was wide awake. "Hold on a moment, I'll log in and talk to you then." After hanging up the phone, Xunlang swiftly got out of bed, freshened up, and then climbed back into bed, putting on his gaming helmet. With a flash of white light, his figure instantly appeared in the central square of Langya City. He glanced at his friend list and saw that Nanshi was online, but that wasn't the priority right now. He immediately sent a message to Chen Ming asking for information and quickly received a reply. Snow Peak Valley, along with detailed coordinates. Checking the map, Snow Peak Valley was located more than 40 miles due north of Langya City. At his current speed, activating stealth mode would allow him to get there in about an hour. Taking advantage of the time on the road, Xunlang opened the game rankings to browse. The leaderboard was divided into 3 categories: guild rankings, level rankings, and equipment rankings. The first 2 were further broken down into Langya City and the entire Huaxia region. Langya City had established 21 guilds, with Snow Domain, Young Wanderers, and World Alliance ranking as the top 3, all having upgraded to level 2 guilds. The remaining 18 were still level 1 guilds, but were mostly at full capacity. Across the entire Huaxia region, Weiyang Palace dominated as the sole level 3 guild. The Pantheon of Yinjing City and the First Emperor's Hall of Chang'an City ranked 2nd and 3rd, respectively, while Langya City's Snow Domain took the 4th spot. In terms of individual levels, the top player in the Huaxia region, Jinxion Yanhua, had reached level 27, followed closely by Jinqi Jinglan at level 26. The highest level player in Langya City was Lin Jia Xiaotong at level 25, ranking 5th in the entire region. Xunlang, having not leveled up for 2 days, was only at level 22 despite gaining a level from task rewards. This placed him 19th in Langya City and near 300th in the entire region. However, he wasn't concerned. With his hidden 1 class, he was confident he could catch up quickly. The equipment rankings now featured 3 pieces of golden gear: a robe, a helmet, and leg guards, owned by Jinxion Yanhua, Jinqi Jinglan, and Yu Wu Huang, respectively. Following these were a series of silver-grade weapons, including several daggers that Xunlang found particularly tempting. Time quietly slipped by, and as night fell, the gentle rain turned into fluttering snowflakes. After more than an hour of travel, Xunlang finally arrived at Snow Peak Valley. Before him stretched a forest of ancient pines, blanketed in silver, extending to the edge of his vision. As he pondered which direction to search for Lin Jiafengxian, a furious roar echoed from deep within the valley. Moments later, a burst of fire shot into the sky, standing out vividly against the pitch-black night. There it is. Xunlang's eyes lit up, and he immediately sprinted toward the direction of the flames. Within the Snow Peak Valley, among the pine forests, roamed packs of level 25 snow demons. These creatures, though lacking high intelligence and not hostile towards players unless provoked, added an eerie atmosphere to the snowy domain. Xunlang moved swiftly, soon reaching the depths of Snow Peak Valley. The view ahead suddenly opened up to reveal a frozen lake, its surface thickly layered with ice and snow, resembling an open field at first glance. At the center, a group of players from the Tiandihui Guild were engaged in an intense battle against a massive snow demon boss. Surrounding the boss were numerous smaller monsters it had summoned, which were being dealt with by scattered players. It's the Tiandihui Guild. Xunlang's eyes lit up. All the players attacking the boss belonged to Tiandihui. As members of the Anti-Thief Alliance, their appearance here raised suspicions. According to the information provided by Chan Ming, Lin Jiafengxian had only brought a team of assassins, clearly intending to ambush the boss. For Xunlang, this situation was perfect. Let them fight among themselves first. They could wait for the right moment to strike. After all, his primary goal was to claim the boss. Killing anyone was merely incidental. The battle on the icy surface raged on, with the snow demon boss's health dropping to 30. Despite its earth-shaking roars, it couldn't break through the Tiandihui's tightly coordinated formation. Knights and swordsmen formed a solid front line, while mages, archers, and priests provided a synchronized web of support from the rear. Their teamwork was impeccable, seamlessly balancing offense and defense. Such a lineup was more than sufficient to handle a Silverdeer boss, and even the summoned minions posed minimal threat. Watch the snow around the boss. All assassins, go stealth and encircle it, commanded Chanjalua, the leader of Tiandihui. Prepare to interrupt its final skill. If you spot any non-guild members approaching, kill them on sight. As the guild leader, his commands were precise and authoritative, instantly mobilizing everyone to their positions and preparing for any unexpected developments. While most of the archers lacked illumination arrows to detect stealth, the footprints and faint sounds left by sneaking assassins could still give them away. Xinlang had already crept closer but dared not approach too near, wary of being discovered by the Tiandihui players. Stealing the boss amidst nearly 100 opponents was no easy feat without Lin Jiafengxian's potential interference. His chances would have been even slimmer. The battle continued, and 10 minutes later, the boss's health had dropped to just 10. Hiding at the back of the crowd, Xinlang's eyes were locked on Chanjalua. To seize the boss, the first step was to take down the guild leader. Only by throwing the Tiandihui into chaos could he create an opening to act. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed across the frozen lake. The already massive snow demon boss suddenly swelled in size, its white horn transforming into gleaming gold in an instant. The golden glow spread across its body like a tidal wave. The change happened so rapidly that before anyone could react, the snow demon struck with a single palm. 2 knights were hit on the spot. Amid their agonized cries, one of them, who still had over half his health remaining, was instantly killed and sent back to the respawn point, leaving no time for the healers in the rear to intervene. Damn it, the snow demon has evolved into a gold-tier boss. We can't hold it off. The remaining knight, with a sliver of health left, staggered away in a desperate retreat, his face filled with shock. Chunjalua, however, showed no fear. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered across his face as he gave a steady command. All swordsmen, fall back. Knights, hold your ground and activate guard. Use taunts, alternately keep the aggro locked. Healers, don't worry about conserving mana. Heal with everything you've got. Archers, keep up the pressure. Hold the line. Although the boss had upgraded to gold tier, its health had already dropped to 10. Chunjalua wasn't about to let this opportunity slip away, even if it meant sacrificing lives to achieve victory. In its berserk state, the snow demon's attacks were devastating. Even with the healer's support, ordinary knights could barely withstand its blows. But with nearly 20 knights among the 100 members of the Tiandihui Guild, they were just able to maintain the battle, shielding the backline archers and mages to ensure continuous damage output. After 5 grueling minutes of intense combat, the snow demon's health finally fell to 5, but the Tiandihui had lost over half of their knights. At this critical moment, Lin Jiafengxian, who had been lying in wait, led nearly 20 assassins in a sudden ambush from the lakeside. However, their dense footprints in the snow betrayed their position. Direction at 1 o'clock. Mages, use AoE spells to disrupt their stealth. Swordsmen, prepare to intercept. Everyone else, keep focusing on the boss. Chunjalua's voice remained calm and commanding. Over a dozen mages cast their spells in unison, their abilities intertwining into a web that instantly forced all the assassins out of hiding. 20 swordsmen immediately formed a line and charged forward. Watching from the shadows, Xinlang shook his head in disbelief. Such a poorly coordinated ambush was nothing short of suicidal. Realizing that Lin Jiafengxian's group stood no chance, Xinlang decided to take matters into his own hands. Amid the chaos, Xinlang slipped into the crowd, making a beeline for Chunjalua. The latter seemed to sense danger and swung his long sword backward with force, but it hit nothing but air. Just as confusion flashed across his face, a sharp dagger materialized out of nowhere, piercing precisely into his left shoulder blade. As a massive damage number appeared above his head, a stun effect was triggered simultaneously. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Xunlang unleashed a flurry of 4 swift strikes within 3 seconds, each one slicing across Chunjalua's vital throat. Consecutive critical hits popped up, instantly depleting Chunjalua's 1,200 health points. You, Tianyalongzi? Chunjalua's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xinlang, who had suddenly emerged from the shadows. With a look of unwillingness etched on his face, he slowly collapsed to the ground. The attack is still too weak, Xinlang sighed inwardly. Even after allocating all 5 attribute points gained from leveling up to strength, his maximum attack only reached 202 points. If not for the critical hit damage being increased to 250, he might not have been able to take down Chunjalua. What the heck? The leader. The leader. The members of the Tiandihui finally snapped out of their daze, staring in shock at Qin Jialua collapsing to the ground and Shen Lang, who stood nearby, still sighing. Moments ago, their attention had been focused on the boss and Lin Jiafengxian's group, completely unprepared for their leader to be ambushed and killed. A well-equipped swordsman being taken out in just a few seconds was simply unbelievable. Shen Lang moved swiftly, picking up the coins that had dropped to the ground in a matter of seconds. Then, he activated stealth mode and vanished from sight. Damn it, it's Tianya Longzi. Tianya Longzi killed the leader. The deputy leader, Longcha Dao, was furious. The level 21 archer roared at the surrounding priests. What the hell were you priests doing? Their leader being assassinated under the noses of so many priests was an utter disgrace. The priests exchanged awkward glances, unable to respond. However, at that very moment, chaos erupted. Two deadly damage numbers floated above Longcha Dao's head as Shen Lang appeared like a ghost, his daggers carving two precise arcs. The archer, whose defense and health were far inferior to Chen Jialua's, was instantly killed with 2 strikes. The deputy leader is dead too. What the hell? The Tiandihui members completely lost their composure. Some continued attacking the boss, others turned on Lin Jiafengxian's group, while still others frantically searched for Shen Lang. Shen Lang, however, moved through them like a phantom, weaving effortlessly among the priests and mages. Each of his strikes was lethal, and it only took 2 hits to finish off an opponent. In a short span of time, over a dozen had fallen to his daggers. Without the priest's support, the knights attacking the boss were quickly wiped out as well. The boss has only 2 health left. All in, the remaining assassins and archers charged at the boss with no regard for their lives. Their defenses were fragile, and none could withstand a single attack from the boss. They relied solely on sacrificing themselves. Luckily, the boss hadn't used any area effect skills, or they would have been annihilated already. Shen Lang struck again, effortlessly taking down a priestess. He glanced at the boss's remaining health, but decided against further ambushing. Instead, he moved swiftly toward the boss. The boss's health bar plummeted by 2,000 points, leaving only the final one. Although it was just the last sliver of health, for a level 30 golden boss with hundreds of thousands of hit points, that still amounted to several thousand. The battlefield situation was clear. The assassin and archer teams had suffered heavy losses, with only a dozen or so members barely holding their ground. On the other side, Lin Jiafengxian's team was nearly wiped out, with the few remaining members activating stealth to escape. The Tiandihui Guild's dozen or so swordsmen, though low on health, continued their relentless assault on the boss. Even though Qin Jialua had already died and respawned back in the city, his team was still carrying out the imperative order to take down the boss at all costs. Just as victory seemed within reach, the boss suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar and unleashed its ultimate skill. A dense fog erupted, spreading within a 50-meter radius, and damage numbers in the thousands floated above the heads of nearby players. Almost everyone was reduced to white light and vanished. Shen Lang, though losing nearly 1,000 hit points and seeing his health bar drop to a third, managed to maintain his stealth state unharmed. Haha, that was so damn satisfying. This golden level boss is finally mine. Lin Jiafengxian, though forced out of stealth, miraculously survived with just a sliver of health left. At this moment, only he and the last swordsman from Tiandihui remained on the battlefield. The swordsman, however, was swiftly struck down by the boss. I knew it. I am the chosen one. Lin Jiafengxian's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly drank a health potion and raised his dagger, ready to deliver the final blow to the boss. But just at this critical moment, a subtle damage number appeared above his head, interrupting his skill and leaving him stunned. Heh, watch closely. Let me show you how to take down a boss, Shen Lang said mockingly, appearing beside him at some point. He patted Lin Jiafengxian's face with disdain before flicking his wrist and driving his dagger precisely into the snow demon's eye. With a thunderous crash, the snow demon finally fell, sending snow swirling into the air. As Lin Jiafengxian began to recover from his 3-second stun, he glared at Shen Lang with fury blazing in his eyes. You idiot, goodbye. Shen Lang sneered, slashing his dagger across Lin Jiafengxian's throat, draining the last of his health. A roar filled with unwillingness and rage echoed across the battlefield. Ding! The system notification sounded as Shen Lang successfully defeated the snow demon, a gold-tier boss, earning 500,000 experience points and leveling up directly to level 23. The system followed up with an additional notification. Mana increased by 10 points, and 5 free attribute points were awarded. A golden glow descended from the sky, enveloping Shen Lang. He smiled with satisfaction, wiping his dagger while laboriously pushing aside the massive body of the boss. Scattered on the ground was a pile of gleaming loot, a pair of silver-brimmed bracers, a ring radiating a rainbow of colors, a hefty skill book, and most strikingly, a dagger shimmering with golden light. Finally, Shen Lang's voice quivered slightly with excitement. For countless chapters, He had been stuck using a bronze dagger from level 3, much to the reader's ridicule. Judging from the appearance of this new dagger, it was likely a coveted gold-tier piece of equipment. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Shunlang quickly stashed all the items into his inventory. Activating his stealth skill, he meticulously combed through the battlefield before quietly slipping away. Moments later, Shunlang found a sturdy ancient pine tree and perched steadily on one of its branches. Eagerly, he retrieved the radiant golden dagger, half-jokingly muttering, "Abracadabra, supreme artifact, reveal your true self." The dagger's attributes appeared: Snowblade, grade, gold tier, strength, 35, attack, 225. Special effect, Gale increases attack speed by 50 after a critical hit. Level requirement, 25. Good thing Lin Fengxian didn't snatch it, Shunlang thought with relief. This dagger seemed tailor-made for him. A base attack of 225 points, combined with a 35-point strength boost, brought the total attack power to an astonishing maximum of 260 points. Even better, it came with the Gale special effect, perfectly suited for the assassin class. Next, he examined the bracer's attributes. Snow Demon Bracers. Grade, Silver Deer. Defense, 50. Constitution, 18. Attack speed, 20. Level requirement, 25. Though the defense and constitution boosts were average, the 20 attack speed increase made it a decent piece of equipment, if not a minor treasure. Finally, he inspected the rainbow glowing ring. Ring of Frost. Grade, Gold tier. Intelligence, 55. Constitution, 25. Mana, 100. Special effect, Frost increases frost spell damage by 20. Level requirement, 25. Staring at the ring, which was clearly a top-tier item for mages, Shunlang scratched his head in thought. The high intelligence boost, significant constitution and mana increases, and the 20 frost spell damage bonus made it a godly piece of gear for a mage. But now he was left wondering what should he do with it? Indeed, this ring seemed to be the perfect fit for Nanshi, yet Shunlang hesitated on how to bring it up. Sending a ring right after adding her as a friend wouldn't that be too abrupt? He paced back and forth for a moment before finally making up his mind. Whatever, worst-case scenario, he could just say he was selling it to her, even at a discount. After putting away the frost ring, Shunlang took out the skill book and examined it carefully. Instant Slash, an rank skill, allowed the user to lock onto a target within 10 meters. Upon activation, the user would instantly appear behind the target, dealing 175 damage. Being a lock-on skill, it was unavoidable. It had a 30-second cooldown and consumed 20 mana points. This mobility skill was perfect for him. Without hesitation, Shunlang clicked to learn it, and a new icon immediately appeared in his skill bar. He then checked his inventory. A total of 188 gold coins, most of which had been looted from the Snow Demon, along with 8 or 9 pieces of equipment. Apart from a bronze bracer, the rest were mediocre items. After contacting Qinghai Xiaofeng, Shunlang crushed a return scroll. With a flash of white light, he reappeared in the bustling square of Langya City. It was nearing midnight, yet the square was still packed with people. At that moment, his friend list suddenly lit up. It was a message from Nanshi. "Did you kill Lin Jiafengxian again?" Seeing the message, Shunlang frowned. The excitement from obtaining the golden dagger instantly faded. Was she blaming him? Or did she have feelings for Lin Jiafengxian? The thought made Shunlang even more annoyed, but he gritted his teeth and replied, "Yeah, just took him down." "Good job." Nanshi replied almost instantly. Those simple words immediately dispelled the gloom in Shunlang's heart. He kept rereading the message, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Just as he was about to respond, a message from Qinghai Xiaofeng popped in. "Tinya bro, made headlines again, huh? Must have made a fortune this time, right?" Distracted, Shunlang quickly handed over the equipment and gold coins to Qinghai Xiaofeng, totaling around 20,500. Then he took a deep breath and cautiously sent a message to Nanshi. "Hey, Nanshi, I have a piece of mage equipment I just got. Do you want it?" After sending the message, Shunlang became restless, anxiously waiting for a reply. 10 minutes passed, and still no response. Just as his mind began to wander, Nanshi's message finally came through. "Of course I want it. Why wouldn't I? Where are you?" Her reply thrilled Shunlang to the point he almost jumped up. That giddy feeling of a first crush it really could set one's heart racing. The night was deep. The sky shimmered with countless stars, and a magnificent Milky Way stretched from south to north, spanning the entire heavens. In a quiet corner of the Langya City Square, Shunlang sat alone on a stone platform, his fingers idly playing with a freshly acquired dagger. Under the moonlight, his gaze seemed distant and unfocused, as though lost in thought. Time passed unnoticed until the sound of light footsteps broke the silence. Shunlang looked up to see a slender figure approaching. The person held a staff, their mage robe fluttering gently in the breeze, walking with an air of grace. It was Nanshi. "You're here." Seeing Nanshi, Shun Lang immediately stood up, his movements betraying a hint of nervousness. What's this? Am I that intimidating? Nanshi gazed at Shun Lang, her bright eyes glinting mischievously. You look like you're afraid of me. No, not at all, Shun Lang quickly denied, shaking his head. Humph. Nanshi let out a soft huff, her beautiful eyes glancing sideways at him. So, what gear are you giving me? Here, it's this. Shin Lang hurriedly retrieved the ring of frost from his inventory and placed it in his palm, offering it to her. Under the hazy moonlight, the ring gleamed with a cold brilliance, appearing exceptionally exquisite. Nan's eyes gaze lingered on the ring for a moment before she looked up at Shin Lang. You're giving me this? Yeah, it's a mage's item, and the stats are pretty good, Shin Lang said, scratching his head. Nanshi blinked. Have you given a ring to anyone else before? No, never. Shin Lang shook his head emphatically. All right then, thank you. Nanshi smiled faintly and reached out to pick up the ring. Her fingertips brushed against Shun Lang's palm, and for a brief moment, the soft touch left both of them slightly stunned. This is a gold-tier item? Nan's eyes widened in surprise as she examined the ring's stats. Currently, there were fewer than 10 gold-tier items on the equipment leaderboard. Yeah, it's gold-tier, Shun Lang admitted, a trace of pride surfacing in his tone. This item could easily sell for 40 or 50,000 yuan, and you're just giving it to me? Nanshi stared at him, her eyes filled with curiosity. Well, you're my only mage friend, Shun Lang explained with a smile. You're really generous to your friends, Nanshi said softly, slipping the ring onto her left hand. How does it look? Pretty? She held out her hand and waved it in front of Shun Lang, her smile radiant. Although she was not yet level 25, which was required to activate the ring's attributes, she could still wear it. It looks great, really great, Shun Lang said sincerely, admiring her slender, alabaster fingers. Humph. Nan's lips curved upward in satisfaction at his response. Suddenly, she said, since you've given me such a valuable item and I have nothing to give you in return, how about I treat you to a meal? Huh. Sure, when? Shun Lang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly agreed. The day after tomorrow. It's the weekend, and there are no classes. They'll treat you to the cafeteria at my school. The food there is really good, Nanshi suggested after a moment's thought. All right, the day after tomorrow it is, Shun Lang nodded. Good. We'll head off now. Be careful of Lin Jiafengxian. He won't let this slide easily, Nanshi warned. Don't worry. He's the one who should be careful, Shun Lang replied confidently. All right, see you the day after tomorrow. Nanshi turned to leave, but suddenly stopped and looked back. By the way, what's your name? Shun Lang's lips curved into a slight smile. Shun Lang. Shun as in Shin Lang, and Lang as in Shin Lang. Who introduces themselves like that? Nanshi rolled her eyes at him, but then smiled faintly. I'm Nanshi. I know. I know you know. As Nanshi walked away, Shin Lang stood still, a hint of anticipation rising in his heart for their meeting the day after tomorrow. Glancing at the time, it was already 11:45 p.m. He decided to call it a night and stop leveling up. Want to grab a drink? He sent a message to both Chun Ming and Guan Suo. Shortly after, they both responded positively, agreeing to meet at their usual spot. Shin Lang offered to treat them. With that, he logged off. At midnight, the three of them met outside a 24-hour barbecue joint. Despite the late hour, the place was bustling with people, mostly young players who had just logged off from their games. Faintly, Shin Lang could hear someone mentioning the name Wandering Vagabond, his in-game alias, though it had become somewhat controversial. They found a spot in a corner and immediately ordered a case of chilled beer. Before the food even arrived, each of them had already finished a bottle. The summer night was still stiflingly hot, but the cold beer brought an instant sense of refreshment. Guan Suo lowered his voice, grinning like a mischievous kid. You wouldn't believe it, vagabond. That Lin family's Fengxian was losing his mind, cursing non-stop in the guild chat and even ordering everyone to kill you on sight. But hardly anyone paid attention to him. Exactly, Chun Ming chimed in. Later, Lin Tong issued an announcement for the guild to focus on leveling up and aim to upgrade to a level 3 alliance. That really pissed Fengxian off, and he ended up arguing with Lin Tong right then and there. Ha, this is just the beginning, Shin Lang sneered. Keep an eye on him for me. They'll make sure he's too scared to even step out of the city. Haha, leave it to us, Guan Suo said, thumping his chest in assurance. Chen Ming, however, looked a bit concerned. Vagabond, you should be careful too. That guy has some connections. He might not be able to touch you in the game, but he could cause trouble in real life. Shin Lang nodded. Yeah, he'll be cautious. In planning to move to a new place in a few days, though it was a society governed by laws, certain networks and influence could still sway things. He had no intention of inviting unnecessary trouble. The food arrived one dish after another, and the case of beer was quickly emptied. Each of them ordered 2 more bottles, and they drank and chatted until 2 a.m. before finally calling it a night and going their separate ways. The next morning, Shun Lang woke up around 7 o'clock, groggy from a hangover and a late night. After a quick wash and a rushed breakfast, he immediately logged into the game. With a flash of white light, Shun Lang appeared in the plaza of Langya City. He first headed to the pharmacy, spending 5 gold coins to purchase 100 bottles of level 3 health potions. Each potion could restore 500 health points but had a 5-minute cooldown between uses. After stocking up on supplies, Shun Lang swiftly exited through the southern gate of Langya City, heading toward Shaoqi town. His primary goal was to level up to 25, while his feud with the anti-bandit alliance was something he decided to leave to chance. He would fight if he encountered them, but he wouldn't actively seek revenge. This approach aligned with his inherently kind nature. Activating stealth mode, Shun Lang's movement speed soared to an impressive 340. In just 40 minutes, he covered a distance of 20 miles and arrived at Shaoqi town. However, the sight before him made him frown. The once quiet town was now bustling with activity. Groups of players filled the area, outnumbering even the ghostly monsters. After careful observation, Shun Lang noticed that most of these players were from Tianxia League and Longyuan Pavilion. The leading players had already reached around level 20, making this zone ideal for levels 20 to 30, a hotspot for major guilds. As for areas beyond level 30, the monsters there had such high attack and defense stats, and were so aggressive that average players couldn't even venture into them. Checking the official forum of Tianyan, Shun Lang confirmed that both Tianxia League and Longyuan Pavilion were part of the anti-bandit alliance. With that knowledge, he decided there was no need to hold back. Quietly, Shun Lang slipped into a dilapidated house, where 3 members of Longyuan Pavilion were attacking a headless ghost. The group consisted of a level 20 knight, a level 19 archer, and a level 18 priest. When the ghost's health was about to drop to 0, Shun Lang finally made his move. Like a phantom, he appeared behind the priest, his dagger flashing twice as he precisely slashed the opponent's throat. Before the other two could react, he instantly teleported behind the archer and finished them off with a single critical strike followed by a normal attack. By the time the knight realized what was happening, Shun Lang had already vanished. A few seconds later, a stun marker appeared above the knight's head, and their health began to plummet. Swish, swish, swish. Shun Lang's figure flickered like a ghost in front of the knight, delivering 4 consecutive slashes with deadly precision. Each strike hit vital points, rapidly depleting the knight's health under the onslaught of critical damage. The final blow ended the knight's life instantly. Without missing a beat, Shun Lang spun around and plunged his dagger into the heart of a wraith that had appeared behind him. A massive damage number, 1250, floated in the air, his first 10x critical hit since his job advancement. The wraith let out a chilling scream before dissipating into a wisp of blue smoke, leaving behind a small pile of gleaming silver coins. The system notification chimed in timely, awarding him 3,000 experience points for defeating the wraith, plus an additional 1,200 bonus points. Now, at level 23, Shun Lang found the experience gained from the level 25 wraiths less impressive than before. However, considering the entire ambush took less than 3 minutes, the reward was still decent. He still needed over 200,000 experience points to reach level 24. At this pace, he calculated he'd have to kill more than 50 wraiths. While mentally tallying the numbers, he collected the loot scattered on the ground, 2 gold coins, and a pair of boots dropped by 3 defeated players. Activating stealth mode, he silently moved toward his next target. Over the next 2 hours, Shun Lang continued his ambushes, steadily increasing his experience points to 400,000. However, as time went on, players grew increasingly cautious, either stopping their monster hunts altogether or forming large groups of over a dozen people to clear enemies. To avoid wasting time, Shun Lang adjusted his strategy and began hunting wraiths alone. By around 1 p.m., Shun Lang finally reached level 24. He was now just 1 step away from equipping the Golden Grade dagger, Snowblade, which required level 25. However, the 650,000 experience point threshold meant he still needed to slay nearly 200 more wraiths. After ordering 2 servings of Maiju dumplings online, 1 serving was never enough for him. Shun Lang continued clearing the surrounding wraiths. Half an hour later, his delivery arrived, prompting him to find a large tree to log off temporarily. Enjoying the steaming hot cabbage and pork dumplings, Shun Lang absent-mindedly opened the official forums. Unsurprisingly, he had once again become the center of attention. The leader of the Heaven Alliance had posted a rant condemning his bandit-like behavior, vowing to lead the main guild forces to hunt him down. The post was flooded with hateful comments, along with videos uploaded by Heaven Alliance and Dragon Abyss guild players showing footage of his ambushes. "You're allowed to hunt me, but I'm not allowed to ambush you?" Shun Lang sneered. These self-proclaimed paragons of virtue had forced him into the role of a villain, only to cry foul when he retaliated. Tired of the hypocritical comments, he closed the forum. His reputation was already in ruins, so he couldn't care less. After finishing his meal, Shun Lang attended to some personal needs before logging back into the game. A flash of white light later, his figure appeared on the familiar large tree. Looking around, Shunlang noticed that the number of players in Shaoqi town had significantly decreased, which took him by surprise. The once threatening Tianxia alliance, which had boasted on the forums about coming to trouble him, had instead redirected their manpower elsewhere. On second thought, it made sense stalling the guild's entire progress just to deal with one person was indeed unwise. At level 2 with a 200-member size, Tianxia alliance was already at a disadvantage compared to the other two major guilds. If they were to be entirely tied up dealing with him, it would only harm their development further. This situation was exactly what Shunlang had hoped for. With fewer players around, he could focus solely on leveling up. The entire afternoon was spent battling a variety of ghostly creatures. Although Shunlang had leveled up twice since his last visit, his attack power hadn't improved significantly, and he still couldn't eliminate the ghosts quickly. By the end of the afternoon, he had only managed to kill just over 60 of them, leaving a considerable gap in the experience needed to reach level 25. As the sun set and night fell, the ghosts began to transform, turning into much stronger wraiths. Players from both Tianxia Alliance and Longyuan Pavilion seemed to have anticipated this, retreating to town before sunset to avoid confronting these formidable level 30 monsters. But this time, Shunlang chose to stay. He stealthily moved to the fenced courtyard where the town's shrine maiden resided. As the wraiths there were more scattered and often roamed alone, ideal targets for him. Despite their terrifying 325 attack points, these wraiths no longer posed a fatal threat to Shunlang. After successfully advancing to the hidden god class and upgrading his equipment, his defense and health had more than doubled. While his attack power was still a weakness, his normal attacks only chipped away less than 100 health points from the Wraithshi's improved skills, and critical damage boosts allowed him to take down a Wraith in an average of 13 to 14 minutes. Each Wraith granted 6,000 base experience points, and with the bonus for defeating higher-level monsters, the total experience per Wraith reached an impressive 13,200 points. Of course, the battles occasionally attracted other Wraiths, and if more than two locked onto him, Shunlang would immediately enter stealth mode to avoid danger. Time slipped by in this steady rhythm of battles. By the time the clock struck midnight, Shunlang's experience points had surpassed 600,000, leaving him less than 50,000 away from level 25. Suddenly, a chilling, eerie wind swept through the area, causing all the wraiths to tremble. Their faces twisted into even more hideous and menacing expressions. Something's wrong. Remembering the Shrine Maiden's warning, Shunlang quickly entered stealth mode and climbed to the top of a nearby tree. Driven by curiosity and confidence in his abilities, he decided not to teleport back to town immediately, but to observe what would happen next. He wanted to see what the great danger the Shrine Maiden of Shaoqi town had mentioned was. In the darkness of the night, the vengeful spirits stood motionless, their pale eyes staring blankly at the sky, their faces twisted into expressions of both fear and fury. The howling sound continued to echo through the air. Suddenly, a rustling sound, like the swish of a cloak, broke the silence. A dark figure appeared outside the fence of the Shrine Maiden's dwelling, directly facing Shunlang's hiding spot. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting its glow, but the figure's black cloak shrouded them completely in shadow, concealing any trace of their true appearance. "You are here again." An elderly voice came from inside the house. An old woman, leaning on a cane, hobbled out to the door. "How's the progress?" A deep, commanding voice emanated from beneath the cloak. "Almost done. I've gathered quite a few soul pearls in these past days. At most, it'll take another month." "You don't need to come every day," the old woman sighed. Speed it up. I have greater plans," the cloaked figure replied, impatience evident in their tone. "I understand. I will do my best to hurry." "See that you do." The mysterious figure's words had barely faded when they suddenly turned to look in a specific direction. "Who dares spy on me?" With a deafening explosion, two lurking assassins were instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Shunlang was so shocked by the scene that he held his breath, not daring to move a muscle. The sheer power of this mysterious figure seemed comparable to that of the mighty dragon Malra. Perhaps due to the distance or the stealth skill of the hidden ones being harder to detect, the figure appeared unaware of Shunlang's presence. "Why didn't you just kill them outright? With your power, you could have done it easily, couldn't you?" the old woman suddenly asked. "Didn't I just kill them? They didn't overhear any critical secrets, so it doesn't matter. Besides, even if they can revive, it changes nothing. And using forbidden level power isn't something to be done lightly. It would alert the entities in the divine realm, and that would bring serious trouble." The mysterious figure shook their head with a faint sigh. These words left Shunlang, perched in the tree, utterly bewildered. Not only did the mysterious figure know that players could resurrect, but more importantly, they seemed to possess forbidden power capable of permanently killing a player's true form. This completely overturned Shunlang's understanding of the gamite was utterly unbelievable. Although his instincts urged him to deny it, some deep intuition told him it was likely true. The information was too shocking. If it were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar. Then again, who would even believe it? Night had fallen, vast and profound, carrying an eerie sense of the unknown. By the time Shen Lang snapped back to his senses, the mysterious figure had vanished without a trace. The hunched old woman silently retreated into the house. Imola, Imola must know the truth. Shen Lang's chest heaved violently, the startling revelation nearly suffocating him. He had to uncover the truth, or he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. I just wanted to play a simple game and make some money, but now it seems like my life is on the line. This deal is way too costly, Shen Lang muttered under his breath. With trembling fingers, he retrieved a return scroll. While he could log off directly, the unsettling atmosphere of this place made him worry that the mysterious figure might somehow track him down in real life. A flash of white light later, Shen Lang found himself in the familiar Lengya City Square. The sight of the familiar surroundings allowed his taut nerves to relax slightly. Back in his room in the real world, Shen Lang removed his gaming helmet, still shaken. This is the 21st century, a society governed by law, and yet an NPC in a game can threaten lives, he murmured to himself. Late at night, Shen Lang crept downstairs to grab a bite, nearly getting mistaken for a thief by the shopkeeper. Tossing and turning in bed, he couldn't shake the feeling that a pair of unseen eyes was watching him from the shadows. By 4:30 a.m., before dawn, Shen Lang gave up on trying to sleep. Skipping breakfast, he logged back into the game to continue his search for the truth. The Lengya City Square was desolate, with barely another player in sight. Shen Lang headed straight for the north gate, racing toward Songlong Ridge. This time, it took him less than 4 hours to reach the cliff by the valley, where he deftly used his dagger to climb down. 40 minutes later, Shen Lang stood once again in the dragon's lair. Imola looked slightly surprised. Kid, what are you doing back here without the Shin seal? Brother Dragon. Shen Lang respectfully tossed a captured wild wolf to Imola. I have a few questions I need to ask. Speak, Imola said, gnawing on the wolf as he replied indistinctly. Brother Dragon, do you know the true identity of us adventurers? Eula. Imola scoffed. Of course. You're nothing but ants. Humans from another world. And do you know that we can be resurrected after death? I do. Every time you die, your life force diminishes slightly, though it gradually recovers, Imola answered nonchalantly. At the mention of life force, Shen Lang frowned slightly, then quickly realized it was likely another way to describe the game's levels and attributes. Shen Lang pondered for a moment before finally asking the ultimate question, Dragon King. Do you know if there exists a being that can completely erase people like us from other worlds? I mean total annihilation, with no chance of resurrection. The dragon, Mora, narrowed his eyes slightly, a strange gleam flashing through his golden pupils. He scrutinized Shen Lang and spoke in a deep voice. Why are you asking this? It has to do with stealing the Shin seal, Shen Lang replied nervously, keeping his eyes on Mora. I just need you to tell me if such a being exists in this world. Of course there is. I can do it. Mora's words struck Shen Lang like a bolt of lightning, leaving him feeling as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. This shocking revelation confirmed his suspicions and made him wonder, who designed this game, and what purpose lies behind it? Sensing Shen Lang's fear, Mora added, but you don't need to worry. Even if beings like us possess that power, it's not something we would use lightly. Why not? Shen Lang instinctively asked. Because it's a forbidden power, Mora said gravely, his tone heavy. To invoke it would invite immense terror, and even beings like us could face destruction. Unless faced with certain death, no one would dare to use it. What level of strength is required to wield such forbidden power? Shen Lang pressed on. Better to be prepared if I encounter it. It'll just run. Heavenly realm. Mora replied bluntly. Once one's cultivation reaches the heavenly realm, they can break through dimensional barriers. But as I said, the consequences are too severe, and no one would attempt it under normal circumstances. Shen Lang suddenly thought of his perverse mentor, Lauren, whose cultivation was at the heavenly realm. He turned back to Mora and asked, Dragon King, are you also at the heavenly realm? Not yet. Mora shot him an annoyed glance. We dragons can temporarily surpass our limits and reach higher realms by tapping into the power of our ancient bloodline. Oh, so you are just a step away from the heavenly realm, Shen Lang said, finally understanding. Something like that. Mora grumbled, his massive dragon eyes glaring impatiently. Are you done asking? If so, get out of here and go steal the Shin seal for me. Having learned the truth, Shen Lang decided not to linger. That's all. I'm leaving now. Goodbye, Dragon King. With that, he pulled out a teleportation scroll and crushed it in his hand. Lengya City. A flash of white light appeared, and Shen Lang once again found himself in the bustling square. The area was packed with a dense crowd of players, leaving no room to spare. He casually sat down on the steps near the Adventurers Guild, gazing at the throng of people in front of him, lost in thought. The recent experience had almost confirmed his suspicion players could truly face permanent death within the game. This shocking secret was clearly unknown to the public, and if it were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause widespread panic. However, Mora's words had offered him some reassurance this forbidden power would only be used when powerful beings faced life-threatening situations. Just like in the real world, Shenlang murmured to himself, gradually calming down. Although entities above the heavenly realm possess such abilities, just as people in the real world were bound by laws, they too would face severe consequences for using forbidden powers. Such rare occurrences were hardly worth excessive fear. With this realization, Shenlang stood up and shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Earning 500,000 yuan in just half a month had only strengthened his resolve to continue playing. He turned and prepared to head to Shaoqi town, planning to level up to 25 so he could equip the Snowblade dagger. Just as he ran out of Langya City's southern gate, his friend list suddenly lit up. It was a message from Nan Shi. "What time are you coming?" Shenlang slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering the important dinner plan he had with Nan Shi today. Glancing at the time, it was already past 10 a.m. He quickly replied, 11? Just finished a quest, heading over now. I should be at your school by 11. All right, call me when you're close to the school. I'll come out to meet you. Nanshi replied promptly, followed by a string of digits her phone number. Shenlang swiftly saved the number in his phone under the name, Nanshi, then found a quiet spot to log out. Removing his VR headset, he rushed to the bathroom and, within 10 minutes, managed to shower, wash his hair, and brush his teeth. He then changed into a clean outfit and carefully tidied his appearance in front of the mirror before dashing out the door in a hurry. Zhonghai University was only 5 bus stops away from Shenlang's place, about a 30-minute walk. However, under the scorching summer sun, Shenlang had no desire to arrive drenched in sweat to meet Nanshi. So, he spent 10 yuan to call a Didi. At 10:40, Shenlang stood at the gates of Zhonghai University. The sun was blazing, and a few students strolled lazily along the shaded paths on campus. He hesitated for a moment at the entrance before pulling out his phone to call Nanshi. "Hello?" A familiar voice came through the receiver. Nanshi, it's Shenlang. I'm almost at your school," Shenlang said, trying to steady his nerves. "Oh, you're here." Nanzai's surprised voice was accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. "I'll come over right away. Wait for me a bit. No rush, take your time. I'm not quite there yet, probably need another 7 or 8 minutes, Shenlang quickly replied. "All right, see you soon." "Yeah, see you." After hanging up, Shenlang stuffed his phone back into his pocket and wiped the sweat from his palms. Less than 10 minutes later, an elegant figure appeared in his line of sight. Nanshi was dressed in a white short-sleeved maxi dress, her delicate collarbones faintly visible, and on her feet were white sandals adorned with cute little bear ears. She looked fresh and stunning. Shenlang found himself momentarily dazed, his heartbeat quickening uncontrollably. He couldn't find the words to speak. "What's wrong? Don't recognize me?" Nanshi teased with a smile as she approached, noticing his nervous demeanor. "No, it's just you look a bit different from in the game," Shenlang said, taking a deep breath. "Of course it's different. I don't have my mage robe here," Nanshi replied with a playful wink. "Come on, it's way too hot out here. Let's head to the cafeteria and talk on the way." "All right." The two walked side by side along the gravel path. A gentle summer breeze swept through, carrying the faint fragrance of Nanzai's hair. Shenlang racked his brain, trying to think of something to say, but no words came to mind. "Do you live nearby?" Nanshi broke the silence but froze for a moment as soon as she asked. Her fair cheeks flushed with a faint blush. The question left Shenlang momentarily unsure of how to respond. On campus, the two walked side by side along the path, their gazes fixed on the ants wriggling on the ground. Neither spoke, and the air was filled with a subtle tension. It's all your fault." Nanshi finally broke the silence, tilting her head to glance at Shenlang, her teeth gently biting her red lips. "Right? It's all my fault," Shenlang immediately admitted, not daring to even breathe loudly. "Fault for what?" Nanshi blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at him again. Shenlang froze, completely unable to follow her train of thought. So clueless." Nanshi raised the corners of her lips. "Didn't you talk a lot that night?" She recalled the way Shenlang sat on the roadside stone, talking non-stop for over an hour. "That was different," Shenlang replied softly. "What's different?" Nanzai's interest was piqued as she slightly raised her delicate chin and pressed him further. "It's just, back then, we didn't know each other, and I didn't have any thoughts about you. I could say whatever I wanted." Shenlang looked earnestly at her face. "Oh, so now you do have thoughts about me?" Nanzai's gaze flickered, and she looked at him with a playful smile. Shenlang was momentarily speechless, while Nanzai's eyes stayed fixed on his face. After a brief pause, he mustered his courage and half-jokingly said, "Of course I do. You're so beautiful, who wouldn't be captivated?" After saying that, he felt a bit more relaxed. But his honest confession left Nanshi stunned, caught between surprise and uncertainty, unsure how to respond. They continued strolling along the stone path. It wasn't until they were near the cafeteria that Nanshi finally spoke. Shunlang, this is only the second time we've met. We don't really know much about each other yet. She glanced at him cautiously. You understand what I mean, right? I understand. I completely understand. I feel the same way. Shunlang nodded repeatedly. Really? A smile returned to Nanzai's face. Looks like we're pretty in sync. Of course. All right, let's go eat. I skipped breakfast and am starving. Nanshi patted her flat stomach and walked into the cafeteria first, with Shunlang following close behind. The cafeteria at Zhonghai University was spacious and tidy, with 2 floors. It wasn't even 11 yet, so there were only a few students around. The two of them went straight to the second floor. Just as Shunlang was about to sit by the window, Nanshi glared at him. What are you doing? You expect me to carry 2 plates by myself? Isn't it served to us? Shunlang asked in confusion. You wish. Did someone wait on you like this when you were in college? No. But aren't you treating today? Exactly. I'm treating. So you grab the plates. Nanshi rolled her eyes at him and pulled him up from his seat. What do you want to eat? They'll get it for you. At the cafeteria entrance, Shunlang balanced a tray in each hand, while Nanshi held a pair of tongs, selecting dishes at the counter. Let's get some braised pork. It looks really tempting, Shunlang suggested. It's supposed to be delicious, Nanshi replied with a smile, though I've never tried it. Then how do you know it's good? Didn't you just say it looks tasty? Nanshi quipped as she picked up 7 or 8 pieces of braised pork and placed them on the tray. What else? Shredded pork and garlic sauce. Maybe. That one looks decent too. I've had it before, it's a bit sweet, so just a small portion, Shunlang said. Oh, and 2 swimming crabs. Make it 4. Nanshi added decisively. 2 each. I want some too, and these won't make you gain weight. 10 minutes later, the two were seated at a table, surrounded by a spread of over a dozen dishes. Let's dig in. I'm starving, Shunlang said impatiently as he picked up his chopsticks. Nanshi watched him with a grin. You ordered all this, so you better finish it. No wasting food, she said as she began peeling a mantis shrimp. Don't worry. Shunlang nodded while devouring his food. If we can't finish, can we pack it to go? Wow, planning to eat here and take some home? Nanshi teased as her slender fingers deftly peeled the shrimp. Her fingertips had a healthy pink hue. She handed the peeled shrimp to Shunlang. Here, you're the guest today, no need to be polite. I'm not being polite. Keep peeling, Shunlang replied with a grin. In your dreams. Just one. If you want more, peel them yourself. Nanshi shot him a playful glare before elegantly biting into a rib. A few moments later, Nanshi poured Shunlang a glass of sour plum juice. So, how's the food at our school? It's great, Shunlang said, popping the shrimp into his mouth. This shrimp is even better. Humph, you're such a smooth talker, Nanshi said with a faint smile. 40 minutes later, the two had finished their meal, with most of the food ending up in Shunlang's stomach. After tidying up the table, Nanshi returned with 2 cups of fruit tea. Are you heading back to level up this afternoon? She asked, resting her chin on her hand and sipping her tea. Yeah, I just need a bit more to equip that new dagger, Shunlang replied with a nod. He was only 50,000 experience points away from level 25. Once he equipped the snowblade, navigating the level 30 training zones would be a breeze. I was thinking of showing you around the campus, but leveling up is more important, Nanshi said after a pause. By the way, with so many people badmouthing you on the forums, why don't you explain yourself? I don't have time for that. The more you explain, the worse it gets. Let them talk, Shunlang said nonchalantly. True. When people jump on the bandwagon, it's hard to clear things up, Nanshi replied, recalling the truth behind the Kong Kong by Xiao incident. Otherwise, she might have also mistaken Shunlang for a villain. Doesn't matter. They can't do anything to me. They're the ones who should be worried. Exactly, Nanshi said, her eyes curving into a smile. You've been giving Lin family Fengxian such a hard time. They've suffered quite a few losses at your hands. The second floor of the university cafeteria was bustling during lunchtime, with the crowd steadily growing. Many students who had just logged out of the game Tianyan were eating while eagerly discussing their in-game experiences. Occasionally, some students recognized Nanshi and came over to greet her, to which she politely responded. Noticing the increasing number of people in the cafeteria, Nanshi frowned slightly and turned to Shunlang, saying, if you're not in a hurry to head back, how about we go to the library instead? It's quieter there. Sure, Shunlang nodded in agreement. Leveling up could wait until later. As the two reached the cafeteria entrance, they ran into 2 girls coming in. Shunlang vaguely recognized one of them. It was Mu Huaxi, the healer who had been with Lin Tong last time. Hey, Xiaoxi. Mu Huaxi looked at Nanshi in surprise. Didn't you say you were going out for something? How come you're here eating at the cafeteria? Nanshi blinked, looking a bit awkward. Well, I couldn't get used to the food outside, so I came back for the cafeteria food. Is that so? Mu Huaxi eyed her suspiciously before her gaze shifted to Shunlang. Her lips curled into a teasing smile. Well, Xiao Shi, keeping secrets from us, huh? Who's this handsome guy? Aren't you going to introduce him? Nanshi glanced at Xinlang, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Xinlang spoke up on his own. Hello, I'm Xinlang, a friend of Nanshi's. I've heard the cafeteria at Zhenghai University is great, so I shamelessly asked Nanshi to treat me to a meal. Hi, I'm Li Sisi, one of the girls said with a smile. And I'm Wang Xiaoya, the other added. Mu Huashi continued playfully. So, Xiaoxi, what's the deal? Why didn't you tell us your friend was visiting? Is there some hidden story here? Nanshi's face flushed as she protested. I didn't hide anything from you. By the way, handsome Shun. Mu Huashi turned to Shenlang. When did you meet our Xiaoxi? Actually, not that long ago. Shenlang glanced at Nanshi. We met in the game, and today's only the first or second time we've met in person. Oh, so it was through the game. Then I wonder. Before Mu Huashi could finish her sentence, Nanshi grabbed Shenlang's wrist. Alright, Cece, we have other things to do. So I'll leave you here for now. With that, she quickly pulled Shenlang away from the cafeteria. Watching the two walk off, Mu Huashi muttered to herself thoughtfully. This girl, when did this start? She's hiding it pretty well. She and Nanshi shared the same dorm room, spending nearly every moment together, even during gaming sessions, yet she had no idea that her roommate had already fallen in love. Hey, Cece, Wang Xiaoya suddenly spoke, frowning slightly. Don't you think that Shenlang looks kind of familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Familiar? Mu Huashi paused, then teased. I think you're just lovesick. Maybe Tong Tong can introduce someone to you someday. Oh, come on. I'm being serious here. I'm being serious too. Once they were away from the cafeteria, Nanshi finally let go of Shenlang's hand, her cheeks slightly flushed. It's all your fault. Now they're definitely going to make fun of me when we get back. Seeing the shy yet charming look on her face, Shenlang felt a tug in his heart. He wanted to pinch her cheek, but decided it wasn't the right time, and restrained himself. The warmth of her palm still lingered on his wrist. He said softly, it's really no big deal. Sooner or later, they'll find out anyway. What do you mean sooner or later? Nanshi's face turned even redder as she glared at him fiercely. Sorry, my bad. I misspoke. Shenlang quickly apologized, sincerity in his tone. That's more like it. Nanshi huffed lightly, but the corners of her mouth curved up slightly, betraying her delight. It's so hot. Let's head to the library. All right. Under the scorching sun, the two strolled leisurely along the red brick path lined with ginkgo trees. They passed by the ancient, classically designed teaching building, paying no attention to the curious glances from passing students. I wish this path would never end, Shenlang said, even though the heat was oppressive, feeling that the walk was too short. Are you out of your mind? There's air conditioning in the library. Nanshi shot him a sideways glance, clearly understanding the hidden meaning behind his words. Instead of lingering here, wouldn't it be better to chat in the library? True. Shenlang scratched his head with a smile. Besides, the end of this path isn't the end of the journey. The library was nearly empty. They found a random spot to sit, and each grabbed a book as a pretense. Not long after, Nanshi's phone buzzed with a notification, and her eyes lit up. What's up? Shenlang asked. Nothing, just that our alliance in Snow Domain reached level 3. We're now ranked 4th in the Huaxia region. Isn't that awesome? Nanshi put down her phone, her tone brimming with pride. That's seriously impressive. For a group of students, breaking into the top 5 in Huaxia is no small feat. The big alliances must be feeling the heat. Shenlang praised sincerely. Of course. Tong Tong and the others are amazing. If it weren't for classes in the morning and the fact that summer break hasn't started yet, we would have definitely made it into the top 3. By the way, why don't you start your own guild? Nanshi suddenly asked. Forget it. Shenlang chuckled self-deprecatingly. With my reputation, I doubt anyone would dare join. I've offended too many powerful groups. If I really created a guild, its members would probably get ambushed the moment they stepped out of the city gates. The sun shone brightly outside, while inside, the room was as cool and refreshing as spring. In the library, near the northern window, Shenlang and Nanshi sat across from each other, each holding a book. You're surprisingly self-aware, Nanshi said with a faint smile. Shenlang's judgment was indeed spot on. With his current fame in Langya City, if he weren't a skilled assassin, the combined forces of the righteous factions would have likely forced him back to square one. Starting a guild? No player would dare risk offending the entire city by joining him. Actually, it might be worse than that, Nanshi added. On the day you changed your class, a number of assassins spent a whole gold coin traveling from other counties just to try their luck, and every single one of them ended up as charcoal. She suddenly shifted the topic. Have you considered joining Snowfield? Nope. Shenlang shook his head without hesitation. I've got a grudge against Lin family Fengxian. Besides, if I joined Snowfield, your guild would end up being targeted too. He was well aware that even though Snowfield was the top guild in Langus City, it wouldn't be able to withstand the animosity of players from the entire city. More importantly, he still wanted to settle scores with Lin family Fengxian. If they became allies, how could he make his move? Fair point. Nancy nodded in agreement, then quickly added, but you'll have to join a guild eventually. There are some pretty nice attribute bonuses, you know. Attribute bonuses? Shenlang was momentarily stunned, clearly unaware of this. Yeah, Nancy explained. Every time a guild levels up, all members get a 5 boost to all attributes. Snowfield is currently a level 3 guild, so that's already a 15 bonus. Hearing this, Shenlang's heart skipped a beat. A 15 boost to all attributes was already quite significant. If a guild reached level 10 in the future, that would be a whopping 50 bonus. For a moment, the idea of starting his own guild tempted him. But reality quickly doused his enthusiasm. Just acquiring a guild creation token would cost at least 200,000 gold, and even then, it wasn't guaranteed to be available. Not to mention, he was just one person. Upgrading a guild on his own was impossible. Tempting, isn't it? Nancy blinked and smiled at Shenlang. As one of Snowfield's founders, she naturally hoped he would join. On one hand, she admired his exceptional gaming skills, especially after his class change to Shadow Walker, which made him one of the best in the Huaxia region. On the other hand, she simply enjoyed spending time with him. However, Nancy also understood that her suggestion was almost impossible to realize. Setting aside whether Snowfield could handle the pressure from Shenlang's addition, there was also the issue of Lin family Fengxian. As much as she had considered kicking him out of the guild, it wasn't her decision to make after all. He was Lin Tong's cousin. Definitely tempting, Shenlang replied with a smile. But I still prefer my freedom. Shenlang smiled faintly, not appearing too disappointed. He was well aware that at this stage, players' basic attributes were generally low, the guild levels were not high, and therefore attribute bonuses were naturally limited. As for what the future held, he chose to take things as they came. What if I want you to join the snow domain? What would you choose? Nancy gazed at Shenlang, her bright eyes shimmering with anticipation. Hearing this, Shenlang paused for 2 seconds before suddenly standing up and heading for the door. Hey, what are you doing? I was just joking. Nancy hurriedly called out to him, biting her lip lightly, a trace of grievance appearing on her delicate face. Well, since you're inviting me to join Snow Domain, I'll go online and apply right now. Just ask Lin Tong to approve it for me. Shenlang turned back and explained. Nancy froze for a moment, the grievance on her face instantly replaced by a faint blush. You're bullying me. I'm not talking to you anymore. She glared at Shenlang fiercely before turning her head away, refusing to look at him, though a sweet warmth surged in her heart. Well, weren't you the one who said? Shenlang started to explain. Humph, I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Nancy covered her ears with both hands, closing her eyes and pretending to be angry. Looking at her playful and adorable demeanor, Shenlang couldn't help but laugh. Nancy sneaked a peek at him through a tiny gap in her closed eyes and, seeing him still laughing, her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. With the atmosphere like this, wouldn't crying be a bit out of place? Shenlang teased. You're still laughing. Watch me teach you a lesson. Nancy raised her fist and playfully punched toward Shenlang's face. Moments later, the library returned to calm. Shenlang sat expressionlessly across from Nancy, his eye already sporting a dark bruise. Nanxiaoxi. Present. How old are you? 19, turning 20 in a month. That's by full age. I didn't mean to just now, Nancy said, pursing her lips as she tried to hold back a laugh, feigning innocence. I know, Shenlang nodded. It was my fault for deliberately bumping my eye into your fist. Is your hand okay? It hurts a little. Look. It's all red. Nancy extended her fair hand, showing a faint reddish mark. That looks pretty serious. Should we go to the hospital? Shenlang gently brushed her hand. No. It'll be fine with some ointment when I get home. All right, but it's summer, and wounds don't heal easily. Be extra careful these next few days. Got it. They'll be careful, Nancy replied sweetly. Good times always seem to fly by. The two of them chatted away in the library until 3:30 in the afternoon before reluctantly parting ways. If it weren't for the snow blade on the level 25 gear weighing on his mind, Shenlang would have been tempted to stay for dinner. This meeting left him deeply satisfied. Not only did it dissolve the sense of unfamiliarity between him and Nancy, but more importantly, he vaguely sensed that she might have a slight fondness for him as well. After getting home and taking a quick shower, Shenlang couldn't wait any longer and put on his helmet to enter the game. With a flash of white light, he appeared at the south gate of Langus City. Out of habit, he glanced at his friend list and noticed that Nancy was already online. Almost at the same moment, a message from Nancy popped up. Beep beep. You're pretty quick, huh? Great minds think alike. Shenlang chuckled to himself and replied, I had to hurry. Otherwise, you'd catch up to me. And it was true. She was already level 23, just one level behind him. Catching up to you is no big deal. Nancy replied instantly, accompanied by a proud emoji. Impressive as always, Nan Xiaoxi. Gotta hand it to you. Where are you now? He asked. Just stocking up on mana potions in the city, getting ready to head out with Sister Yu and the others to clear some maps. I'm at the south gate. Oh, by the way, Xiaoxi, wait for a bit before you leave, I've got something for you. With that, Shenlang started running toward the city, already imagining her reaction when she saw the skill book. 10 minutes later, near the Adventurers Guild in a small alley, Nancy stood there, wearing her mage robe and holding a silver staff. Her long black hair swayed gently in the breeze as she stood poised and graceful. Hey, beautiful. Long time no see. Shenlang greeted her with a grin. Yeah, it's been ages, like half an hour. Nancy replied with a playful smile, extending her hand. So, what's the surprise you've got for me? Shenlang pulled out a gleaming golden skill book. This mage skill book, I got a couple of days ago, almost forgot about it in the warehouse. Good thing a reader reminded me. Nancy took the skill book, and when she saw its description, she froze in place. Her lips parted slightly, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. Frost Glaze SS rank. Channel the Spirit of Frost, chant for 5 seconds, and summon the power of Frost to deal 125 spell damage per second and apply a 50 slow effect to all targets within a 50x50m area in front of you for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. This is an S-rank area effect skill book? Nancy murmured, staring at the book in disbelief. She had never even seen an S-rank skill book, let alone an S-rank one. So, what do you think? Surprised? Shenlang asked, feeling quite pleased with her reaction. Shenlang, you? I can't accept this. It's way too valuable. Nancy hesitated for a moment, glanced at Shenlang, and finally handed the skill book back to him. There was a trace of reluctance in her eyes, as she could sense that Shenlang wasn't in the best financial situation, and the market value of this skill book was easily over tens of thousands. This is too valuable, Nancy said softly. Besides, you already gave me a gold ring yesterday. Shenlang smiled faintly. That ring doesn't count as a gift. Didn't you get hurt? It was just compensation. Are you always this good at sweet-talking, girls? Nancy bit her lip lightly, her gaze locked on Shenlang. Ahem, I told you. It was compensation. Shenlang scratched his head, then earnestly explained. This skill belongs to the Frost category. Combined with the 20 damage boost effect from the Ring of Frost, it can increase the total damage of this S-level skill to 1500. With it, catching up to my level won't be difficult for you. Enticed by the impressive attributes, Nancy eventually accepted the beautifully named and attractively designed S-level skill book. However, she soon found herself troubled. So how should I thank you this time? Sensing her unease, Shenlang took a deep breath and replied sincerely. Nancy, I gave you these things because I just want you to be happy. That's all. You don't need to stress over how to thank me. Nancy froze, her lips slightly parted, and a misty haze appeared in her eyes. But suddenly, her expression changed. Humph, you're lying to me. What? Shenlang looked completely baffled. You said earlier in the library that you've never been in a relationship. Liar. Nancy's bright eyes sparkled with suspicion. You're so good at charming girls, there's no way you've never dated before. Ugh, scumbag. I swear I haven't. Shenlang waved his hands frantically in defense. Humph. Sister, you said that men's words can't be trusted. Nancy deliberately kept a stern face, though she felt secretly delighted inside. Your sister, you must have been hurt before. Don't listen to her, I'm telling the truth. I swear on my honor. Shenlang grew more anxious as he tried to explain. Still lying. Anyway, I'm done talking to you. Sister, you and the others are still waiting for me. See you later. Nancy tossed out those words and turned to leave. Just wait, Nan Xiaoxi. Sooner or later, you won't escape from the palm of my hand. Shenlang gazed at the silhouette gradually fading into the distance, lightly clenching his fist as he murmured to himself. Unexpectedly, Nan Xiaoxi suddenly glanced back, her piercing gaze catching him off guard, making him hurriedly lower his arm. It was only after her figure disappeared completely at the edge of his vision that he turned around and left. 20 minutes later, Shenlang returned to Shaoqi town. The area was still bustling with players, though most were casual ones. There was no sign of Tianxia Alliance or Longyuan Pavilion members. This suited him perfectly, as it spared him unnecessary trouble and allowed him to focus on leveling up. For an hour and a half, he devoted himself to hunting specters. After defeating the 20th specter, a golden light flashed, signaling his breakthrough to level 25. Without hesitation, Shenlang immediately equipped the Snowblade and Snow Demon Bracers, feeling a significant boost in his strength. Finally, no more worrying about lacking attack power. He let out a deep breath as he glanced at the 468-point attack cap displayed in the stats panel. Such firepower was perfect for taking down squishy classes. Cloth armor professions like priests and mages typically had around 150 points of defense. After factoring in damage reduction, a single normal attack could deal nearly 400 points of damage, and a critical hit could easily exceed 1,000. These classes generally only had 5 to 600 health points, making them effectively one-shot kills. As for leather-armored archers, they might take 2 hits at most, but no more than that. As for the knights, Shun Lang pondered silently. For an assassin, targeting a knight hardly seemed worthwhile. Sure, it would only take a few strikes to take one down, but the process was far too troublesome. His defense had already reached close to 400 points, a value higher than most swordsmen. Although both shared an 8-star physique growth, swordsmen donned heavy armor while shadow walkers could only wear leather, making their defense slightly inferior. However, with Shun Lang's current set of silverware equipment, there were only a handful of top-tier swordsmen who could confidently claim higher defense or health than him. Let's see who dares to challenge me now. Shun Lang clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with confidence. With his current strength, stealing a boss was child's play. As for grinding monsters to level up, Shun Lang scoffed at the idea. Spending an entire day for a mere 100 gold coins was nothing compared to the speed of looting equipment from others. Since they insisted on branding him a bandit and a villain, he might as well go with the flow. The fate of Langya City will depend entirely on my mood. Shun Lang chuckled darkly. He then sent messages to 7 or 8 friends, excluding Nanshi, promising a 10 share of the loot if they provided information on any ongoing boss fights. Before long, Marco Polo replied, Sunset Marsh, coordinates 744146E, 62311N. The main team of flames across the sky is working on a level 30 Silverdeer boss. They just arrived. It's a guild from your alliance. Shun Lang quickly calculated. With his 353 stealth movement speed boost, he could reach the location within 20 minutes. Don't forget my reward if you pull it off, Marco Polo added with a cheeky emoji. Don't worry, it's in the bag. 15 minutes later, Shun Lang arrived at Sunset Marsh. The golden hues of the setting sun reflected across the vast marshland, casting shimmering ripples. As soon as he stepped into the unique terrain, the system notified him that his speed had been reduced by 100. What a lousy place, Shun Lang muttered under his breath, continuing to advance in stealth. The area was teeming with groups of players, while pink leeches emerged from the muddy ground, their tooth-filled mouths grotesque and revolting. Monsters above level 30 were capable of autonomous attacks, making them a challenge most ordinary players wouldn't dare to face lightly. After 10 minutes of trekking through the marsh, Shun Lang finally spotted his target, a massive Leech King with only a third of its health remaining. It was surrounded by a 10-man team from flames across the sky, relentlessly attacking it. The 10-member main team of Fenghua Liantian might not have large numbers, but their strength was undeniable. The captain, Fenghua Zizuohu, was already level 25, on par with Shun Lang. At this moment, he was wielding a berserker's weapon, delivering fierce damage to the boss. The other 9 team members were all above level 20, with a well-rounded class setup, making it easy for them to coordinate and surround the boss. Shun Lang cautiously approached the battlefield, stopping 10 meters away from the group. Casually, he cast an insight skill on the boss. The data immediately surfaced in front of him. Blood Leech King, a Silverdeer boss, level 30. Attack power 405, defense 350, health 220,000. Its skills included Cruel Breath and Liquid Petrification. The stats were quite impressive. 10 minutes passed quickly. Under the concentrated attacks of the group, the boss health had dropped below 10. Suddenly, the boss began trembling violently, clearly about to unleash its ultimate move. Everyone, attack together. Interrupt its ultimate skill at all costs. Fenghua Zizuohu shouted, issuing commands. The team, already prepared, moved swiftly. 2 knights simultaneously charged forward, while an assassin dashed in like lightning, landing a backstab. However, how could a level 30 boss's skill be interrupted so easily? The control skills of one knight and the assassin failed one after another. Fortunately, the second knight's charge struck true, stunning the boss for 1 second and reducing its defense by 50. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the entire team unleashed their full arsenal of skills. In the blink of an eye, the boss health dropped to its final 5. About 10,000 health left, Shun Lang calculated silently. Suddenly, he locked onto a priest in the back line and activated Instant Slash. In a flash of white light, Shun Lang appeared behind the priest. Before the priest could react, they collapsed to the ground, dead, their face frozen in shock. Without hesitation, Shun Lang dashed toward the second priest, his snow blade tracing a graceful arc, killing them in a single strike. He then swiftly vanished into stealth. What's going on? The group finally realized something was wrong. It's Tianya Longzi. Xiao Qian and the others were taken out by Tianya. A mage tried to warn the group but was cut off mid-sentence, their throats slit by Shun Lang, who had been lurking behind. Another stealth skill followed immediately. Damn you, Tianya Longzi. You'll pay for this. Fenghua Zizuohu roared furiously, but he was entangled with the boss and unable to break free, let alone track down the stealthy Shun Lang. 3 seconds later, A sharpshooter let out a scream as a damage number of nearly 2,000 floated above their head. Shenlang's backstab had landed perfectly on their neck. Backstabs inherently deal 200 bonus damage, and this critical hit unleashed a staggering 500 damage. The massive damage number that floated across the battle screen left the remaining 6 players dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. Shenlang moved with fluid precision, and before the others could react, another archer fell to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, the enemy's entire ranged offensive was wiped out. Damn it, you bastard Tianya Longzi! A knight roared furiously, charging at him. Shenlang effortlessly sidestepped the attack, and his dagger slashed precisely across the knight's neck, triggering an incredible 10x critical damage. Report him. We have to report him. The remaining 4 players were terrified. After all, this was a knight with a staggering 400 defense points, yet he was taken down with a single strike. Shenlang couldn't be bothered to use stealth again. Instead, he dashed straight toward Fenghua Shizhuho and the others. In under 3 minutes, the last 4 players were defeated, and Shenlang had only lost a third of his health. With his golden grade dagger combined with the divine critical damage bonus, even heavily armored knights couldn't withstand more than a few strikes. Fenghua Shizhuho's skillful gameplay did manage to inflict most of Shenlang's health loss, but the gap in their attributes was too significant to overcome. Even without using stealth, Shenlang was confident he could take down this 10-player team with his current gear, though it would require more effort. After all, their armor-piercing arrows and slowing skills still posed a threat. 2 minutes later, Shenlang successfully defeated the Bloodleech King, a silver-grade boss, earning 350,000 experience points. Scattered across the ground were numerous gold coins and 2 pieces of equipment, a pair of dark red leggings and a black grade axe. The system displayed the equipment stats. Bloodleech leggings leather armor, grade, silver, defense, 55, constitution, 20, required level, 25. Berserker's grade axe, grade, silver, strength, 30, special effect, heavy wounds, 10 chance to deal an additional 500 damage. Required level, 25. Required class, Berserker. Damn, when it comes to raw attack power, two-handed weapons are still king, Shenlang thought, impressed. With its strength bonus, this axe could reach an attack cap of 180, almost rivaling the Snowblade. It could likely sell for around 20,000 gold coins. Shenlang immediately equipped the leggings, replacing the sniper snake leggings he had purchased from Huawak. At this point, all 5 of his gear pieces, except for his cloak, had been upgraded to silver grade. His defense and health had now risen to 441 and 1820 points, respectively. In an era dominated by iron and bronze equipment, Shenlang's nearly full set of silver gear made him stand out as exceptionally formidable. This was also his greatest asset in his reign of dominance. As for the missing cloak, he was already planning to acquire one during his next raid. Just as he was thinking about this, his wristband beeped with a notification. It was a message from Marco Polo. Beep beep. Haha, you've really outdone yourself this time. I can't believe you actually pulled it off. You sure are well informed. Shenlang was a bit surprised, as the event had happened less than 10 minutes ago. Of course. Even Fenghua Shizhou has posted about it, accusing you. Let me tell you, my friend, you're famous again. Marco Polo's reply carried a teasing tone. Shenlang shook his head with a chuckle. Seriously, these people, it's just a boss raid, and they feel the need to post about it? How embarrassing. To him, joining the anti-bandit alliance meant accepting the reality of their adversarial relationship. Complaining online after being looted seemed utterly laughable. Haha, they can't take revenge themselves, so they're trying to rally others against you online, Marco Polo said, laughing. Let them do whatever they want. Shenlang then shifted the topic. By the way, Polo, do you want cash or gear? This time's haul was substantial. Aside from the 2 items dropped by the boss, there were 4 more items from Fenghua Ziz's team, 3 bronze pieces and 1 iron piece, all with decent stats, worth a few $1,000 altogether. I'll take the gear, Marco Polo quickly decided. Shenlang promptly sent over the item stats, including the snake stalker legguards he had swapped out. This haul is worth about 40,000. I'll give you 3 bronze items and 2 iron ones. How does that sound? Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Marco Polo replied instantly. When finalizing the meeting spot, Shenlang learned that Huawak was actually a member of Marco Polo's team. They agreed to meet at the market square in Langya City to complete the exchange. Back in the city, Shenlang instinctively concealed his level and name before locating Huawak, who was manning a stall. Huawak, a middle-aged man in his 40s, smiled warmly and sent a friend request after the trade. Buddy, let's add each other as friends for easier contact in the future. Shenlang agreed without hesitation, exchanged a few pleasantries, and left the crowded square. Although the city prohibited PK player killing, it was better to stay cautious. At that moment, the system broadcasted 2 announcements back-to-back. Congratulations to player Jinxion Yanhua for reaching level 30. As the first player in the Huaxia region to complete a second-class advancement, they are rewarded with 1 level, 3 luck, and 500 reputation. Tianyuan will undergo system maintenance starting at 12 a.m. on July 3rd for a duration of 24 hours. Players are advised to make necessary preparations in advance. These announcements immediately caused a buzz throughout the square. 24 hours? Seriously? Does system maintenance really need to take that long? The players in the plaza grumbled among themselves. I still need to farm gold to sell for cash, and now a whole day is wasted. They should open up the recharge feature by now, along with the auction house. Hearing the chatter around him, Xunlang suddenly remembered something and quickly opened his friends list to send a message to Qinghai Xiaofeng. He still had over 100 gold coins on hand, and if the system enabled the recharge function, the value of those coins might drop significantly. Tinya brother, I'm a bit tied up these couple of days. Let's talk the day after tomorrow. Qinghai Xiaofeng's reply was polite, but Xunlang knew it was just an excuse. Helpless, he could only accept it. Looks like these coins are really going to be stuck in my hands. Just as he was feeling frustrated, his friend's list lit up with a message from Chan Ming. Longzi, Guanzi and I are with Lin Tong's group working on clearing a map. We just encountered a level 32 golden boss. Want to join us? Who's already there? Xunlang asked hesitantly. Everyone except Lin Jiafengxian. All the other big shots are here, and we've got over 300 brothers clearing out the smaller mobs. Xunlang chuckled to himself. You're basically inviting me to my death, aren't you? While he was confident in his own strength, trying to compete for a boss among 300-plus players, with experts like Lin Tong present, was nothing short of a pipe dream. Not to mention, if Nancy decided to hit him with her frost glass baptism, escape would be nearly impossible. As he was considering it, a message from Nancy popped up. Xunlang, we've got the boss in sight. She even attached a recorded clip showing her perspective. You're in the level 30 green python forest? Xunlang watched the video and couldn't help but marvel. Snowfield truly lives up to its reputation as the only level 3 guild in Langusita. So impressive. Yep, that skill you gave me is amazing. My damage output ranks first in the entire guild. Rain can't even match me. Nancy sent another video. This time, it showed hundreds of Snowfield players systematically battling groups of green pythons. Suddenly, amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, massive ice pillars descended from the sky, smashing into the python horde and erupting into a storm of icy mist. A flurry of damage numbers floated above the green pythons' heads. Seeing this incredible damage output, Xunlang couldn't help but praise. Impressive. You'll surpass my level in no time. Nancy's spell attack had already exceeded 500 points. Combined with buffs from priests and the armor-piercing arrows of archers, a single ultimate skill could wipe out a third of the health of over 100 level 30 green pythons, each with more than 20,000 HP. Yeah, I'm just 70,000 experience points away from level 25. I'll probably level up after we finish the boss, then I'll be the same level as you. Nancy replied excitedly. Xunlang thought for a moment and replied, all right, I'll come over and see if I can steal the boss. I've got nothing better to do anyway. Not talking to you anymore. We're about to fight the boss. Nancy retorted indignantly. Within the dense Qingmong forest, an intense battle was unfolding. A massive golden python coiled in the heart of the woods, letting out deafening roars as it engaged in fierce combat with the elite members of the Snowfield Guild. At the forefront of the fight, Lin Tong led a team of 30 top-tier players, orchestrating a well-coordinated attack on this formidable golden-tier boss. Hundreds of Snowfield members were positioned around the area, systematically clearing out scattered green-scaled pythons. This level 30 monster zone was fraught with danger, making it inaccessible to ordinary players. Even encountering the boss would leave most players helpless. Only a third-tier guild like Snowfield possessed the strength to organize such a large-scale assault. As the leading guild of Langusita, Snowfield's might was undeniable. Nearly all of its members were above level 20, and Qingmong Forest was the perfect leveling ground for them. Under Lin Tong's command, the team worked seamlessly together. Knights took turns charging in to control aggro, swordsmen and berserkers stuck close to the boss for relentless damage output, while archers and mages attacked from long range. Meanwhile, priests focused on healing and buffs. After an hour of hard-fought battle, the golden python's health bar had dropped by half. Just then, Yu Luo Dengming, stationed at the rear, suddenly tensed up. Guild leader, we have a situation. What is it? Lin Tong asked, glancing back without pausing her relentless strikes. Guild leader, Tinya Longzi is here. Yu Luo Dengming reported with a grave expression. The mention of that name struck like a thunderclap. Every Snowfield member attacking the boss froze momentarily, their faces paling. Despite their superior numbers, the reputation of this notorious boss hunter from the Huaxia region was enough to send chills down their spines. Where is he? Lin Tong's brows furrowed as she quickly retreated from the front line. He's on the outskirts, killing small mobs. Our brothers didn't dare act without orders and came to report for instructions. Killing small mobs? Lin Tong was momentarily puzzled. After a quick glance at the boss's health bar, she turned to Yu Luo Dingming and said, "You keep things under control here. I'll go check it out." With that, she gripped her sword tightly and dashed off. As soon as she left, the remaining Snowfield members began murmuring among themselves. Some suggested eliminating Tianya Longzi outright, while others speculated he was here to send Snowfield a warning. The chatter grew louder, and for a moment, they nearly lost control of the boss. "We're fighting a boss here. Stay focused." Yu Luo Dingming snapped, silencing the group. They resumed the battle, but their distraction was evident. One of the frontline knights nearly failed to maintain aggro control. "Hey, Rain, I'll go take a look too," came the crisp voice of Nanshi from the back of the crowd. Her eyes sparkled with urgency as she spoke to Yu Luo Dingming and immediately grabbed the hem of her mage robe, chasing after Lin Tong. "I'm going too. Let's take down Tianya Longzi and make a name for ourselves." Other players were eager to join the fray. "Stay where you are." Yu Luo Dingming snapped sharply. "Focus on the boss fight. The alliance leader will handle it." At his command, the crowd instantly fell silent. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Azure Python Woods, Shun Lang was locked in a fierce battle with a massive azure-scaled python. Terrifying damage numbers floated continuously above the python's head. Despite its impressive 325 defense points, it crumbled before Shun Lang like paper. He could dispatch one in 2 to 3 minutes, and each level 30 Azure Python granted 6,000 base experience points. With the added bonus for defeating monsters 5 levels above him, the experience doubled to 12,000 points, a rocket-like boost to his progress. Not far away, players from the Snow Domain Guild watched Shun Lang nervously. They had all seen the videos on the forums. This infamous figure could one-shot squishier players with ease, cutting down foes like harvesting wheat. "Tianya Longzi, what are you doing here?" Lin Tong, sword in hand, stepped forward coldly, blocking the Snow Domain players. While backstabbing the stunned Azure Python, Shun Lang casually replied as his dagger struck its critical points with precision, dealing nearly 1,000 damage, killing monsters. "What? Does this Azure Python Woods belong to your Snow Domain Guild?" As the python collapsed to the ground, Lin Tong's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of wariness. Her tone carried a slight edge as she responded, "This place isn't ours, but we're taking down the boss here. We'd appreciate it if you'd wait until we're done." Shun Lang bent down to pick up the coins dropped by the fallen python, nonchalantly weighing them in his hand. "You fight your boss, I fight my mobs. How does that concern you?" His indifferent gesture was, in the eyes of the Snow Domain players, a blatant provocation. Enough nonsense. Are you leaving or not?" Lin Tong let out a cold snort. Though she was just an ordinary swordswoman, with the alliance attribute bonuses and priest buffs, her attack and defense stats surpassed Shun Lang's, leaving her unshaken. Just as Lin Tong prepared to make her move, a graceful figure hurriedly approached. Tong, wait. Don't attack." Nanshi called out, lifting the hem of her robe as she ran, her movements as light and lively as a forest sprite. "Xiaoxi, why are you here?" Lin Tong turned in surprise. On the other side, Shun Lang's eyes lit up as he saw Nanshi. Grinding for experience was only one reason he had come here. The other, of course, was to coincidentally run into Nan Xiaoxi. "I'm just worried about you." Nanshi gave Shun Lang a slight glare, then turned to Lin Tong and said, "What is there to worry about? Go back and let me deal with this scoundrel." Lin Tong pulled Nanshi behind her, her gaze coldly fixed on Shun Lang. "Tianya Longzi, I've heard of your skills. Dare to face me in a fair fight?" "Not interested." Shun Lang glanced at Lin Tong, effortlessly dodging the giant python's attack. His weapon struck the snake's head with precision, dealing 311 points of damage. If you don't dare, then leave this place at once." Lin Tong snorted, her tone dripping with disdain. Shun Lang remained focused on battling the green-scaled python, his movements smooth and controlled. "Whether I stay or leave is none of your business. You're meddling in things that don't concern you. Speak properly." Nanshi suddenly shot Shun Lang a stern glare. Shun Lang's attitude shifted instantly, doing a complete 180. I just want to grind levels here and won't go after your boss. I'd appreciate it if Leader Lin could grant me this small favor." His sudden politeness caught Lin Tong off guard, leaving her momentarily unsure of how to respond. "Tongdong, maybe we should let him stay. He wouldn't dare go after the boss." Nanshi chimed in to ease the tension. After a brief moment of thought, Lin Tong nodded. "Fine. But Tianya Longzi, let me warn you, if you so much as harm a single player from Snow Territory, I promise you won't get away with it." She wasn't too worried about the boss being stolen, especially with the illuminating arrow from Yulua Dengming and Nan Shi's Frostglass ability in their arsenal. It's not like I haven't killed Snow Territory players before. And now you're threatening me after I showed you some respect?" Shin Lang retorted, but seeing Nan Shi's look, he quickly corrected himself. All right. I'll just grind levels here and won't touch any of your snow territory players. You have my word, Leader Lin. Lin Tong's sharp instincts immediately picked up on the wane and she looked at Xin Lang half amused, half annoyed. Her intuition told her something was definitely going on between the two. Recalling Nan Shi's recent acquisition of an S-level skill and the peculiar incident involving Guan San, her suspicions deepened. Tong Tong, why are you looking at me like that? Nan Shi blinked nervously under Lin Tong's scrutinizing gaze. What do you think? Lin Tong replied, her tone layered with meaning. I have no idea. Nan Shi averted her eyes, looking even guiltier as she avoided Lin Tong's stare. Humph. Lin Tong let out a soft snort. Though she didn't press further, a glint of understanding flashed in her eyes. She knew all too well that some things were better left unsaid. If her suspicions were correct, Shun Lang was now the public enemy of Langya City. While those people couldn't directly deal with him, they could target his friends. If Xin Lang's connection with Nan Shi were exposed, Snow Territory would undoubtedly become a target for everyone. Straightening her posture, Lin Tong spoke with the authority of a leader. Wandering vagabond, let's agree to stay out of each other's way. I hope you won't harm the players of Snow Territory, and we won't trouble you either. Naturally, Shun Lang nodded in agreement, but then his tone shifted. However, there are some people in Snow Territory who have always seen me as a thorn in their side and have repeatedly targeted me. In those cases, I won't hold back. They'll try to advise them. Lin Tong frowned and sighed. She knew exactly who Shun Lang was referring to, but there wasn't much she could do about it. That won't be necessary, Alliance Leader Lin, Shun Lang replied with a smile. I doubt you'll be able to persuade them anyway. I might as well handle it myself. Of course, if you have any objections, feel free to come at me. They'll be waiting. Humph. Lin Tong suddenly flashed a sly smile and pulled Nan Shi close to her. Your grudges with him are none of my business, but you are not allowed to harm other Snow Territory players. Otherwise, she paused deliberately, they'll have to use Xiao Zai's little dog head as a sacrifice. By the way, she was born in the year of the dog. Lin Xiaotong, you're asking for it. Nan Shi immediately bristled. You're also born in the year of the dog. They'll chop off your dog head first. The two beauties, both of similar height, instantly began playfully bickering. One was valiant and dashing, while the other was lively and mischievous, captivating everyone around them. All right, so many people are watching. Have some decorum, Lin Tong said as she adjusted her slightly disheveled armor. Turning to the Snow Territory players behind her, she ordered, go back to your tasks, everyone. There's nothing to worry about. Yes, Alliance Leader, the group responded, though still bewildered, before dispersing. Lin Tong cast one last glance at Xin Lang before pulling Nan Shi away, leaving no chance for the two to interact alone. But that didn't stop Nan Shi from enthusiastically messaging Xin Lang. We're going back to fight the boss. You go ahead and keep hunting your little mobs, okay? Sure, just let me know when you're almost done. They'll come and steal the boss. Great idea. When the time comes, they'll unleash my ultimate skill and take out Tong Tong and the others. Sounds like a plan. That way, all the loot will be ours. No, we'll take you out too. Then all the good stuff will be mine. Xin Lang sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Clearly, he had underestimated Nan Xiaozai's ambition. From a distance, Lin Tong's voice rang out. Xiao Shi, what's got you grinning so much? Did you win the lottery? With the snowblade dagger in hand, Xin Lang's efficiency in grinding monsters significantly improved. Facing the azure-scaled python, which boasted a staggering 20,000 health points, his attacks sliced through it effortlessly, as if cutting through tofu. In just 2 hours, he successfully reached level 26, a speed that drew the attention of nearby Snow Domain guild members. Meanwhile, Lin Tong and the Snow Domain's main forces managed to take down the Golden Python boss. Although they failed to interrupt the boss's ultimate skill at the last moment, resulting in considerable casualties, they ultimately completed the task. After the battle, the Snow Domain players chose to stay and continue farming azure-scaled pythons rather than leaving, as the system maintenance update was scheduled for noon, leaving them with just over 3 hours. During this time, Xin Lang and the Snow Domain players maintained a tacit distance as they each focused on grinding monsters until the system maintenance began. By the final moments, Xin Lang successfully reached level 27, reclaiming the 10th spot on the Langya City leaderboard. Ahead of him was Nan Shi, whose leveling speed was extraordinary thanks to the frost glaze. In just one afternoon and evening, she had surged from outside the top 100 to the top 10, showcasing her undeniable strength. Xin Lang allocated all 10 newly earned free attribute points to strength without hesitation. As a burst damage-oriented player, he prioritized explosive power. Combined with his 13-star agility growth, he could still rival other assassins in speed without additional points in agility. At 11:58, Xin Lang bid farewell to Nan Shi and logged off. Removing his gaming helmet, he quickly tidied up before heading to a nearby 24-hour convenience store in his neighborhood. There, he bought an 8 yuan large bowl of instant noodles. Using the store's hot water, he finished his simple late-night meal in 10 minutes. By the time he returned home and finished showering, it was nearly 1 a.m. lying in bed. Xinlang browsed the forums for a while. Most posts discussed the upcoming Tianyan update, but since the developers had not yet revealed specific details, players could only speculate. After about half an hour, drowsiness overcame him. He placed his phone on the bedside table and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the white walls. A phone ringing abruptly woke Xinlang from his slumber. It was a call from Nan Shi. Hello? Nan Shi. Xinlang mumbled groggily as he rubbed his sleepy eyes. Lazy pig, are you seriously still sleeping? Do you even know what time it is? Nan Shi's cheerful voice came through. Glancing at the clock, it was only 7:40 a.m. Xinlang replied. Aren't you supposed to have classes? Summer break is almost here, so there's barely anything left on the schedule, Nan Shi explained. Oh, right. Summer break's coming up. I forgot you still get summer vacations. Xinlang switched his phone to speaker mode and placed it aside. Lazily, he sat up and stretched. Sunlight streamed through the curtains, signaling this unusually late morning. It's been a while since I slept and this late feels a bit weird. Nanshi's voice came through the phone. By the way, do you have any plans for today? Plans? What plans could I have? Xinlang rubbed his temples and thought for a moment before replying. Oh, right. I'm planning to find a new place to live. I'll head out later to check out some apartments. Lately, his tarnished reputation had made moving a necessity. Although the young couple next door didn't seem to have recognized him yet, it was always wise to be proactive. Besides, sharing a place wasn't all that convenient, had only opted for it due to financial constraints. What? You're moving? Nanshi sounded genuinely surprised. Yeah. Got any good recommendations? Xinlang asked casually while pulling on a t-shirt. Of course. There's this apartment complex right across from our school. Yeah. And the others live there. It's a great place with a nice environment. All right, I'll check it out later. Why wait? Go now. Nan Zai's voice suddenly quickened, as if she were walking briskly. Now? What's the rush? I haven't even finished getting ready. Well, hurry up. I'm already at your door. What? Xinlang froze. You're joking, right? Who's joking? Open the door. Hold on. Coming. Xinlang scrambled to put on his pants, hastily folded the summer quilt, tidied up his bed, and then rushed to the door in his slippers. Standing outside was Nan Shi, dressed refreshingly in a white t-shirt paired with a dark knee-length skirt, a small crossbody bag slung over her shoulder. Her fair legs complemented a pair of spotless white sneakers, exuding youthful energy. Lazybones, you sure know how to sleep in. Nan Shi teased, a light sheen of sweat glistening on her nose. She shot him a playful glare before stepping into the apartment without waiting for an invitation. It's a rare day off from system updates, gotta take advantage and sleep in a little. Xinlang chuckled as he closed the door. Lazy as always, Nanshi teased again, making her way to his room with practiced familiarity. Hurry up and get ready. Let's go check out the apartments. 5 minutes later, freshly tidied up, Xinlang returned to his room only to find Nanshi standing stiffly by the bed, her expression unusually tense and her gaze wandering. Why don't you sit down? Xinlang asked, sitting on the bed to put on his shoes. I'll pass. Don't want to dirty your bedding, Nanshi replied, her tone suddenly distant and cold. Huh, what's wrong? Xinlang noticed her odd behavior and looked at her, puzzled. Nothing. Just remembered I have something to do back at school. I'll head out first. With that, Nanshi turned and left the room, leaving behind a bewildered Xinlang sitting on the bed. Xinlang was completely baffled, having no clue what had just happened. Nanshi had been perfectly fine a moment ago, but suddenly she seemed like a completely different person. A flash of anger crossed her eyes as she stormed out. Although Xinlang was sure she was upset, he had no idea why. Nanshi, wait. Xinlang snapped out of it, hurriedly slipped on his shoes, and ran after her. But by the time he reached the hallway, the elevator display showed that it was already on the 3rd floor. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the stairs, leaping 3 steps at a time as he raced downward. Finally, he managed to catch up with Nan Shi at the building's entrance. Nan Shi, what's wrong? Weren't you fine just a moment ago? Xinlang asked, panting heavily as he blocked her path. Nan Shi cast him a fleeting glance, her delicate face filled with grievance. Without saying a word, she continued walking toward the exit of the complex. Wait. Xinlang quickly stepped forward to block her again. Nanshi, at least let me know what I did wrong. How did I offend you? At this moment, he truly looked as innocent as someone wrongly accused. Offend me? You really don't know? Nanshi looked at him expressionlessly, her voice carrying a hint of frost. I honestly don't know. Could you give me a hint? Xinlang looked genuinely troubled. Fine. Let me ask you this. Nanshi pursed her lips, her eyes slightly red. Where's your old bedding? Bedding? Xinlang froze, completely caught off guard by the question. Yes, your bedding is all new now. Where's the old one? Nancy stared directly at him, her voice filled with both grievance and a trace of expectation. The last time she was here, the bedding she had folded was still quite new, but now it had all been replaced. It was clear to her that he must have disliked the fact that she had touched it. She had searched the apartment thoroughly, but the old set was nowhere to be found. I threw it away, Shen Lang said hesitantly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Ha, just as I thought. A mist of tears clouded Nanzai's eyes. She let out a cold laugh and said, I'm sorry. It's my fault for dirtying your things. I'm sorry. She bit her lip hard and gave Shen Lang a long, sorrowful look before turning to leave. It was only at this moment that Shen Lang finally understood. He quickly took 3 steps to catch up to her and grabbed her wrist. Let me say one thing. Just one sentence. Can you listen to me before you go? Fine, one sentence, Nancy said coldly, suppressing her sadness. Well, the bedding, yes, I threw it away. But it wasn't for the reason you think, Shen Lang stammered. The truth was far too embarrassing to admit, but seeing the indifference in Nancy's eyes, he knew he couldn't hold back any longer. Exactly. During that time when transitioning to the Hidden God class, I couldn't log off for 24 hours, Shen Lang began hesitantly, his expression growing increasingly awkward. And I really couldn't hold it anymore. So, I wet myself. As he spoke, he started tracing the outline of a symbolic 3-bedroom apartment on the ground, clearly trying to divert attention. You wet the bed? Nanzai's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her delicate face filled with astonishment. She had imagined many possibilities in her mind, but never considered this one. Of course it's true, Shen Lang admitted with a defeated look, as if he had completely given up on saving face. I've already spilled it, so who cares about dignity anymore? After hearing his confession, Nancy pursed her lips slightly before turning around and squatting down. She hugged her knees and buried her face in them. Soon, her shoulders began to tremble slightly. I swear I'm not lying to you. I really had no choice and I couldn't wash it either, Shen Lang explained nervously, pacing around helplessly. After a while, Nancy finally lifted her head, wiped the corners of her eyes, took a deep breath, and stood up. With a blank expression, she glanced at Shen Lang, saying, Let's go. Time to check out the apartment. That's it? Just like that? Shen Lang asked, dumbfounded. What are you looking at? Let's go, Nancy said with her head lowered, but the faint smile she was trying to hide didn't escape Shen Lang's notice. Wait, you were laughing at me just now, weren't you? No, absolutely not, I swear. Nancy raised 3 slender fingers as if making an oath, but the smile tugging at the corners of her lips betrayed her. As they walked a few steps, Nancy suddenly stopped, clutching her stomach with both hands and frowning slightly. Hold on, I need to sit down for a moment. What's wrong? Should we go to the hospital? Shen Lang asked, concerned. No, it's just that I laughed too hard earlier and got a stitch in my side. They'll be fine after sitting for a bit. And you still say you weren't laughing. I wasn't. Before long, they arrived at the 22-story apartment building located diagonally across from the east gate of Zhonghai University. This was the place Nancy had mentioned, where many single instructors from the university resided. They entered the first-floor reception area wearing masks. The clean and simple interior left a good first impression on Shen Lang. The staff greeted them warmly and led them to view several units. Eventually, they settled on a single apartment on the 10th floor. The space was about 60 square meters, with a bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom. The lighting was excellent, and the decor featured a cozy pink and white theme, creating a tidy and inviting atmosphere. Naturally, such a nice apartment came with a hefty price tag for 500 yuan per month, with a deposit and 6 months rent upfront. Fortunately, Shen Lang was financially stable enough now to afford it. Paying 6 months rent upfront, a total of 31,500 yuan, was a hefty expense that made Shen Lang wince in pain. However, on second thought, at least the rent included free breakfast, albeit only breakfast, which was a small consolation. After settling the rent, Shen Lang immediately hailed a taxi to return to his old place and start moving. Thankfully, the new apartment came fully furnished, so he and Nancy only needed to bring their new bedding and some clothing and shoes. The move was completed in one easy trip. Little did he know, 3 days after he moved out, the young man next door showed up with a few strangers looking for him, only to find the place empty. The young man even ended up getting a beating because of it. The two grabbed a quick lunch at a nearby rice restaurant and then spent some time wandering around a mall, picking up a few household essentials. It wasn't until 2 p.m. that they returned to the apartment. The outdoor heat had caused Nancy to break out in a light sweat. As soon as she stepped inside, she collapsed onto the sofa, fanning her flushed face with a small promotional fan. Although Island City was coastal, the summer heat combined with the humid air was still unbearable. Why don't you take a shower first? We've got new towels and it'll cool you down, Shen Lang suggested as he busied himself tidying up. I'm not that hot. Nancy glanced at the bathroom, hesitating but staying put. Then I'll go first, Shen Lang said, grabbing a change of clothes and heading to the bathroom. It was only then that he noticed the glass in the bathroom door was semi-transparent. Though not entirely clear, the outline of a person inside was still visible. Feeling awkward, he quickly stepped back out. Actually, never mind. I'll just turn on the air conditioning. I'm not going to peek. Just go ahead and shower, Nancy teased with a laugh, clearly aware of this detail from the start. No, I'm fine. I'm not hot anymore, Shenlang replied, shaking his head, looking slightly uncomfortable. Fine, then you leave. I'll shower first, Nancy said with a playful glint in her eye. She snatched the clothes from his hand and pushed him toward the door. Wait until I call you to come back in, she added as she shut the door behind him. Left in the hallway with nothing to do, Shun Lang wandered aimlessly until he reached the west-facing window. From there, he had a clear view of Zhonghai University's campus. The sight reassured him that the rent wasn't entirely wasted. Compared to the old, run-down residential building he used to live in, this place was a significant upgrade. 20 minutes later, the door cracked open slightly. I'm done. You can come in now, Nancy called out. When Shen Lang entered, he saw Nancy wearing one of his oversized t-shirts, her damp hair being casually dried with a towel. The clothes were obviously 2 sizes too big, making them perfect to wear as a dress, covering most of her smooth, snow-white thighs. Nancy was barefoot, stepping into the black slippers Shen Lang had just bought, looking fresh and radiant as if she had just stepped out of a shower. Her legs were long, slender, and perfectly straight, with skin so fair and delicate that the partially revealed look added an irresistible allure. Shen Lang couldn't help but let his gaze drift to her beautiful legs, his Adam's apple subtly moving. Noticing his stare, Nancy pursed her lips and kicked off one of the slippers, flinging it toward him. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll dig your eyes out. With that, she gracefully walked into the bedroom without a door. Don't worry, you can shower in peace. I swear I won't peek. Shen Lang finally snapped out of it, silently regretting why he had stepped out earlier. He slipped on the slippers, grabbed a change of clothes, and headed into the bathroom. In less than 10 minutes, he was done, feeling completely refreshed. When he pushed the door open and entered the bedroom, he saw Nancy lying on the massive 2-meter bed, playing on her phone. Her fair, slender legs swayed leisurely in the air, giving off an air of complete ease, as if she were in her own home. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly. Oh, the Tianyan system just released an update notice. What's in the update? Shenlang's eyes lit up. This was crucial to his money-making plans. See for yourself. There are a lot of changes. Nancy handed over her phone, and Shenlang sat on the edge of the bed, carefully reading through the update details. First, a currency exchange function between the game and reality was introduced, allowing 1,000 gold coins to be exchanged for 10 yuan. Second, a unified auction house went live across all servers, supporting cash transactions. Third, a red name system was implemented, killing other players would turn your name red, and severe offenders would be hunted by city guards. Fourth, the stronghold system was opened, allowing alliances to establish guild bases by occupying certain areas. Fifth, hidden map dungeons were revealed. Sixth, a level 20 nobility system was introduced. Lastly, the neural interface of the helmet was optimized, removing the nighttime experience penalty and adding a fatigue value attribute. In a clean and tidy room adorned with playful touches of pink, a sense of charm and cuteness lingered in the air. Sunlight streamed through the balcony glass, filtering through the curtains and casting dappled patterns on the pink and white walls. The cool breeze from the central air conditioning dispelled the summer heat, creating a cozy and inviting atmosphere. Such a setting might easily be mistaken for a young girl's boudoir by an unsuspecting visitor. Nancy knelt on the bed, her freshly washed hair cascading loosely down her back. She leaned in close to Shen Lang, both of them focused on the announcement displayed on the phone screen. Her soft breath brushed against Shen Lang's ear, prompting him to instinctively turn to look at her. Her cheeks were rosy, her features delicate and refined, and the fresh, clean scent of her shower lingered around her, momentarily causing Shen Lang's thoughts to wander. Why are you looking at me like that? Nancy's bright eyes sparkled as they met Shen Lang's gaze. The two were so close that only a fist's distance separated them, and they could feel each other's breaths. The atmosphere suddenly grew intimate. Nothing, Shen Lang coughed lightly, quickly averting his gaze as he tried to compose himself. Feigning seriousness, he said, just do what needs to be done, loot, fight, whatever. Being a bandit doesn't hurt. He wasn't particularly concerned about the red name marker. With his invincible skill, Shunin, at his disposal, survival was hardly an issue as long as he didn't go overboard. Worst case, he simply wouldn't return to Langya City. True, they can't catch you anyway, so a red name isn't a big deal. Then she said with a playful blink, her lips curving into a smile. Thankfully, Shen Lang had successfully transitioned to the Shunin class, unlike ordinary assassins who were constrained by stealth cooldown times. Catch me. Shen Lang let out a cold chuckle, exuding confidence. They should count themselves lucky if I don't cause trouble for them. Exactly. Brother Lang is incredible. Wet the bed as a kid and still turned out amazing. Nanshi nodded vigorously like a pecking chick, a mischievous grin playing on her lips. Nan Xiaoxi, are we really doing this? Shen Lang gritted his teeth, glaring at her. Telling her about that embarrassing childhood incident was undoubtedly the biggest regret of his life. No, no, I was just joking. I won't bring it up again, I swear. Nanshi quickly raised 3 fingers in mock sincerity, though Shen Lang had no intention of believing her. Just then, Nanshi's phone suddenly rang with the sound of an incoming video call. The caller ID displayed, Tong Tong. Lin Tong's calling you on video, Shen Lang said, handing her the phone. Should I step out? No need, no need. Just stay quiet, Nanshi replied, taking the phone and switching it to voice mode before answering the call. She asked casually, what's up, Tong Tong? Where are you? Why aren't you picking up the video call? Lin Tong's voice came through Nanshi's phone on speaker, loud and clear enough for Shen Lang to hear as well. Leaning against the couch, Nanshi instinctively glanced at Shen Lang and replied with a hint of guilt in her tone. I'm outside. There's no Wi-Fi here, and I'm running out of data, so it's not convenient to video call. You're out of data already, and it's just the beginning of the month? Lin Tong asked, puzzled. But she didn't dwell on it and added, by the way, when are you coming back? I should be back around dinner time, Nanshi answered while sneaking a look at herself fresh and relaxed after a shower. She wasn't eager to leave the comfort of the air-conditioned apartment to face the sweltering heat outside. Lin Tong explained, oh, it's nothing urgent. It's about the game. The guild base just got updated, and I wanted to gather everyone to discuss it. Cici, Xiaoya, and Zinan are all here. Sister Yu went back to her hometown and probably won't be back until evening, which should be around the same time as you. Perfect. Let's talk about it tonight when I get back. Nanshi quickly agreed. All right, see you tonight, darling. See you tonight, babe. After hanging up, Nanshi casually set her phone aside and turned to find Shen Lang staring at her with an expression of mild surprise. What kind of look is that? Nothing, Shen Lang said, shaking his head, though the corners of his mouth betrayed a slight smile. Darling, babe, you young people really know how to have fun. The next couple of hours passed with the two of them staying indoors to avoid the scorching heat outside. The apartment's cool temperature made it a haven. Nanshi, completely at ease as if she were in her own home, lounged on the living room couch watching Zootopia while munching on snacks they had picked up from the supermarket. Occasionally, she exchanged a few casual remarks with Shen Lang. He, on the other hand, sat quietly by her side, watching the movie with her. It wasn't until nearly 5 o'clock that she finally got up to change in the bedroom. When she stepped into the elevator, she waved goodbye to Shen Lang. I'm heading back. You should get some rest. The game system will be updated by midnight, so you can log in then. I'll walk you downstairs, Shen Lang offered. No need. You can just see me off from the living room window, Nanshi replied with a playful smile. All right then, Shen Lang relented without insisting further. From the west-facing living room window, one could get a clear view of the entire Zhonghai University campus. Just before leaving, Nanshi couldn't resist teasing him. Be good while I'm gone, okay? And don't wet the bed again. Nanshi, you're going too far. Blah, blah, blah. A nearly 30-year-old still wetting the bed. What a handful. Nanshi stuck out her tongue mischievously as the elevator doors slowly closed. Shen Lang was left speechless, caught between amusement and frustration. Though tempted to drag the cheeky girl back for a scolding, he ultimately let it slide. Returning to the apartment, he sat back down on the couch. The credits for Zootopia were rolling on the TV. The faint scent she left behind still lingered in the air. Spending the day together had brought them closer, creating a subtle intimacy that hovered somewhere between friendship and romance. The familiarity between them made everything feel perfectly natural. After a moment, Shen Lang snapped out of his thoughts and leaned against the window to look down. After a long time, Shen Lang still hadn't seen any sign of Nanshi. Pacing back and forth in the room, he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of worry. Just as he was about to head downstairs to look for her, his phone suddenly buzzed twice. Quickly picking it up, he saw a message from Nanshi on the screen. Phew, that was close. Totally unexpected. Ran into Tong Tong and her friends at the door. Almost couldn't talk my way out of it. Luckily, I came up with a quick excuse and said I was here to see Sister Yu. What are they doing here? Shen Lang let out a sigh of relief and quickly replied. They're visiting Sister Yu's place. She lives on the 11th floor, diagonally across from you. Nanshi replied instantly. Want to come up and hang out? Sure, I'll head up right away. Wow, you're really coming up? Why not? It's not like they can eat me. TSK, I don't believe it. If you actually dare to come up, I bet you'll never wet the bed again, Nanshi teased, adding a laughing emoji. Nan Xiaoxi, I suggest you don't push your luck, or I won't hold back, Shen Lang retorted. Blah blah blah, what could you possibly do? You're just a scaredy cat, she replied mockingly. Narrowing his eyes, Shen Lang typed, ahem. If I recall correctly, Someone else has wet the bed before, too. This time, Nancy went silent for a full 5 minutes before sending a voice message filled with suppressed fury. Shen Lang, you jerk. Just you wait. Just you wait. Hearing the gritted teeth anger in her voice, Shen Lang immediately realized he might have taken the joke too far. Just as he was about to send a voice message to apologize, a sudden, violent pounding on his door startled him. The banging was so intense it seemed like the door might break any second. Oh crap, I'm doomed. He thought about pretending not to hear, but the pounding only grew louder. After hesitating for a moment, he braced himself and opened the door. Standing outside was an enraged Nancy, her big eyes fixed on him like a little tiger ready to pounce. Nancy, you're back? Did you forget something? Shen Lang forced a nervous smile, inching backward. I forgot nothing, you jerk. Nancy gritted her teeth and charged forward, landing a straight punch squarely on his face. Moments later, Nancy stormed off in a fury, leaving Shen Lang slumped on the couch, his eyes bruised and his body covered in marks. Filled with regret, he swore to himself he'd never provoke this seemingly delicate but surprisingly fierce girl again. Around 6 in the evening, Shen Lang had to go downstairs to pick up his food delivery, as the community security guards wouldn't let the delivery person upstairs. Wearing a mask, he headed down and coincidentally ran into Lin Tong and Nancy's group coming out of the elevator. The group was chatting and laughing, not noticing him, but Nancy spotted him right away. Without a word, she suddenly raised her foot and kicked hard against the wall outside the elevator, producing a loud bang. The pain instantly drained the color from her face. What happened, Nancy? Lin Tong and the others were startled. Nothing, just tripped a little, Nancy replied, biting her lip and frowning. Witnessing this, Shen Lang almost burst out laughing but barely managed to hold it in. Honestly, how old are you to still be this careless? Mu Huaxi shot Nancy a disapproving glance while helping her hobble out of the apartment. Nancy immediately sent 2 messages to Shen Lang, who had just returned to his room. I hurt my leg. Just you wait. Shen Lang couldn't help but laugh at her dramatic reaction. It was clearly her own fault for kicking the wall, yet she still managed to throw a little tantrum. Seeing her playful complaints on the screen, Shen Lang found her utterly endearing. After dinner, Shen Lang put on a mask and took a walk downstairs before heading back to his apartment to rest. He was well aware that at midnight, the server would implement a new update to remove the reduction in experience and drop rates during late-night hours. Knowing that many players would likely stay up all night leveling up, he wasn't about to fall behind. Perhaps it was the unfamiliarity of his new apartment, or maybe his internal clock was off, but Shen Lang found himself in a half-awake, half-asleep state as he lay in bed. At 11:55, his alarm jolted him awake, making him wonder if he had even fallen asleep at all. He quickly got up, washed his face, and made a quick trip to the restroom, managing to put on his gaming headset just as the clock struck midnight. A flash of white light later, Shen Lang found himself standing in the bustling square of Langya City. Despite the update having gone live less than a minute ago, the square was already packed with players gearing up for an all-night grind. Just then, the system notification chimed. Dear player, welcome. An auction house has been established in Langya City. The system has detected that your inventory contains the equipment Berserker Battle Axe, which qualifies for auction. You may list it for bidding in the auction house. The announcement caught Shen Lang by surprise. He decided to put his leveling plans on hold and headed to the newly constructed auction hall next to the Adventurers Guild. The hall was empty at this hour, so he took his time reviewing the rules before listing the Berserker Battle Axe with a starting price of 25,000 renminbi and a 12-hour auction duration. This cross-region auction system, visible to all players in the Huaxia server, charged a 10 transaction fee but allowed for maximum value realization of items. Moments later, Shen Lang refreshed the auction display page and saw that over a dozen silver-tier items had already been listed. His Berserker Battle Axe, however, topped the list, with its price already climbing to 27,000 renminbi. The auction house was undoubtedly a haven for high-level players. A notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your rank has been promoted to Bugong. You can now enter the county office without prior notice. You will receive 10,000 experience points and 10 gold coins as daily wages. Shen Lang had just stepped out of the auction house when he heard the news, his eyes lighting up. While the experience points weren't too significant, the 10 gold coins, with the current exchange rate of 110, equated to 100 yuan tangible benefit. He quickly reviewed the rank information. There were 20 ranks in total, with Bugong being the 4th level, requiring 1,000 reputation points. As it happened, he had exactly 1,000 reputation points from completing the Hidden One's quest. Looks like I've got a bit of a safety net now, Shen Lang chuckled softly. Feeling a bit more hopeful, he began browsing the methods for earning reputation. If he could reach the 7th rank, Gong De Fu, he would earn 100 gold coins daily, comparable to a high-level government position. And if he managed to climb to the 10th rank, Zhuo Zhang, He could rake in 1,000 gold coins daily, that's a steady 10,000 yuan every single day. However, upon reviewing the reputation tasks issued by the county office, Shunlang quickly dismissed the idea. Relying solely on tasks to level up would likely take a lifetime. What he didn't realize was that, in Lenga City, only Lin Xiaotong from the Lin family and Zue Xiaoyan had also reached the rank of Bugong. Across the entire Huaxia region, the highest ranked player was Jin Shtou Nianhua, the alliance leader of the Wei Yang Palace, who had reached the 5th rank of Defu, earning 20,000 experience points and 20 gold coins daily. Forget it, they'll just take things as they come, Shunlang muttered, shaking his head and abandoning any plans to get rich off the daily wages. His priority now was to reach level 30 as soon as possible. With his current attack power, it would probably take just one day. Once he hit level 30, he could undergo his second job advancement. As a hidden class, his greatest advantage would likely be access to another steer skill. Half an hour later, Shunlang arrived at the Evil Forest, located 30 miles west of Lenga City. What greeted him was a horde of 2-meter tall humanoid monsters, cannibal skeletons. Their bodies were reduced to bare, white bones, but their skulls remained intact, with blood-red eyes and exposed fangs radiating a bloodthirsty aura. After ensuring the area was clear of other players, Shunlang activated his insight skill. Cannibal Skeleton. Level 32. Attack 365. Defense 290. Health 24,000. Skills Devour, Skeleton Roar. 290 defense and 24,000 health are pretty reasonable, but their attack is a bit high, Shunlang calculated, estimating that he could handle being surrounded by 4 or 5 skeletons at most. Shunlang twirled the dagger in his hand, its silver gleam flashing as he aimed directly at a skeleton not far ahead. The blade struck true, piercing its skull and inflicting 503 points of damage. The skeleton's crimson eyes instantly locked onto him, its pale, elongated legs carrying it forward in an ominous charge. Prepared for this, Shunlang used a flash step to appear behind the skeleton in an instant, driving his dagger precisely into one of its blood-red eye sockets. The strike delivered an astonishing 500 damage and left the skeleton stunned for 3 seconds. As he had anticipated, the weak point of these man-eating skeletons lay in their eyes. The special effect of Shunlang's snowblade dagger caused his attack speed to soar to an impressive 273. Within the brief 3-second stun duration, he unleashed 4 rapid strikes, each one targeting the skeleton's vulnerable eyes with perfect accuracy, resulting in critical hits every time. This extraordinary speed, far surpassing the average player's ability to attack once every 2 seconds in a stationary position, reduced the skeleton's 24,000 health points by a quarter in mere moments. However, the sound of the battle soon attracted another skeleton into the fray. Though Shunlang deftly evaded the attack of the first skeleton, the arrival of a second adversary complicated matters. He struck again, but the skeleton blocked with its arm, reducing his attack to a mere 300+ points of standard damage. The punishment passive's 250 critical hit bonus failed to trigger, significantly lowering his damage output. The situation quickly deteriorated as 2 more man-eating skeletons joined the fight, forming an encirclement around Shunlang. Without any area effect or splash damage abilities, he was forced to weave through their ranks, his dagger flashing relentlessly. He took a few hits in the process but focused solely on targeting weak points for critical strikes. With nearly 2,000 health points, the regenerative power of his green light ring restoring 50 health per second, and the support of level 3 healing potions, he was able to endure the onslaught. After more than 10 minutes of intense combat, all 4 skeletons finally collapsed. If he had access to area effect or cleaving abilities, the battle could have concluded much faster. Yet even with the painstaking effort of chipping away at his foes one strike at a time, Shunlang emerged victorious, triumphing over this grueling encounter with remarkable skill. The base experience from a man-eating skeleton was 8,000 points. For Shunlang, who was defeating monsters 5 levels above his own, this meant earning 16,000 experience points per kill. However, with 1.6 million experience points required to level up from 27 to 28, even with such generous rewards, he still needed to hunt down over 100 of these creatures. Cautiously, Shunlang maneuvered around the outskirts of the man-eating skeleton horde, targeting isolated enemies. While he was confident in handling larger groups, doing so would slow down his efficiency in farming, which wasn't worth the risk. After nearly 4 hours of intense hunting, the system notification finally chimed. Congratulations, player leveled up. Mana 10, 5 free attribute points awarded. Keep up the good work. Without hesitation, Shunlang allocated all the points to strength, raising his maximum attack power to 483. Unfortunately, the progress didn't last for long. The experience required to level up from 28 to 29 skyrocketed to 1.9 million, while the experience gained from man-eating skeletons dropped to 14,400 due to the level gap. This meant he now needed to kill over 130 more to level up again. By the time the clock ticked to 10 a.m., Lang finally reached level 29. However, the all-night combat had pushed his fatigue level past 50 points. He knew too well that once it exceeded 80, all his attributes would be halved. While logging off and resting could restore his fatigue, everyone had different thresholds for endurance. In his case, the high-intensity battles caused his fatigue to rise much faster compared to those who spent their time leisurely trading. This was largely thanks to the Tianyan helmet, which monitored players' brainwave activity in real time. After allocating another 5 points to strength, Lang decided to take a break from combat. He opened the auction house and noticed that the price of the Berserker's battle axe he had been watching had climbed to 58,000. With over 2 hours left before the auction ended, he estimated the final price might exceed 60,000, marveling once again at the sheer number of wealthy players in the Huaxia region. At this time, the Berserker's battle axe remained the highest priced item in the auction's equipment section. There were no gold tier items listed, and only about 20 silver tier items were available. This wasn't surprising, as most players capable of obtaining silver tier gear belonged to large guilds, which typically kept such items for internal distribution. Just then, something in the treasure section caught Lang's eye: a Dragonblood Warrior class transfer certificate, rated Scrate. This scroll, once activated, would trigger a quest. Upon completing it, players could transfer to the Dragonblood Warrior class, though it was restricted to swordsmen and berserkers only. Lang carefully browsed through the detailed information about the Dragonblood Warrior. The growth star distribution of this level hidden class was astonishing. 11 stars for strength, 6 for intelligence, 10 for constitution, and 8 for agility, totaling 35 stars, only 5 stars lower than his Shadow Walker class. Its innate skills included Dragon Flame and Dragonblood Battle Will, making its overall strength quite impressive. What shocked Lang the most was the price tag for the Dragonblood Warrior transfer certificate: 2.1 million RMB, and that wasn't even the final transaction price. This figure made him reflect on his hasty decision to switch to the Shadow Walker class. By his estimation, if he were to auction the Shadow Walker's transfer certificate, the starting bid would be no less than 5 million. The value of these in-game items is entirely dictated by the whims of rich kids, Lang thought to himself. In my opinion, the Dragonblood Warrior transfer certificate is worth at most 200,000. Scrolling further down the auction page, he noticed that the bidding price for its level swordsman skill book had already reached 90,000. That number was equally jaw-dropping. There really are a lot of wealthy people in the Huaxia region. Lang couldn't help but sigh. As he removed his helmet, a wave of hunger hit him. He hadn't had a single bite to eat since last night, and his stomach was growling loudly. After a quick wash, Lang headed to the elevator. Inside the elevator stood a young woman on the phone. She appeared to be in her early 20s, about 1.6 meters tall, wearing gold-framed glasses with delicate features. All right, you and Xiaoxi go ahead first. Save me a seat, I'll be there soon, she said before hanging up the phone and giving Lang a casual glance. Lang immediately recognized her as the sister Yu, that Nan she had mentioned. He quietly adjusted his mask higher to cover his face. The elevator ride was silent until a woman in her 30s, dressed in a uniform, entered midway. She seemed to be a faculty member. Once he reached the first floor, Lang found a small eatery nearby and ordered a 30 yuan pork rib rice dish. After finishing his meal, he strolled around the Zhonghai University campus track for half an hour, soaking in the atmosphere, before returning to his dorm. As soon as he walked in, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was a message from Nan Xi on WeChat. Lang, what are you wandering around for no reason? Lang stepped into the house, switched his shoes, and pulled out his phone to reply to Nan's message. You saw me? Of course. I've got sharp eyes. Nancy replied immediately, followed by another message. By the way, I've reached level 30. I can do my second job advancement now? Wow, that's impressive. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Lang cautiously replied, trying not to reveal that he hadn't noticed her progress earlier. Nan's long reply quickly popped up on the screen. I didn't sleep at all. I was with Tong Tong and Yu Jie grinding through a wild zone. We just finished taking down a boss. I'm exhausted, but I earned 200 gold coins and even got a silver tier mage's boots. Not bad, huh? Not bad at all. That's like earning 2,000 yuan. But you guys really went all out, Lang replied while taking off his sweat-soaked clothes. The stifling summer heat had left him drenched even after just a short time outdoors. Of course. Didn't you pull an all-nighter too? By the way, have you eaten yet? Yeah, I did. What about you guys? We just finished eating. We're about to head back to sleep. Our fatigue points are maxed out. We can't grind anymore. Good. You're at an age where rest is important. Don't overdo it. Rest? I'm already 20. Stop treating me like a kid. Anyway, I'm off. Xiaoya and the others just came back and I need to shower. All right, see you later, Xiaoxi. You're so cheesy, you scoundrel. Ending the conversation, Lang chuckled to himself. After a shower, he lay on his bed but couldn't fall asleep. Instead, he logged back into the game. A flash of white light, and his character appeared atop a large tree in the evil forest. Opening his friends list, he noticed that Nanshi had indeed reached level 30, joining Lin Tong, Tian Xia, and Drunken Youth as the only players in Langya City above level 30. What stood out the most was Drunken Youth, who not only climbed to the top of Langya City's leaderboard, but also ranked second across the entire Huaxia region, just behind Jinling City's Jinxiu Nianhua. This guy must be cheating, Xunlang muttered as he opened the game forum. He quickly found the explanation. Drunken Youth had spent 5 million yuan to assemble a guard squad, skyrocketing to second place on the Huaxia leaderboard overnight. So that's how it was. Xunlang checked the game's latest update on the guard system. Players could spend gold coins to hire guards whose levels were no more than 5 below their own. These guards had stats equivalent to wild monsters, but couldn't level up. A level 30 guard cost 10,000 gold coins, or roughly 100,000 yuan. While such guards were essentially useless in the long run, Drunken Youth had spent 500,000 yuan to hire 50 of them solely to power level. This goes beyond just being rich and reckless, Xunlang thought to himself. This is straight up absurd, blowing money just to level up. The Guardians do not share experience points with their players, which is why Zue Xiaoyan has been leveling up so quickly. However, like wild monsters, Guardians can also die, and when they do, it's permanent, essentially a 100,000 yuan investment gone to waste. Damn it, these filthy pay-to-win players, Xunlang muttered under his breath, but quickly shrugged it off. While the game Tianyan does give some advantages to players who spend money, its overall balance remains fair. Take Zue Xiaoyan as an example. He's already level 32, but the level 30 Guardians he purchased at great expense have become almost useless. They can only farm low-level mobs and are practically wiped out when facing a boss. Level 35 Guardians cost 15,000 gold coins each, and the price for level 40 Guardian skyrockets to 20,000 gold coins. Even for wealthy players, this kind of expense is unsustainable, and apart from helping with leveling, the Guardians have very limited utility. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Dear player, the frenzied battle axe you listed has been successfully sold. After deducting a 10 transaction fee, a total of 63,000 yuan has been transferred to your bank account. Not bad, Xunlang said, his eyes lighting up as he checked his bank balance. The 30,000 yuan he spent yesterday had already been recouped, bringing his account total to 620,000 yuan. He opened his inventory and found nearly 500 gold coins inside. Over 100 of those were leftovers from before, while the rest were acquired from farming the man-eating skeletons last night. These monsters had a decent drop rate, averaging 1.5 gold coins per kill. However, his luck was abysmal. After killing over 200 of them, he hadn't gotten a single piece of equipment. In comparison, robbing and killing other players was a much faster way to earn money. After an entire night of grinding mobs, he had only made about 5,000 yuan, and over 1,000 of that was from earlier savings. Just as Xunlang was about to continue farming, his friend list started blinking. It was a call request from Qingtian Xiaoyu. What's up, Xiaoyu? Xunlang answered the video call. Tianyajij. My brother and I found a hidden map, but the monsters inside are way too strong for us to handle. Qingtian Xiaoyu said excitedly. A hidden map? Xunlang's interest was piqued. What level are the monsters? Even the ones at the entrance are level 30, with 370 attack points. My brother can't hold them off. Alright, send me the coordinates. I'll come take a look. After receiving the location, Xunlang crushed a return scroll. In a flash of light, he appeared in the bustling square of Langya City. Activating auto-navigation, he ran for over an hour to reach a mountain range more than 40 miles north of Langya City. Qingtian Xiaoyu and Lebusishu were waiting in a concealed patch of forest. In front of them stood an ancient stone tablet, next to a pitch-black cave entrance that led deep underground, its depths shrouded in darkness. Tianyajij, the hidden map is down there. My brother and I went in earlier and almost got killed, Qingtian Xiaoyu explained. Sunny Rain and Lu Bu Si Shu, the brother-sister duo, had been battling monsters together for a while. Although they had reached level 25, they still hadn't made it into the top 100 of the Langya City's level leaderboard. They always worked alone and had never joined any guilds. Xunlang approached the gravestone and glanced toward the deep, dark cave nearby. The inside was pitch black, so dark that even his hands would not be visible. We don't know the exact situation. As soon as we entered, we were swarmed by a large number of giant ants and barely escaped with our lives, Lu Bu Si Shu explained. They had only managed to glimpse the monster's attributes before retreating and hadn't explored further. How did you get down there? Xunlang asked. With this, Lu Bu Si Shu replied, pulling a barbed rope from his bag. I took it back up to prevent the ants from climbing after us. You two wait here. I'll go investigate, Xunlang said. Tianyajij, please be careful of those giant ants. Sunny Rain urged with concern. Don't worry, I'll activate stealth. They won't notice me, Xunlang reassured her. He secured the barbed rope to the gravestone, grabbed hold of it, and quickly climbed down. The cave was incredibly deep and utterly dark. After about 5 or 6 minutes of descent, a faint light appeared below, and his feet finally touched solid ground. Just then, a swarm of blurry black shadows surged toward him. Shenlang immediately activated stealth mode, causing the shadows to lose track of him and disperse. Once his eyes adjusted to the dim light, he began to make out his surroundings. It was a narrow passage, with walls lined by faintly glowing eternal candles. Scattered throughout the corridor were giant ants, each about the size of a calf. Their massive pincers, shaped like small shovels, looked incredibly menacing. Shenlang used his insight skill to analyze them. Grave-digging ants. Level 30. Attack 375. Defense 260. Health 21,000. Skills Venom, Summon. Judging by the ant's name and the environment, Shenlang deduced that this was an ancient tomb now overrun by ants. Proceeding cautiously, he noted that the grave-digging ants always moved in groups of 10 to 20. After walking for about 10 minutes, he reached the end of the corridor. There, a dilapidated stone door stood, riddled with bite marks. Several grave-digging ants were gnawing at the door with their pincers. This appeared to be the true entrance to the ancient tomb. Shenlang frowned and thought. To enter the tomb, they would first need to deal with the grave-digging ants. However, with just the 3 of them, it seemed impossible to take on such a massive swarm without being completely overwhelmed. Looks like teaming up is our only option. A moment later, Shenlang climbed out of the underground tunnel, the rope in his hand making a faint friction sound. Well, boss, did you figure it out? Lubu Sishu and Qingtian Xiaoyu eagerly approached him. There's an ancient tomb down there. It seems to be a dungeon, but the entrance is guarded by a large group of grave-digging ants, Shenlang explained while brushing the dust off his clothes and glancing at a nearby stone tablet. Can the 3 of us handle it? Lubu Sishu's eyes lit up with anticipation. He was clearly thinking about the 20 high drop rate for dungeon mobs mentioned on the official website, especially the generous loot from the boss during the first clear. No, we can't. Shenlang shook his head. At least 15 of those ants will attack simultaneously. I confirmed it when I scouted earlier. They move in swarms, so there's no way to pick them off individually. So what do we do? Qingtian Xiaoyu frowned and asked. We'll have to form a team to run the dungeon. A maximum of 10 players can enter, Shenlang replied thoughtfully. Then let the boss handle assembling the team. Lubu Sishu quickly volunteered. Shenlang nodded in agreement and asked about their fatigue levels. After learning that Lubu Sishu had 59 points and Qingtian Xiaoyu had 66 points, he glanced at his own fatigue level of 53 points. The fatigue levels are a bit high. It's almost 1 o'clock now. You two should log off and rest. Come back online at 7 p.m. I'll contact Guanzi and the others to make preparations. Before leaving, the 3 of them cleverly used branches and grass to conceal the entrance to the tunnel, ensuring that no one else could discover the yet revealed dungeon. After the other 2 logged off, Shenlang opened his friends list. He noticed that both Guansuo and Chen Ming were online, and their levels had reached 24. That wasn't bad, considering that as members of the largest alliance in Langya City, they enjoyed a 15 boost to all attributes and had the advantage of leveling up faster by taking on higher-level monsters with the guild. Mingzi, Adu, and Xiaoyu discovered a hidden map. Shenlang directly initiated a voice call with Chen Ming and got straight to the point. You and Guanzi coordinate a time. We'll start at 7 p.m. Alright. We'll log off soon and get some sleep. Chen Ming, clearly excited by the news, immediately agreed. Got it. I've sent you the coordinates. Be ready before 7. No problem. I'll be there. After hanging up, Shenlang quickly scanned his friend list. Nanshi showed an offline status she was probably asleep. As for the other online players, he wasn't very familiar with them. After a moment of thought, Shenlang decided not to recruit additional help. After all, with Guan Sua's all-around stats and Sunny Xiaoyu's healing abilities, handling 7 or 8 monsters should be more than sufficient. Taking off his headset, Shenlang picked up his phone and sent Nanshi a WeChat message. Found a dungeon, but we need a peerless and dazzling mage goddess to lead the team. Any chance the divine lady she can join us at 7 p.m? Nanshi had already reached level 30, and with the guild's attribute bonuses, her magic attack was quite formidable. More importantly, she possessed AoE skills, which would significantly boost their dungeon clearing efficiency. However, as a core member of Snowfield, Shenlang wasn't sure if Lin Tong would let her go. She should be able to join, Shenlang muttered softly to himself, then put on an eye mask to rest. He slept for nearly 5 hours, finally waking up at 6 p.m. when his alarm went off. The first thing he did was check his phone, and sure enough, half an hour earlier, Nanshi had replied, Of course. Since the gallant hero of Tinya asks so sincerely, how could I refuse? Send me the coordinates. Lady Shi, ever so gracious. Shenlang chuckled as he replied, and sent her the coordinates. After quickly eating a bowl of 18 rice noodles, sweating it out with a set of pull-ups on the Zhonghai University field, and taking a shower, Shen Lang returned to his room and put on his headset again. The time was exactly 6:50. A flash of white light, and Shen Lang appeared in front of the stone tablet. Guan Suo and Chen Ming were already there waiting. Longzi, where's the dungeon entrance? Mingzi and I looked everywhere but couldn't find it. Guan Suo, whose height nearly matched the stone tablet, asked in confusion. It's closer than you think, Shen Lang said, glancing at the entrance perfectly concealed by the grass, clearly proud of his handiwork. Don't tell me it's this stone tablet? Guan Suo ran his hands over the blank stone tablet, but found nothing. Soon, Sunny Xiaoyu and Lu Bu Shu also logged in and exchanged brief greetings with Guan Suo and Chen Ming. Suddenly, Lu Bu Shu pulled aside the grass next to the stone tablet, revealing a dark, deep entrance. No wonder we couldn't find the entrance seat was hidden this well by you guys. Guan Suo and Chen Ming exclaimed as they stared in surprise at the cleverly disguised opening. Lu Busishu turned to Shen Lang and asked eagerly, Boss, should we head down now? Not yet. Someone's still on their way, Shen Lang replied, shaking his head before quickly sending a message to Nanxi. Just as he finished speaking, a tall figure emerged from the distant forest, walking slowly towards them. Under the glow of the setting sun, Nanxi's mage robe fluttered gently in the breeze, her silver staff shimmering brightly in her hand. She exuded an aura of purity rarely seen in the game. Wow, isn't that she the Great? Guan Suo and Chen Ming exchanged surprised glances, their eyes lighting up. Nanxi, a core member of the Snowy Domain Guild, was not only recognized as the top mage in Langya City, but also renowned for her powerful area effect skills. Lu Busishu and Sunny Rain were also surprised by the arrival of this legendary mage from the leaderboard. But considering that Guan Suo and Chen Ming were also part of Snowy Domain, they quickly understood. Guan Suo suddenly remembered something and turned to Shen Lang. I recall Nanxi's skill came from that skill book you had back then. Did you sell it to her? Yeah, Shen Lang confirmed with a brief nod. Nanxi jogged up to the group, slightly out of breath. Sorry for the delay, the journey was a bit long, she said apologetically. Her demeanor was composed and serene, a stark contrast to the playful side she showed when alone with Shen Lang. She now embodied the poised image depicted on her posters. The group quickly reassured her, insisting it wasn't late since it wasn't even 7 yet. Still, they couldn't help but feel a little reserved in front of this level 30 expert who had already completed her second job advancement. Shen Lang asked, So, you've completed your second advancement? Yes, I have, Nanxi replied calmly. But it doesn't make much difference, it only changed my title and granted me upgrade skill. This was typical for ordinary classes during their second advancement, as upgrade skills were only obtainable at level 50 during the third advancement. Not bad. We don't rely solely on class skills to kill monsters anyway, Shen Lang said with a light laugh before turning to the group to assign tasks. Now that everyone's here, let's get started. I'll go down first. Guan Suo will follow and activate guard as soon as he lands. Lu Busishu goes third, followed by Sunny Rain and Nanxi, and Mingzi will bring up the rear. Got it. Got it. The group responded in unison. Shen Lang specifically reminded Sunny Rain, make sure to cast a defense buff on Guan Suo. There are too many grave-digging ants down there, it'll be tough to hold them off. Although Guan Suo confidently declared that his 2,800 HP would be more than enough, Shen Lang shot him a sharp look. 2,800 HP is impressive? Stop bragging. After one final reminder for everyone to stay cautious, Shen Lang grabbed the rope and began descending without hesitation. In the dim depths of the underground, Shen Lang quickly slipped into stealth mode, his golden-grade dagger gleaming with a cold, sharp edge in the faint light. The surrounding swarm of grave ants had already sensed the disturbance, their dozens of antennae twitching in unison as they turned toward the cave entrance. Guan Suo had just climbed down into the cave, causing a faint noise. Instantly, as if triggered, 18 grave ants swarmed toward him, their sharp, shovel-like mandibles swinging menacingly. Activate Fortify. Don't stay at the entrance. Shen Lang quickly reminded through the team channel. Guan Suo immediately executed a savage charge, dashing forward 10 meters while activating his Fortify state. The grave ants surged forward, and a barrage of damage numbers floated above Guan Suo's head. While the damage from each individual ant wasn't high, the cumulative effect of their attacks caused his health bar to plummet rapidly. Even with the dual buffs of Sunny Rain's defensive boost and the guild bonus pushing his defense past 600 points, plus the damage reduction from Fortify, Guan Suo still struggled to hold his ground. Brother Lang, I can't hold on much longer. Help me out. Guan Suo shouted as his health dropped below half. He hurriedly downed a level 3 health potion. Seeing this, Shen Lang immediately sprang into action, darting forward and skillfully drawing the aggro of 7 grave ants. Although his defense and health were inferior to Guan Suo's, and he lacked the Fortify skill, the fixed healing effect of his Azure Light Ring allowed him to barely manage. Lu Bu Shu arrived shortly afterward, charging in without hesitation, wielding his Tiger King sword. With his 410 attack points, he successfully pulled 2 grave ants away from Guan Suo. However, With only 260 defense, he quickly found himself in a precarious situation. Damn it, I can't hold on much longer. Sunny, why aren't you down here yet? Guan Sua's health had dropped to 30, and the situation was dire. I'm coming. Sunny Rain finally appeared, her staff flashing twice. Golden light descended, instantly restoring 550 health points to Guan Sua, followed by a healing aura that restored 70 health per second. Sunny, throw some heals my way too. Lu Bu Si Shu, struggling against two grave ants, shouted desperately. Hold on. Big brother, just use a health potion for now. Gold's cheap these days, no need to be so stingy, Sunny Rain replied. Lu Bu Si Shu had no choice but to chug a health potion, restoring 500 health points as he continued to endure the onslaught. 10 seconds passed, and Sunny Rain swung her staff again. A gentle green light enveloped Xinlang, instantly restoring 550 HP and raising his health bar from 50 to 80. Rain, don't worry about me. Help those two. Xinlang skillfully weaved through the swarm of grave-digging ants, dodging the attacks of 7 ants with his precise movements. Seriously, Zhao Yuhan, who's your real brother? Lu Bu Si Shu, bitten relentlessly by 2 grave-digging ants, complained bitterly. Seeing Sunny Rain heal Xinlang first, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Sorry. I forgot about you. Sunny Rain quickly cast a healing spell on Lu Bu Si Shu, barely saving his life. Rain, I can't hold on. Heal me. On the other side, Guan Sua, covered in grave-digging ants, had his health drop to 30, teetering on the edge of danger. Hold on, brother Guan, just 10 more seconds. Sunny Rain, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, was frantically trying to keep up. At that moment, Nanshi finally arrived. Assessing the battlefield quickly, she waved her staff, casting a wide-range frost nova that froze all the grave-digging ants surrounding Xinlang. The monsters took significant damage and were slowed by 50, instantly easing Xinlang's situation. Equipped with the frost ring, Nan Zai's ice damage was increased by 20. She followed up with chain lightning, which bounced through the swarm of grave-digging ants, dealing nearly 1,000 points of damage. Nanshi, save me first. Guan Sua shouted desperately for help. No, you can't hold their aggro. If I intervene, both Rain and I will be in danger. Nanshi decisively refused. Soon after, Chun Ming arrived at the battlefield, his arrows flying toward the grave-digging ants attacking Lu Bu Si Shu. With everyone working together, Xunlang was the first to clear the 7 monsters around him. He immediately turned to assist Guan Sua, drawing the aggro of the remaining 9 grave-digging ants. After more than 10 minutes, all 18 grave-digging ants were finally defeated, leaving a field of glittering gold coins. In terms of damage output, Xunlang ranked first, followed closely by Nan Zitho. This was mainly because she arrived late. Otherwise, with the mage's powerful area effect abilities, Xunlang might not have been able to surpass her. The experience from level 30 monsters is really generous. The corridor was littered with the corpses of grave-digging ants. Lu Bu Si Shu watched as Qingtian Xiaoyu bent down to pick up the shiny gold coins from the ground, unable to hold back his amazement. This was their first time challenging level 30 monsters. At this level, the wild creatures already had a sense of autonomous attack, making them difficult to kill alone. Yeah, and the gold coins are plentiful too, Qingtian Xiaoyu said as she carefully counted their loot. A total of 18 wild monsters had dropped 25 gold coins and 53 silver coins, making the haul quite impressive. Xinlang skillfully twirled the dagger in his hand and grinned. These are just the outer wild monsters. We haven't even entered the dungeon yet. The drop rate inside should be even higher. Making $250 in just over 10 minutes this pace is pretty satisfying, Lu Bu Si Shu said with a laugh, watching his experience bar soar. It was much faster than when he'd been leveling up with Qingtian Xiaoyu alone. Guan Sua walked over and clapped Lu Bu Si Shu on the shoulder. Look at you, getting all excited. Back then, I told you to come to the snow region, but you didn't. Running level 30 maps with me every day is a blast. Want to reconsider? No way. I still want to create my own guild, or maybe you'll join when the boss sets one up. Lu Bu Si Shu replied firmly, sticking to his plan. Alright, don't count on me too much. I'm afraid you'll end up getting yourself killed. Xunlang chuckled lightly, then glanced around at everyone. Alright, let's get focused. They'll go pull the monsters. Let's try to finish off these grave-digging ants before noon. Hold on a moment, Nanshi suddenly called out, stopping Xunlang just as he was about to act. What is it? I suggest we change our strategy, Nanshi said seriously. Xunlang should tank the monsters alone. Xiaoyu can support him by adding a defensive buff and healing. The rest of us will focus on output and take them down one by one. What about me? Guan Sua asked uneasily, not having undergone his second class change yet. Without the ability to convert his health into attack power, he couldn't break through the grave-digging ants' defenses. You'll play support. Use charge and savage crash alternately to help relieve pressure on Xunlang, Nanshi explained. Alright, I agree with this plan, Shenlang said after a brief moment of thought. With Qingtian Xiaoyu's buffs and healing, he was confident he could withstand the grave-digging ants' attacks. Plus, this strategy would maximize the effectiveness of Nanshi's area effect skills. Seeing that the two main players had agreed, the others quickly voiced their approval. Qingtian Xiaoyu immediately waved her staff, casting a 28 defense buff on Shenlang, followed by an equivalent attack buff on Nanshi, who had the highest damage output. Thanks, Xiaoyu, Nanshi said with gratitude. Nanshi gave Qingtian Xiaoyu a gentle smile. She had grown into a formidable mage, with a base magic attack exceeding 600 points. Adding the 20 boost from her second-tier skills, the guild's attribute bonus, and Qingtian Xiaoyu's buffs, her total magic attack was increased by 63, bringing her actual magic attack power close to the 1,000-point mark. Alright, I'll lure the monsters. Get ready, Shenlang said before dashing towards the depths of the corridor. Less than half a minute later, he returned with injuries all over, his health bar down to a third, and over 20 grave-digging ants chasing closely behind him. The battle erupted instantly. Qingtian Xiaoyu immediately cast a healing spell, restoring 550 health points for Shenlang, followed by a regeneration spell that provided 70 health per second for 10 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, Shenlang dashed back into the swarm of ants, slashing with his dagger and sending splatters of dark blood flying. Chenming and Lu Bu Shu quickly joined the fray. Chenming fired a piercing arrow first, followed by a seamless 5-shot combo. Meanwhile, Lu Bu Shu charged at the armor-broken grave-digging ant with his greatsword, delivering a whirlwind slash that dealt nearly 700 points of damage, with his normal attacks inflicting over 400 points each. Despite lacking the guild attribute bonus, his damage output remained impressive. Nanzai's magic attacks were even more astonishing. After a 1-second incantation, her Decay Ice Crystal spell exploded with Shenlang at the center, dealing devastating damage numbers to all the grave-digging ants and slowing them by 50. Following that, a chain lightning spell surged through the swarm, delivering consecutive hits with over 1,000 damage each. Her skill combo easily racked up tens of thousands of damage in total. Guan Suo could only stand by, utterly dumbfounded. The battle lasted about 10 minutes. Once Lu Bu Shu felled the first grave-digging ant, the tide began to turn. Chun Ming kept marking new targets with his piercing arrows, while the two coordinated to take down the heavily damaged ants one by one. Eventually, all 24 grave-digging ants were defeated, leaving Shenlang panting heavily from exhaustion. "We'll go lure more monsters," Shenlang announced after a brief rest, ready to head deeper into the corridor. "Wait," Nanshi called out, stopping him. "Let's hold off for a moment. I'm running low on mana." Despite having over 500 mana points, the frequent spellcasting had drained her energy considerably. Even with a level 3 mana potion restoring 300 points, the 300-second cooldown made it difficult for her to maintain consistent output. From the second round onward, her mana level had been hovering below half, and even with potions, it was hard to fully recover. In such high-intensity battles, the natural recovery of 1 per minute was practically negligible. As a mana-intensive mage, this was a common challenge during prolonged fights. Shenlang glanced at Nanshi. The issue with her dwindling mana reminded him of a possible solution. Without hesitation, he swiftly removed the blue gemstone necklace from around his neck and handed it to her. "Here, take this for now. You won't have to worry about running out of mana." This mana source necklace was incredibly powerful. It not only had the mana consumption for spells, but also restored 10 of mana every minute. For Nanshi, it was more than enough to handle any mana depletion. "Where did you get this?" Nanshi asked in surprise as she eagerly took the necklace. As a mage, she fully understood the value of such a rare and timeless magical artifact. "Won it from the system's lottery," Shenlang replied honestly. "Why did I only get a plain white staff from the lottery?" Nanshi muttered with a hint of complaint. Then, with concern, she asked, "If you give it to me, what will you use?" "Don't need it for stealth right now. Mana potions will do the job," Shenlang shrugged. "Alright then, I'll return it to you after we finish this dungeon," Nanshi said as she put the necklace on. She was well aware of how important this artifact was to Shenlang too, especially since his stealth skill required a continuous mana supply. At that moment, Sunny Rain batted her eyes and said in a slightly jealous tone, "Brother Tianya, my mana's running low too. You only have 2 skills. Just use potions," Shenlang retorted, rolling his eyes. "But I don't want to use potions. Then I'll throw you into the middle of a monster mob." "Humph, Brother Tianya is playing favorites." Sunny Rain pouted. "Favorites, my foot." Shenlang shot back, then casually glanced at Nanshi, only to find her watching him with a smile. "Ahem, alright, everyone get ready to engage." Shenlang cleared his throat and quickly ran deeper into the corridor. The battle resumed, and the team's coordination improved significantly. Their speed in clearing monsters noticeably increased. By midnight, after another wave of graveyard ants fell, Shenlang finally reached level 30, with all his attributes receiving a boost. By then, everyone except Nan she had also leveled up. Guanxua and Qin Ming had even leveled up twice, reaching level 26, matching the levels of the Lu Bu Si Shu siblings. This wasn't surprising, considering their lower starting levels going from level 24 to 25 only required 1 million experience points. Meanwhile, Nanshi still had some way to go, needing a total of 2.6 million experience points to level up. Shenlang scanned the depths of the passageway, carefully assessing the remaining number of grave-digging ants. After 5 hours of relentless combat, the entire team was showing signs of exhaustion. How many grave-digging ants are left in there? Nanshi asked softly, rubbing her sore shoulder. If I remember correctly, there should still be 6 clusters, about 120 of them, Shenlang replied after a moment of thought. This number indicated that they had already cleared over 80 of the creatures. At their current pace, they should be able to finish the job within half an hour. Nanshi furrowed her brows slightly and, after a brief moment of contemplation, suggested, why don't we take them all out in one go? Take them all out in one go? The group was taken aback by her proposal, their eyes all turning to Nanshi in unison. Are you suggesting we use frost glaze? Shenlang's eyes lit up. Yes, Nanshi confirmed with a nod. With my current spell attack power, I should be able to take out 2/3 of their health in one strike. That would make the cleanup much easier afterward. After a brief discussion, the team reached a consensus and pressed deeper into the passageway. The scene ahead was unsettling. A swarm of grave-digging ants crawled along the walls, some gnawing on the weathered stone doors, producing a grating, teeth-and-edge crunching sound. Once I cast the spell, you all strike immediately. Let's aim to clear a portion of them within 10 seconds, Nanshi instructed as she began her incantation. Meanwhile, Shun Lang had already leapt into action, unable to contain his eagerness. In an instant, he flashed behind one of the grave-digging ants, plunging his dagger into its eye, dealing nearly 700 points of damage and triggering a 3-second stun effect. Taking advantage of this window, his dagger rained down like a storm, targeting the creature's weak points with precision. At the same time, Chun Ming's rapid-fire arrows whistled through the air, striking another ant and instantly dealing over 2,000 damage. The swarm erupted into chaos, surging forward in a frenzy. At that critical moment, Nanzai's frost glaze spell was finally unleashed. In the blink of an eye, the entire passage transformed into a frozen world. Countless icicles rained down from above, blanketing the ant swarm. Damage numbers popped up in rapid succession, while the spell also inflicted a 50 slow effect. Seizing the momentum, Nanshi followed up with decay ice crystals and chain lightning. Shenlang and the rest of the team, including Lu Bu Si Shu, capitalized on the slowed movement of the ants, launching a relentless assault. Each strike hit its mark with deadly accuracy. As the 10-second effect of frost glaze came to an end, the battlefield revealed a gruesome scene. More than 20 grave-digging ants lay dead on the spot, and the rest were left with less than a third of their health. This skill, combined with the special effect of the frost ring, dealt a staggering 1,500 total damage in just 10 seconds. With the occasional critical hit, Nanshi unleashed a terrifying total damage of nearly 2 million with just one skill. Shun Lang, wielding his dagger, charged into the swarm of ants. With flashes of his blade, he could take down a low-health grave-digging ant in just 7 or 8 strikes. Despite having a healing skill, he still struggled against the overwhelming number of enemies. Fortunately, he could exploit their weakened state to trigger his stealth skill. Once a target's health dropped below 20, he could forcefully enter stealth mode to evade the encirclement. On the other side of the battlefield, Guanxua and Lu Bu Si Shu held the front line, fighting while retreating. Nanshi remained in the rear, continuously dealing damage with skills like Withering Ice Crystal and Chain Lightning. These not only inflicted significant damage, but also effectively slowed the grave-digging ants' pursuit. Meanwhile, Chen Ming's bronze longbow was pulled to the point of smoking, as he precisely targeted the weakest ants, finishing them off one by one with pinpoint shots. 10 minutes later, although Lu Bu Si Shu and the others retreated to the edge of the cave with low health, the swarm of over 100 grave-digging ants had been reduced to just over 20, all of which were severely weakened and no longer posed a threat. As Shenlang finished off the last ant, Nanshi finally leveled up to 31. It's finally over. Everyone exhaled deeply. The battle had been exhilarating but utterly exhausting. All right, recover your energy and prepare to enter the ancient tomb, Shenlang said, drinking a bottle of level 3 mana potion. His nearly depleted mana was instantly restored to 90. Without the support of the mana source, his mana reserves were indeed limited. Frequent use of stealth would likely drain him dry in just 3 minutes. Sunny Rain cheerfully began cleaning up the battlefield. You guys rest up, I'll pick up the loot. Hee, so many coins. As the team's logistics support, she wasn't too tired, having only needed to cast a couple of skills near Nanshi. Before long, she had collected 1,125 coins and 2 pieces of level 25 black iron equipment, not particularly valuable, but still a decent haul. Just as the group was preparing to head toward the ancient tomb, The entire underground passage suddenly began to shake violently. What the hell? An earthquake? Earthquake? More like a boss is about to appear. The group quickly gathered together, staring warily into the depths of the passage. Sure enough, a massive grave-digging ant, the size of an elephant, crawled out from underground. Though its legs were relatively short, its sheer presence was overwhelming. Everyone, stay alert. After giving a few brief instructions to the group, Shunlang immediately activated his insight skill. The gravedigger ant queen before him was a silvered ear boss, and its stats instantly appeared in his view. 32 attack, 460 defense, 355 health points, with skills including venom and summon. Silvered ear? This won't be too hard. Let's finish this quickly. Shunlang leaped with a flash slash, landing directly on top of the ant queen. His dagger struck precisely into its eye. At level 30, he was evenly matched with the boss, and this attack not only dealt significant damage but also inflicted a stun effect. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a series of strikes, each hitting a critical point. Meanwhile, Nanshi and the others were not idle, launching their own skills in a coordinated assault. With their teamwork, the gravedigger ant queen didn't even get a chance to use any of its abilities and was brought down in less than 10 minutes. As the ant queen's massive body collapsed to the ground, it dropped a pile of gold coins and 3 pieces of silvered ear equipment, a pair of bracers, a set of boots, and a staff, along with a gleaming golden key. The battle also brought Qingtian Xiaoyu and Lu Buxi Shu up to level 27. Fighting bosses with the boss and Nanshi is just too satisfying. Lu Buxi Shu and the others exclaimed. Indeed, with Shunlang leading, the battle had been overwhelmingly one-sided. Xiaoyu, you collect the coins. I'll check the gear, Shunlang said as he picked up the equipment. Qingtian Xiaoyu happily agreed, eagerly gathering the scattered gold coins. Shunlang then shared the equipment stats in the team chat. Ant Queen Bracers Cloth. Silvered Ear, Defense 40, Intelligence 20, Constitution 15, Special Effect. Focused Mind, reduces all skill cooldowns by 10. Requires level 27. Windchaser Boots Armor. Silver Tier, Defense 60, Constitution 25, Special Effect. Windchaser, increases movement speed by 30 for 3 seconds after hitting an enemy, stackable up to 2 times. Requires level 27. Staff of Ascension. Silver Tier, Intelligence 45, Special Effect. Ascension, increases the effectiveness of healing skills by 25. Requires level 27. Damn, this ant queen is stingy. Didn't even drop any leather gear. Shunlang shook his head, handing the staff to Qingtian Xiaoyu. The staff suits you best, Xiaoyu. The rest of you can figure out how to split the other 2 items. Thank you, brother Tainyano. Thank you, brothers and sister Nanshi. Qingtian Xiaoyu beamed as she equipped the Staff of Ascension. My healing skill now exceeds 1,000 points, she exclaimed excitedly, thrilled about her new power at level 27. Not bad, not bad. Shunlang nodded in satisfaction. The over 1,000 health recovery was indeed impressive. Coupled with the Sunny Drizzle healing skill's 10-second cooldown and its continuous recovery ability, the healing power was quite remarkable. Come on, Lao Guan, let's have a showdown. Shunlang noticed that while both Lu Buxi Shu and Guan Suo could equip the windchasing boots, the attributes seemed better suited for a berserker. However, he didn't say much and decided to let them figure it out themselves. Heh, this time I won't lose to you. Guan Suo grinned and quickly activated the system's dice rolling feature. The result left everyone stunned. The dice showed only a 1. With a maximum score of 100, Guan Suo's luck was shockingly bad. Guanzi, I'm starting to doubt you're really a descendant of Guan Yu. Are you trying too hard to let Liu Bei win? Chen Ming joked, patting Guan Suo on the shoulder. Guan Suo shook his head and sighed, stepping aside helplessly. Sigh, I did it on purpose, obviously. Lao Guan, do I still need to roll the dice? Lu Buxi Shu asked with a smile. Roll for what? Just take it already. Lu Buxi Shu happily grabbed the windchasing boots and equipped them immediately, boosting his defense past 300 points. At that moment, Sunny Drizzle spoke up. Sister Nanshi, I already have a staff, so I don't need the bracers. Nanshi smiled gently. Thank you, little Sunny, but these level 25 silver bracers aren't bad either, and they add an extra 50 mana. You should keep them. But I feel so bad. Sunny Drizzle hesitated, wanting the bracers but feeling guilty since she had already received the staff. Nanshi directly handed over the Queen Ant bracers. Just take them, there's nothing to feel bad about. We haven't even cleared the dungeon yet. Who knows, we might find some cloth armor inside, and I won't hold back then. Okay, thank you, Sister Shi. Sunny Drizzle finally accepted the bracers and equipped them happily. As an 18-year-old who had just finished her college entrance exams, she was 2 years younger than Nanshi, so calling her Sister Shi felt perfectly natural. No need to be so polite. We're all on the same team. Nanshi affectionately pinched her cheek, clearly fond of the pure-hearted girl. All right, Since everything's been distributed, let's get ready to enter the tomb. Shenlang didn't mind that most of the gear had gone to Zhao Zihan and Zhao Yuhan, as they were all part of the same group. But Tianya, there are still a lot of gold coins left. Shouldn't we divide them now? Sunny Drizzle, who was in charge of logistics, reminded him, holding over 1,300 gold coins in her hand. No rush. We can split them after the dungeon. The gold price is stable now and probably won't change for at least a week, Shenlang explained. Sunny Drizzle nodded in agreement. Just then, Lebu Sishu suddenly asked, by the way, boss, how exactly are we supposed to enter this tomb? Use this. Shenlang pulled out a golden key from his backpack, the one that had fallen from the queen ant. The system notification identified it as an ancient tomb key, meant to unlock the Luo Ling tomb, and noted that it would disappear after use. Luo Ling tomb? Could the owner of this tomb be named Luo Ling? Shenlang wondered to himself, but quickly shook off the thought. Who cares about the name? Let's move. The group ventured deeper along the passage and soon arrived at an ancient stone door covered in pockmarked traces. The marks were clearly left by the gnawing of tomb-digging ants. Strange, that big guy had the key. So why did it let its underlings chew through the door? Guan Suo asked, puzzled. Maybe it didn't even know it had the key. Qin Ming replied with a chuckle. That's actually possible. Lu Busi Shu chimed in immediately. Shenlang stepped forward and inserted the golden key into the lock at the center of the stone door. The key fit perfectly. With the sound of grinding mechanisms, the ancient door slowly slid open to reveal a deep, shadowy passageway. Let's go and check it out. Shenlang gripped his dagger and led the way into the passage. The others followed closely behind. The stone door gradually closed behind them, and the key vanished. A system prompt appeared. You have entered the hidden map, Luo Ling Tomb. This area is isolated from the outside world. Return scrolls are now invalid. Proceed with caution. So it's a dungeon, after all, Shenlang murmured to himself. The group then took inventory of their potion supplies. As a ranged attacker, Chun Ming carried 10 bottles of both health and mana potions. Guan Suo and Lu Busi Shu each had over 30 health potions. Qing Tian Xiaoyu carried more than 40 mana potions. Shenlang had nearly 200 health potions, but only 3 mana potions left. Fortunately, Nanshi was well prepared, bringing 300 untouched mana potions. It was already close to 1 a.m., so the group decided to log off for a rest. How about grabbing a late-night snack before we continue? Shenlang suggested. Agreed. I'm starving. Qing Tian Xiaoyu nodded enthusiastically. I'm on board too. Plus, Xiaoya and the others already logged off, Nanshi added. They ultimately agreed to reconvene in half an hour. One by one, everyone logged off, leaving only Shenlang and Nanshi in the game. In the dimly lit ancient tomb, faint flickers of candlelight cast a hazy glow, creating an eerie atmosphere. The other 4 members of the team had already logged off, leaving only Shenlang and Nanshi alone in the tomb. Why aren't you logging off yet? Nanshi turned her head, her beautiful eyes flashing as she glared at Shenlang. The soft candlelight illuminated her delicate features, making her even more enchanting. I'll log off after you do, Shenlang replied with a smile. Nanshi pouted, her expression serious. What are you smiling about? Don't think I've forgiven you yet. I'm not smiling, Shenlang quickly straightened his expression. Without others around, the usual seriousness in Nanzai's demeanor faded, revealing a hint of playful charm. She rolled her eyes at Shenlang, tilted her head, and pretended to ignore him. By the way, it's so late, won't your dorm be locked? How are you going to get a late-night snack? Shenlang suddenly asked. I'm not eating. I'd rather starve than let you annoy me to death. Nanshi shot him an exasperated glare. Faced with her fiery temper, Shenlang could only stay silent, afraid of saying the wrong thing. Ugh, you're so clueless. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm logging off. Seeing Shenlang's helpless expression, a sly smile played at the corners of Nanzai's lips, her eyes glinting mischievously. Serves you right for teasing me. With that, her figure gradually faded away. Watching her vanish, Shenlang scratched his head. Sigh. The road ahead is long. Then he, too, logged off. Back in reality, Shenlang quickly got dressed and went downstairs to the 24-hour convenience store near his apartment, where he bought a large cup of instant noodles. While waiting for the noodles to cook, he scrolled through his phone. Just then, Nanshi sent him a picturia bowl of freshly cooked noodles with a poached egg on top, looking far more appetizing than his. The two began chatting about their noodles, and the atmosphere between them gradually softened. 20 minutes later, Shenlang returned to bed after a shower and logged back into the game. By then, Guan Suo and Qin Ming had also logged in, but Lu Bu Shu, Qing Tian Xiaoyu, and Nanshi were still absent. Still 4 minutes left. You two are pretty eager, Shenlang teased. You are just as eager, the two retorted, clearly having grabbed a quick bite before rushing online. You two wait here for the others. I'm going ahead to scout, Shenlang said before activating stealth mode and silently making his way deeper into the tomb. After walking for 2 or 3 minutes, Shenlang suddenly came to a stop. The path ahead opened up into a vast, expansive space. Ahead lay a brightly illuminated underground palace. The grandeur of the palace was overwhelming, with a faint dampness lingering in the air and a solemn, imposing atmosphere that struck deeply. Standing at the entrance, Shenlang was awestruck. Although he had seen similar underground palaces on television, experiencing it in person was an entirely different sensation. Inside the palace, rows of stone guards wielding weapons stood in orderly formation. Their stern expressions and imposing presence closely resembled the terracotta army. Shenlang took a deep breath and cautiously descended the steps. These stone statues must be monsters, he thought to himself. Approaching a row of the stone guards, Shenlang immediately used his insight skill. As expected, the statue's attributes appeared instantly. Stone guard. Level 32. Attack 385. Defense 340. HP 25,000. Skill 1. Wall charge. Locks onto a target and launches a fierce charge. Deals 150 damage. 50 chance to stun for 1 second. Skill 2. Body reinforcement passive. Incredibly tough body. Reduces 50 of physical damage. Damn it, Shenlang muttered, feeling a headache coming on as he studied the attributes. Not only were their attack and defense stats higher than the same level skeleton cannibals, but their skills were also incredibly troublesome. Wild charge was similar to a first-tier knight skill, and the 50 stun chance was daunting. Even worse was the body reinforcement skill, which halved all physical damage. This was simply absurd. Aside from Nan Shi, the rest of them were essentially useless against these guards. Shenlang even doubted whether these stone guards had any exploitable weaknesses. Fortunately, Nan Xiaoxi was with them. Otherwise, they might have been stuck here for quite a while. A moment later, Shenlang retreated back to the corridor to regroup with his teammates. The siblings Lu Buxishu and Nanshi had logged back in and immediately gathered around to ask about the situation. Nanshi was the last to approach, casting a sharp glare at Shenlang. Ahem, this time it looks like we're in trouble. We'll have to rely on Fairy Nanshi, Shenlang said with a grin. All eyes turned to Nanshi, and the anger on her face quickly faded. Rely on me for what? Nanshi rolled her eyes at Shenlang, clearly sensing he was saying it on purpose. Here, see for yourselves. Shenlang shared the stone guard's attributes in the team chat. Are you kidding me? How are we supposed to fight that? Yeah, there's no way. Looks like it's all up to Nanshi now. Everyone was resigned to the situation. The stone guard's 50 physical damage reduction completely countered their strategies. Thankfully, they had Nanshi, a powerful mage, in the team. I'll pull the mobs. Same plan as always, Shenlang began outlining their strategy. Xiaoyu, keep healing me. Nanshi, maintain your damage output. The rest of you, figure out your own roles. With that, he charged toward the underground palace without hesitation. At the same time, Sunny Xiaoyu quickly cast a defensive buff on Shenlang. In the ancient tomb corridor, the group waited in silence as time ticked by, second by second. 7 or 8 minutes had passed, and Shenlang had yet to return. What's going on with him? Why isn't he back yet? Could those stone guards have killed him? Guan Suo scratched his head, his face full of doubt. Ugh, stop jinxing it. Sunny Rain raised her staff, glaring angrily at Guan Suo. Tianyage would never get into trouble. Her fierce expression was strikingly similar to Nangsis. At that moment, a sudden message from Shenlang popped up in the team chat, his tone slightly urgent. Get ready for incoming enemies. Everyone immediately tensed up, scanning their surroundings warily. Less than half a minute later, Shenlang appeared at the end of the corridor, his health bar dangerously low, with only about 1/5 remaining. Even more alarming, over 20 murderous stone guards were hot on his heels. It turned out that Shenlang had previously attempted to lure the enemies, but encountered 40 to 50 stone guards. The overwhelming number forced him to retreat using stealth. After waiting 5 minutes, he dared to try again. Sunny Rain quickly cast a healing spell, and a green light flashed as 1121 appeared above Shenlang, instantly restoring his health to over 80. This was thanks to the double healing bonus from her sublimation staff and Queen Amp bracers. She followed up with a series of 141 healing spells, fully replenishing Shenlang's health within seconds. Attack, Shenlang commanded, spinning around to face the stone guards. His dagger gleamed with cold light as it struck the enemies, sparks flying upon impact, though the damage dealt was minimal. Chen Ming's piercing arrows, even with armor-piercing effects, could only inflict double-digit damage on the stone guards. These mobs might as well be mini-bosses, he said, shaking his head in frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Buxishu had positioned himself behind Nanshi and Sunny Rain under the pretense of guarding against stray enemies. At that moment, Nanshi completed her 5-second incantation. Boom! Frost glaze engulfed the corridor, and countless ice spikes rained down from above. The damage numbers were staggering, rapidly depleting the stone guard's health bars. Though these stone guards had higher defense than the burrowing ants, Sunny Rain's buff, which increased damage output from 28 to 37, ensured Nanxus attacks were still highly effective. Fortunately, they were now over 50 meters from the underground palace, so there was no risk of alarming the inner guards. Nanshi continued to unleash spells, alternating between withering ice crystals and chain lightning, causing the health of the 20-plus stone guards to plummet further. Guanzi, get over here and help. I can't hold on much longer. Shenlang suddenly called out for assistance. He had been stunned by the stone guards' charge skill and was now overwhelmed by their relentless assault. Even with Sunny Rain's continuous healing, his situation was growing increasingly dire. One swing of a blade could make him lose his composure. Hearing this, Guansua immediately sprang into action, charging into the battlefield with his shield raised. He brandished his massive sword in a powerful assault, but found that his attacks could only inflict force damage, barely scratching the opponent's defense. Fortunately, his abilities could draw some of the enemy's aggression, alleviating the pressure on Shenlang. The battle was ferocious, but thanks to Bing Shuang Lu Li's formidable damage output, the Stone Sentinel's health quickly dropped by more than half. In just 7 or 8 minutes, the wave of enemies was completely wiped out. Wow, the drop rate in this dungeon is insane. The ground was littered with loot 53 gold coins and 2 level 27 black iron grade equipment pieces, both with impressive attributes. Additionally, each stone sentinel provided 12,000 base experience points, a whopping 50 more than same-level ghoul skeletons. Qingtian Xiaoyu excitedly gathered the coins, her face glowing with joy. Keep going, boss, hurry up. Labushi Shu urged impatiently, clearly eager for more. I can't. Give me a moment to rest, Shenlang said, slumping to the ground, still dizzy from being repeatedly rammed by the stone sentinels. Guansua, despite contributing less, was equally disoriented from the impacts. Chun Ming sat on one of the stone sentinel's corpses, idly stroking his bronze longbow. Let's take a breather. We're not in a rush, he said calmly. Meanwhile, Qingtian Xiaoyu leaned in close to Nan Shi, whispering, while Nan Shi occasionally glanced at Shenlang, her mind seemingly elsewhere. 5 minutes later, Shenlang got to his feet and called everyone to move forward into the underground palace. Without Bing Shuang Luli, which was still on cooldown, the next battle dragged on for nearly half an hour. The team continued their methodical clearing until 7 a.m., finally eliminating all 400-plus stone sentinels. By the end, all 4 members except Shenlang and Nan Shi had leveled up. The battle yielded nearly 1,000 gold coins and over 30 pieces of black iron-grade equipment. Shenlang's fatigue level had climbed to 75 points, pushing him to his limit, while the others were in relatively better shape. Nan Shi, the second most exhausted, had only reached 68 points. Just one final boss left. Once we're done, we'll log off, Shenlang declared. After a 20-minute break, he led the team deeper into the underground palace, with Nan Shi and the others close behind. As the group stepped into the depths of the palace, the entire space suddenly began to quake violently. How dare you intruders trespass upon the master's tomb? A commanding voice boomed. Emerging from the shadows, a general clad in black armor strode toward them step by step. The Death Swordsman, Carlin, as a gold-tier boss, boasts 35 points of defense and 755 health points. He possesses 3 core abilities: Bloodblade, a passive skill that increases attack power by 20, Frenzied, / a 0.5-second charge-up attack dealing 200 damage and stunning the target for 1 second, and one-man army consumes 10 of his health to deal 300 damage to a 15-meter area. Everyone, stay alert. This boss isn't ordinary, Shenlang said gravely, his eyes fixed on the Death Swordsman, Carlin, who was encased in heavy armor. What do you mean by not ordinary? Guansua asked, scratching his head. He has a backstory, Shenlang explained. Since the start of the game, we've only encountered 3 bosses with backstories: the Hidden Sage Lauren, the Blackwing Dragon Demon RA, and now Carlin as the 3rd. However, unlike the first 2, Carlin has lost his original powers. His attack can reach a maximum of 780, and with his passive skill, it's close to 1,000. That's pretty strong, Nanshi analyzed softly. And that ultimate ability of his is particularly troublesome. We can't afford to be careless. I'll go first. You guys observe his moves. Xiaoyu, give me a buff, Shenlang commanded, dashing towards Carlin. 2 beams of golden light enveloped his body, boosting his attack and defense by 37. Chen Ming's armor-piercing arrow whistled through the air, instantly reducing Carlin's defense by 45, with the effect lasting for 10 seconds. When Shenlang was still 10 meters away from the target, he used Blink Slash, teleporting behind Carlin. With a precise backstab, his dagger slipped through the gaps in the armor and pierced Carlin's neck, stunning him for 3 seconds. With the buff from Sunny Rain, Shenlang's attack power, nearing 700, combined with the backstab and a critical hit, dealt an astonishing 500 damage. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Lang delivered 4 consecutive strikes with his dagger, aiming directly at Carlin's eyes. Each strike triggered a critical hit, with the final blow unleashing 10 times the damage, instantly cutting down over 10,000 of Carlin's health points. "You will pay for this," Carlin roared as he recovered from the stun 3 seconds later, only to be met by Guan Suo charging in with his shield raised. A ferocious shield bash taunted Carlin, forcing his attention on Guan Suo. "Activate Fortify." Upon witnessing the scene, Shun Lang's expression changed drastically. He knew taunts and stuns where different taunted targets could still launch attacks. Sure enough, Carlin completely ignored Shun Lang behind him, wildly swinging his longsword. One strike forced Guan Suo back, followed by 2 fierce slashes. One of the strikes hit Guan Suo's neck precisely, triggering a critical hit. Fortunately, Guan Suo activated his Fortify skill just in time, avoiding instant death. Meanwhile, Shun Lang stayed close, relentlessly thrusting his dagger. Despite the frequent attacks, only one managed to land a critical hit. "Die!" As the taunt effect wore off, Carlin roared and spun around, his long sword flashing with icy light as it slashed toward Shun Lang. Shun Lang sidestepped just in time, narrowly evading the fatal blow. He countered with a quick thrust aimed at Carlin's throat. However, Carlin reacted swiftly, kicking Shun Lang to the ground. Since the kick wasn't weapon-enhanced, the damage wasn't lethal. As Shun Lang hit the ground, Carlin raised his longsword high, its edge gleaming coldly, and slashed downward at Shun Lang. With no way to evade, Shun Lang could only block with his dagger. The dagger deflected the trajectory of the longsword, but the blade still struck Shun Lang's shoulder heavily, splitting through the sturdy mammoth battle armor. The system immediately displayed. Death Knight Carlin used Frenzied Slash, dealing 1230 damage and inflicting a 1-second stun. The strike left Shun Lang stunned, his health plummeting to under 200 points. Just as Carlin prepared for a finishing blow, Sunny Rain cast a timely heal, saving Shun Lang's life. After chugging a health potion, Guan Suo charged forward, successfully stunning Carlin. Lost in Euphoria activated Berserk mode and unleashed a Whirlwind Slash, dealing over 700 damage. Meanwhile, Nanshi cast Withering Ice Crystal, which, despite lacking buffs, inflicted over 1,000 damage and slowed Carlin by 50. Shun Lang quickly drank a health potion to recover, his health climbing back to over half. He rejoined the battle as Sunny Rain applied a healing overtime effect, restoring 140 health per second. When Carlin broke free from the stun, he struck Guan Suo's shield. Thanks to Guan Suo's Fortify skill, the attack only dealt less than 400 damage. "Guanzi, focus on healing up. Hold off on using Wild Charge for now. Watch my health," Shun Lang instructed while seizing the opportunity to land a powerful backstab on Carlin's eye. The attack dealt significant damage and regained Carlin's aggro. This time, Shun Lang was fully focused. With the support of double buffs and sustained healing, as long as he avoided Frenzied Slash, he was confident he could hold his ground for a while. Kalin's strength was indeed formidable, but Shun Lang's backstab skill became the key to the battle. Each backstab not only dealt massive damage but also stunned Kalin for 3 seconds, allowing Shun Lang to follow up with precise instant slashes. Meanwhile, Guan Suo played a crucial role as the tank. Whenever his health dropped below 30, he would immediately activate a Savage Charge and defensive stance, reliably absorbing damage. Lu Bu Sishu adopted a guerrilla strategy, occasionally dashing forward to land a few strikes and diverting Kalin's attention from Shun Lang. The 3 ranged teammates maintained a safe distance, focusing on damage output and healing, fully aware that they couldn't withstand even a single blow from Kalin. Over the course of a fierce half-hour battle, Kalin's massive 300,000 health pool was steadily reduced by Shun Lang's high damage output. Each backstab dealt tens of thousands of damage within the 3-second window, and with the coordinated efforts of the team, Kalin's health was finally pushed below 20. "A bunch of petty fools meet your end," Kalin roared as his health suddenly halved. Raising his glowing longsword to the sky, he unleashed a blinding light. "Ultimate incoming, run!" Shun Lang immediately warned. Despite still having 60 health, he didn't hesitate to use an instant slash to reposition behind Kalin, driving his dagger precisely into the back of Kalin's neck. Although the attack dealt significant damage, Kalin had now entered an invulnerable state, rendering him immune to control effects. Guan Suo charged forward at the right moment, but his taunt was equally ineffective. Following Shun Lang's warning, Nanshi and the others quickly retreated. The next moment, Kalin's ultimate skill erupted, sending countless sword beams scattering in all directions, shattering the ground and filling the air with dust. The devastating strike forced Shun Lang into a spectral state with just 1 HP remaining. Guan Suo barely withstood the attack thanks to his high health, while Nanshi and the other 4 teammates completely avoided the damage by retreating in time. The battle entered its final phase. In his spectral state, Shun Lang launched a relentless counterattack, his glowing dagger continuously slashing away at Kalin's remaining health. Nanshi's Frost Glaze successfully slowed Kalin, and Qing Tian Xiaoye's healing spells restored Xinlang's health at critical moments. Even as Kalen unleashed wild flurries of attacks, he was powerless against Xinlang's invincibility. At last, with the combined efforts of the team, Kalen's health was completely depleted. "Princess, I can no longer protect you," he murmured, casting one final glance toward the depths of the underground palace before collapsing to the ground. Kalen's body slowly collapsed, and a wisp of gray mist seeped out from within him, dissipating into the air. The system promptly emitted two notification sounds. Ding. Congratulations to your team for successfully defeating the Death Swordsman Kalen, a gold-tier boss, and earning 1.66 million experience points. Ding. Congratulations, player, on leveling up. Mana 10 and 5 free attribute points awarded. Bathed in golden light, Xunlang successfully advanced to level 31. At the same time, his teammates each gained a level as well. This filled everyone, including Lu Bu Shu, with excitement. From the moment they started hunting the graveyard ants, it had taken less than a day for the team to gain 4 levels. Lu Bu Shu and Qingtian Xiaoyu had now reached level 29, just 1 level away from their second profession advancement. Meanwhile, Chun Ming and Guan Suo were now at level 28. Although their equipment was somewhat lacking, they were still considered skilled players. As for Nan Shi and Xinlang, they had each gained 2 levels, which was still decent progress. Brother Tianya, hurry up and check the loot. I want to collect the gold coins. Qingtian Xiaoyu exclaimed eagerly, her eyes fixed on the scattered spoils on the ground. Kalen had been quite generous this time, dropping around 400 to 500 gold coins, along with 3 pieces of equipment, a golden skill book, and a key. After a brief rest, Xunlang crouched down and picked up the skill book, which seemed to be 1 against 1,000. A faint smile appeared on his lips, though he didn't immediately inspect it. "Stop dawdling and check the equipment," Nanshi said, giving Xunlang a tired yet reproachful glance. Obliging, Xunlang picked up the 3 pieces of equipment and the key, then shared their attributes in the team chat. Shield of Guardianship, Tier, Gold. Defense, 400. Constitution, 70. Special effect. Unyielding stance reduces damage taken by 85 while in a defensive stance. Required level, 30. Cloak of Death, Tier, Gold. Defense, 150. Constitution, 50. Agility, 25. Special effect. Power of Death increases personal attack power by 20. Required level, 30. Armor of Guardianship, Tier, Gold. Defense, 250. Health, 1800. Special effect. Battle Hardened increases attack power by 10 for 10 seconds after taking damage. Effect stacks up to 5 times. Oh my gosh, could these 3 pieces of equipment sell for 1 million? Qingtian Xiaoyu gasped, her mouth wide open in astonishment. Now that the auction house is open, these items are definitely worth more than 1 million. There are plenty of wealthy players out there, Xunlang remarked thoughtfully. He carefully analyzed the equipment stats. The Shield of Guardianship offered 400 defense and 70 constitution, equating to 470 defense and 700 health. Just this one item alone was equivalent to his current total defense. And the special effect, reducing 85 of damage in a defensive stance, made it an impenetrable barrier in team battles. As for the Armor of Guardianship, its 250 defense and staggering 1800 health made its attributes undeniably impressive. How should we distribute these items? Qingtian Xiaoyu asked, her bright eyes blinking curiously. Just as we agreed before based on need, Xunlang said decisively, tossing the shield to Guan Suo, who was still stunned by the battle. You're the only knight here. The shield is yours. Guan Suo caught the shield and carefully ran his fingers over its surface, his gaze filled with infatuation as if he were caressing the face of a lover. I feel like I'm about to become the greatest knight in the snowfields. No, in all of Langya City. Seriously, what a show-off. Chun Ming muttered under his breath, instinctively rubbing his own backside. I really don't want to share a bed with him. Xunlang then threw the armor to Lu Bu Shu. This armor suits Adu better, but Guan Suo can use it too. You two can decide between yourselves. Xunlang's eyes landed on the death cloak in his hands, and he frowned slightly. He wanted to keep it, but since the cloak had no class restrictions and anyone could equip it, the decision was tricky. You should take the cloak, Nanshi said firmly, her red lips pursed. After all, you're the one tanking and dealing damage against the boss. Without you, we wouldn't stand a chance. No one will argue about it. Yes, Sister Nanshi is absolutely right, I completely agree. Qingtian Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. She had planned to say the same thing but was beaten to it by Nanshi. Lu Bu Shu quickly added, I agree too. Without the boss, we couldn't have defeated this boss. Besides, I've already gotten 2 pieces of equipment. He had already struck a deal with Guan Suo's Guardian armor would be his, while Guan Suo would take his Silver Deer armor. I've got 2 pieces of gear too, huh? Guan Suo grinned from ear to ear, already calculating in his mind. With the Guardian Shield and the Silverdur armor from Lu Bu Si Shu, once he reached level 30 and completed his second-class advancement, he'd have nearly 1,000 defense points. Combined with the guard skill's 85 damage reduction, he'd be practically invincible. Everyone's attention turned to Chun Ming. He rubbed his nose and said casually, "Why are you all looking at me? I'm just an archer. I don't need defensive gear. The hand-me-downs from Lang Zi are good enough for me." "All right then, this cloak is mine," Shun Lang said without hesitation and equipped the Lion King cloak. Instantly, his defense increased by 165 points to reach 614, his health jumped by 400 to 2,300, and he gained bonuses to attack speed, movement speed, and a 20 boost to attack power. "Okay, the gear is all distributed. Now for the last item," Shun Lang said, pulling out a skill book. 1 versus 1,000, S rank. Sacrifices 10 of your own HP to deal 250 damage to all targets within a 10 by 10 meter radius. Cooldown is 300 seconds, costs 40 mana points, and is usable by swordsmen and berserkers. Everyone gasped in unison after seeing the description of the skill book. The one-man army skill book, while not as powerful as when Kalen used it, had its practicality significantly boosted by its 5-minute cooldown time. For a Du, who was rapidly growing, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Without hesitation, Shun Lang tossed the skill book to Lu Bu Si Shu. Although he was also tempted by the skill, class restrictions made it unusable for him. Rather than hoarding it, he decided it was better to make the best use of it. "This skill is a perfect match for a Du," Chun Ming said with a laugh. "Once Berserk mode kicks in, the damage output will be off the charts." "Exactly. In team battles, just charge into the backline. Taking down one is worth it. Wiping out a group is pure profit," someone chimed in. Lu Bu Si Shu took the skill book and caressed it lovingly, grinning from ear to ear. His expression was like a modern-day version of Guan Suo. The sheer power of this steer skill was enough to leave anyone in awe. Shun Lang glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. "All right, everyone log off and rest. Take 8 hours, and be back online at 5 p.m. sharp to continue the dungeon runs," he reminded them. "This is just the first stage of the Luoling ancient tomb. That key is clearly essential for moving to the next stage. Finally, time to rest. I'm exhausted." The group said their goodbyes and logged off quickly, leaving only Shun Lang and Nan Shi in the area. Shun Lang walked over to Nan Shi and asked with concern, "Are you tired?" "Not too bad, just a bit sore in the legs," Nan Shi replied, pursing her lips. Then she asked, "What are you planning to eat later?" "Haven't decided yet. How about I come pick you up, and we go to the cafeteria together?" Shun Lang suggested. Nan Shi rolled her eyes at him. "What are you thinking? It's only 9 o'clock, of course. The cafeteria isn't open yet." "Then let's go somewhere else," Shun Lang said with a smile, clearly indifferent about what to eat. "The potato noodle shop near the East Gate should be open by now. Their food is pretty good," Nan Shi suggested. "All right, potato noodles it is. Should I come to your dorm to pick you up?" Shun Lang asked. "Do you even know where my dorm is?" Nan Shi raised an eyebrow. No," Shun Lang admitted. "Then who are you picking up?" "Just meet me at the East Gate," Nan Shi said, exasperated. "Got it. East Gate it is," Shun Lang agreed, smiling. Shun Lang took off his helmet and rushed into the apartment bathroom in just a few strides. He quickly finished freshening up and, in less than 10 minutes, had arrived at the East Gate of Zhonghai University. The summer sun was already showing its strength, and even though it was only 9 a.m., the air carried a hint of heat. Shun Lang found a large tree and waited in the shade. It wasn't long before a striking figure walked gracefully out of the campus gates. Nan Shi was dressed casually and youthfully today. Her high ponytail swayed slightly as she moved, and her white short-sleeved shirt perfectly outlined her slender waist. Her light-colored jeans were adorned with a small patch, adding a touch of lived-in charm. She wore clean white sneakers and carried a small, chic backpack, exuding a strong student vibe. "You're out pretty quick," Shun Lang said as he stepped forward, eyeing the lovely girl in front of him. "I knew you were waiting for me, so of course I had to hurry," Nan Shi replied with a playful smile. The sunlight fell on her face, making her look even more radiant. She casually tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her movements natural and elegant. "Really? Seems like you know quite a bit." "Of course. I'm smart, aren't I?" Nan Shi tilted her delicate chin proudly. "No argument there. It's obvious," Shun Lang agreed sincerely. "Are you thinking about teasing me again?" Nan Shi blinked her bright eyes, then suddenly let out a light huff as if remembering something. "Don't forget, you still owe me for a couple of things. I've got them all noted down." "How could you think that?" "I swear I wasn't thinking anything," Shun Lang said with an innocent expression. "Humph." Nan Shi gave him a side glance, her lips curling slightly upward. She started walking ahead, her ponytail bouncing cheerfully with each step. "Come on. I'm starving." "Oh right," Shun Lang quickly followed. They arrived at a clean and tidy little eatery, which was completely empty at the moment. At the counter, Nancy ordered 2 bowls of potato noodles, 1 original flavor, and 1 spicy and sour, along with 2 iced lemon teas, totaling 82 yuan. It was certainly a good deal for the price. Before long, 2 steaming hot stone bowls of potato noodles were brought to their table, the aroma filling the air and the portions generous. Sipping her lemon tea through a straw, Nancy looked at the bubbling noodles and said, "So, what do you think? Pretty good, huh?" "Very good. Way better than what I've had before," Shen Lang said as he dug in, not even minding the heat. "Of course. This place is quite famous. Just wait, soon it'll be packed with people," Nancy said with a proud smile, then began to enjoy her meal. "By the way, don't you have classes this morning?" Shen Lang asked suddenly. "Nope, we're off starting the 8th, so there aren't many classes these days," Nancy replied, blowing on her noodles and taking small bites, her nose glistening with tiny beads of sweat. "The 8th? But today's only the 5th. So you're leaving for home soon, aren't you?" Shen Lang frowned slightly. "Yep, once the break starts, of course I'm heading home." "Oh." Shen Lang lowered his head, poking at the noodles in his bowl with a hint of dejection. "What's wrong? You seem a little upset," Nancy asked, biting her chopsticks, her bright eyes sparkling mischievously. "Nothing, I'm not upset." Shen Lang shook his head in denial, continuing to eat in silence. "Then why do you look so glum? Those born in the year of the horse are just like this. Aren't you born in the year of the pig? How did you suddenly become a horse?" "Well, I'm a smart and hard-working pig." Nancy glared at Shen Lang with a murderous look, her eyes brimming with warning. "Shen Lang, I'm warning you, don't go too far." Her expression made it clear she was ready to take action if provoked. Let's eat, or it'll get cold." Shen Lang immediately backed down, not daring to push Nancy any further. He was well aware of her impressive combativeness. "Humph." Nancy snorted softly, biting into the straw of her fruit tea with a vengeance to vent her displeasure. The lunch lasted a full 40 minutes. The portion of potato noodles was generous, and Nancy only managed to eat half, leaving the rest for Shen Lang to finish. Standing at the entrance of the snack shop, Shen Lang looked at Nan's slightly tired but charming face. Though reluctant to part ways so soon, he considered the sweltering weather and felt it wouldn't be right to keep her wandering outside. "Are you heading back now?" "No." Nancy shook her head, her tone casual. "The dorm is too hot at noon, and it's noisy. I can't sleep well. I'm going to your place to nap." The sudden surprise left Shen Lang stunned, unable to react for a moment. Huh. What? Let's go already. It's boiling out here." Nancy shot him a sharp look before striding toward the apartment building, her eyes curving into crescents like they were reflecting the sun's warmth. Oh. Shen Lang finally snapped out of it and quickly followed her. When they reached the first floor of the apartment building, a security guard stopped them, and Shen Lang had to call the front desk to gain access. Pointing to the sofa in the lobby, Nancy said to him, "You sit here for a bit. I'm going upstairs to take a shower. I'll call you when I'm done." "Do you know the room password?" Shen Lang couldn't help but ask. "Of course I do." Nancy tilted her head with a playful smile. "When did you find that out?" "Not telling you." As the elevator doors slowly closed, Shen Lang touched his nose, a small smile unconsciously forming on his face. He sat down on the sofa, pulled out his phone, and logged into the Tianyan game website. It was the 3rd day since the game servers had reopened, and most guilds had started conquering level 30 monster territories. Players were leveling up at an impressive pace. On the leaderboard for Langa City alone, over 50 players had reached level 30 and completed their second job advancement. New names had also begun appearing on the rankings. Since the introduction of real-world currency exchanges for virtual currency, many average guilds and players had boosted their strength using money. However, top-tier equipment and skills still couldn't be obtained simply by spending cash. Currently, the top-ranked player in Langa City was Drunken Youth, who had reached level 34 and earned the title of Dragonblood Warrior, clearly having secured an rank job advancement certificate. Nancy was ranked 8th. Her leveling progress slowed slightly over the past 2 days due to teaming up with a group of 6. After all, the damage output of Guan Suo, Chen Ming, and the others was limited, with most of the heavy lifting done by her and Shen Lang. Shen Lang himself had dropped out of the top 10, now sitting at 15th place. Shen Lang checked the level leaderboard in the Huaxia region. The top 3 remained unchanged, with Jin Xianyanhua, Zui Xiaoyan, and Jin Qi Jinglan holding their positions. As the only assassin among professional players, he barely squeezed into the top 100, ranking 99th. On the equipment leaderboard, the top 30 were dominated by gold-tier items. His Snow Blade dagger slipped to 21st place, while the Death Cloak held steady at 13th. The 2 pieces of gear he acquired yesterday, the Guardian Shield and Guardian Armor, performed exceptionally well, ranking 5th and 7th respectively. The top 4 spots were all occupied by level 30 polearms. These people really go all out, huh? Shen Lang sighed softly. Among the nearly 200 million players in the Huaxia region, even the most elite players numbered in the tens of thousands. As a lone assassin with no alliance or real-world backing, Breaking into the top 100 was no small feat. While browsing the auction house, an item immediately caught his attention. A new hidden class scroll appeared in the treasure section. This time, it was in a grade heavy knight class transfer certificate, which could trigger a transfer quest upon use. However, the class's growth stats were unimpressive, only 5 points higher than standard classes, amounting to just 50 extra attribute points by level 100. Yet, the bidding price for the scroll had already skyrocketed to 370,000 yuan and was still climbing. This isn't worth the price at all, Shen Lang thought to himself. Even 30,000 would be too much. At that moment, his phone vibrated. A message from Nan Shi popped up. I just finished showering. Come on up. Shen Lang put away his phone and took the elevator to her room. Nan Shi was curled up on the couch playing on her phone. Fresh from her shower, her cheeks were flushed, and she wore a light pink short-sleeved pajama top with a cartoon dog pattern, paired with shorts that revealed her fair, slender legs swinging lazily. The warm, cozy scene made Shen Lang pause for a moment, as though this was their home. What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Nan Shi snapped playfully, her face reddening even more as she noticed his gaze. The conversation and interaction flowed naturally after that, until Shen Lang went into the bathroom to shower. Over the sound of running water, Nan Shi suddenly brought up the Dragonblood Warrior class transfer scroll from the other day, mentioning that Zue Xiaoyan had ultimately won it with an astronomical bid of 6 million yuan. Foolish and rich, Shen Lang commented. He's not foolish at all, Nan Shi retorted. If it weren't for the fact that only a few people knew the insider information that day, he wouldn't have gotten it even for 6 million. Insider information? What insider information? Shen Lang turned off the shower and asked curiously. I'll tell you after you're done, Nan Shi teased, leaving him hanging. 2 minutes later, Shen Lang walked out of the bathroom, fully dressed. In the living room, Nan Shi was comfortably curled up on the sofa, playing on her phone. Hearing his footsteps, she glanced up at him briefly before quickly lowering her gaze back to the screen. Shen Lang sat down about half a meter away from Nan Shi. Before he could ask her about the hidden class, she put down her phone, blinked her eyes, and said, I'm thirsty. Get me a glass of water first. Shen Lang glanced at the water dispenser within Nan Shi's reach and was about to say something when she clutched her arm and said pitifully, I strained my arm while taking a shower earlier. I can't move it. Left with no choice, Shen Lang got up to pour her a glass of water. Thanks, Nan Shi said, taking the glass and sipping delicately. Shen Lang couldn't help but ask, didn't you say your arm was strained? Nan Shi's eyes curved into a mischievous smile. This one's strained, not the other one. Looking at her innocent expression, Shen Lang sighed inwardly. It felt as though he was taking care of a child. All right, tell me about the insider information you mentioned, Shen Lang said, steering the conversation back on track as he sat down again. There are 2 key points, Nan Shi said, putting her glass down and holding up 2 fingers. Seeing Shen Lang's focus, she countered with a question. What do you think is the main advantage of a hidden class over a regular one? 2 extra skills and slightly higher growth stars, though the latter has limited impact, Shen Lang replied thoughtfully. Growth stars increase attributes every 5 levels. Even if a Shadow Veil gets 4 more stars than a regular assassin, at level 100, that's only 80 extra attack points, plus some other attributes barely 300 points total, which one piece of gear could easily make up for. A sly glint flickered in Nan Shi's eyes. But what if the growth attributes increased every level instead of every 5? Shen Lang froze at the question. After a quick mental calculation, he realized the implications. A Shadow Veil's total growth attributes, combined with freely allocated points, came to 45 per level, 15 more than a regular class. If those attributes increased every level, a level 100 character would have 1,500 more total attributes. Even compared to a rank hidden class, it would still be 500 points higher. Exactly. Nan Shi confirmed his reasoning. According to Tong Tong, after the 3rd class transition at level 50, growth attributes will start increasing every level. Where did she hear that? The official website doesn't mention it. Nan Shi took another sip of water and explained. This has been a confirmed internal decision by Tianyin for a while. The information is just trickling down now. The fact that it reached us in just over half a month is already pretty fast. Most players will have to wait for the official announcement. She paused briefly before adding, and the second points rank and higher hidden classes conceal a big secret. What secret? No idea. Nan Shi gently shook her head and explained. Grandpa Tong only heard a little about that secret. He doesn't know the details, just that its impact would be significant. Shen Lang frowned slightly, deep in thought. So, you're saying that drunken youth isn't as simple as he seems on the surface? He's been aware of these inside stories all along? Of course, Nan Shi nodded. How many truly wealthy people have you met who are foolish? Except for those who got lucky with demolition payouts. Tong Tong said that the Nye family is very influential. Not only are they local powerhouses in Shanghai City, but they also have connections at the central level of Huaxia. Naturally, their information is much more extensive than ours. Good grief, I didn't expect even playing a game could be this competitive. So much so that it's tied to the central authorities. Xinlang sighed helplessly. When it came to information, he was indeed on the outermost fringes. If Nancy hadn't told him this, he would have had to wait for the official website to announce it. Nancy suddenly became serious. Tongtong's grandpa once said, "Don't treat Tianyin as just a game. It might not be merely a virtual world." This statement reminded Shun Lang of a crucial factorial world erasure. In the game, certain powerful beings could eliminate a player's real-life body, something Mora had already confirmed to him. Shun Lang furrowed his brows, pondering the secrets of the Sklas hidden profession. Although he himself possessed a hidden profession beyond the Sklas, he hadn't noticed anything particularly extraordinary about it, aside from the 2 additional skills and some extra attributes. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed his mind. What's wrong? Nancy was startled by his abrupt reaction. Nothing. I'll tell you once I figure it all out, Shun Lang replied, his eyes gleaming. He realized the key attribute that separated a divine concealer like him from ordinary players' cultivation. He speculated that the major secret Grandpa Tong mentioned was likely tied to cultivation. However, the current information was too scarce to piece everything together. Nancy yawned and slid down slightly. Her delicate feet brushed against Shun Lang's leg. All right, this princess is going to sleep now. Move over. You're sleeping here? Shun Lang stood up. Yep, where else? Nancy promptly lay down on the sofa, hugging a throw pillow. Why don't you sleep in the bedroom instead? Shun Lang suggested, thinking it wasn't right for a girl to sleep on the sofa. Sure. Nancy immediately sprang up from the sofa and dashed barefoot into the bedroom, as if afraid Shun Lang might change his mind. Shun Lang stood there, speechless, watching the girl's swift retreating figure. This development had completely exceeded his expectation. She had only intended to be polite. A moment later, Nanzai's voice came from the bedroom. Hey, here, take this. Don't catch a cold, okay? A moment later, Nancy came running out of the bedroom barefoot, clutching a soft blanket in her arms. She carefully placed it on the sofa where Shun Lang was sitting. As she turned to head back to the bedroom, she playfully said, All right, this princess is going to sleep now. Good afternoon, Brother Shun Lang. The bedroom had no door. Nancy lay on the bed, facing outward while hugging the blanket, her face full of mischief as she mimicked the tone of a sweet drizzle on a sunny day. Watching her antics, Shun Lang sighed softly, got up, and pulled the curtains closed. He then returned to the sofa, kicked off his slippers, glanced at the thoughtfully placed blanket, and lay down. The summer heat was gently dispelled by a cool breeze, and the two quickly drifted into sleep. Despite the sofa being slightly cramped, the exhausted Shun Lang slept deeply. This nap lasted a full 6 hours, and he didn't wake until 4 in the afternoon. Shun Lang sat on the sofa for a moment before getting up and glancing toward the bedroom. Nancy was still fast asleep, clutching the blanket, looking especially peaceful. He went to the bathroom to freshen up briefly, and then picked up his phone to order takeout. Suddenly remembering something, he quietly stepped out the door and returned 20 minutes later with a large bag of items. Nancy remained sound asleep. It wasn't until nearly 5 o'clock that Nancy finally stirred, long after the takeout had been delivered. She lay sprawled on the bed, her slightly messy hair making her look even more youthful and charming. After glancing at her phone, she called out to the living room. It's almost 5 already. Why didn't you wake me up? Shun Lang looked at Nancy, her fresh face still radiant, and replied with a smile. No rush. I told Guanzi and Adu we'd be online at 6. Oh, okay then. Nancy yawned, sat up, and stretched, her sleepwear lifting slightly to reveal a glimpse of her fair, flat stomach. This bed is so much more comfortable than the ones in our dorm. For a moment, I thought I was at home, so I might have slept a little too long. All right, come down and eat. Shun Lang opened the takeout box, and the aroma of the food instantly filled the air. 2 servings of rice, a meat dish, a vegetable dish, and a soap. It all looked incredibly appetizing. Nancy was about to get out of bed barefoot when she noticed a pair of pink slippers placed neatly by the bedside. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked pleasantly surprised. I saw you weren't up yet, so I went to the supermarket. I grabbed some late-night snacks and picked up a pair of slippers for you while I was at it, Shun Lang said casually without turning around. Thanks a lot. Nancy smiled as she slipped on the slippers, finding the size just perfect. Humming a little tune, she walked into the bathroom. As soon as she stepped in, her eyes were drawn to 2 sets of toiletries on the sink. Shun Lang, did you buy me this toothbrush and face cleanser? Her gaze shifted to a brand new hairband nearby, a glimmer of surprise and emotion flashing in her eyes. Yeah, I wasn't sure what you usually use, so I just picked something random. Hope it works for you, Shun Lang replied nonchalantly. Wow, it's even from La Mer. You really went all out, Nancy remarked, putting on the hairband and starting to wash up. It was on sale at the supermarket. Didn't cost much, Shun Lang said. With her mouth full of toothpaste foam, Nancy mumbled, Yeah, right? This cleanser costs a few $100 at least. After finishing her routine, Nancy walked over to the sofa and sat down, her fair face glowing with youthful radiance. What else did you buy for me? She asked with a smile. Just the slippers, the toiletries, and a set of pajamas, Shenlang said, pointing to a shopping bag on the sofa. Check if they fit. This way, you won't need to bring anything next time. Who said there'll be a next time? Nancy shot him a playful glare, but still picked up the pajamas to size them against herself. They fit pretty well. I'll take them home to wash. Half an hour later, the two finished dinner. Shenlang cleaned up the leftovers while she went to the bedroom to change back into her original clothes. I'm heading out, Nancy said, standing at the door with her small backpack. Don't waste money like this again. I'm not that pampered. I don't need anything so expensive. I'll walk you downstairs. I need to take out the trash anyway. No need. It's too hot outside. Nancy took the garbage bag from him. I'm not a kid. Bye-bye, Shenlanguage. See you later. She winked playfully and left with a bright smile. At 5:40, after seeing Nancy off, Shenlang took a quick shower and returned to the bedroom. The neatly folded quilt on the bed still carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. He sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought, a slight smile appearing on his face. Earn money, marry a wife, he muttered to himself before taking off his slippers and lying down. He put on his headset. Flash. A white light engulfed him, and his consciousness returned once again to the underground palace. Seriously, I'm not bragging, but both Mingzi and Longzi can vouch for me. Back in college, there were at least 7 or 8 guys if not 10 who couldn't beat me on the basketball court. Guansu declared loudly as he stood on the steps, boasting about his glorious achievements. Basically, it was one slap per person. Who dared to challenge me? At this moment, Lu Bu Shu and the others had gathered on the steps, listening to Guansua's exaggerated stories. When they noticed Shenlang approaching, everyone stood up. Longzi, Ado doesn't believe in my skills. Tell him, isn't old Guan the big boss on the court, the iron-blooded LeBron James? Guansua urgently sought backup. No, I believe you. I really do. You're the real LeBron. We should play together sometime. Lu Bu Shu quickly gave him a thumbs up. Shenlang shook his head with a chuckle. Forget it. You better not play with him. Last time, a young guy tried to drive past Guan on the court. Guan elbowed him so hard his skull flew off. They tried to save him for hours, but he still ended up dead. The 4 of them exchanged uneasy glances at this. Qingtian Xiaoyu quietly hid behind Lu Bu Shu, watching Guansua warily. Did he really die? Come on, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy never tells a serious story, Guansua explained helplessly. As they laughed and joked, a flash of white light appeared, and Nancy finally logged in. Sorry, something came up and delayed me a bit. She apologized softly to the group. No worries, we just got here too. The others replied in unison. Now that everyone's here, let's move forward, Shenlang said, taking the lead as they ventured deeper into the underground palace, with the others following closely behind. Before long, they arrived at another stone door. Shenlang took out the key that had dropped from Kalen and inserted it into the hole in the door. With a series of clicks, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a staircase extending downward into darkness. Stay alert, Shenlang cautioned as he led the way. Once the last person stepped through, the stone door slammed shut behind them. They walked for about 20 minutes before reaching a massive burial chamber. In the center of the chamber, a black stone coffin stood out starkly, with nothing else around it. Why aren't there any minions? Someone asked in surprise, as they had all assumed that the princess in the red coffin, Luo Ling, would be the final boss. Guanzi, why don't you see if you can move the lid off the coffin? Shenlang suggested. Why me? Guansua glared in protest. You're the biggest guy here. If Princess Luo Ling comes back to life, she won't be able to swallow you, Shenlang teased. Exactly, you've got the most health. Chunming chimed in. You're all a bunch of jerks. Guansua grumbled as he stomped toward the coffin. Everyone, stay on your toes. I'm opening it. He tapped the lid cautiously at first, then placed both hands on it and gave it a push. To everyone's surprise, the lid slid open effortlessly. Wisps of white mist began to drift out of the coffin. A strange mist filled the air as the stone coffin was opened, and an almost tangible tension gripped everyone present. The 2 girls, Nanshi and Qingtian Xiaoyu, hid behind Shenlang and his 2 companions, covering their eyes with their hands, yet they couldn't resist peeking through their fingers. Even though they knew it was just a game, the immersive pressure still made them feel incredibly tense. Stay alert. I'll take a look, Shenlang said in a low voice. After confirming that nothing had emerged from the coffin, the group let out a small sigh of relief. Shenlang cautiously approached the stone coffin, peering into the misty interior that obscured visibility. He tentatively reached his hand inside but felt nothing. Could there be more to this? Shenlang murmured, frowning slightly. His instincts told him that the stone coffin was far from ordinary. Wait here. I'm going in to check. After a brief moment of thought, Shunlang suddenly leaped onto the coffin and, to everyone's shock, jumped inside. Shunlang, Tianya brother. The two girls cried out in alarm and ran toward the coffin, followed closely by Lu Bu Sishu and Chen Ming. But when they looked inside, the coffin was empty. Shunlang had completely vanished. Thud. Shunlang felt a brief sensation of weightlessness before landing steadily on the ground. Rolling forward, he stood up quickly. The scene before him had completely transformed. What had once been a misty expanse was now a world seemingly inlaid with white jade. At the furthest point of this space stood a red jade sarcophagus, and in front of it were 8 pale-faced women in palace attire, their eerie stillness suggesting they were not alive. A coffin within a sarcophaguso, this is where Princess Luoling's true resting place lies, Shunlang muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the red jade sarcophagus. He recalled the ancient burial customs he had read about the Zhou dynasty's elaborate system of 7 layers for emperors and 2 for nobles, later simplified into a single coffin and sarcophagus structure. Unlike the well-documented and artifact-rich burial chambers of figures like the Marquis of Hai Hun, this space was starkly simple. However, Shunlang's attention was soon drawn to the 8 maidens standing guard. Activating his stealth skill, he cautiously moved within 10 meters of the maidens and cast an appraisal spell. A status panel appeared. Luoling Maidens. Level: Silverder Boss. Attack: 495. Defense: 380. Health: 250,000. Skills: Sword Dance, Enchanting Strike. Their boss level, Shunlang muttered, feeling a headache coming on as he studied the stats. They might not be particularly strong, but there are 8 of them, enough to make things tricky. Shunlang frowned slightly. If these 8 maids attack together, the situation could turn dire. Judging by the current circumstances, even if Lu Bu Sishu and Guan Suo had reached level 30 with complete gear, they might stand a chance. But now, without any golden equipment, the odds were slim. As Shunlang was pondering a strategy, a loud bang rang out. He looked up to see Lu Bu Sishu crashing face first onto the white jade floor, hitting it so hard it almost cracked. What happened? Shunlang quickly ran over, deactivating his invisibility in the process. Damn it, I missed my step. Lu Bu Sishu stood up, rubbing his sore face. After you entered, your avatar went dark, and you weren't replying to messages. We got worried, so I came down to check. This space is strange. It seems to block communication with the outside world. Shunlang checked his friend list, and found that Nan Shi and the others' avatars were all offline. He tried calling Guan Suo, but there was no signal. No kidding, this place is weird. You can't even log out. Lu Bu Sishu said with a frown. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation. Before the words left his mouth, a whoosh sounded as another figure fell from above. The two instinctively dodged aside as Guan Suo landed with a deafening crash. Shunlang quickly glanced at the 8 female guards, but they seemed completely unaware, standing motionless in their original positions. Seriously, could you two not catch me? I almost died. Guan Suo cursed as he scrambled to his feet. Soon after, Qing Tian Xiaoyu, Nan Shi, and Chen Ming followed, jumping down one by one. Although Lu Bu Sishu tried to catch Qing Tian Xiaoyu, her momentum knocked them both to the ground. Nanshi was caught steadily by Shunlang, while Chen Ming unceremoniously landed right on Guan Suo's head. Be careful, everyone, Shunlang said as he scanned the group with a grave expression. This coffin world cuts off all contact with the outside and doesn't allow logouts. There's only one way out. We have to kill the boss. Wait, that's true. Qing Tian Xiaoyu, unconvinced, tried calling her mom, but the call wouldn't go through. Well, technically there's another way. Lu Bu Sishu coughed lightly. Dying would get us out too. Adieu. Do you think you're funny? Guan Suo smacked the back of his head with the flat of his sword. It's dark humor. I think it's great. Chun Ming chimed in, defending Lu Bu Sishu. Enough with the jokes, Shunlang interrupted. Right now, we have 8 Silverder bosses to deal with. Start thinking about how we're going to fight them. The simultaneous attack by 8 bosses made everyone frown deeply. Facing these formidable Silverdeer enemies, the 6-person team clearly struggled to hold their ground. Retreating back to the city, however, was clearly not an option they were willing to consider. Shunlang's eyes quickly scanned the palace interior before lighting up with an idea. They'll lure away 7 of them, leaving 1 for Guanzi and a Do to tank. The rest of you focus your fire and take it down quickly. Longzi, are you sure you can handle being surrounded by 7 bosses? Concern was evident on everyone's faces as they turned to him. I'm not going to take them heed in, Shunlang clarified. This space is enclosed. They'll kite them around the map. As long as things go smoothly on your end and you don't pull too many, it should be fine. With over 600 points of defense and the buffs from Sunny Xiaoyu, he was confident he could hold out for a while. Nanshi immediately made the decision. Let's do it. Xiaoyu, give Shunlang the attack buff too, so he can maintain aggro. Got it. Sunny Xiaoyu quickly waved her staff, casting dual buffs on Shunlang. Nanshi pointed toward a trapezoidal platform in the corner, where several rows of ever-burning lamps were placed. We'll head up there. Once Shun Lang lures the bosses over, Guan San will use Wild Charge to pin one down. The high platform was chosen to give Shun Lang more room to maneuver. Once the five were in position, Shun Lang activated stealth and quietly approached the line of maidservants. At a distance of 10 meters, he suddenly launched an ambush. His blink/skill instantly teleported him behind the rightmost maidservant, dealing 1,130 points of damage. Following up, a precise backstab struck the side of her neck, inflicting 3,256 critical damage and triggering a 3-second stun. With 800 points of raw attack power, 500 base, 20 from the Cloak of Death, and an additional 37 from Xiaoyu, combined with the backstab's 500 critical damage multiplier, the strike was devastating. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Lang unleashed 5 consecutive slashes within 3 seconds, with the final blow dealing 10-fold damage and slicing away 7 of her total health. Intruders must die. The maidservant recovered from her stun, her short sword aiming directly for Shun Lang's vital points. But he was ready. His agile movements dodged the attack, and a throwing knife in his hand flew straight into her forehead, shaving off nearly 1,000 more health. At that moment, the other 7 maidservants closed in for the kill. A sweeping arc of sword energy streaked through the air, crashing into Shun Lang and inflicting over 200 points of damage. The battle had begun. With the Cloak of Death enhancing him and Sunny Rain's defensive buffs in play, Shun Lang's defense had surpassed the 800-point mark. He moved nimbly, weaving in and out of the battlefield, engaging in fierce combat with the 8 maidservants. The bronze ring continuously replenished his health, quickly maxing out the maidservants' aggro towards him. When his health dropped to a third, Shun Lang decisively withdrew from the fight, retreating swiftly to a safer distance. Intruders shall be killed without mercy. The 8 maidservants roared in unison, chasing after him relentlessly. Using his speed advantage, Shun Lang led the pursuers in a chaotic chase around the palace. Occasionally, he would turn and unleash a desperate blow before continuing to flee. When he reached the stone platform with his health critically low, Sunny Rain immediately cast a healing spell, restoring his health to over 50, followed by a continuous healing effect. With the immediate danger resolved, Shun Lang dove back into the fray, charging back and forth several more times. As the 8 maidservants closed in on the stone platform, Guan Suo seized the moment, using a savage charge to halt the last maidservant in her tracks. Chen Ming quickly followed up with a precise piercing arrow to her forehead. Meanwhile, Lubu Sishu entered a berserk state, clearing a path with a whirlwind slash before unleashing devastating damage with 1 against 1,000. Sunny, get ready to heal your brother. The boss's aggro is on him, Nanshi reminded, while beginning her own offensive spells. Got it. As long as I'm here, he won't die, Sunny Rain replied with a confident smile. Thanks to the powerful support of Priest Sunny Rain's constant healing, even Lubu Sishu tanking the damage was manageable. Meanwhile, Shun Lang continued to kite the remaining 7 maidservants around the palace, only approaching Sunny Rain for healing when his health was critically low. Though the strategy seemed simple, executing it was fraught with danger. A single misstep could result in being overwhelmed by the maidservants. In less than 15 minutes, the first maidservant fell under the team's coordinated assault, dropping 2 pieces of equipment and a pile of gold coins, which Sunny Rain quickly collected. The battle then gained momentum, with the second and third maidservants soon defeated. After an intense hour and a half of combat, 6 maidservants were successfully taken down by the group, while Shun Lang managed to outlast the remaining 2 using his buffs and perseverance. The final rewards were substantial: 19 pieces of equipment and 1,629 gold coins, filling Sunny Rain's inventory almost to capacity. The group also gained significant experience points from the fight. Nanshi leveled up to 33, Shun Lang reached level 32, and both Sunny Rain and Lubu Sishu achieved level 30.5. Guan Suo also hit level 30, while Chen Ming remained at 29, just shy of level 30 by less than 100,000 experience points. As the 8 maidens collapsed, the world inside the burial chamber returned to silence. Qing Tian Xiaoyu quickly gathered all the equipment and gold coins: 16 silver items, 3 bronze items, and over 1,600 gold coins, with a total value of approximately 500,000. This time, we've really struck gold, everyone exclaimed, their excitement barely contained. Although silver equipment had significantly depreciated in value, each piece could still fetch at least 20,000 to 30,000, with long-handled weapons being the most valuable. Take a break, pick your equipment, and then get ready for the final boss, Shun Lang said, sitting on the steps. He was already fully equipped with silver gear. While it didn't perfectly match his level, the stats were comparable enough that he didn't need to switch. The group quickly distributed the equipment, leaving only 5 pieces out of the original 16. Chen Ming, who could equip leather armor, took 4 pieces. Although he hadn't yet reached level 30 to use them, once he did, These items would elevate him to the ranks of top-tier archers in Langya City. Guan Suo and Lu Bu Shu each took 2 pieces, adding to their already impressive golden equipment, which ranked in the top 10. Their combined strength had become formidable. Nan Shi, the mage and a core member of the Snow Region Guild, already had excellent gear and only took a pair of silver boots. The remaining equipment will be auctioned by Xiaoyu. Once sold, well split the earnings, Xinlang instructed Qing Tian Xiaoyu. Don't worry, Tianyajij, I'll list them as soon as we get back. Qing Tian Xiaoyu replied with a nod. Let's focus on the final boss. Stay sharp, Xinlang said as he stood up, his gaze fixed on the red jade coffin. Boss, you can rest. Guanzi and I will handle the tanking. Lu Bu Shu declared confidently. With his newly acquired silver equipment, his defense had surpassed 700 points, and his health exceeded 2,600. Guan Suo, on the other hand, had broken 1,000 defense points, reaching 1,180, with nearly 4,000 heal the veritable fortress. However, as he hadn't yet completed his second-class advancement, his health couldn't be converted into attack power, leaving his damage output lacking. Alright, a doe will take the main role. If your health drops below 30, fall back. Guanzi, use Wild Charge to maintain aggro, Xinlang said, pleased to see his teammates finally coming into their own. At last, he wouldn't have to tank as an assassin anymore. They'll open the coffin now, Guan Suo announced, striding confidently toward the red jade coffin, with the rest of the group following closely behind. However, just as they approached, the coffin suddenly opened on its own with a loud creaking sound, startling Guan Suo into retreating quickly. The next moment, under the wary gazes of the crowd, a stunning woman in a palace gown drifted out of the coffin, holding a purple longsword. Her face was deathly pale. She was none other than the Golden Tier boss, Luoling. Her stats displayed by the system left everyone in shock. 40 attack points, 1150 defense points, and 1000 health points. The most troublesome aspect was her skill, undying power, restoring one of her health every minute, unstoppable. Additionally, she possessed the Shadow Kill skill, dealing 300 damage within a 10-meter radius and disarming her target for 1 second. As for the skill named Death Summon, its description appeared as a question mark, causing further unease. Luoling, the youngest daughter of the ancient emperor, had once trained in Ice Moon Valley, showcasing extraordinary talent. However, after her father was slain by the Deathblade, Qinglan, she and her brotherly competed for the throne and lost. Gravely injured, she fled from Tianluo City, her whereabouts unknown ever since. Attack her hard. We can wear her down. Adu, you're up first, Xinlang decisively commanded, gripping his dagger as he entered stealth mode. Lu Bu Shu immediately charged forward with his sword, unleashing a whirlwind slash, only to have it effortlessly blocked by Luoling. She retaliated with a kick, sending him flying and cutting his health by 500 points. You despicable humans dare trespass into my tomb? You deserve death 1,000 times over. Luoling's eyes turned ghostly gray as she swung her sword, releasing a terrifying blade energy that slashed away half of Lu Bu Shu's health. Come on, Xiaoyu. Buff me already. Lu Bu Shu shouted in panic. Qing Tian Xiaoyu quickly cast a spell, a healing light descending to not only restore Lu Bu Shu's health, but also grant him a 41 defense boost. Nan Shi, noticing the unusual strength of this boss, cast Decaying Ice Crystal, but it only chipped away 400 health points from Luoling. Even Chen Ming's armor-piercing arrow, though hitting a critical spot, failed to deal significant damage. You will all die. Luoling turned her attention to Nan Shi, preparing to strike, but was suddenly stunned as her health dropped by more than 1,000 points. It was Xinlang, who had been lurking in stealth, launching a surprise attack. Empowered by Qing Tian Xiaoyu's attack buff, he struck 5 consecutive blows within 3 seconds, slashing away over 7,000 of Luoling's health points. Crack! The battle erupted in an instant. Lu Bu Shu charged at Luoling with his longsword, aiming fierce strikes at her head. However, his attack power, barely reaching 500 points, only triggered one passive layer of the Guardian armor, causing limited damage and failing to draw much aggro. Meanwhile, Nanxi and Chen Ming kept up their attacks from the side, but their efforts posed little threat to the boss as well. As the 3-second countdown ended, Luoling regained her composure. Without hesitation, she delivered a powerful kick, sending Lu Bu Shu flying backward. She then reversed her long sword in a swift motion, aiming straight at Xinlang's face. Although Xinlang managed to step back just in time to avoid the blade, the sword's energy grazed him, instantly cutting his health by a third. Damn it! Xinlang cursed under his breath, his brows furrowed. He gripped his dagger tightly, looking for an opening, and struck Luoling's left chest with precision, dealing 560 points of damage. Unfortunately, it didn't trigger a critical hit, and he only recovered 50 points of health, better than nothing. Filthy scum, die! Luoling roared in fury, enraged by the attack. Her sword swung with force, driving Shunlang back several steps and leaving his health dangerously low at 1/3. Immediately, Qing Tian Xiaoyu cast a continuous healing spell, restoring 130 health points to Shunlang every second. "You little bee, come at me if you dare," Lu Bu Shu shouted as he got back on his feet. Charging again, he unleashed the skill One-Man Army, his greatsword sweeping across and dealing a massive 1,500 points of damage to Luo Ling. "How dare you insult me? You're courting death," Luo Ling snarled, turning to strike down with her sword. Thanks to his defensive buff, Lu Bu Shu managed to withstand the attack within a manageable range of damage. "This boss has high AI, Guanzi. It's your turn," Chen Ming suddenly signaled to Guan Suo. Understanding immediately, Guan Suo raised his shield and charged straight into Luo Ling, colliding with her Hedon. Thud. Luo Ling staggered backward, forcibly taunted for 3 seconds. Guan Suo seized the moment to activate his defensive stance, all while unleashing a string of vulgar taunts. Enraged beyond reason, Luo Ling swung her sword wildly, but with Guan Suo's 1180 defense points and 85 damage reduction, her attacks barely made a dent. Taking advantage of the situation, Shunlang and Lu Bu Shu launched a relentless offensive from the rear. Luo Ling's health plummeted rapidly, and even her healing skill couldn't reverse the tide. Once the taunt duration ended, the infuriated Luo Ling continued to focus her attacks on Guan Suo. Seeing the strategy was working, Guan Suo doubled down on his verbal provocations, his insults so crude they even made Nanxi and Qing Tian Xiaoyu cringe in the distance. Under the team's relentless assault, Luo Ling's health quickly dropped to critical levels, while Guan Suo's shield was on the verge of breaking. "Xiaoyu, what are you waiting for? Heal me now," Guan Suo shouted, still hurling insults at Luo Ling even as he urgently called for backup from Qing Tian Xiaoyu. "Umph. No way am I healing you. Your mouth is too filthy." Sunny Rain pouted angrily, gripping her staff so tightly it seemed she might just swing it at Guan Suo. Yet, at Xinlang's reminder, "Xiaoyu, don't delay the task," she reluctantly cast a healing spell on Guan Suo, followed by a continuous healing spell. Guan Suo's insults continued unabated, each word like a sharp blade cutting into Luo Ling's nerves. She was trembling with fury, her lips pale from biting down too hard, and her weapon slashed repeatedly at Guan Suo. But with Sunny Rain, the powerful cleric, in the mix, she couldn't break through Guan Suo's defensive stance. "Die, all of you," Luo Ling finally snapped, unleashing her shadow kill skill. In an instant, multiple shadowy figures split off, launching lethal attacks at Xinlang, Lu Bu Shu, and Guan Suo. Xinlang's health plummeted to a critical level in a flash. His expression shifted drastically as he quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Lu Bu Shu, bolstered by Sunny Rain's defensive buff, lost 2/3 of his health but pressed forward undeterred. Guan Suo, however, stood firm, unmoved, continuing his relentless stream of insults. Nanxi, Sunny Rain, and Chen Ming, being farther away, managed to evade the attack entirely. "Xiaoyu, give me the defensive buff next," Xinlang called out while retreating to a safe distance. He chugged a health potion and received healing from Sunny Rain, rapidly restoring his health to over 70. With his Shadow Cloak passive still on cooldown for over an hour, he dared not let his guard down. The battle raged on. An hour later, Luo Ling's health had dropped below 50. Guan Suo was still taunting her incessantly, and Luo Ling, as if possessed, was fixated on taking him down. She unleashed Shadow Kill several more times, but Xinlang and Lu Bu Shu managed to evade each attack, while Guan Suo used his Savage Rush skill to neutralize the strikes, maintaining maximum aggro. Another hour passed. With Luo Ling's health reduced to just 1, she finally activated her mysterious ultimate move. Luo Ling let out a piercing scream, her entire body trembling violently as if something terrifying was about to break free from within her. A surge of ferocious energy erupted from her, sending Xinlang and Guan Suo flying as they tried to interrupt her skill. In an instant, the air in the underground palace grew icy cold, suffused with the aura of death. A graceful, shadowy black figure materialized before Luo Ling, radiating an overwhelming sense of doom. What the heck? She summoned another version of herself? The crowd watched warily as a dark figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The figure looked exactly like Luo Ling, yet exuded a completely different aura. One felt like death, the other vibrantly alive. "Guan Suo, you've been badmouthing me quite a bit, haven't you?" The dark Luo Ling's face twisted into a chilling smile. With a casual wave of her hand, Guan Suo was instantly pulled right in front of her. Guan Suo stared blankly at the grinning Luo Ling before him. What the heck? Alarm bells rang in his mind. This Luo Ling not only knew his name, but also radiated an unsettling sense of eeriness. Xinlang immediately frowned and activated his insight skill to analyze the dark Luo Ling's stats. Shadow of Death Luo Ling. Cultivation level. Attack. Defense. Health points. Skills? The description appeared. Shadow of Death Luo Ling, once a princess of the human race, was taken to the Crimson Abyss by Qing Lan, the Blade of Death, one of the 10 kings of the Abyss, after her demise. Using the power of death, Qing Lan reconstructed her body, allowing her to reach the pinnacle of the heavenly realm and become his most trusted subordinate. Guanzi, activate your defense stance and, for heaven's sake, stop insulting her. Xinlang's face darkened as he urgently warned. A being at the pinnacle of the heavenly realm could obliterate a player's very essence. Guan Suo quickly reacted, slamming his shield into the ground and activating his defensive stance. Think that'll help? The dark Luo Ling sneered coldly, striking Guan Suo's massive shield with her palm. If not for the backlash of the forbidden power, I'd have already wiped you out completely, you little pest. Crack. The guardian shield shattered with a resounding noise. Guan Suo's body trembled as a terrifying damage number of nearly 200,000 floated above his head. This is supposed to be a dungeon? The other 5 players exchanged bewildered glances as they looked at the fallen Guan Suo. Even with the defensive stance activated, nearly 200,000 health points were taken in a single hit. Without it, they'd face damage in the millions. We're doomed, aren't we? We're all going to die. Sunny Rain hid behind Qin Ming, trembling in fear. Unbelievable. Who would have thought a dungeon would have such an overpowered boss? What a broken game, satisfied Wanderer sighed. He instinctively glanced toward where Shun Lang had been standing, only to find the spot empty. All right, your turn now. One at a time, no rush. The dark Luo Ling's smile grew even more sinister. With a wave of her delicate hand, satisfied Wanderer collapsed instantly. A damage number nearing 1 million appeared, and even his guardian armor was blasted out. Brother, what the heck could do? Chen Ming rushed forward to grab the fallen guardian armor, but before he could, Luo Ling struck him with a single palm. Another horrifying damage number appeared, and Chen Ming's body shattered into pieces midair. Boom. She raised her staff abruptly, and the frosty, crystalline light burst forth, enveloping half of the underground palace in an instant. However, this seemingly powerful spell had no effect on the dark Luo Ling, not even causing minimal force damage. Ha, silly girl, stop wasting your energy, Luo Ling sneered, a mocking smile curling at the corner of her lips. Raising her hand, she prepared to strike again. At this critical moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the shimmering frosty light. Xin Lang's dagger struck with precision, piercing the throat of another Luo Ling. You deserve to die. The dark Luo Ling roared in fury, delivering a devastating palm strike at Xin Lang. His health bar instantly dropped to 0, and his body was sent flying. Yet, he didn't die, retaining just 1 point of health, his entire form glowing with a radiant golden light. Divine concealment? The dark Luo Ling's gaze sharpened. You guessed it, Xin Lang retorted, his voice cutting through the tension as he launched a blink slash, reappearing behind Luo Ling's corpse. He locked his arms tightly around her neck, unyielding despite the dark Luo Ling's relentless attacks. Blades of light flashed repeatedly as Xin Lang, in his divine concealment state, unleashed 7 consecutive strikes. Each strike landed as a critical hit, dramatically increasing the probability of 10-fold damage. The last of Luo Ling's health was completely depleted, and the dark Luo Ling's body disintegrated into nothingness. Good, very good. Xun Lang, the wandering warrior. I'll remember you. The dark Luo Ling spat her final words before vanishing entirely from the underground palace. A pale moon-colored crystalline scroll dropped to the ground. The golden glow around Xun Lang faded as he collapsed to the floor, utterly drained. Damn it, I can't believe I actually pulled that off, he muttered. Nanshi and Sunny Rain quickly rushed over to check on him. Xun Lang instructed Sunny Rain to collect the equipment dropped by others, while She expressed her gratitude. We owe you for this one. If not for you, we would have been wiped out. Xun Lang gathered the loot dropped by Luo Ling. A purple longsword, a golden ring, a robe, and a skill book radiating golden light. Meanwhile, Nanshi handed him the special scroll. It was an S-grade item labeled, Frost Moon Valley Legacy Disciple Identification Scroll. Using it would grant the Frost Class Transfer Certification and the Frost Moon Valley Legacy techniques, but the techniques could only be cultivated after successfully completing the class transfer. Ding! The system announcement echoed throughout the game world. Congratulations to the team led by player Tianyalongzi for successfully clearing the mysterious map Luo Ling Ancient Tomb. As the first player team in the Huaxia region to clear this mysterious map, you are awarded Reputation 1000, Gold Coins 1000, Luck 6. Team members receive 50 of the rewards. The announcement repeated 3 times, making Xin Lang's name resound across the entire network once again. Players' reactions were polarized. Those who were happy were few and far between, while the furious numbered in the tens or even hundreds of thousands. Deep within the underground palace, Nanshi widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief as she stared at the scroll in Xun Lang's hand. This is a rank universal hidden class? Her voice was filled with astonishment. A hidden class that could be accessed by all professions was truly rare. Not just that, there's also a cultivation technique, Xinlang replied, his expression carrying a trace of surprise. However, it was clear that his focus differed from Nan Shi's. A cultivation technique? Nan Shi tilted her head in confusion, seemingly unfamiliar with the term. Yes, a cultivation technique can set someone on the path of spiritual cultivation, Xinlang explained and then handed the scroll to Nan Shi. You should open it. Huh. Nan Shi hesitated. But this hidden class is usable by everyone. Logically, it should belong to the whole team. It's fine. This suits you the best, just open it, Xinlang said with a smile. While he might consult Guan Suo and the others about distributing other items, cultivation techniques were different. Although his understanding of cultivation was still shallow, he had a vague sense of its significance. Nanshi nodded and used her Ice Moon Valley Disciple identification. Instantly, 3 items appeared in her inventory. An Ice Moon Valley Disciple token, a Frost Class Transfer Certificate, and a pale jade pendant engraved with the words, Ice Crystal Profound Art. Xinlang examined the jade pendant carefully and discovered that it was only accessible to disciples inheriting the Ice Moon Valley lineage. He reminded her, don't use the class transfer certificate just yet. Wait until we meet Lin Tong and the others before activating it. As for the jade pendant, store it in the warehouse for now and learn it after you've successfully transferred classes. Just as he spoke, Sunny Rain came running back. Tianyajij, I've picked everything up. Xinlang was about to look for the exit when Nanshi smiled and reminded him. Xinlang, no need to look. The Return to City scroll is usable now. My brain. How could I forget that? Xinlang said, suddenly realizing. Xinlang was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. He took out a Return City scroll from his storage bag. Let's go. We'll check the equipment in detail back there. Nanshi and Qingtian Xiaoyu nodded in tacit agreement, each taking out their own scrolls. Almost simultaneously, the 3 of them crushed the scrolls in their hands. The power of space rippled faintly, and a soft glow enveloped them. In an instant, their figures vanished from where they stood. Moments later, a pitch-black crack suddenly split open in the underground palace. From it stepped a middle-aged man clad in a dark robe and wearing a crown. His entire being was shrouded in a dense aura of death, and his expression was stern. The man cast a cold glance around the underground palace before his gaze settled on Luo Ling's lifeless body. So that's how it is. It was her, he murmured to himself. With a casual wave of his hand, Luo Ling's corpse disappeared into thin air. Then, just as silently as he had arrived, his figure vanished. In the bustling square of Langya City, a flash of white light signaled Xunlang's arrival. Although it was already 11 p.m., the square was still lively, filled with voices and activity. Players had lined up their stalls in long rows stretching from the south to the north. Despite the system's auction house being open, which only dealt in silver grade or higher equipment, most players still preferred to trade their bronze and black iron gear here. Same spot for loot sharing, Xinlang said succinctly in the party channel before heading toward a small alley next to the Adventurers Guild. Before long, Nanshi and others, including Lu Busi Shu, arrived one after another. Qingtian Xiaoyu had already recounted the events after their defeat and returned the items dropped by Chan Ming's group. Boss, let's see what good stuff we got this time. Despite having lost a level, the 3 of them were visibly excited. After all, Luo Ling's death had allowed them to regain their levels. No rush, we'll go through them one by one. As Xunlang spoke, he first took out a long sword that gleamed with a purple light. Zijing Sword. Grade, Gold. Attack, 280,300. Strength, 80. Agility, 25. Special effect. Armor Break reduces target's defense by 10 upon hit, lasting 10 seconds, stackable up to 3 times. Special effect, 25 attack power. Required level, 35. Required class, Swordsman. Damn. Isn't this sword way too overpowered? Everyone stared at the Zijing sword in astonishment. With an attack cap of 300, an 80-point strength boost, 25 agility points, and an additional 25 base attack power, its actual attack value could easily reach 500. Such stats were indeed outrageously strong. To put it bluntly, just this Zijing sword alone could elevate a rookie swordsman's attack power to a top-tier level. Xinlang's current base attack power is only 520 points. Even with the 20 boost from the Death Cloak, his actual attack power barely exceeds 600 points. Damn it, why is there a class restriction? Lu Bu Si Shu stood to the side. His eyes red with frustration as he gritted his teeth and muttered, why not a dagger? Why not a longbow? Why not a priest's staff? Xiaoyu, don't you dare pick up their bad habits and curse. Nanshi immediately shot a glare at Qingtian Xiaoyu. A good girl shouldn't be influenced like this. Qingtian Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue playfully, flashing a cute and mischievous expression. Okay, all right, stop daydreaming about it. Xinlang swiftly put the Zijing sword away. He'll list it on the auction house later and split the money evenly. With the quality of this sword, a price of 500,000 is definitely achievable. Next, Xunlang retrieved the second Itima ring radiating a brilliant blue glow. Boundless Sea Ring. Grade, Gold. Strength, 75. Constitution, 50. Agility, 25. Special effect. Life Steal converts 10 of damage dealt into health. Special effect. Attack power 20. Required level, 35. I'm keeping this ring. No objections, right? Xunlang said as he pocketed the ring. The three-dimensional attribute boosts perfectly matched his needs, and the 10 lifesteal far surpassed the fixed 50 health recovery of the Azure Light Ring. Hee, of course, no objections. But boss, can you hand me the ring you're replacing? Lu Bu Shu asked with a grin. Adieu, don't even think about it. That ring is meant for me. Chen Ming immediately chimed in. Why would a ranged player need lifesteal? Why not? Who says I can't use it? Enough. Xinlang interrupted their argument helplessly. It's just a bronze ring anyway. I'm not even level 35 yet, so we'll talk about it when I replace it. The final piece of equipment was a robe. Azure Spirit Robe. Grade, Gold. Defense, Cloth Armor. Health, 180. Mana, 900. Special effect. Damage reduction reduces 30 of incoming magical damage. Special effect. Shield when health drops below 30. Automatically generates a shield equal to magic attack power. Lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Required level, 35. Nan Shi, this one's for you. Xinlang handed the Azure Spirit Robe directly to Nan Shi. Although Qingtian Xiaoyu could also equip it, the 900 mana boost was clearly better suited for Nan Shi. Thank you. Nan Shi accepted the robe politely, her face glowing with happiness. With the equipment sorted, there's just one skill book left. Xinlang took out a skill book, radiating a mysterious light. Shadow Kill. Grade, S. Effect. Transform into a shadow, unleashing a powerful strike on all targets within a 1010-meter radius, dealing 250 damage and disarming them for 1 second. Cooldown, 600 seconds. Required class, Melee. This was the very skill used by the Dark Luoling, though its damage was slightly lower. Shadow Kill was similar to One-Man Army in that both were 1010-meter area attacks dealing 250 damage. However, Shadow Kill required no health cost and included a disarm effect for 1 second. Its only drawback was the doubled cooldown time of 10 minutes. I already have One-Man Army, and the two skills are too similar, so I'll pass on this one. Lu Bu Shu voluntarily declined. I'm a knight, so this skill would be wasted on me. Better give it to Longzi. It'll be useful for taking down bosses. Guan Suo also withdrew from contention. Then I won't hold back. Xinlang smiled as he learned the skill. It was his only group attack skill at the moment. Oh, by the way, Dark Luoling also dropped and Scrayed Hidden Class Transfer Certificate, which I've already given to Nan Shi. After all, she was the primary damage dealer this time. And the hidden class suits her well, Xinlang explained to the group. No problem, we understand, hee. Guan Suo and the others exchanged knowing looks, their expressions hinting at a shared understanding as they glanced between Xinlang and Nan Shi. Nan Zai's face instantly turned bright red. You guys don't understand anything. Tianya, I have a total of 4,535 gold coins here, Qingtian Xiaoyu said after some calculations. That means 756 coins per person. Xinlang glanced at his inventory, which contained over 1,600 gold coins, including the 1,000 coins he had received as a system reward. I also have 632 coins dropped by Luoling. Since I got more rewards, they'll skip my share. The 5 of you can split it among yourselves. Let me recalculate, then, Qingtian Xiaoyu said, quickly doing the math again. She looked up and announced, 907 coins each perfect. Xiaoyu, your brain is seriously sharp. You calculated that so fast, Guan Suo said with a laugh. I bet you scored at least 140 in your math exam. 140 my foot. Qingtian Xiaoyu snapped, rolling her eyes at him, an unusual outburst for her. Ahem, Guan Suo, maybe don't touch on sensitive topics, alright? Lu Bu Shu couldn't help but chuckle from the side. What's the story? Xiaoyu's not good at math? Chun Ming asked with interest. It's not terrible. Just, not great. She got a 47, Lu Bu Shu began, but he didn't get to finish before Qingtian Xiaoyu grabbed his ear and twisted it several times. Alright, I won't say anything else. Lu Bu Shu quickly begged for mercy. That'll teach you to expose my flaws. Qingtian Xiaoyu huffed as she let go. Lu Bu Shu rubbed his reddened ear and shuffled a step away. Exposing your flaws? I was obviously bragging about you. By the way, Ado, how did you do in your exams? Xinlang asked. Not bad, 623 points. Lu Bu Shu replied with a smug glance at his sister. I've already been accepted into Zhonghai University. just waiting for the admission letter to arrive. Wow, a top student. Ado, you're amazing. Everyone chimed in with admiration. Suddenly, Guansuo remembered something. Isn't Nanshi also at Zhonghai University? That makes her your senior. Qing Tian Xiaoyu immediately turned into a fangirl. Nanshi Jia is a top student too? Your exam scores must have been super high. Not too bad, around 650, Nanshi said with a smile. 650 and you chose Zhonghai University? It's close to home, Nanshi replied simply. After dividing the gold coins, everyone went their separate ways. Qing Tian Xiaoyu and Lu Busi Shu continued working as a duo, while Guan Suo and Chen Ming returned to the Snow Region Guild. Thanks to their performance, both had become key members, with Guan Suo even earning the title of Snow Region's First Knight. Nanshi went off to find Lin Tong and the others to prepare for opening the Steer class advancement quest that evening. Xin Lang headed to the auction house and listed the purple thorn sword with a starting price of 500,000. The system immediately placed it at the top of the list. On the Huaxia region's equipment leaderboard, the purple thorn sword narrowly surpassed the second-place golden weapon to take the #1 spot. He had originally planned to visit the county office to meet Lorin for his second-class advancement, but seeing that it was already closed, Shun Lang decided to leave it for tomorrow. Ding! The game notification sound chimed just as Shun Lang was about to activate the class transfer scroll. At that moment, Tong Tong and Sister Yu messaged through the game channel, stating that their fatigue levels were too high and they had decided to postpone the challenge of the level 40 boss until the next morning. Just then, Nanshi sent him a message. Shun Lang quickly replied, "Alright, gather more people. A level 40 boss isn't something to take lightly." "Got it. I've already called on 50 of our guild's main players. We should be fine," Nanshi responded. "Good. Let me know if you need anything. If necessary, they'll follow you in secret." "Alright, let's talk tomorrow morning. I'm logging off now. My sleep schedule has been all over the place these past few days, and am not even on the same wavelength as them anymore." "Alright, we'll grind for a bit longer and log off too. Sleeping all day isn't great either." After a brief farewell, Nan's eyes avatar quickly dimmed. Shun Lang glanced at the time. It wasn't even midnight yet. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to continue leveling up. His goal was clear: to reach level 35 tonight. Half an hour later, Shun Lang found himself back in the evil forest. Compared to 3 days ago, there were noticeably more players in the area. Scattered groups of casual players were teaming up to farm the cannibal skeletons. Shun Lang stealthily headed deeper into the forest. With his current strength, taking on a dozen cannibal skeletons at once was no longer a challenge. After advancing several miles, there were no other players in sight. Shun Lang quickly locked onto a cannibal skeleton and delivered a precise backstab to its eye, stunning it for 3 seconds. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he slashed 5 times with his dagger, cutting down more than half of its health. When the stun effect wore off, the cannibal skeleton retaliated angrily with a claw swipe, but Shun Lang easily dodged it. 2 more strikes later, the skeleton lost over 2,000 health points. Although Shun Lang took a hit in return, he only lost 55 health points before finishing the fight. The system notification immediately popped up. "Congratulations, player, for killing a cannibal skeleton. You have gained 4,800 experience points." From there, Shun Lang abandoned his stealth tactics, relying instead on his high defense and regeneration abilities to face off against 20 to 30 cannibal skeletons at a time. With his shadow kill skill activating every 10 minutes, his damage output was incredibly efficient. After a full night of intense battles, by 7 a.m. the next morning, Shun Lang had nearly wiped out all the cannibal skeletons in the area and finally reached level 35. Without hesitation, he equipped the vast sea ring, significantly boosting his stats once again. After surpassing the attack limit of 600 points, Shun Lang's actual attack cap soared to around 850 points, thanks to the 20 attack bonuses from the vast sea ring and death cloak. This was achieved without any guild buffs. His other stats were equally impressive: defense at 667 points and health nearing 3,000 points, numbers that placed him among the top-tier warriors. His attack speed had increased to nearly 300, allowing him to strike 3 times in 2 seconds during stationary combat, far surpassing the standard 1 strike per 2 seconds 100 attack speed. His luck value had reached 13 points, and his reputation had increased by 1,000 points, meeting the requirement for the 5th-rank noble title of Daifu, which entitled him to a daily salary of 20 gold coins and 20,000 experience points. Just as Shun Lang was about to log off for breakfast, his friend list suddenly flashed, and Nan Shi, who had just logged in, sent him a message. "Ping, did you spend the whole night grinding monsters?" "Yeah, I wanted to equip the ring as soon as possible. Have you guys started yet?" Shun Lang replied. "Not yet, I just logged in. We're about to head out. Do you need me to play the role of your knight in shining armor?" "Knight in shining armor? No need. Tong Tong, Sister Yu, and the others are with me, and we've got plenty of guild elites. We should be fine. You should log off and get some rest." "Alright, we'll go grab some food then." "Yeah, go ahead. Oh, by the way, Be careful these days. Tongtong said a lot of people have been looking for your whereabouts lately. Watch out for ambushes. No problem. If I can't win, they'll just run. Just be careful, okay? Got it. After ending the conversation, Xunlang glanced at the now cleared forest and chose to log off on the spot. As soon as he left, a hidden assassin emerged from behind a distant tree and reported to someone, leader, Tianyalongzi didn't return to the city. He logged off directly. Back in the real world, Xunlang removed his helmet, quickly freshened up, and went downstairs for breakfast. It was the first time in 4 days that he had tried the apartment's breakfast. He devoured 3 pancakes, 2 fried dough sticks, 2 boiled eggs, a plate of pickled vegetables, and 2 large bowls of century egg and lean pork congee, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. At the restaurant entrance, a polite waitress, who looked about 26 or 27 years old, stopped him and enthusiastically introduced, "Hello, sir. We also offer lunch and dinner here. If you're interested, you're welcome to dine with us. Each meal is just 68 yuan, very affordable." She went on to explain the semi-buffet-style dining system. Although the variety of dishes wasn't extensive, they all looked quite appetizing. "All right, they'll come back to try it tonight," Xunlang said with a smile, then asked, "By the way, do you serve late-night snacks here?" "Sorry, sir, not at the moment. But our manager is planning to introduce this service soon and has been gathering customer feedback over the past couple of days." "Sounds good. I fully support that idea. Thank you for your valuable feedback, sir." "You're welcome." After leaving the restaurant, Xunlang spent half an hour exercising in the small park behind his apartment before heading back upstairs. He took a quick shower, put on his sleep mask, and went to bed. After all, he had been online since 6 p.m. the previous night and was indeed feeling exhausted. He ended up sleeping for nearly 4 hours, waking up around 1 p.m. Not feeling particularly hungry after waking up, Xunlang put on his helmet and logged back into the game. A flash of white light later, he found himself deep in the evil forest. The surroundings were still eerily empty, and the man-eating skeletons he had defeated earlier had yet to respawn. Suddenly, a sense of being watched crept over him. Xunlang spun around sharply, his pupils contracting. More than a dozen players were staring at him with predatory eyes. Their classes were diverse, and every one of them wore an expression of determined excitement. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck. A dagger had been plunged deep into him. Fortunately, the helmet's special effects prevented a critical hit. The system notification immediately popped up. Player Longju has used the skill Backstab, dealing 196 damage and silencing you for 1 second. Xunlang quickly countered with an elbow strike, knocking the assassin back and dealing over 400 damage. He attempted to activate stealth, but the silence effect prevented him from using any skills. At that moment, a crossbow bolt struck him squarely in the forehead. Player Zhiyu Dian has used the skill Stun Arrow, dealing 132 damage and stunning you for 3 seconds. The arrow left Xunlang completely immobilized. It was only then that he realized he had walked into an ambush. Finally, Tianyalongzi, you're online. The leader of the Longyuan Alliance shouted triumphantly. "We've been waiting over 4 hours for this. Today is the day you die. Brothers, take him down and make a name for ourselves." Before the words had fully left his mouth, another arrow struck Xunlang in the face. The mages began chanting their spells, while knights and swordsmen closed in rapidly. In just 3 seconds, Xunlang was bombarded with skills like Armor-Piercing Arrow, Flames of Destruction, and Frost Slash. His nearly 3,000 HP plummeted to critical levels. Just as the stun effect wore off, a knight rammed into him, causing him to stagger and fall into a 3-second taunt state. Xunlang swung his dagger desperately in retaliation, but it was blocked by the knight's shield, dealing no more than 300 damage per hit. Although his health was regenerating slowly, it couldn't keep up with the relentless onslaught from his attackers. So much for the famous Tianyalongzi. Haha, Longyuan Alliance is going to be legendary after this. Just when everyone thought victory was within their grasp, Xunlang's health hit rock bottom, triggering his divine concealment skill. In an instant, he vanished into thin air. Where did he go? The Longyuan Alliance members froze in confusion. The next moment, a golden light flashed, and Xunlang reappeared behind the archer, Zhiyu Dian. Without hesitation, he unleashed his shadow kill skill. In an instant, countless golden silhouettes erupted like a whirlwind of fallen leaves. All the ranged players collapsed on the spot, and even a swordsman within 10 meters was not spared. With a 625 damage boost, no one could possibly withstand the attack. Damn it, he's not dead. A dozen bodies lay scattered on the ground, their equipment strewn all around. Xunlang's ambush had caught everyone off guard. The remaining players were still reeling from the shock. Swoosh! Xunlang seized the moment, swiftly slashing at a swordsman. His combo of backstab and basic attack was executed with precision, leaving no room for error. The swordsman didn't even have time to block before he fell. 2 knights tried to resist with all their might, but their efforts were futile. and they soon met their end under Shan Lang's blade. The final target was Long Ju, a level 30 assassin. With his stealth skill still on cooldown, there was no way he could outrun Shen Lang. After a brief chase, Shen Lang caught up and decisively ended his life. With that, both of Longyuan Pavilion's 10-man elite squads were wiped out. Ha! Shen Lang exhaled deeply, still shaken. This was the first time he had deviated from his usual routine of logging off in a tree, only to fall into an ambush. While it was understandable that his location had been exposed after grinding skeletal ghouls here last night, logging off on the ground had been a fatal mistake. Learn from your mistakes, Shen Lang muttered to himself as he began collecting the spoils. Scattered on the ground were over 100 gold coins and 15 pieces of equipment, 3 silver grade, 11 bronze grade, and 1 iron grade item. It was hardly impressive for a so-called elite squad. Not wanting to linger, Shen Lang crushed a return scroll. Since the other party had attacked first, the battle hadn't increased his infamy, making his return to the city unimpeded. As soon as he arrived back in Langya City, a system announcement echoed. Ding! Player Qianlong Zeyuan shouts, Tinya scoundrel, you got away this time, but don't get cocky. Just wait, I swear I won't rest until I kill you. The plaza buzzed with chatter. The name Tinya scoundrel was becoming increasingly notorious. Some said he'd stolen another boss, others marveled at his audacity, while a few predicted he would eventually doom himself with his mounting infamy. What nonsense, Shen Lang muttered under his breath. He had been the one ambushed, yet somehow he was being painted as the villain. He considered retorting but decided against it. System-wide shouts cost 5,000 gold each. Besides, his reputation was already in shambles. What difference did it make? Just then, a message popped up from Nan Shi. Weren't you logging off to sleep? How did you manage to stir up trouble again? This time it wasn't me. Longyuan Pavilion ambushed me at my logout point. Almost got taken out. I figured. Those guys are the worst, acting like victims when they were the ones who struck first. So hypocritical. I'm used to it. Doesn't matter. Did you guys finish the boss yet? Almost. Just cleared the minions. About to face the boss now. Gotta go. It's about to spawn. After closing the chat interface, Shen Lang quickly opened the auction house interface to check. There were only 10 minutes left for the auction of the Violet Sword, and the current price had already climbed to 930,000, far exceeding his expectations. Taking advantage of this brief window, Shen Lang hurried into the main hall of the auction house and listed the 3 silver grade items he had just acquired. He set a starting price of 10,000. As for the lower quality bronze items, the auction house directly refused to accept them. Left with no other choice, Shen Lang turned to the square and found Hua Wuk, who was running a stall. After some bargaining, he managed to sell 11 bronze items and 1 black iron item as a bundle for 10,000. The price was indeed on the low side. If he had set up his own stall, he could have sold them for at least 15,000, but Shen Lang simply didn't have the time to waste. At that moment, a system notification suddenly popped up. Dear player, your Violet Sword has been successfully sold. After deducting a 10 income tax, a total of 990,000 has been transferred to your bank account. Shen Lang froze for a moment. In just 10 minutes, the price had jumped from 930,000 to 1,100,000? This caught him off guard. In fact, it was because many players habitually waited until the last minute to place their bids, often causing a price surge. Splitting the 990,000 into 6 shares, each person would receive 165,000. Shen Lang immediately transferred the money to Lu Bu Shu and the others, creating a temporary chat channel where he sent a screenshot of the auction results. Since he didn't have any prior transaction record with Nan Shi, he didn't yet have her bank account details. The group chat quickly became lively. Whoa, selling for this much? That's insane. Shen Lang, I freaking love you. Wow, over 160,000. Damn, he'll never have to share a bed with Guanzi again. You think I enjoy sharing a bed with you? You keep grabbing my butt at night. Shut up. Who wants to touch you anyway? Guan Suo and Chen Ming were the first to respond, clearly having nothing better to do. Soon, the others joined in. Hee, I've become a little rich girl now, Qing Tian Xiaoyu said. 4 years worth of tuition and living expenses in one go. Let's see my parents complain about me playing games all day now, Lu Bu Shu added excitedly. At that moment, Qing Tian Xiaoyu chimed in again. Oh, by the way, Tianich, those 5 pieces of equipment have also sold. After taxes, it's 108,000 total. I calculated it, each of us gets 18,000. Send me your bank accounts, and he'll transfer it to you all right away. Everyone quickly sent their bank details to Xiaoyu. Shen Lang soon received his 18,000. Xiaoyu then asked, Nan Zijiji, can you send me your bank account info? Luo Shi, just send my share directly to Shen Lang. Nan Shi replied briefly before going silent again, likely focused on fighting a boss. In the end, Qing Tian Xiaoyu transferred the remaining 18,000 to Shen Lang as well. When he checked his bank account balance, it showed 1,013,650.35. This was the first time in his life he had become a millionaire, though this included the 183,000 mint for Nan Shi. Staring at the one in the balance, Xinlang couldn't help but marvel at how that number looked so different when it represented a million. Xinlang couldn't help but feel a bit elated. For someone his age, 1 million was indeed a significant amount of money. After calming his excitement, he began heading toward the county office, planning to take this opportunity to complete his second career advancement. As he approached the entrance of the county office, the guards noticed the level 5 physician badge on his chest. Instead of stopping him, they greeted him warmly. When Xunlang habitually tried to tip them with gold coins, the guards firmly refused. Familiar with the place, Xunlang made his way to the courtyard on the west side. Before he even got close, he could hear the unmistakable sounds of intimacy coming from inside the hall. Helpless, he stood outside the door, not daring to knock for fear of angering Lauren. Looks like that medicine worked pretty well, he muttered to himself. An entire hour passed before the hall finally quieted down, marked by a high-pitched moan. Xunlang waited a moment longer before cautiously knocking on the door. "Who is it?" came Lauren's lazy voice. "Master, it's your disciple here to pay respects." Xunlang replied respectfully, though inwardly cursing, "I'm your father." Upon receiving permission, Xunlang pushed the door open and walked in. A heavy, decadent atmosphere filled the air. Lauren was lounging on a stone chair, while two naked women lay motionless beside him. What a degenerate! Xunlang cursed silently in his heart. "What do you want?" Lauren asked, squinting at him. "Master, I've reached level 30 and would like your guidance on my second career advancement," Xunlang said. "Our Shadow Line faction doesn't bother with that nonsense." "Get lost," Lauren replied impatiently, waving him off. Seeing this, Xunlang quickly offered him a tribute of 100 gold coins, but Lauren demanded 1,000 before he would provide any assistance. Left with no choice, Xunlang reluctantly handed over all the gold coins he had. Only then did Lauren seem satisfied. He extended a finger, and a golden light shot into Xunlang's brow. The system immediately notified him of a successful career advancement, granting him this level skill, Godly Ambush. Deals 300 damage to a single target, with damage increased to 500 if the target is stunned. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 25 points. Another strength skill, as expected. Xunlang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he read the skill description. The 1,000 gold coins he spent were definitely worth it. While others might find this strength skill, which only deals 300 single target damage without any control effects, rather unimpressive, to Xunlang, it was nothing short of a godsend tailored specifically for him. The key lay in the special effect. Damage increases to 500 against stunned targets. This meant he could unleash damage equivalent to 5 normal attacks in an instant. If a critical hit was triggered, the total damage would reach a staggering 1,250. A smirk tugged at the corner of Xunlang's lips. Against a stunned target, his critical hit was almost guaranteed. With his combo of backstab and ambush, he could instantly eliminate most targets without even needing follow-up attacks. After all, in battle, normal attacks not only took time but also gave enemies a chance to counter. With this ambush skill, which had only a 20-second cooldown, he could carry out assassination strikes even in the midst of an army. The entire skill execution took less than 0.5 seconds, giving enemies no time to react. Whether in group battles or solo boss fights, this was an impeccable skill. "Alright, leave. Don't bother me unless it's necessary," Lauren said indifferently, dismissively waving a hand before closing his eyes to meditate, clearly unwilling to say more. "Understood, Master. I'll take my leave now," Xunlang replied respectfully. After bowing, he exited the Grand Hall and headed straight for Yueqing Palace. This was the residence of Lan Yu, the county princess of Langya City, and his next destination. At the entrance to Yueqing Palace, 2 guards politely stopped him. "My lord, this is the princess's residence. May we know the purpose of your visit?" Seeing the insignia of his rank, their demeanor was notably respectful. "Guards, could you help me find Xiao Tong? She's my younger sister and works under the princess," Xunlang said courteously. Before long, a young girl in leather armor came running out cheerfully. It was Xiao Tong. "Big brother, why are you here?" she exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy. "I'm here to take care of some business and thought I'd check on you while I'm at it," Xunlang replied with a warm smile, gently ruffling her slightly chubby cheeks. "How have you been here?" The young girl, her face beaming with joy, clung to Xunlang, chattering non-stop in her clear, melodious voice. "The princess and sister Imo have been so kind to me, teaching me martial arts. I'm so strong now, I can even take down a wolf." Xunlang listened with a gentle smile, occasionally responding softly. Half an hour later, noticing the little girl's chatter starting to dwindle, Xunlang gently pulled her aside and lowered his voice. "Xiaodong, have you been to the city lord's residence with the princess recently?" "Yes. The princess goes every day to pay her respects to the city lord, and I always go with her," Xiaodong answered without hesitation, then added, "But we didn't go this morning. The princess said the city lord left for Tianluo City last night to meet the emperor. Tianluo City, one of the two major cities in the Huaxia region and home to the imperial palace, had yet to officially open. Xinlang's heart stirred at her words. So, Lan Changzhu isn't in Langya City right now? I don't know about that, Xiaodong replied, shaking her head. Xinlang pondered for a moment and decided to visit Lan Potion's residence personally. Turning to Xiaodong, he said, Big brother has something to take care of. You go back first and he'll come find you later. Xiaodong's bright face immediately dimmed. Big brother, you're leaving already? Though her life here was pleasant, Xinlang was like family to the young girl, and she couldn't hide her reluctance to part with him. Seeing her downcast expression, Xinlang felt a pang of softness in his heart. I'm just going to look around the mansion. He'll come find you in a little while, okay? Really? Xiaodong's eyes lit up again. Of course it's true. Then let's pinky promise. All right, pinky promise. After bidding farewell to Xiaodong, Xunlang strode confidently toward the city lord's hall. Inside, apart from a few guards on duty, there was an elderly man seated in a side chair with his eyes closed, seemingly resting. The main seat was conspicuously empty. Xunlang scanned the hall briefly before leaving, not spotting Lan Potion's Xianin. In a secluded area outside the hall, Xunlang activated stealth mode. Although his stealth skills as a divine concealer were not yet highly advanced, easily detectable by masters of the Xian realm or higher Langya City, only had 6 such experts: City Lord Lan Patian, the 4 divine generals, and the divine concealer Lauren. Since Lan Patian was likely absent from the city, and the elderly man didn't appear to be one of the 4 divine generals, Xunlang felt a bit more assured. If I get caught, they'll just blame it on Lauren, Xunlang decided inwardly. Taking a deep breath, he carefully clung to the walls as he stealthily entered the hall. He dared not look directly at the elderly man, observing only through his peripheral vision for fear of being noticed. Fortunately, the old man remained still, eyes closed as if in a deep slumber. Xunlang quickly avoided the players and guards within the hall and slipped into the rear chamber. This was where Lan Patian handled official matters. The decor was predominantly black, and the space was modest, roughly around 100 square meters. At this moment, the chamber was completely empty, so quiet that Xunlang could hear his own heartbeat. He cautiously waited for a moment, ensuring there was no one around, before beginning a swift search. He meticulously examined every corner, but still could not find any trace of the Xian seal. Damn it, I knew an S-level mission wouldn't be this easy, Xunlang muttered under his breath, growing increasingly suspicious that the Xian seal might actually be in Lan Potion's possession. Just as he was about to quietly retreat, footsteps and the guard's greetings suddenly came from outside. My lord, you have returned? Xunlang's expression changed. He quickly hid in the study at the back of the chamber. Moments later, a commanding voice echoed, Summon the 4 generals. I have important matters to discuss with them. A middle-aged man clad in a dark robe and wearing a crown strode into the chamber. This was none other than Lan Patian, the lord of Langya City and the powerful figure who had appeared at the Luoling ancient tomb the night before. Several guards and an elderly man followed closely behind him. The guards promptly left to inform the 4 generals, leaving only the elderly man and Lan Patian in the chamber. My lord, what could have happened to warrant such urgency? The elderly man asked with a slight frown. Lan Patian sat on the main seat and pulled out a stack of scrolls from his robes. What else could it be? A death legion has broken through the northern border defenses and is now threatening the Desolation Wall. His Majesty has ordered us to reorganize our forces and prepare to head north at any moment. The Death Legion? My lord, could this be related to Princess Luoling? That's a strong possibility, but we cannot rule out other factors. Hiding in the study, Xunlang was startled upon hearing this conversation. As someone familiar with the dark history of Luoling, he knew she was the second-in-command of the Death Legion. This attack was likely a retaliatory move orchestrated by her. My lord, I believe Princess Luoling's corpse is merely a pretext. The Scarlet Abyss has long been eyeing us humans, the elderly man analyzed solemnly. Of course, I'm well aware of that, Lan Patian replied with a weary sigh. But what can we do? The Scarlet Abyss doesn't play by any rules, especially now that the Death Legion views our Xinyuan Empire as its greatest enemy. The elderly man let out a long sigh and said no more. Soon, the 4 generals of Langya City arrived one after another. Lan Patian briefly recapped the Death Legion's invasion and then shifted the discussion to military preparations. Meanwhile, Xunlang was holding his breath, hiding in the study, not daring to make a sound. With 5 Xin-level masters of Langya City gathered in one place, even the slightest disturbance would expose him. Even with Tilorin's assistance, there was no guarantee of safety. The meeting lasted for over an hour. During this time, Lan Patian took out a Xian seal and handed it to the elderly man present. This was the very item that Mola had ordered Xunlang to find. Finally, Lan Patian stood up and concluded, That's all for today. Your primary task over the next few days is to train the 10,000 heavy cavalry and bow cavalry. Other matters can be postponed. Yes, Lord Marquis. We will not fail you. The four generals responded in unison before rising and taking their leave. Once everyone had departed, Lon Patian murmured to himself, "Ah, I hope everything will be fine. In less than a month, my blood soul pill will finally be ready." With that, he too left the hall. Hushun Lang exhaled deeply, his back drenched in cold sweat. Although he hadn't managed to obtain the Xian seal, at least he had preserved his life. Just as he was about to slip away, his eyes were drawn to two stacks of scrolls on the desk. Picking one up to examine it closely, he realized it was a Bow Cavalier Advancement Certificate, and a great item. Using it would trigger a quest, and upon completion, one could advance to the Bow Cavalier class. It was available to knights and archers, offering significant attribute boosts: 8-star strength, 5-star intelligence, 9-star constitution, and 8-star agility, along with the precise mounted archery innate skill. More importantly, meeting the requirements could allow further advancement to the Scrade Bow Cavalry Commander class. The other stack comprised Heavy Cavalier Advancement Certificates, with about 10 scrolls in each stack. Shun Lang swallowed hard, quickly scanned his surroundings, and then swiftly pocketed all 20 scrolls. For someone like Lan Patian, this small loss likely wouldn't matter much. Before leaving, Shun Lang hesitated for a moment. After some thought, he returned to the desk and left 200 gold coins behind. Only then did he quietly slip away. After leaving the City Lord's Hall, Shun Lang found a secluded corner to reveal his form and casually returned to Yueqing Palace. He spent the afternoon chatting idly with a young servant before taking his leave at dusk. As soon as he stepped out of the county's administrative office, Shun Lang could hardly contain his excitement. Oh my gosh, 20 hidden class scrolls. How much are these even worth? He jogged all the way to the auction house, initially planning to list all the scrolls. However, after reconsidering, he decided to play it safe. In the end, he chose to list only one scroll of each type, setting a starting price of 100,000 gold. This way, he could avoid flooding the market and driving down the price, while also reducing the risk of Lan Patian discovering his actions. Although the likelihood of that was slim, it was better to be cautious. As for the remaining scrolls, worst case, he could sell them to Qinghai Xiaofeng later. Just as he exited the auction house, a notification popped up on his friends list. It was a message from Nan Shi. Ding? Shun Lang. I've completed the quest. I'm officially an ice mage now. You did it? Congratulations to the return of the number 1 mage in Huaxia. Shun Lang enthusiastically replied. Not at all. You're exaggerating. Nan Shi quickly responded with 2 messages. Where are you now? At the auction house entrance. What's up? Wait for me. I've got a surprise for you. Before long, a stunning figure came into view. Nan Shi was clad in a radiant glass-like mage robe, her jet black hair now a vibrant blue, with a faint mist swirling around her. Her ethereal appearance, paired with her breathtaking beauty, left Shun Lang momentarily dazed. What's wrong? Don't recognize me anymore? Nan Shi approached him, amused at his dumbfounded expression, waving a hand in front of his face. Snapping out of it, Shun Lang cleared his throat. When did you dye your hair? It looks pretty good. I didn't dye it, you idiot. Nan Shi rolled her eyes but then smiled. So, do you like it? Yeah, I liked it from the start, Shun Lang replied earnestly. Caught off guard by his candidness, Nan Shi froze for a moment, her heart skipping a beat. Turning her head to hide her blush, she muttered, Humph, you and your smooth talk. To ease the atmosphere, Shun Lang quickly changed the subject. By the way, what's the surprise you mentioned? Guess. An ultimate artifact. Artifact my foot. Nan Shi glared at him, almost tempted to give him a good smack. Humph, here you go. She tossed a golden skill book at him. Catching it, Shun Lang took a closer look. Thunderous Might S rank. Passive skill. For every target defeated, gain 1 stack of Thunderous Might, increasing base attack by 1 per stack, up to a maximum of 100 stacks. Stacks reset upon logging out. Requirement: physical base classes. Is this from a boss drop? Shun Lang asked in astonishment. This is a 100 base attack bonus. It's honestly kind of insane. Nan Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she explained in detail to Shun Lang. From now on, just log in and kill 100 low-level mobs first thing, and your attack power shoots up by over 600 points. Who could possibly stand against that? No, this is the reward for completing the mission, Nan Shi corrected with a shake of her head, a smug smile tugging at her lips. So, what do you think? Pretty impressive, right? Shun Lang nodded seriously. It's definitely impressive, especially since it's a passive skill. It doesn't consume mana, and the percentage bonus means it'll stay relevant even in the late game. Nan Shi tilted her delicate chin slightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes. So how are you planning to thank me? Well, Shun Lang cleared his throat, feigning a conflicted expression. Miss Nan, your kindness is beyond measure. I can only offer myself in return. You. Nanshi's eyes widened as she clenched her small fists, pretending to strike him. Who's thanking who here? Keep dreaming. Suddenly remembering something, Shenlang said, oh right, Shishi, send me your bank account info. I'll transfer the money to you. No need. Nanshi waved her hand dismissively. My bank card isn't linked to my real name yet. You hold on to it for now. But, no buts, Nanshi interrupted, pouting slightly with a hint of impatience in her tone. If I say you keep it, then you keep it. Seeing her firm stance, Shenlang didn't press further. All right, let me know whenever you need it. Changing the subject, Shenlang asked, by the way, Shishi, have you started practicing that cultivation technique? I've already started. Nanshi nodded and brought up her stats page to show Shenlang. Detailed attribute information displayed. Refining essence into qi? Shenlang frowned. What stage is that? I only know the basic terms for cultivation stages. Nanshi shook her head and explained. I'm not entirely sure either, it's just the beginning of cultivation. But this technique is only the first volume. Apparently, it can only take you as far as the 3 flowers converging at the crown stage. The technique is divided into volumes? Yep. To get the later volumes, you have to go to Ice Moon Valley. Shenlang asked with concern. Do you feel anything different? Feel. Nanshi hesitated, a faint blush creeping to her cheeks. It's just my lower abdomen feels a bit bloated. Bloating in your lower abdomen? Could it be you're pregnant? Shenlang teased with a grin. Pregnant with your nonsense. Nanshi glared at him, both annoyed and flustered, muttering, it's probably just that time of the month coming soon. The sun was setting, and the evening glow, tinged with a shy blush of red, lingered at the edge of the sky as if secretly watching the lively world below. On the steps of a small alley next to the auction house, Shenlang and Nanshi sat quietly side by side. Forget it. I'll go ask Mola and see what's going on, Shenlang said, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the sunset painted the sky. His tone was steady. If my guess is correct, the techniques in the game might have some effect on reality. Nanshi abruptly turned to look at Shenlang, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Reality? That's impossible. The last rays of the sunset cast a warm glow on her face, adding a soft flush. A few strands of her icy blue hair brushed gently against her cheek in the breeze. It's just a theory, and whether it's true or not still needs to be verified, Shenlang continued, his eyes lingering on Nanshi's profile. But one thing I'm certain of is that only Shrank and above hidden classes can practice these techniques. This might also be the big secret Lin Tong's grandfather mentioned. I feel like you're just making things up, Nanshi said, blinking her clear, black and white eyes. She reached out and touched Shenlang's forehead. No fever, though. Shenlang grabbed her hand in one swift motion. Her hand was soft, carrying the unique coolness of an ice mage, making it particularly comfortable to hold. But he quickly let go, the gesture casual and natural. Stop messing around. Do I look like I'm making things up? Not really, Nanshi said, gently shaking her head, her bright eyes sparkling with thought. Their gazes met for a moment before Shenlang, after a brief pause, said, what if I told you that certain entities in the game, like that Dark Loring, have access to a forbidden power that can directly annihilate a player's real-world self? Would you believe me? You're getting more and more ridiculous, Nanshi exclaimed, her eyes widening. As someone raised in a scientific world, this kind of near-fantastical claim was hard to accept. It was like someone saying they could project their soul or kill with their mind. Most people would instinctively dismiss ideas so far outside the realm of scientific understanding. Though Shenlang himself remained somewhat skeptical, suspecting it might just be a narrative twist designed by the game's developers. Mola and that mysterious figure could have been exaggerating. Yet, his instincts told him there was a good chance it was all true. I didn't believe it at first either, but now I'm 90% convinced, he said with a sigh. Think about it, didn't you find the Dark Loring's words a bit eerie? What words? Nanshi asked, her resolve starting to waver. Though she didn't believe in ghosts, she trusted that Shenlang wouldn't lie to her. If not for the fear of severe backlash from the forbidden power, I would have erased him completely. Nanshi recalled the words of that mysterious woman. Moreover, she even revealed our real names, mine and Guanzi's. Did she really say that? Nanshi blinked, looking confused. The situation was so tense at the time, I honestly didn't notice. She did. Shenlang shook his head slightly. Never mind. After you've been practicing for a while, you'll see if there are any changes in reality. Nanshi nodded half doubtfully. Though she still harbored some skepticism, Shenlang's serious tone made her waver. By the way, take a look at what I've got here, Shenlang said as he retrieved a scroll from his storage space and handed it to Nanshi. A Bao Night job change certificate? Nanshi exclaimed in surprise as she took the scroll. I remember seeing an identical one on the auction board. That one's mine too, Shenlang said with a smug smile. Then he pulled out the remaining scrolls, laying out all 18 of them in front of Nanshi. Did you rob the county treasury? Nanshi quipped casually. You actually stole from the county treasury? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she caught the look on Shen Lang's face. Ahem, no. Shen Lang coughed lightly and clarified. I actually traded for them 10 gold coins per scroll. I still have 200 gold coins left. How could you call that stealing? You're incredible, Nanshi said, pursing her lips in admiration for Shen Lang's boldness. Not bad, just average, Shen Lang replied with a modest chuckle. What do you plan to do with these hidden class scrolls? Are you going to sell them? Nanshi asked. Exactly, Shen Lang nodded. They'll keep one for Guanzi and one for Mingzi, then sell the rest. I don't need them. I'm just deciding whether to sell them one by one or all at once. Auctioning them individually would fetch a higher price, but there's a tin tax and it takes time. Selling them in bulk to a player would bring in less money, but it'd be quicker. True, Nanshi mused thoughtfully before suddenly adopting a serious expression. Shen Lang, I want to ask you something. Sure, go ahead, Shen Lang replied. What was your initial reason for entering this game? She asked. Shen Lang paused, reflecting for a moment. There were 2 reasons. First, to make money. I had just lost my job, and with all the hype around this game claiming anything is possible, I thought I'd give it a shot. He hesitated briefly before looking at Nanshi. The second reason I happened to see you on the game's promotional poster and had a hunch you'd be playing too. Both goals had now been achieved. If he sold these scrolls, his net worth would exceed 3 million, accomplishing his first goal in less than a month. As for finding Nanshi, their current relationship was going well, and he felt optimistic about the future. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this until next time.